Even after a long night of travel, the people from Lijiawan were quickly put to work. Especially the new educated youth, who were immediately assigned to carry dirt, making them feel like they wanted to give up. Chi Jijun trembled as he carried 2 full baskets of dirt, his body hunched over, shoulders aching, and legs shaking, unable to stand straight. He regretted it. Why was he, a young man from a military family in the capital, carrying dirt with a group of farmers? Was it for Fong Ro? But she wasn't even here. She had gone to be a primary school teacher. Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Dai looked equally exhausted. Zhang Xiaojun, being clever, intentionally shook his shoulder pole, spilling some dirt and making it easier for himself. Lu Dai followed suit, and the two of them slacked off, speeding up when urged but dragging their feet when not. Among the new male educated youth, only Kai Mingcheng was working diligently. Although it was tiring, he could earn $1 a day, which was not less than what he would make in the city. This was one of the few opportunities he had to earn money, so he cherished it and persevered. The only girl who shared Kai Mingcheng's mindset was Qin Fongfong. Heaven favored the simple-minded. Although Qin Fongfong was a bit naive and not very clever, she was strong, even surpassing most of the male educated youth. Therefore, she worked the hardest among the new recruits, carrying her load steadily. She could even carry 2 full baskets of dirt just like the boys. Another young woman, Lu Yen, was struggling to carry 2 half baskets of dirt, swaying as she walked. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell into a dirt pit, covered in mud and crying loudly, almost fainting from distress. Song Lon Lon, digging nearby, heard her cries and shouted, "Lu Yen, stop being such a coward. If you keep crying, I'll bury you right here." Lu Yan had developed a bit of anxiety from Song Lanlin's behavior, so she immediately stopped crying, slowly climbed out of the pit, and returned with 2 empty baskets. With the disdainful looks of the older women around her, she set off again, swaying as she went. While the new recruits were in chaos, Ming Dai and her group were working efficiently. After confirming their living arrangements with the site supervisor, Ming Dai chose a suitable spot to set up a straw hut for cooking. All the straw huts were made from local materials, so they went up the mountain to find what they needed. After showing Lu Guoqiang, who was keeping track of things, their empty baskets, Ming Dai and the others took their axes and went up the mountain. Ming Dai had already planned the structure of the hut and knew what kind of wood they needed, directing Zhou Xinian to cut down trees. This was the first time Sister Huang saw Zhou Xinian chop down a tree. With just a few swift strokes, a large tree fell. Was it really that easy? Maybe the trees here were easier to cut? She picked up her own axe and struck a nearby tree, leaving only a shallow mark. Oh, it wasn't the trees, it was Zhou Xinian's skill. Soon, Zhou Xinian had cut the wood they needed. Ming Dai specifically chose pine trees, which stay green all year round, and the thick pine needles were perfect for covering the roof, much better than dry grass. Before long, the 3 of them dragged the wood back to their living area. Lu Guoqiang had come to replace an accountant who was taking leave, effectively earning 2 salaries while enjoying a relaxed time, so he was quite pleased. Seeing the 3 return so quickly with so much wood surprised him. Sister Huang simply gave Zhou Xinian a thumbs up, and Lu Guoqiang quietly chose not to ask any questions. After all, he had also been slapped by Zhou Xinian. Although it was due to circumstances, it still hurt. Ming Dai directed while Zhou Xinian worked, and they cooperated very well, making it impossible for outsiders to interfere. Sister Huang could only go and collect the food that belonged to their Lu family. Zhou Xinian worked very quickly. In less than an hour, they had built a small shelter for cooking and sleeping. Inside the many dark yellow grass huts, their green shelter looked quite nice, and Ming Dai was very satisfied. Next, they needed to build the stove. Unlike other families who set their stoves outside, Ming Dai planned to build the stove inside the shelter and add a chimney. She had just seen that there were plenty of small stones available. The main reason for building it inside was so they could stay warm while cooking. Without hesitation, Zhou Xinian seemed to know how to build a stove. After Ming Dai explained her requirements, he emptied his large basket and went to find stones. While emptying the basket, He cleverly hid his medicine pouch in someone else's basket. Unfortunately, Mingdai saw through it and took it back. When Zhou Xinian returned with a full basket of stones and saw the medicine pouch on top, he felt defeated and instantly lost his energy. Mingdai chuckled a bit and went along to collect stones. When Sister Huang returned with the food, she saw that the shelter was built and they were already applying mud to the chimney. Lu Guoqiang was the one applying the mud because Zhou Xinian didn't want to touch the yellow wet mud, and Mingdai was too short, so they had to trouble Lu Guoqiang. Lu Guoqiang was happy to help since he would also be eating with them. After the chimney was finished, Mingdai lit a fire and tested it with a pine branch to see if it leaked smoke. It worked very well, and a thick black smoke rose into the sky. Since their stove had 3 openings, Zhou Xinian built 3 sections, 1 large and 2 small. They only brought 1 large pot from the village, which Mingdai washed and placed on the stove to secure it. Additionally, Mingdai had brought a small pot that could sit on one of the small stove openings. There was also a large earthen jar placed on the other stove opening. All done. It is very inconvenient to get water here. You have to walk a long way. Mingdai and Zhou Xinian took buckets to fetch water and started boiling water while drying the stove. Mingdai assigned Zhou Xinian to watch the fire and quickly check the supplies they brought from the village. It was simple. Half a cart of radishes, half a cart of cabbage, a jar of lard, and a small jar of salt. That was all. It was pitifully little. Mingdai drew a frame next to the grass shed and began to dig in the soil with a shovel. Sister Huang helped, and soon they dug a pit about half a meter deep. They piled all the radishes inside and covered them with soil again. The cabbage was not afraid of the cold, so they just stacked it in a corner of the grass shed. The lard and salt were carefully placed in the spot reserved on the stove, and she told Zhou Xinian not to touch them. After confirming he understood, Mingdai went out to check the food brought by Sister Huang. Most people came to repair the reservoir for the money, but some also came because their families did not have enough food to last through the winter, hoping to earn money and get some meals. However, the food here is not very tasty. The meals provided for the reservoir repair are called stone rice because there are many small stones in the rice. It doesn't matter if you eat them, but you have to be careful not to bite into one accidentally. Every year, a few people end up with chipped teeth. After listening to Sister Huang's story, Mingdai opened a burlap sack and rummaged through it, finding quite a few stones. She frowned. How could they eat this? She didn't want to end up with chipped teeth. After thinking for a moment, she poured out the amount needed for lunch and handed it to Sister Huang. Sister, could you please just pick out the stones from the rice for lunch later? Before Sister Huang came, Aunt Huang had instructed her to follow Mingdai's lead in the kitchen. So, she happily nodded, took the bowl, and pulled over Lu Guoqiang, who was calculating, to borrow his table. They both started looking for stones. Mingdai then checked the pot Zhou Xinian was boiling. It was already boiling. She walked to her backpack, took out a package of oil paper, went to the pot, and poured the contents into it, then covered the pot. Zhou Xinian, add another piece of wood, then come with me to wash the vegetables. Zhou Xinian obediently followed instructions, but frowned at the large pot covered with a lid, clearly unhappy with what Mingdai had added inside. One person carried a basket, picking up 2 baskets of cabbage and walking towards the river. On the way, they saw a shed where someone was also cooking, making stewed cabbage. Mingdai noticed that the cabbage being thrown into the pot still had yellow leaves and dirt on the roots, which made her feel quite disgusted. The other person noticed them, paused for a moment, then guessed they were going to wash vegetables by the river, scoffing and calling them pretentious. This person probably hadn't seen Zhou Xinian before, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Fortunately, Zhou Xinian didn't understand what he said. Soon, the two returned after washing the vegetables. Mingdai began chopping the cabbage into small pieces and placed them in a large bowl for later use. Aunt Huang also sorted out the stones from the grains. After sending Aunt Huang to wash the grains, Mingdai scooped out the water from the large pot and poured it into a jar to keep warm. She quickly scrubbed the pot and started cooking. Zhou Xinian saw that the water had been taken out, sat back down at the stove, and began to build a fire. He also grabbed a handful of chestnuts to roast, happily munching on them and ending up with a circle of black around his mouth. Mingdai ignored him and focused on her work. She heated oil in the pot, and when she added a large piece of lard, a delicious aroma filled the air. Aunt Huang felt a bit pained and wanted to remind Mingdai that they needed to save some oil until the end of the month. However, considering her mother-in-law's advice, she chose to stay silent. She reused the from the jar, added it to the lard to enhance the flavor, then tossed in some cabbage stems, added water, and poured in the washed grains to start cooking. Aunt Huang was surprised that this was a way to cook, but she was happy to reduce the number of pots to clean. Mingdai found the rice bowls for herself and Zhou Xinian, and also got bowls for Aunt Huang and Lu Guoqiang, placing a small pinch of brown sugar at the bottom of each bowl and adding tea from the jar for them to drink first. Zhou Xinian's teacup had a large spoonful of sugar, which made him satisfied. He no longer complained and happily enjoyed the sweet tea along with the roasted chestnuts. Lu Guoqiang squatted next to Aunt Huang at the stove, sipping the tea slowly. This thing is precious, and only young mothers who have just given birth can have a few sips. For Lu Guoqiang, it's his first time drinking it. Before long, the unique aroma of grains mixed with oil wafted from the pot. Mingdai lifted the heavy wooden lid, took a spatula to stir, and poured all the cabbage into the large iron basin. After mixing it well, she covered it again to cook. 10 minutes later, the work bell rang. Mingdai lifted the lid, added the cabbage leaves, sprinkled in some salt, and mixed it again before covering the pot. Zhou Xinian, no need to add more firewood. Zhou Xinian nodded and organized the firewood at the stove, placing it on the pile at the back. Soon, the villagers from Lijiaban arrived, over 60 of them. After traveling all night and working all morning, they were extremely hungry. Mingdai called out to Aunt Huang, "Sister, find 2 people to help serve tea to those waiting outside, 1 bowl each to warm them up. I'll serve the rice soon." Aunt Huang nodded and quickly called her husband and younger brother to help her distribute the tea. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to have tea, feeling warm in their stomachs. After a long, tiring, and cold day, they could finally stand up straight. In previous years, there was no such treatment. Indeed, choosing young Ming to cook was the best decision. In the shed, Mingdai scooped all the rice into the iron basin. Zhou Xinian carried the basin to the table at the entrance. Everyone stretched their necks to look, but no one dared to push forward. In the uneven iron basin, there were tender green cabbage leaves, soft cabbage stems, and glistening grain rice, looking very tempting. "All right, everyone finish your tea, and come for rice." Mingdai stood at the front with a large spatula, while Zhou Xinian followed behind with chestnuts. The people lined up to get their rice without questioning how much young Ming was serving. After all, Zhou Xinian was watching closely. Seeing the full basin of rice, with vegetables and glistening oil, it looked even better than what they had at home. When someone finally got their rice, they cautiously tasted it, finding no small stones, and were instantly amazed. "Oh my goodness! Is this still stone rice? Why aren't there any little stones in it?" The others who got food chimed in, and those who didn't stretched their necks to listen, very curious. Sister Huang, proudly holding her head high with the clay pot, said, "That's because Xiaoming asked us to pick out the stones. Otherwise, some of you would end up with chipped teeth." Laughter erupted, and there was more gratitude towards Sister Huang and Xiaoming. Cooking for the reservoir project was a good job, usually handled by relatives of village leaders who never cared this much. Both villagers and youth were very satisfied with this meal. Even Song Lanlan, who had been complaining, fell silent after eating. Only Lu Yan, who was eating while crying, secretly cursed Mingdai for being a sycophant, clinging to the team leader's leg to get the cooking job. If it were her, she would definitely cook even better meals with oil and salt. How could it not taste good? Once everyone had their food, Mingdai called Sister Huang and the Lu brothers to serve the rice, leaving enough in the pot for a few more servings. Seeing the extra rice in the men's and the third brother's bowls, Sister Huang smiled even more sincerely at Mingdai. "All right, sister, you all go eat too. After you finish, just rest. I'll take care of the pots and dishes." Mingdai didn't argue, taking her bowl and sitting down with Zhou Xinyan to eat. Although Zhou Xinyan was picky about this simple meal, he didn't waste food and ate quite vigorously. Mingdai rummaged through his backpack and pulled out 5 rice to bury in his bowl. "Eat this first. It'll warm up later." She also handed him a piece of brown sugar cake. Zhou Xinyan immediately set down his teacup and happily ate the cake. Mingdai intentionally controlled how much food she gave him because she noticed he finished everything she gave him without leaving any leftovers. Mingdai opened her jar of pickles, added a few pieces to their teacups, and then slowly started eating. The mixed grain rice was rough compared to white rice, but luckily, the natural aroma of the grains was strong at this time, and with the added oil, it was quite flavorful and not bad at all. After dinner, Sister Huang gathered everyone's bowls and took them to the river to wash. Although most were already quite clean, Mingdai insisted on washing them again and planned to soak them in hot water the next day. After Sister Huang left, Mingdai took a shovel and had Zhou Xinyan dig a hole by the stove to remove the charcoal from the bottom of the pot and place it in the hole, covering it with a layer of dirt for reuse. Once finished, she greeted Accountant Liu, who was watching over the house, and took Zhou Xinyan up the nearby mountain. As they passed the construction site, they saw the people from Wan village had arrived. They missed mealtime and had to start working on empty stomachs, looking tired and unmotivated. In contrast, the workers from Liu Family Bay were well-fed and full of energy, much better than in the morning, and the construction leader praised them repeatedly. Mingdai thought about the meat oil in the jar and realized she needed to plan ahead. Otherwise, they would run out of food. The main purpose of going up the mountain this time was to gather firewood. Although they could wait for the villagers to come and collect it, she knew from their current state that they wouldn't work this forced task. Mingdai also wanted to gather more charcoal for warmth, so she preferred to do it herself. Zhou Xinyan was already quite skilled at chopping wood. Without needing Mingdai's direction, he automatically began to look for dead trees and quickly dismantled them. Mingdai didn't compete with him. She wandered around to see if she could find anything to eat. After looking around, she found nothing. That made sense, as they were among the last villagers to arrive, and any food would have already been taken by those who came before. In the end, Mingdai only found some wild garlic. She didn't mind and used her hatchet to pry it from the ground, collecting a basketful. Checking the time, she went to find Zhou Xinyan, who was comfortably sitting on a pile of wood taking a break. Mingdai sat down next to him, and using the cover of the wood pile, she secretly took out a large chicken leg for him. "Here, eat this, but you can't tell anyone, okay?" Zhou Xinyan nodded with a smile, first asking Mingdai for water to wash his hands before happily taking the chicken leg and munching on it. Mingdai gave him a cup of hot water to wash away the taste, and then they headed back with the firewood. It definitely can't all be moved at once, but she isn't worried about losing anything. After all, only someone without sense would dare to steal a madman's belongings. Aunt Huang has returned, bringing Lu Guoqiang to sort through the stones in the grain. Seeing the two of them carrying back so much firewood startled her. She wanted to help but was persuaded by Mingdai to keep working. In the end, they made 7 or 8 trips to bring all the firewood back. After a break, Mingdai took out a medicine jar and, despite Zhou Xinyan's reluctance, began to brew medicine on the small stove. As the smell of the medicine filled the air, Aunt Huang peeked in and asked, "Who is sick?" Mingdai pointed silently at Zhou Xinyan, who was sulking and taking out his frustration on a wild garlic sprout. Aunt Huang quickly stepped back, not daring to say more. After letting off some steam, Zhou Xinyan washed his hands, went to where they had laid out their bedding, took out a comic book, and returned to sit down. He didn't help with the work but also didn't cause any trouble, which was nice. Once Mingdai finished cleaning the wild garlic, she went outside to help pick up stones but felt it was too cold. She called the two of them to come inside the shed to collect stones. Aunt Huang and Accountant Liu both shook their heads, refusing to go, so Mingdai had to give up. "Sister, what are we having for dinner tonight? Are we having plain rice again?" Aunt Huang kept working and replied, "No need, we'll just have some thin soup tonight. We eat 2 meals a day, no breakfast, a solid lunch, and thin soup for dinner." Mingdai was a bit surprised. "Is it okay to skip breakfast?" We have to work all morning. Aunt Huang nodded with a smile. It's really not okay. You can't work on an empty stomach. They must have brought dry food and will take care of themselves, so you don't need to worry. Ming Dai felt relieved. After all, if she could bring so much food, others could too. After finishing with the stones, Aunt Huang carried the food and pulled out a basket of radishes, taking the cleaned wild garlic to wash the vegetables. Seeing her leave, Zhou Xinian, who had just been silent, quickly followed her, making Aunt Huang feel a bit weak in the knees. Ming Dai thought Zhou Xinian was becoming more childlike, which was nice. It's better to express feelings than to bottle them up. It seemed he still needed to continue taking the medicine. That evening, Ming Dai managed to cook radish soup for everyone before they finished work. Pick the beans out of the mixed grain rice, wash them, and then crush them with a hammer. Heat some oil in a pot, add the beans, and stir-fry until the bean smell is gone. Then add shredded radish, salt, and water, and soon a big pot of radish soup is ready. While drinking the radish soup, Sister Huang was still amazed and added some raw beans. How could this soup taste so good? The people of Lijiawan slurped the radish soup and felt very happy. When they learned there would be hot water for soaking their feet at night, they felt like they were in heaven. Even though it was just a shed with a basin of hot water, it was very comfortable. After all, everyone was equally dirty. Who would complain about whom? At night, Ming Dai coaxed Zhou Xinian to take his medicine. Try it, I added licorice. It really isn't bitter anymore. Zhou Xinian wrinkled his nose at the dark bowl and still resisted. Ming Dai had to use her secret weapon. If you drink it, I'll give you 2 pieces of pine nut candy. Worried he might eat too much candy and get a sore throat, Ming Dai took the pine nut candy from his backpack and put it away. Zhou Xinian was not satisfied, but since the candy was made by Ming Dai, he had to accept it. So, with the temptation of 2 pieces of candy, Zhou Xinian drank the medicine in one go. After finishing, he smacked his lips and held out the empty bowl to her. Another bowl. Ming Dai was speechless. Did he think he had won a prize? Asking for another bowl? There's none left, drink it tomorrow night. Only then was Zhou Xinian satisfied. He washed the bowl and medicine jar and put them away, forgetting about the candy. He took out his wash basin and foot basin, scooped hot water from the pot, and began to wash up. Sister Huang watched all this in shock. What a character. He had 2 basins, one for washing his face and one for his feet. Thinking about her own family, where they used one basin for both, she suddenly felt her face heat up. When Zhou Xinian took out a small bottle and started applying it to his face, she was stunned. Wow, he was more particular than a new bride. No wonder he always smelled so good. Ming Dai saw her staring and called out, Sister, aren't you going to soak your feet before bed? Sister Huang finally snapped back to reality and shook her head shyly. No, I'll just go to sleep. Ming Dai guessed that she probably didn't bring a foot basin, so she handed over her own. Sister-in-law, you can use mine. This is a towel for drying your feet. Just hang it up when you're done. Aunt Huang looked at the brand new enamel basin and shook her head repeatedly. No. My feet are dirty. I can't use yours. Ming Dai smiled. Come on, sister-in-law. Everyone has dirty feet. Just wash them. Hurry up while the water is still warm. Only then did Aunt Huang take the basin and comfortably soak her feet. That night, she lay beside Ming Dai, while Zhou Xinian was on the other side of the woodpile, dividing the shelter into 2 rooms. Little Ming, I'm glad you let me wash my feet. Otherwise, I would have worried about bothering you. Ming Dai snuggled into the blanket. It's nothing. The conditions are tough, and we all traveled a long way today. I would worry about bothering you too, if I didn't wash. Aunt Huang burst into hearty laughter. Well, you couldn't bother me. You don't know, in winter, our whole family sleeps on a big kong together, and oh, the smell. Especially my husband with his sweaty feet. I have to hold my nose when I clean his shoes. Haha. After a couple of sentences, Aunt Huang suddenly fell silent, as if someone had choked her. Ming Dai turned to look, and Zhou Xinian peeked out from behind the woodpile, glaring at Aunt Huang, clearly unhappy with her talking. Once he confirmed it was quiet, Zhou Xinian lay back down. Ming Dai turned around and saw Aunt Huang curled up in the blanket, covering her head. Well, that works too. She kicked the hot water bag at her feet and slowly drifted off to sleep. Zhou Xinyan also placed his big feet on the hot water bag, feeling the warmth rise from his soles. He only began to feel sleepy after confirming that the breathing next door had become steady. However, with Aunt Huang there, he felt tense and hardly slept at all. Aunt Huang, on the other hand, was shivering under the blanket, afraid that a crazy person might come over from next door to hit her. So the next morning, Mingdai woke up feeling refreshed, while the other two looked quite worn out. After Zhou Xinyan got up, Aunt Huang quickly climbed out of her blanket, fluffed it a few times, said she was stepping out for a moment, and then disappeared without a trace for a long time. After Mingdai and Zhou Xinyan finished breakfast, they noticed that Sister Huang hadn't returned, but they didn't think much of it. They picked some radishes and headed to the river to wash the vegetables. The area near the reservoir was under construction for winter water storage, so the river was quite far from where they needed to wash the vegetables. Halfway there, a man hurried past them, followed closely by a woman. It was Qi Jijun and Lu Yener. Qi Jijun seemed very angry, striding ahead without paying any attention to Lu Yen, who was calling after him. Lu Yen stumbled as she chased him, shivering from the cold but not stopping. Soon, they passed by and turned into the woods, disappearing from sight. Mingdai watched them and clicked her tongue, thinking they still had energy to argue. Zhou Xinyan, feeling bored, played with the radishes, making crescent shapes with his fingernail and enjoying it. When they reached the river, Zhou Xinyan took the initiative to wash the radishes. His hands were big and rough, and he rubbed them together to remove most of the dirt. Mingdai found the river water freezing and didn't have the courage to help, so she cleaned the basket instead. Soon, they finished washing the radishes and returned, just in time to see the messy chef sitting at the door chopping radishes. He didn't wash them either. He simply took a dirty cloth, wiped off the mud, trimmed the excess roots, and started chopping on the cutting board. Mingdai shook her head at the sight and quickly left with Zhou Xinyan, preferring not to see it. Once they were gone, the chef looked up, glancing nervously at their tall figures as they walked away. After confirming they were far enough, he spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm on the ground. Pretending to be clean. Whether it's clean or not, eating it won't make you sick. When they got home, Sister Huang still hadn't returned. Lu Guoqiang was busy keeping accounts and smiled at Mingdai and Zhou Xinyan, but didn't dare to greet them. Mingdai nodded back, noticing the sun was nice outside. She took the cutting board to the dining table, instructed Zhou Xinyan to slice the radishes, and went into the shed to find some seasoning to mix with the radishes. Lu Guoqiang was focused on his accounts, and the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables filled the air, a light and crisp sound that indicated good radishes. Zhou Xinyan worked quickly, and soon 2 baskets of radishes were sliced and ready. Mingdai mixed the radishes and also pickled the wild garlic she had gathered, making sure each person got a chopstick's worth. She even added a bit of sesame oil, which instantly made Accountant Lu's mouth water. After everything was ready, she told Accountant Lu to let Sister Huang come back to wash the grains. After lunch, she hurriedly took Zhou Xinyan up the mountain. Now, in Zhou Xinyan's mind, going up the mountain meant getting to eat delicious food. Sure enough, he was not disappointed. When they reached the mountain and confirmed no one was around, Mingdai took him to the space. He went to tidy up the sheep pen and put the sheep manure into the fermentation pit. Meanwhile, Mingdai made egg pancakes in the kitchen, filling them with shredded potatoes and ham, with 2 fried eggs each. They tasted wonderful. After finishing their little meal, they stepped outside. Mingdai thought about looking for something edible nearby since they would be staying for a while, and the food provided by the commune would definitely not be enough. After searching around, she found nothing. The nearby area had been stripped bare by the workers. Mingdai glanced at the distant mountains and realized she needed to find time to explore there. Today might not work, as they still had to prepare lunch. Just as they were about to leave, Mingdai suddenly remembered the treasure hunting feature in her space. She could try it here. Perhaps she would find some hidden treasures left by wealthy landowners in the mountains. Following her memory, she tried it out and suddenly, several small windows appeared before her, displaying various herbs and fruits of all kinds. Mingdai gasped as she saw plump rats. In an instant, she understood that these small windows were all rat nests. Zhou Xinyan looked at her, his eyes wide, and worriedly patted her shoulder. However, he misjudged the strength and accidentally knocked Mingdai down.
Ugh.
Mingdai, with dirt on her face, didn't have time to be angry. She wiped her mouth and excitedly ran around the mountain, counting as she went. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha, I can't count them all. There are just too many. Zhou Xinyan, with his red scarf, scratched his head, feeling a bit lost as he watched her go wild with excitement. Fortunately, Mingdai quickly regained her senses and waved her hand, saying, "Let's go down the mountain." She rushed down the mountain with Zhou Xinyan, making sure to bring some firewood along. When they reached the hut, they saw Sister Huang had returned and was cooking rice over the fire. Sister Huang looked a bit scared when she saw Zhou Xinyan, but when she looked at Mingdai, she couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, my little Ming, where did you get that? Your pretty little face is all dirty, like a little kitten." Mingdai then realized something was off. She wiped her face, which was covered in mud, shot an innocent glance at Zhou Xinyan, and quickly washed her face with cold water. "It's nothing, sister. I just slipped a bit on the mountain. All right, you clean up. I've started cooking. The food is similar to what we had yesterday, so it should be enough. I also tried the pickled garlic you made. It's delicious." Mingdai smiled and moved closer to the stove, whispering to Sister Huang, "Sister, do you want to eat rice for a while?" Sister Huang looked surprised. "Of course. I dream about it. But our food supply clearly won't allow for that." Mingdai glanced outside, noticing only Zhou Xinyan and Lu Guiqiang, who was too scared to move under Zhou Xinyan's gaze. She lowered her voice and spoke. "Zhou Xinyan and I found quite a few mouse nests on the mountain, filled with grains and dried fruits." Sister Huang looked at her in shock. "How did you find them? Mice are clever at digging." Mingdai had already thought this through and blinked her big eyes at her. "It wasn't me. It was Zhou Xinyan who discovered them." Sister Huang suddenly understood. "Oh, it's him. That makes sense. He has a knack for finding things, even the crazy stuff hidden by others. He can always find what he's looking for." Mingdai was speechless. What kind of people were these? She quickly brought the conversation back. "Exactly. I noticed he finds things really well and there's a lot of food inside. If we can get it, we can supplement our supplies, right? Eating thin soup all the time is hard for those who work." Sister Huang nodded in agreement. "Yes, you don't know. We have people coming every year, and when they go back, they need to rest for the whole winter, and they might not even recover." At this point, Sister Huang suddenly slapped her thigh. "Right. Not only is there grain, but these rats are also meat. Having some meat would help these people regain their strength." Mingdai's smiling face suddenly froze. "Sister-in-law, you can eat rats?" Sister Huang laughed at her awkwardness. "You didn't know? There are many kinds of rats. The ones you found are field rats, which are safe to eat. They don't carry any toxins. There's a field nearby from Xiaowa village, so where do you think the food in these rat holes comes from? Don't worry, we catch fat rats while working in the fields and cook them at home. They taste amazing just like chicken." Mingdai realized, oh right, there isn't that much grain in the mountains. Sister Huang was a bit excited. In these times, people are so hungry they wouldn't dare touch a grain of rice from the public fields, but rats are stealing food for their families. It's unfair. We must catch them. Mingdai was still hesitant. In her mind, rats were just moving carriers of germs. The only ones she had encountered were lab mice and the occasional rat in the sewers. But thinking about the rats she saw in the mountains, which were quite different from the ones in the sewers, she decided to give it a try. After all, the locals' experience is the most reliable. "Okay, sister-in-law, let's go this afternoon and call Accountant Lu." Sister Huang nodded eagerly. "Sounds good." With that settled, Mingdai looked forward to the afternoon's rat-catching adventure even more. She wasn't just after the food. She loved the thrill of treasure hunting. In her past life, She enjoyed going into the mountains to gather herbs, fishing in the rivers, and sometimes even going to the sea. She didn't care about the rewards, just the joy of the experience. Even if she couldn't go, she would watch videos of mountain trips and see excursions at home to satisfy her cravings. Sister Huang adjusted the fire in the stove and saw Zhou Xinian being called by Ming Dai to stack firewood. She then found Lu Guoqiang, who had just survived a close call, and explained the situation to him. Lu Guoqiang was still young and fascinated by such activities. He was thrilled. "Sister-in-law, is it true?" Sister Huang smiled at him, seeing that he was still young. "Xiaoming, the educated youth, said it, so it must be true. Clear your schedule for the afternoon. I'll take you to catch rats." Lu Guoqiang happily agreed. Ming Dai was persuading Zhou Xinian to help lead the team to dig out the rat holes. Zhou Xinian took the chance to ask for lamb again, recalling the delicious lamb soup from before. He couldn't wait for the lambs to grow up. He wanted to eat it now. Ming Dai thought about the large lamb leg they had received as a reward from the village last time, and she was also tempted by the idea of roasted lamb. She nodded in agreement. When the work bell rang, Ming Dai had prepared hot tea. They each got a cup of hot tea, and then the villagers saw a big bowl of cold mixed radish and a large bowl of dry rice, which excited everyone. It's not easy to get dry rice at home. Even though it was still mixed grain rice, it was dry, and they could only enjoy a bowl of dry rice during busy farming times. After the meal, the four of them quickly cleaned up and rushed up the mountain. When they arrived, Ming Dai signaled with her eyes, and Zhou Xinian took the lead to dig. Lu Guoqiang held a shovel, and Sister Huang was ready with a sack to catch the rats. Zhou Xinian was strong and found the right spot. After a few shovels, he dug into the hole, and soon the field mice inside were startled and began to flee. Zhou Xinian knocked out several large field mice as they ran out, leaving Lu Guoqiang and Sister Huang with nothing to do. Sister Huang cheerfully held up a fat mouse with a crushed head. You can tell it has been stealing food. It's almost as fat as a bamboo rat.
Bamboo rat?
Ming Dai's eyes lit up. She had never eaten field mice, but she had tried bamboo rat before. It was delicious. She would have to ask about that later. After gathering the knocked-out field mice, the four of them began to count their spoils. They found peanuts, soybeans, wheat ears, sweet potato tubers, and some dried fruits, totaling over 10 pounds. Sister Huang was furious, especially seeing the good food scattered everywhere. It broke her heart. Those pesky creatures. Just wait until I catch your whole family. With that, she smashed a few small pink mice in the nest. Ming Dai felt disgusted but understood the farmers' hatred for mice that ruined their food. All right, let's move on to the next spot. Zhou Xinian said there are plenty of rat holes on this hill. Sister Huang immediately put on a smile. Great, great. Keep going. Then the four of them began their adventure, searching all over the hill and checking every mouse hole. At first, Zhou Xinian needed Ming Dai to point out the exact locations of the mouse holes, but soon he could find them on his own, matching her speed. This made Ming Dai wonder what he had done before. By the end of the afternoon, the four of them had dug up 44 mouse holes and collected nearly 300 pounds of grain. This is based on the author's personal experience. When I was young, my uncle took me around the fields and different villages to dig for mouse holes, and there was indeed a lot of grain inside, but we mostly fed it to the chickens at home. Except for Zhou Xinian, the other three were completely exhausted. However, looking at the 2 bags of grain made them feel very satisfied. With this grain, they had hope for their meals. Checking the sky, Ming Dai waved her hand, and they started down the hill. Zhou Xinian was still having fun and thought they could dig for mice again. In a good mood, he picked up the 2 bags of grain and walked ahead, while the other 3 hurriedly followed, carrying a bunch of mouse tails. Soon, the workers at the construction site saw a smiling man with a red scarf, carrying a large bag, striding confidently toward the shelter area. The 3 behind him were running with their hands full of something. The people from Lijiabei recognized them as the young workers from their village, Ming, Sister Huang, and Accountant Lu. But when they saw what they were carrying, they were shocked.
Oh my, mice.
Big, fat mice. One person was carrying at least 20 or 30. How many did the three of them have altogether? They hit the jackpot. The villagers of Lijiabe looked at each other and immediately started working harder, hoping to finish early and go home to eat. The older young workers were also happy, while the new ones looked confused, not knowing what was happening. Meanwhile, the other villagers were in an uproar. They recognized the man in front as the crazy one and guessed that the people behind him were from Lijiabe. Where did they find so many mice? Thinking about it, how much grain must have come from this? No, they had to go see. Back in the shelter area, Ming Dai and her friends were excited. They set aside the grains they had collected for later sorting and decided to prepare the field mice they had caught for a meal. Ming Dai looked at the grayish-yellow field mice with some hesitation. "Sister-in-law, how do we eat these?" Sister Huang smiled at the pile on the ground. "We stir-fry them. They need to be cooked quickly, or they'll have the muddy taste."
Ming Dai nodded.
"Then you handle it, sister-in-law. I don't know how to do this." Sister Huang picked up a few of the field mice. "I'll take care of it. You kids might struggle with skinning them. The skin of these field mice is thinner than regular mice, so it's not easy to peel. Since we have a lot, should we cook them all?" If Aunt Huang were here, she would surely scold her daughter-in-law for wasting food. But Ming Dai happily agreed. They had just finished digging up a small hill today, and according to Sister Huang, there was another larger hill near the farmland, likely with even more field mice.
"All right.
You go ahead and prepare them. I'll find some and garlic, and I think I brought some chili peppers too." Sister Huang nodded with a smile. Luckily, it was young Ming cooking. If her mother-in-law had come along, they would be lucky to have just a pot of field mouse soup. While Sister Huang and Lu Guoqiang took the field mice to the riverbank to prepare them, Ming Dai gathered some suitable grains, rinsed them in the bucket, and started cooking rice. Now, having 2 meals a day felt just right. Zhou Xinian went to the back to grab some steamed cake, munching on it while starting the fire. Ming Dai found 3 pieces of and 4 or 5 cloves of garlic to prepare. At the riverbank, Lu Guoqiang used a knife to chop off the heads, paws, and tails of the field mice, then handed them to Sister Huang for skinning and gutting. Sister Huang used scissors to open the bellies of the field mice, removing the insides, and then carefully separated the skin from the limbs, pulling it off along the back. She quickly skinned them. Once everything was prepared, it was almost time to finish work. The two hurried back, smiling widely at the large basket of field mouse meat they had. Ming Dai had also finished cooking the rice, which she placed in a clay pot to keep warm, and she chopped a large bowl of radishes, ready to stew them together. The field mouse meat arrived, and Ming Dai asked Zhou Xinian to split the mouse in half from the back. Since the mouse was already small, chopping it into smaller pieces meant there would be hardly any meat left, just bones. This way, it was easier to share. Everyone could have half a mouse, and no one would feel shortchanged. The large pot was heated again, and Ming Dai scooped a big spoonful of lard into it. This time, Sister Huang didn't think it was a waste. Field mice need to be stir-fried to be tasty. When the oil was hot, Ming Dai added a handful of Sichuan peppercorns, 3-star anise, and 2 pieces of cinnamon. After stirring for a moment, she added the chopped field mouse. Sizzle! The cheerful sound of oil and water colliding filled the pot, and steam began to rise. Ming Dai used a spatula to stir, and when the sizzling sound quieted down, she added chopped and garlic. Knowing that the people here couldn't handle much spice, she only added a small handful of chili peppers. After stirring a few more times, the spicy aroma filled the air. Zhou Xinian leaned over to look into the pot. The once pink mouse meat had turned a golden brown. Ming Dai took out her soy sauce and poured a bowl into the pot. After mixing it well, she added enough water to cover the mouse meat and started to simmer. Zhou Xinian, turn up the heat to bring it to a boil. Zhou Xinian followed her instructions and brought over some firewood. Watching the flames roast chestnuts and listening to the bubbling sound of the mouse meat made him salivate. As the delicious smell of the mouse meat began to waft out, the work bell rang. Everyone rushed toward the shelter area, with the people from Lu Jiawan leading the way. The new young workers had heard about the field mouse meat, but were still hesitant about eating mice, so they lagged behind. When they arrived at the shelter area and caught a whiff of the strong aroma, they suddenly thought that mice didn't look so bad after all. Mingdai lifted the pot lid and was very pleased to see the shiny mouse meat and thick broth. She added some radishes, stirred them in, and called out to Sister Huang outside, "Sister, it will take a little longer to be ready, so please ask everyone to wait." Sister Huang cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, if they get to eat meat, they wouldn't mind waiting all night." Mingdai sighed, thinking it was all due to being forced by poverty. Soon, a crowd gathered around the shelter area, including people from Lujiawan and others from nearby villages who came to see what was happening. Everyone was salivating, inhaling the delicious aroma in the air, and the sound of rumbling stomachs echoed in the makeshift area. Sister Huang announced that dinner would be ready soon, and no one disagreed. They washed their hands, found their bowls and chopsticks, and sat outside chatting, with no one wanting to go back and rest. The villagers from other areas felt a bit disappointed, hoping to sneak in for a meal, but they realized they had to wait. They didn't dare linger, fearing there wouldn't be any food left for them back in their own village. Half an hour later, it was completely dark. Mingdai turned on a flashlight and lifted the pot lid, and the aroma burst out, making everyone stand up and look towards the makeshift kitchen. Mingdai stirred the contents. The large pieces of radish had soaked up the broth and were very tender. She nodded to Sister Huang outside, who immediately tapped her metal basin. "Line up. Dinner is ready." In an instant, a neat line formed. Sister Huang swore she had never seen this group follow rules so well. Zhou Xinyan, who had been waiting, quickly extended his big bowl at the stove. Mingdai gave him the largest piece of field mouse meat and filled his bowl with radish slices. She didn't give him any mixed grain rice since he didn't like it. Instead, she would give him some warm red date buns later. Lu Lai Fu and Lu Lai Fa stood nearby, swallowing hard, and had no objections to Mingdai serving Zhou Xinyan first. Of course, his wife had said that being able to eat so much field mouse today was all thanks to the madman. The crowd, who thought they were too hungry, suddenly felt their stomachs growl again. A bowl of plain rice topped with large pieces of broth-soaked radish and half a piece of field mouse meat.
Wow.
In the past, who would have dared to imagine this? Even if one was lucky enough to catch a field mouse, it would usually just be roasted for the kids at home. No one would think of stir-frying it with so much oil. Not just the villagers, but even the educated youth were enchanted by the delicious smell. Sister Huang lit a bonfire outside, and everyone gathered around the fire to eat. Everyone cherishes the field mice, which have little meat. A gentle bite makes the meat fall off the bones, filling the mouth with a spicy and fragrant flavor. Mingdai steamed 6 red date buns, keeping one for herself and giving 5 to Zhou Xinyan. Watching Zhou Xinyan savor the bones of the field mouse, Mingdai gathered her courage to try a bite. It was a bit tough, and the taste was indeed like chicken. Because of winter, the fat was decent, but overall it still had a bit of a gamey flavor. She then tried the radish and found she liked it more. The spiciness was gone, leaving a slightly sweet aftertaste. It was different from the refreshing taste of mixed radish. It had a rich, meaty aroma that balanced the greasiness, which was quite nice. On the new youth side, Qi Jijun hesitated looking at the field mouse meat in the pot, but seeing Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Dai enjoying it made him tempted. In the end, he first picked up a piece of radish and put it in his mouth. A gentle bite released rich broth that washed over every taste bud. Wow, it's so delicious. His craving overcame his fear, and he took a big bite of the field mouse meat. Mingdai had cooked it for a long time to avoid bacteria, so the bones were soft. He easily finished half of the field mouse meat.
Wow.
So delicious. After finishing, he still wanted more. He mixed the remaining radish with rice, his eyes drifting toward the mountains. If only he could catch a few himself. Lu Yan was also very happy eating. Even in the capital, she rarely got to eat meat. At home, they saved the meat for her dad and brothers, so she could only taste it when washing the dishes. During the meal, everyone smiled and forgot about the hard work from earlier, feeling grateful that they came to repair the reservoir. While they enjoyed their meal, people from other villages in the shantytown were suffering. They had already finished their meal, which was watery and not filling. After a quick trip to the restroom, their stomachs were empty again. Normally, they could endure it, but with the whole camp smelling of meat, it was unbearable and they couldn't sleep. In the shanty of Shangwan village, Pan Shazi had swollen lips, and her face was bruised but starting to heal. He bit down on his pipe with his broken teeth, drawing in smoke as the glowing embers flickered in the darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. Gurgle, gurgle. A rumbling sound came from his stomach, and Pan jumped up, saying, "We're going to catch field mice tomorrow." Instantly, cheers erupted in the shelter. Others from the village shared the same idea and planned to catch field mice as well. Some people from Mingdai's side secretly approached her to join in. After discussing with Lu Guiqiang, they decided that only the four of them would go, so it wouldn't interfere with their work. The villagers were happy to have meat, and there were no strict demands, but Qi Jijun was a bit difficult. Mingdai looked at the two standing in front of the shelter, feeling speechless. "I already told you, it's just going to be the four of us tomorrow. You can wait for the food." Qi Jijun's face turned slightly red, but it was dark, so it wasn't noticeable. "We're all educated youth. Going together shows unity." Mingdai replied, "Qi Jijun, you're being narrow-minded. Who says educated youth can only unite with each other? We need to unite with the broader working community. We can't limit ourselves to just our small group." That was a heavy accusation, and Qi Jijun hurriedly explained, No, that's not what I meant. I just think you seem a bit disconnected from our group." Mingdai smirked. "Disconnected? Not at all. Qi Jijun, if you have a problem, you can report me to Captain Fang. After all, he is in charge of the educated youth point. Besides, I don't feel disconnected from the group. I've participated in every farming task and duty." Then she smiled slyly. "Oh, I just remembered. There is someone who didn't participate in the reservoir repair task. Now that's truly disconnecting from the group and avoiding responsibilities. Should I report that?" Qi Jijun immediately shook his head, knowing she was talking about Fang Rou. No, that doesn't count. Xiaoro was working. She was following the organization's arrangements, so it doesn't mean she's avoiding her duties." Mingdai scoffed. "Then why do you say I'm disconnected from the group?" Qi Jijun felt wronged, thinking it was because she benefited without sharing with the educated youth and instead involved the villagers. But he also knew that his reason didn't hold up, and after hesitating for a long time, he couldn't say anything clear. When Lu Yan heard this, she got anxious and retorted at Mingdai, "Ming, you're being unreasonable. How can you say that about Junge? He just cares about you and doesn't want you to go down the wrong path." Mingdai replied, "Sorry, I'm a bit disgusted. What did I say? Didn't he start by accusing me of being uncooperative? And you, what right do you have to speak for him? Are you two dating?" "Oh, I saw you both going into the woods this morning." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan blushed in the dark and shyly said, No, we haven't." The unfinished sentence sparked imagination, and Mingdai laughed in response. Oh, I understand. Qi Jijun reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Don't say nonsense. Lu and I are completely innocent. There's nothing between us. How could I like her?" "You misunderstood, Ming." His voice was sharp and loud, clear enough for Mingdai to hear, and even the nearby shanties caught his words. Lu Yan's shy smile froze. Being publicly rejected hurt her, and she covered her face and ran away in tears. Qi Jijun realized he had overreacted, swallowed hard, and hoarsely emphasized to Mingdai again, "Ming, I'm not in a relationship with her. It's just a pure friendship." Mingdai waved her hand dismissively. Okay, I get it. You're innocent. There's nothing between you. Now you can go. I want to sleep." Qi Jijun felt exhausted. He only wanted to catch some field mice for a meal, but he was misunderstood as having an improper relationship with Lu Yan. He lowered his head and walked toward his shanty, feeling a wave of dislike for Lu Yan. He knew she liked him. In the capital, there were many girls who revolved around him, given his good looks and family background, but how could he ever be interested in them? He wanted to marry Xiaoro. Only a good girl like Xiaoro was worthy of him. Mingdai watched him stride toward his shanty, completely unconcerned about Lu Yen running out, and she looked down on him. What a terrible man. He enjoys the care and compliments from the girl while not rejecting her, leading her on in such a disgusting way. Fortunately, Lu Yen returned soon. Her popularity isn't great. No one went to look for her when she ran out, and she came back out of fear. She's quite a character, quickly convincing herself to forgive the main culprit, Chi Ji-jun, while secretly resenting Ming Dai. If she had agreed right away, she wouldn't have been rejected by Brother Jun in front of everyone. Oh no, it's all her fault. Ming Dai, haha, a perfect match for a broken pot and lid. Please just lock them up. Ignoring it, Ming Dai finished washing up and got ready for bed. Zhou Xinian was already snuggled under the covers, engrossed in a comic book with a flashlight. Before long, Sister Huang returned, filled Ming Dai's foot basin with hot water, and started gossiping while washing her feet. Little Ming, do you know why Qi and Lu went into the small woods this morning?
Wow.
We have to admire the speed of gossip spreading. Ming Dai immediately got ready to listen. What was the reason? Sister Huang clicked her tongue. You know, Lu really likes Qi. This morning, when they were assigned tasks, Qi was given the job of hauling dirt with the villagers, but he didn't want to do it, claiming his shoulder was sore. Fong said it was a job for the boys, and they had to take turns, sore shoulder or not. Qi wanted to switch with someone else, but the other boys didn't agree. Lu felt sorry for him and immediately offered to switch. She would haul the cart while he shoveled dirt. At this point, Sister Huang laughed. Everyone knows her. She can't finish in half a day what others can do in one, and she often cries, making it seem like someone is bullying her. So, of course, Fong, as the team leader, disagreed. Hauling the cart is serious work. Lu cried and accused Fong of looking down on her and discriminating against female workers. Fong was amused and switched Kai to haul the cart, letting them both shovel dirt, specifically saying they should take the men's share to avoid Lu feeling disrespected. Haha, you don't know how upset she was back then. If he had been pulling the cart, he could have switched between pushing and pulling, giving his shoulders a chance to rest. He could have worked with the villagers and come back with an empty cart to rest again. Now he has to carry dirt, which is why his shoulder is swollen. It's probably even more swollen now. So, he wanted to switch back to pulling the cart, but Fong disagreed and made both of them carry dirt. Qi got angry and said Fong was targeting him. Fong didn't back down and said he was acting like a capitalist, trying to avoid his duties. This left Qi speechless, and he stormed off without even eating breakfast. Then Lu went after him with his breakfast. It's said that before coming, Lu traded for a lot of eggs, cooked them, and gave them all to Qi. Ming Dai realized, so they went to the small woods to have a private meal. Aunt Huang said mysteriously, "You're still young. You don't understand. Do you really need to go to the woods for a private meal? It's not a good thing. Just wait and see. Lu will have a hard time." Ming Dai remembered seeing Qi Ji-jun this morning, looking very angry, but he was the first to go into the small woods. She wondered if he was embarrassed to let others see him eating Lu's eggs, or if he was up to something inappropriate. If it was the latter, he would really be shameless, especially since he had just pushed Lu away so forcefully. Aunt Huang splashed some water, rinsed the basin, and while taking off her muddy pants, she said, "Anyway, neither of them is a good person. One is sneaky and the other is foolish. Just ignore them." Ming Dai smiled and replied, "Yes, they just came to ask me to catch field mice together, but I sent them away." "That's right. They want to catch field mice? Don't they have work tomorrow? Oh, what's this? Why is it so warm?" Ming Dai pulled back. "It's a salt water bottle, Auntie. Be careful not to break it. I filled it with hot water. It will keep warm for half the night." Aunt Huang was so touched she almost cried. "Little Ming, you are such a good person. Even my own sister isn't this thoughtful." Ming Dai smiled. "Haha, Auntie, let's go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." Aunt Huang wiped her face. Okay. Let's sleep now." Ming Dai turned to look at Zhou Xinian on the other side of the woodpile. "Zhou Xinian, it's time to sleep. Turn off the light, and we can look again tomorrow." Zhou Xinian obediently put away his comic book, crawled into bed, shifted around a bit, found a comfortable position, and turned off the flashlight. Just as Ming Dai was about to fall asleep, Zhou Xinyan suddenly spoke up, "I want to eat eggs." Ming Dai rolled her eyes in the dark. "So, after all this time, you only heard the word eggs." "We don't have eggs. Only salted duck eggs. You could have them tomorrow." Zhou Xinyan's voice sounded a bit upset. "Okay." Sister Huang, under the covers, sighed to herself. Crazy has such good luck, still getting salted duck eggs to eat. They all slept well that night. Zhou Xinyan slept well because Ming Dai added sleep-inducing herbs to his medicine, while Sister Huang slept well because Zhou Xinyan didn't suddenly appear again, plus she was tired from the day. When they woke up, Sister Huang went to boil water, and Ming Dai took out 5 steamed buns and 4 pieces of cake to steam on the small stove. Zhou Xinyan chose fried noodles, filled half a bowl for himself, and poured hot water from Sister Huang over it. Sister Huang was surprised when she saw that Crazy had also poured a portion for her. She knew he never allowed anyone to take his things, not even to look at them. Zhou Xinyan didn't look at her, placing his large tea mug on the counter and taking a piece of cake from the small stove, eating it along with the fried noodles. Ming Dai wiped her face and came over, offering her a piece of cake and a red date bun with chopsticks. "Sister, try this. I made it with red dates." Sister Huang was still staring blankly at the fried noodles when she saw the cake and bun being offered to her. She quickly waved her hands. "No, no, no, I can't take that." Ming Dai thought for a moment, glanced at Zhou Xinyan, who was already eating the red date bun, and leaned closer to Sister Huang, whispering, "Sister, are you about to have your time of the month?" Sister Huang looked at her in shock. "How did you know?" Ming Dai smiled. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation and inquiry, so I could tell. "Were you in a lot of pain a few days ago?" Sister Huang felt a bit shy since Ming Dai was still a young girl. "Yes, it was uncomfortable when it started, and I couldn't do anything." Ming Dai nodded, realizing this, and gave Sister Huang a saline bottle. "Sister, I put some brown sugar here for you. It's good for your health. When we get back, I'll find you some medicine to take a few times. It's just a small issue, but if not treated, it could get serious as you get older." Sister Huang was a bit startled but obediently accepted the steamed bun and cake. "Eat while it's hot. During this time, don't wash vegetables by the river." "Zhou Xinyan, and I will go. For that saline bottle, fill it with hot water morning and night, wrap it with a towel, and it will feel better on your stomach." Sister Huang blushed and agreed, thinking that little Ming was really like a skilled doctor, knowing her problems without even checking her pulse. She also felt that the girl was quite knowledgeable for her age, able to understand women's health issues. Thinking about the little girl, she guessed that Ming probably hadn't experienced much in life yet. She was right. Ming Dai really hadn't experienced much in this body, being only 14 years old. In this era, most girls started at 15 or 16, and those with poor nutrition might start at 17 or 18. During this time, she would take good care of herself, as turning 15 would be coming soon, and she needed to prepare. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the sky was getting bright. Lu Guoqiang also came over from his shelter, crossing his arms and calling out to Sister Huang. "I'm here." Sister Huang held a bundle of burlap sacks, while Ming Dai and Zhou Xinyan carried a basket, and the 4 of them walked through the morning mist toward the nearby hill. Ming Dai and the others got up very early. The distant sun was just beginning to rise. Zhou Xinyan looked at the new sun and then at Ming Dai's basket, thinking about the salted duck eggs inside. With the salted duck eggs motivating him, Zhou Xinyan was full of energy for work. Once out of the shelter area, he quickly grabbed Ming Dai and started running toward the hill. Lu Guoqiang and Sister Huang were startled and hurried to chase after them, but they could only see a silhouette that quickly disappeared along the path. Gasping for breath, the 2 exchanged a glance and continued running. By the time they reached the ground, Zhou Xinyan had already dug a hole and was busy catching field mice. Ming Dai waited for him to finish, then told him to go to the next hole while she and Sister Huang took care of the dead field mice and dug out the mouse holes. Zhou Xinyan has an extraordinary sharpness in this area. He rarely misses and no field mouse can escape his watchful eye. They either die under his shovel or are pinned down by his swift thrusts with a dagger. Ming Dai and the others only need to focus on digging. While they were working, they heard voices coming from others nearby. Ming Dai turned to look and saw people from Shangwan village, with the leader being Pan Xiazi, who had a bruised face. The group stood not far down the hill, watching secretly, too afraid to approach. Ming Dai ignored them and continued working. Pan Xiazi watched the group working hard, especially Ming Dai and the others who had already dug out half a bag of grain in no time, making him very envious.
Captain.
Let's go too. Someone urged impatiently. Pan Xiazi looked at the man on the swinging his shovel energetically and touched his still painful face. After a moment, he said, "Let's go directly to the lowland. There are more field mice there." So, the group hurriedly ran off. Ming Dai didn't mind their departure and continued digging. The field mice here were indeed greedy, with each hole containing at least 10 pounds of grain. Especially soybeans, likely because this area is close to wasteland, where most of the crops are soybeans. After finishing searching this hillside, Zhou Xinian stopped working and came over to find Ming Dai with a serious expression. Sister Huang and Lu Guoqiang looked at him, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, and shrank back without saying a word. Ming Dai calmly clapped her hands, took her basket, poured out some water, washed his hands, and then handed him a rolled pancake from her backpack. Zhou Xinian took it, his expression brightening. He still looked at the basket without moving, so Ming Dai took out a salted duck egg. "You can only eat one. It's too salty. Just take small bites with the pancake." Zhou Xinian nodded obediently, sitting on a nearby wooden stump with the oil paper-wrapped pancake. He gently tapped the salted duck egg on his forehead, rolled it, and skillfully peeled off the shell, revealing the white egg white. After taking a bite, the rich yolk oozed out, and he smiled in satisfaction. Ming Dai called the other two over. "Sister, Accountant Lu, come, let's have something to eat and take a break." Sister Huang and Accountant Lu both shook their heads, watching Ming Dai's white pancake and swallowing hard. Ming Dai divided the pancake into 3 pieces and said, "Come on, let's share it." After Ming Dai's repeated invitations, the two finally sat down, washed their hands, and each took small bites of the pancake, savoring it. The pancake was filled with small fish and green chili peppers, which were not spicy, but very fragrant. Combined with the fried fish, it was truly delicious. Sister Huang remarked again that coming out to repair the reservoir was definitely the right choice. Accountant Lu felt sympathy for Ming Dai, thinking that she must be using these tasty treats to keep the crazy person happy. She wondered if the young educated youth's father's retirement allowance was enough. Zhou Xinian had no such worries. He finished one pancake and naturally asked Ming Dai for a second. After finishing both pancakes, he poured himself some hot water and, without being told, went back to work. The 4 of them worked for another 2 hours, searching most of the mountain and finding nearly 40 mouse holes. They caught over 150 field mice, filling 2 large bags with grain. Seeing the sun, it was time to go back and cook. Zhou Xinian carried the bags and walked ahead quickly, while Ming Dai followed closely with her basket. Sister Huang and Lu Guoqiang brought up the rear, carrying the bags filled with dead field mice. This time, they took a route behind the shanty area, so the construction workers did not see them. The people of Lu Family Bay felt a bit down, wondering if they would get to eat meat today. When they reached the shanty, Zhou Xinian put the grain away and, along with Ming Dai, went to the riverbank to wash the cabbage. Sister Huang and Lu Guoqiang stayed at home to prepare the rice and boil some hot water. Ming Dai gave her a packet of dried to cook with. Today was even colder than yesterday, and the river water felt even more biting. Ming Dai helped cut off the cabbage roots while Zhou Xinian washed them. After washing a large basket of cabbage, their hands turned red. Back at the shanty, Ming Dai instructed Zhou Xinian to tear the cabbage leaves off and cut the stems into strips. She took the leftover field mouse meat from last night, chopped it up, and made it into a meat sauce. Once the rice was cooked, Ming Dai began to stir-fry. She first made a quick dish with the cabbage stems, adding vinegar, Sichuan pepper, and dried chili peppers. It was fragrant and crunchy, making everyone's appetite grow. Scoop out the vegetables without scrubbing the pot. Just add water and bring it to a boil. Then, toss in the torn cabbage leaves and blanch them for a while. Grab a handful of the mixed grains provided by the commune and stir them in. The soup will thicken. Finally, add the freshly chopped meat and stir it in. A pot of cabbage and meat soup is ready. After work, everyone rushed over excitedly. Mingdai and the others had already prepared 2 large basins of hot water. Everyone scrubbed the dirt off their hands and washed them in the hot water, feeling refreshed. Each person received a serving of tea, but this time it was much less. Everyone was puzzled, and Sister Huang explained that there was cabbage and meat soup today, which got everyone excited. They lined up to get a bowl of hot soup. Although the meat was not visible, the floating oil and the occasional bits of meat that appeared on their lips caused cheers. I found meat. It's as big as my pinky nail. I found some too. It's as big as my thumbnail. Laughter filled the makeshift area in Lijiawan, contrasting with the somber atmosphere in other villages. After finishing the soup, there was rice and sweet and sour cabbage. Many people looked curiously at Mingdai, who was squatting by the stove eating. How come the cabbage cooked by Xiaoming tastes so good, while my wife's tastes like pig food? A nearby aunt teased, "Oh, Ludisheng, wait until I tell Gui Xiang when I get home. Let's see if she doesn't twist your ear." The man quickly turned around. "I didn't say anything. You heard wrong." Everyone burst into laughter. Sister Huang looked happily at the half-bag of field mice. She planned to finish gathering the remaining small part of the hill in the afternoon and freeze all the field mice to see if she could save 1 or 2 to take back for her kids, Taidan and Godin, to try. The 2 kids would definitely love it. After lunch, the 4 of them took a sack and a shovel to finish searching the remaining part of the hillside. This time, they found only 12 mouse holes, but unexpectedly discovered 2 hibernating snakes. Mingdai checked and confirmed they were non-venomous, so Zhou Xinian chopped off their heads and brought them back. On the way back, it was still early. Mingdai asked Sister Huang to stay home and sort the grains they had collected while she, Zhou Xinian, and Lu Guiqiang went to the riverbank to process the field mice while no one was around. A total of 180 field mice, along with 2 thin snakes, looked quite impressive when laid out. Zhou Xinian didn't complain this time. He took a military knife and started skinning them. After a few, he got much faster. Lu Guiqiang was in charge of chopping off the limbs, head, and tail, while Mingdai handled the cleaning. Just as they were about to finish, Mingdai spotted some people from Xiwan village. They were carrying dead field mice, about a dozen in total, but they looked quite squished. Mingdai squinted. She remembered they were heading towards the low-lying area that Sister Huang had mentioned, which was near the fields of Xiaohua village. She hoped they were smart enough to fill in the holes they had dug, as digging for field mice requires deep pits. However, the pits they dug on the mountain had all been filled back in. They chose to squat nearby to clean the mice, and Mingdai noticed they only washed the mice and skinned them, but didn't chop off the tails, heads, or limbs. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up to remind them, field mice can carry bacteria. It's best to chop off the head, limbs, and tail before eating, empty the insides, and drain the blood. You should cook them for at least an hour. After saying this, she turned and left with the 2 others, ignoring the stunned looks from the people of Xiwan village. Once they were gone, the people from Xiaowan village began to discuss. Do we really need to remove the head? There's hardly any meat as it is, and removing the head leaves even less. An hour of cooking? That will use up so much firewood. The leading man frowned. It's fine. Didn't they eat some yesterday? They all seem fine today. Even more energetic. We just need to clean them. What bacteria could there be? They're just worried we'll finish digging up all the field mice. The others agreed, thinking the people from Lijiaban were just being selfish and didn't want them to get all the mice. One clever person even picked up the heads and tails of the field mice that Mingdai and the others had left by the river, planning to stew them all together. Mingdai thought, it's really hard to give good advice to stubborn people. Back at the shelter, Mingdai took Zhou Xinian to gather some fresh pine branches. At the entrance of the shelter, they built a smoking rack and neatly arranged the cleaned field mice. They lit the pine branches and began to smoke the meat, which would not only help it last longer, but also enhance its flavor. Let the pine branches burn by themselves. Lu Guoqiang went to handle the accounts, while Ming Dai, along with Sister Huang and Zhou Xinian, began sorting the grains they had harvested over the past 2 days. Seeing a good amount of soybeans, Ming Dai planned to grow some bean sprouts to improve their meals. In the evening, Ming Dai steamed rice and stir-fried some radish slices. Although everyone was disappointed that there was no meat today, they felt reassured looking at the dried mice on the grill. In a shed in Woburn village, a large pot was boiling with field mouse meat, and the numerous mouse heads inside made people shudder. Pan Xiaozi frowned at the unpleasant smell. Why does it smell off? The cook stirred with a spatula and replied, I don't know, I just followed the recipe for chicken. I heard from the people in Lijiaban that field mice taste like chicken. Pan Xiaozi nodded. He had asked around, and it was indeed true. Well, no matter how it smelled, it was still meat, and it shouldn't taste bad, right? In reality, it might taste bad. When Pan Xiaozi took a bite of the field mouse meat, a strong, unpleasant odor hit his throat, and he couldn't help but gag. Why does it taste so bad? He looked at the others in disbelief. They had similar expressions of disgust. These were his trusted companions, as field mice were hard to catch, and not everyone could have a share. So, he only called his close relatives, while the others waited outside, eating stone rice and cursing him. Pan Xiaozi stubbornly tore off another piece, but it still tasted terrible. Holding back his nausea, he swallowed it down. It was really not good. Thinking about how they had spent all day in Xiaohua village, battling the wind to catch just a few field mice, only to find it tasted so bad made him furious.
What are you looking at? Eat.
In a bad mood, he shouted at those around him and stubbornly finished a whole field mouse. The others found it so disgusting that they quietly tossed theirs into the fire, except for the 4 who had gone to catch the mice with him. They couldn't bear to waste the fruits of their hard work and forced themselves to eat one each. But no one had the courage to go for a second one, not even Pan Xiaozi. A few people sat in silence for a while, and Pan Xia waved his hand helplessly, saying, Let's just bury it. Everyone immediately got up, carried the pot, and quietly went outside to dig a hole to bury it. That night, the people of Shangwan village had a restless sleep. Pan Xia and the others wondered, Why is it? It's all the same meat. Why does ours taste so bad? The other villagers of Shangwan village cursed Pan Xia, saying, You think you're special, don't you? You won't get away with this. Your food is nothing compared to the people of Lijiaban. Oh, we want to eat field mouse meat too. Perhaps their curses came true. In the middle of the night, the shanty area of Shangwan village became chaotic, with torches being lit and cries of distress heard. Eventually, the nearby militia was alerted, and the situation calmed down. The next morning, Ming Dai learned that 5 people from Shangwan village had severe vomiting and diarrhea, leading to dehydration. They were rushed to the county hospital for emergency care, and their condition was still unknown. Ming Dai knew they must not have listened to her advice. There was no way to blame anyone else. They brought this on themselves. When they returned, it was already a week later. The 5 looked noticeably thin and weak, clearly unable to work. As expected, Pan Xia asked the others to take turns helping the sick, but not only did the villagers of Shangwan disagree, the leaders of the construction site also refused, with Lu Guoqiang outright denying them work hours. Pan Xia was furious but helpless, so he decided to rest for 2 days and return to work when he could. Before they could fully recover, the people from Xiaohua village came to them. Their fields had been dug up with large holes everywhere, clearly made by digging for field mice. In fact, they were not angry about the digging. They were grateful since it helped eliminate pests. However, they were upset that the digging was done without filling the holes back in, which was unfair. They first approached Lijiaban with a strong attitude, demanding to take people to fill the holes. But when they saw Zhou Xinian, they immediately quieted down and politely asked if they wanted to dig for field mice again, as they had another piece of land in the east. Ming Dai found it amusing and directly said it wasn't them digging in the fields, and informed them about the location of the shanty area in Xiaoan village. Soon, these people politely thanked others and headed aggressively towards the shacks in Xiaoan village with shovels in hand. As a result, the 5 who hadn't fully rested were taken to the fields to fill in holes. They returned with colds and were unable to work. Except for the team leader, Pan Xiaozi. Everyone else was sent away without receiving a single penny. While Mingdai watched the commotion, she also thought about food. After sorting all the grains, Mingdai sprouted soybeans and mung beans. The method for sprouting beans is simple. Just maintain the right moisture and temperature. Mingdai set up a simple earthen bed in the shack and placed 2 large baskets of soybeans and mung beans on it. In a week, the bean sprouts would be ready to eat. Both stir-fried bean sprouts and bean sprout soup were very popular with everyone. Mingdai also decided to sprout some peanuts and occasionally stir-fry them for a change in flavor. Everyone was very happy. Compared to the stone rice of previous years, this year's meals were like night and day. Moreover, everyone could eat 2 hearty meals a day. If it weren't for the tiring work, everyone would have gained some weight, which was something unimaginable in past winters. Everyone adapted well, except for the new educated youth. Day or night, you could often hear a few cries from Lu Yan, earning her the nickname Meng Jiangnu. However, she only dared to cry a little when Song Lanlan was not around. Otherwise, Song Lanlan would always make her cry even louder. Qi Jijun had also become increasingly silent. The pampered young man, who had never worked hard, found it very tiring to husk corn and chop cabbage in Lijiabao. He didn't expect that compared to repairing the reservoir it was like a light drizzle. Even with Lu Yan occasionally helping him, he struggled, and his shoulder was swollen and painful to the touch. He spent money to have someone deliver letters to the commune, hoping Fong Ro would come to see him. Even just for comfort, he felt he could hold on. However, Fong Ro never came, not even a single reply to his letters. All his hopes sank without a trace. Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Dai continued to slack off as usual, often warned about money being deducted, and eventually decided to give up altogether. Only Kai Mingcheng and the silly sister Qin Fongfong worked hard, and they were fully accepted by the villagers and the old educated youth. Meanwhile, Fong Ro, who was on Qi Jijun's mind, was standing in the office of the commune's elementary school. She looked at the letter sent from the capital. Instead of urging her to return, it encouraged her to stay in the countryside and participate seriously in her tasks. She didn't expect the decline of the Fong and Qi families to come so soon. In her previous life, because she and Qi Jijun were still in the capital, the elders probably didn't tell them about this. However, everything is different now. She wouldn't rush to the countryside and become the abandoned woman she was in her past life. She would become the wife of a wealthy man and stand at the top with her loved one. As for the letter from Qi Jijun, she certainly received it. Starting with longing, then moving to heartfelt pleas, and finally becoming frantic, Fong Ro smiled as she read it. Brother Jijun, the pain I experienced in my past life will be returned to you 1,000 times over. Besides cooking daily meals, Mingdai began to roam the nearby mountains with Shou Xinian. They usually chose to set off at night and returned home at noon to cook. Sometimes, if they went far, they prepared the food in advance so that it could be heated up the next day. That day, their target was a deep mountain in the distance. Setting off at midnight, Zhou Xinian's long legs took him 2 meters with each stride, while Mingdai, squeezed under his arm, envied his long legs as she wobbled her short ones. By dawn, they arrived at their destination. This mountain, Dakingshan, was the highest in the area, and it should have springs. Part of the reservoir's water also came from here. Rubbing her face, which had stiffened in the cold wind, they headed up the mountain. Mingdai had discovered a new way to use the treasure hunting feature, allowing her to set categories for the treasures based on her thoughts. For example, if she set her targets as food and medicine, once they entered the mountain, all edible plants and medicinal herbs came into view. Especially the medicinal materials. Dakingshan was like a treasure trove. In her previous life, the herbs she sought were abundant here. Today, their goal was to find ginseng. After setting the target, the entire mountain began to break down in her view, and slowly, some light points started to appear in the forest. After confirming their location, they headed towards the brightest and densest spot. Ming Dai led the way, while Zhou Xinyan cleared the path and kept watch for safety. Not only were there wolf packs here, but Ming Dai also spotted 2 northeast tigers, unsure if they were male and female. The morning fog in the mountains was thick, making everything damp. After a while, Ming Dai was exhausted. It wasn't that she lacked stamina. She was just small, and the thick layer of decaying plants made it easy for her to stumble. To make it easier, Zhou Xinyan carried her on his back. Being carried by Zhou Xinyan felt strange to Ming Dai. She felt a mix of resistance and shyness, as no one had ever carried her like this before. She had never breathed air from someone over 6 feet tall. However, after a brief awkwardness, Ming Dai began to complain that Zhou Xinyan was too thin, and his bones were digging into her, wondering where all the food he ate went. Without the extra weight, Zhou Xinyan moved much faster, quickly finding the area near the light. As they cleared away the layers of decaying matter, a large patch of ginseng forest was revealed. Ming Dai's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "We hit the jackpot. Look at this one. Oh, 200 years old. And that one, 500 years old." Ming Dai thought about how she had desperately sought after this ginseng at the herbal medicine conference, offering a fortune but couldn't find any. And now, here it was. A whole patch. Oh my. It's all here. We have to take it all. She was so tempted that she couldn't bear to leave any behind, so she simply packed up the entire small hill and stored it in her space. Fortunately, there was plenty of land in her space, and a small patch of ginseng was placed in front of her little villa, which made Ming Dai very happy. After securing the ginseng, Ming Dai was full of energy and directed Zhou Xinyan to the next location. There was another patch of ginseng here, not smaller than the previous one. Ming Dai didn't take everything. She only dug up the older ones and left the smaller ones behind. Zhou Xinyan watched Ming Dai carefully brushing the ground with a small brush and didn't quite understand. After looking for a while, he took out the pine nut candy she had made for him and ate while keeping watch. When Ming Dai dug up a ginseng root that was over 500 years old, her heart was trembling. This thing is practically unseen in later generations. The century-old wild ginseng available on the market is either passed down through families or falsely cultivated. Looking at the adorable ginseng doll that already resembled a person, Ming Dai's smile nearly reached her ears. Zhou Xinyan, chewing on candy, watched Ming Dai with a look of fascination. With a quick move, he snatched the ginseng doll from her hands. Ming Dai blinked, and suddenly the ginseng doll was gone. When she looked up, she saw Zhou Xinyan bringing the ginseng doll towards his mouth. Ming Dai gasped, her heart racing. She jumped onto Zhou Xinyan and quickly put her hand at his mouth just before he could swallow the ginseng doll, blocking him completely.
Zhou Xinyan.
Ming Dai carefully examined the ginseng doll, relieved that it wasn't damaged at all. After checking, she cautiously moved it into her space, planning to prepare it later when she had time. Once it was safely stored, she glared at Zhou Xinyan, who was leaning against a tree, gagging. She had been too excited and accidentally put her finger in his throat, and now he was teary-eyed and silently complaining about her actions. Ming Dai, frustrated, looked up and scolded him. "Am I short on food? Am I hiding something delicious from you? Why are you so quick to eat anything? This is medicine. Do you know that? Your body is weak right now. If you eat this, it could be dangerous for you." Zhou Xinyan still didn't understand. He just thought that since Ming Dai liked it, it must be delicious, and he wanted to try just a bite. Who knew Ming Dai would end up poking his throat?
Ugh.
Ming Dai sighed and tried again. "You can't eat this right now, do you understand? If you do, you won't be able to enjoy pine nut candy, roasted chestnuts, lamb soup, roasted leg of lamb, and more." Zhou Xinyan's eyes widened, and he instantly jumped back, putting several meters of distance between himself and the ginseng doll on the ground. Ming Dai looked at Zhou Xinyan, who had jumped onto a tree branch in the distance, watching her with a wary expression, feeling quite speechless. "Forget it, you can stay up there. I'll finish digging up the remaining ginseng, and then I'll take you to find some wild chickens, okay?" Zhou Xinyan didn't respond, and Ming Dai continued to dig without paying him any mind. After about 10 minutes, a voice came from the tree above. "I want sheep, not chickens." Ming Dai's small brush shook in her hand as she looked at Zhou Xinyan, who had jumped closer to her. It was frustrating. Even though sheep are delicious, you can't eat them all the time. Well, she decided to listen to him since she had already made him lose his voice. Without Zhou Xinyan causing trouble and with the help of her special abilities, Ming Dai quickly collected all the ginseng that was over 200 years old nearby. After observing for a while and realizing that the ginseng wouldn't attack, Zhou Xinyan jumped down and happily enjoyed the throat lozenge Ming Dai had given him. The two spent the entire day digging up ginseng, and Ming Dai felt quite tense, deciding it was best to come back another time. Before leaving, Ming Dai found a herd of wild sheep. She led Zhou Xinyan over, and without needing any instructions from her, he placed her up in a tree and stealthily approached the wild goats in the forest. Ming Dai touched the old locust tree beneath her, seriously suspecting that Zhou Xinyan was doing this on purpose. Fortunately, the branches were sparse, and since she was crouching, she avoided another embarrassing moment. The tree was tall, providing a clear view of the hunting scene in the distance. Since she had a backup supply of sheep in her special space, Ming Dai told Zhou Xinyan that he didn't need to catch all of them alive. Dead ones would work too. They could be stored safely without affecting the taste. After stunning most of the sheep, Zhou Xinyan was still spotted by some of the others, causing the remaining sheep to bleat and flee. Zhou Xinyan drew his military knife, taking down each sheep one by one within minutes. He strode over and reached out to Ming Dai in the tree. Looking at his thin but determined face beneath the red scarf, she jumped down without thinking. Fortunately, Zhou Xinyan was quick and caught her securely, carrying her toward the sheep. "Hurry up!" Zhou Xinyan urged Ming Dai for the first time. Without asking anything, she quickly stored all 20 sheep into her space. After the last sheep disappeared, Zhou Xinyan grabbed Ming Dai by the back of her neck and lifted her onto his back, rushing down the mountain. Ming Dai leaned back instinctively, quickly holding onto his shoulders with both hands and locking her legs around his waist. She ducked to avoid the branches as they hurried down the mountain. After running for a while, Zhou Xinyan suddenly started climbing trees, jumping between them using vines. Several times they almost fell. Ming Dai, scared but excited, held onto his shoulders tightly, wanting to sing a song about Tarzan. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, Zhou Xinyan slowed down. In the distance, a tiger's roar echoed through the forest. "Tiger. Who? Who is it? Which rascal stole my winter food supply?" Ming Dai and the breathless Zhou Xinyan exchanged a glance and laughed happily. They returned to their shelter just in time for dinner. Sister Huang had prepared everything: mixed flour pancakes and stir-fried mung bean sprouts. The dough was ready, and Ming Dai directly placed the pancakes in the pan, making 2 for each person, solid and delicious. The mung bean sprouts were even simpler. Vinegar and dried chili were the key. Within an hour, the meal was ready. Sister Huang cheerfully served the food, showing no interest in the basket they brought back. Ming Dai was very pleased. Understanding people are always the easiest to get along with. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Ming Dai took out several bright red persimmons from the basket, all perfectly ripe and nearly eaten by birds. She decided to pick them all, storing about 300 in her space. Sister Huang, already familiar with Ming Dai's character, accepted them without hesitation and took a bite. "Sweeter than honey. Sister, my mom will definitely send frozen pears and persimmons before the new year. I'll share half with you." Ming Dai happily nodded. Eating frozen pears and persimmons on the Kong is a great way to cool down. Then she thought, "Sister, where is your family from?" Sister Huang pointed to the mountain they visited today. "Just behind that mountain is my family home, in a valley. It's poor there, and I was lucky to marry out. My mother, father, brother, and younger brother will spend their lives in that mountain. There are tigers in the mountains, so we have to go in groups with guns. Otherwise, we can't go out. That's why I can only see my mother once a year, during the new year." As she spoke, she became a bit sad. Life in the mountains is tough. We can't grow much in the rocky soil, and we rely on the forest to survive. There are plenty of fruits, but we can't transport them. My younger brother is 26 and still hasn't found a wife. Mingdai thought about the big green mountain they visited today. It was indeed vast and showed no signs of human activity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found so many ginseng roots. It seemed she should thank those two tigers, otherwise, she wouldn't have dug up so many ginseng. Sister, things will definitely get better in the future. Maybe one day they'll build a road, and you can go home by yourself. Sister Huang, with her cheerful personality, nodded eagerly. If they really build a road, I could go home at least once a month. Not to mention, I could definitely eat meat at home. You should come with me. Let me tell you, do you know about roe deer? They may look silly, but their meat is delicious. And sheep, I remember when I was a child, I could eat lamb once a year during the new year. Unlike here, where I hardly see any sheep droppings. And also, Mingdai listened happily, feeling that her childhood was much more interesting. Zhou Xinian perked up his ears, remembering silly roe deer. So delicious. The next day, Mingdai and Zhou Xinian didn't wake up early to go out. Instead, after breakfast and saying goodbye to Sister Huang, they walked towards the nearby mountain. After cutting some firewood, they entered the space. Last night, Mingdai had put the live lambs together and stored the deceased ones in the warehouse. Today, they needed to take care of them all. Most of the live ones were ewes and lambs. Zhou Xinian and Mingdai washed them with rose-scented shower gel, then put them together with the previous flock. After giving them fresh, tender grass, the sheep quickly adapted, eating while basking in the sun. Outside the villa, Mingdai took the remaining 7 sheep that had been killed from the storage and placed them in the yard. Zhou Xinian skillfully hung them on the slaughtering rack to drain the blood and skin them. Mingdai helped with the processing, sorting, and storing the meat properly. They didn't discard the sheep's blood or offal. Last time, the offal soup amazed Zhou Xinian, so he eagerly handled all the edible parts. Mingdai put the sheepskins back in storage to be tanned later. Mingdai chose a large leg of lamb to marinate, planning to roast it over charcoal when they had time. They had enjoyed the last roasted leg so much that they couldn't get enough. After finishing everything, they took a hot shower, making sure to avoid rose-scented body wash to prevent attracting suspicion. Afterward, they gathered firewood to return just in time to prepare lunch. Mingdai cooked extra dishes for dinner so they could stay outside until noon the next day. Aunt Huang still didn't say much, only reminding her to be careful. The others had no objections. If it weren't for the young volunteer, they wouldn't have so many varied dishes. Besides, she was out gathering herbs, and Aunt Huang mentioned that next year their village would have its own doctor. This was crucial for Lu Jiawan, the village farthest from the commune clinic. One aunt wiped her tears, recalling how her youngest son had died from a fever, saying that if they had come a little earlier, he could have been saved. So everyone accepted the two's frequent trips into the mountains, even helping to dry the herbs she brought back. Only the new young volunteer had objections, especially Lu Yen, who subtly encouraged others to report Mingdai. Without Aunt Huang needing to step in, the others defended Mingdai, making Lu Yen cry. Mingdai reciprocated by preparing preventive herbal soup for everyone every week. As a result, during this reservoir repair task, no one in Lu Jiawan caught a cold or fever, while other villages had a few cases. The people of Lu Jiawan were getting stronger and more energetic. This made everyone admire and appreciate the young volunteer even more. After lunch, Mingdai and Zhou Xinian set off again, heading toward the mountain they had visited yesterday. Mingdai's main goal was still ginseng, but this time she also aimed to identify valuable herbs, collecting many rare medicinal plants along the way. Especially the Heishou Wu and Ganoderma, these two are rare medicinal herbs, and Mingdai found a few places where they grow. What's even more valuable is that she found several wooden stumps with parasitic Ganoderma attached, and she brought the stumps into her space as well. They had a fruitful journey, but Zhou Xinian was not very satisfied. These were not things he could eat, and they smelled quite bad. Seeing his low spirits, Mingdai asked him what he wanted, and Zhou Xinian blurted out, "Silly roe deer." "Mingdai, Why are you so sensitive about food? So they went into the mountains to find a group of silly roe deer, planning to start a second farming venture. True to their nature, the silly roe deer didn't make Ming-Dai hide. She just had to follow behind. Even when she couldn't catch up, the silly roe deer would turn back to find her, their wet eyes seeming to ask, "Why didn't you keep up?" What could Ming-Dai do? She could only bring them into her space. In total, they collected 23 silly roe deer without much effort. While washing them, Zhou Xinyan worriedly asked Ming-Dai, "If they are so silly, will eating them make me like them?" After Ming-Dai shook her head, he happily brushed their fur. So next to the sheep, there was now a group of silly roe deer, all contentedly staying in their pen after eating the fresh grass. Zhou Xinyan observed the roe deer, determined to pick the tastiest one. "Ming-Dai, I need to look through my cookbook carefully." The two of them returned home satisfied, unaware that soon after, angry tiger roars echoed through the mountains. "Tiger? Who? Who is it? Which rascal stole my backup food supply?" In the following days, whenever she had time, Ming-Dai ran to the mountains, collecting a large amount of medicinal herbs to store in the warehouse for later processing in winter. Zhou Xinyan also joyfully gathered various edible items. They even dug up several fruit trees and planted them in their space. Fortunately, the terrain of the space was under her control, allowing her to change its size as needed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had enough room for all these things. To feed the sheep and the silly deer, Ming-Dai planted a large area of grass in the open space, creating a small meadow. Behind it, she set up 2 movable sheep pens, allowing them to graze on one patch before moving to another. By the time they had nearly finished exploring the nearby mountains, the first snow arrived, and their time for building the reservoir was coming to an end. The snow fell during the night. The next day, when Ming-Dai woke up, she noticed it was particularly bright outside. When she stepped out, she saw that it had snowed. Winter here is straightforward. The first snowfall was heavy, covering half of her legs. Listening to the work bell ringing outside, Ming-Dai felt a bit worried, as such weather often leads to accidents. Soon, someone came to clear the snow, and Ming-Dai recognized it was Lu Guiqiang. "Accountant Lu, stop shoveling and come inside to warm up." Lu Guiqiang replied, breathing out white mist, "I'll finish up quickly so you can come and go easily." Ming-Dai didn't say much more and started a fire to heat water, knowing everyone would need something warm to drink today. As the fire crackled, Ming-Dai suddenly realized she hadn't seen Zhou Xinyan. Usually, whenever she got up, he would follow. She walked around the firewood pile and found Zhou Xinyan still lying in bed, awake but staring at the ceiling. "Zhou Xinyan, why aren't you getting up?" His hair had grown long and stood up straight, just like him, very determined. A neatly folded red scarf lay beside him, contrasting sharply with the patched gray blanket. "It's snowing, so I'm not getting up." Ming-Dai shook her head with a smile. "Just because it's snowing doesn't mean you can stay in bed. Get up. You can't use that as an excuse." Zhou Xinyan looked at her with his clear eyes and said, "Seriously, it's snowing, so I'm not getting up." Ming-Dai was taken aback by his sincere gaze and asked, "Why not?" He stared at the dark ceiling and softly replied, "It's snowing. There's nothing to eat. If I stay in bed and sleep, I won't be hungry." His voice was quiet, but Ming-Dai felt as if her heart had been struck hard, and tears immediately fell from her eyes. The winter in Haisheng, with its continuous heavy snow. Zhou Xinyan had been here for 3 years. On every snowy day, does he quietly lie on the bed, feeling hunger and cold slowly consume him? Is that why he values food so much and always remembers to protect it? When he eats, does he try to consume everything in one go? His severe gastritis must have developed from such circumstances, right? Ming-Dai can't imagine what that must feel like. She sniffed, wiped away her tears, and held back her sobs without saying a word as she turned and left. She lit the small stove, set up the pot, and took out her little bottle of oil and seasoning jar. She poured the oil, then went to the back to grab 5 wild chicken eggs and a handful of noodles. Aunt Huang had just finished washing up and was about to speak when she saw Ming-Dai with red eyes. "Little Ming, what's wrong?" Aunt Huang was a bit worried. Why did she look so upset after just a short time apart? Mingdai shook her head and remained silent as the oil heated up, then began cracking the eggs into the pot. Sizzle. The hot oil enveloped the egg mixture, creating delicate sunflowers in a symphony of sizzling sounds. Aunt Huang watched in disbelief as Mingdai cracked 5 eggs into the pot all at once. Her mother-in-law often called her wasteful, but she hadn't seen what true wastefulness looked like. Behind the woodpile, Zhou Xinyan perked up his ears and sniffed lightly. The familiar sizzling sound and aroma left him a bit confused. It's snowing. How can there still be food? Once the eggs turned golden brown, Mingdai scooped boiling water from the large pot and added it to the small stove. After a few moments of boiling, the poached eggs floated in the milky broth like 5 little goldfish swimming playfully. Very cute. The aroma was already wafting through the air, and Zhou Xinyan sniffed, placing his hand on his stomach. After a night, it had already sunken in, waiting for new food to fill it. The distinct noodles fell into the pot, and Aunt Huang swallowed hard. That handful of noodles must weigh a pound. Did she really just put it all in at once? Oh my! Look, I'm really not a wasteful daughter-in-law. Mingdai diligently prepared the meal, wanting to show Zhou Xinyan that even with snow, one can still have a hearty meal. The noodles floated and sank, and soon, a pot of delicious noodles was ready. Mingdai picked some garlic sprouts she had grown, chopped them finely, and sprinkled them into the soup. The white broth, the pale noodles, the golden fried eggs, and the vibrant green garlic sprouts made Sister Huang's mouth water uncontrollably. Just then, Mingdai took out a small bottle, and as she opened it, Sister Huang couldn't help but swallow hard. A few drops of sesame oil fell into the pot, instantly elevating the entire dish. Lu Guoqiang was also drawn in by the aroma, staring in amazement at the pot full of noodles. Little Ming, is this really happening? Mingdai was very pleased. She found Zhou Xinyan's bowl, filled it with a generous portion of noodles, added all the fried eggs, and ladled in some soup. Satisfied with the bowl of noodles, she carried it to the back of the shed. On the ground, Zhou Xinyan was still lying down, his brow furrowed as if he was facing a difficult problem. Mingdai freed a hand to turn on the emergency light beside him, instantly brightening the small shed. Zhou Xinyan quietly watched Mingdai as she held the steaming bowl of food. Mingdai bent down so he could see inside the bowl, revealing a layer of golden fried eggs. In the next moment, a rumble from his stomach echoed, and Zhou Xinyan swallowed hard. Mingdai looked at him gently and softly said, "Zhou Xinyan, it's snowing. Time to get up, there's food to eat." Zhou Xinyan stared at her, watching as her face became blurred by the steam. He sat up and reached out to touch the outside of the bowl. The hot temperature made his fingertips tremble slightly. Slowly, Mingdai handed him the bowl. Zhou Xinyan held it up and took a moment to truly appreciate the delicious aroma wafting towards him. A feeling of joy surged in his chest, bursting forth from his throat and filling his mouth, bringing a smile to his face. Mingdai handed him chopsticks and gently said, "Eat up." Then she turned and walked out. Zhou Xinyan focused as he picked up his chopsticks and carefully took a bite of the fried egg. The familiar taste of egg filled his mouth, and he couldn't stop eating, taking bite after bite until he finished the last bit of soup. It was snowing, time to get up, and there was food to eat. On the first snowy day, with Mingdai by his side, Zhou Xinyan remembered this phrase. Mingdai stood behind a pile of firewood, listening to the sound of him slurping noodles, tears falling silently. She knew she was losing control of her emotions, but she felt very sad and heartbroken. Sister Huang looked worriedly into the shelter, unsure of what was happening, but she felt she shouldn't go over. After a while, Mingdai came out. Although her eyes were still red, her face was full of smiles. "Sister, Accountant Liu, quick, grab a bowl. The noodles in the pot are going to stick." Sister Huang and Accountant Liu were surprised that there was food for them too and waved their hands in embarrassment. Usually, they would settle for some dry rations, but they really couldn't accept such a generous gift of noodles. Mingdai shook her head with a smile. "It's snowing today, and I'm happy." I'm treating you both. Please join me for a bowl of noodles to celebrate." She then went to get bowls for the three of them. Sister Huang looked at the still falling snowflakes, not quite understanding why there was anything to celebrate about the snow. However, that day's noodles would be remembered by the two for a long time, something they would cherish every winter. When the three of them sat down to eat, Zhou Xinian came out holding a bowl. Mingdai slurped her noodles and looked at him, her eyes sparkling. "We've finished the noodles. Do you want some soup?" Zhou Xinian nodded obediently and poured all the soup from the small pot into his bowl. Then he squeezed in beside Mingdai, sipping the soup while watching the fire in the stove. Sister Huang watched the two of them, unable to help but smile. Despite the obvious height difference, they looked so good together. It was quite strange. That day, Mingdai treated Zhou Xinian to various snacks, peeling roasted chestnuts and placing them in a small bowl for him. She also heated a small pot of corn dumplings and steamed cakes, placing them beside him for him to take as he pleased. A large bag of pine nut candy was given to him without any advice on moderation. Zhou Xinian happily followed Mingdai, feeling that nothing was happier than a snowy day. So much food. I hope it snows tomorrow. I want it to snow every day. Seeing the happiness replace the emptiness in Zhou Xinian's eyes, Mingdai sighed in relief. She took out the charcoal they had saved earlier, found a leaking enamel basin, and laid a layer of charcoal to light it. She filled a pot with water, added a pack of dried and 2 pieces of fresh, boiled it on high heat for 20 minutes, then transferred it to a large jar. Once the heat was adjusted, Zhou Xinian held the jar. Lu Guoqiang carried the charcoal basin, and Sister Huang and Mingdai brought a stack of bowls and a ladle, heading into the wind and snow towards the construction site. The cold wind blew fiercely, and the snowflakes danced in the air, reluctant to fall to the ground. The snow on the ground was thick, crunching underfoot. Mingdai walked steadily, matching Zhou Xinian's pace, moving forward step by step. Soon, they arrived at the construction site. The snow made work much harder, and everyone hunched their shoulders, shivering as they shoveled dirt in the snow. With each scoop, it was half dirt and half snow, quickly turning into mud. Sister Huang struggled to see through the snow and finally spotted the figures of the people from Lu Jiaoan.
"Hey,
Everyone, stop working and come have some hot tea." Lu Laifu, shoveling dirt and slipping with each step, vaguely heard his wife's voice. He looked around and indeed saw 4 figures coming against the wind and snow. "Lianhua is here. My Lianhua is here. Everyone stop. She brought us hot tea." Hearing this, the people from Lu Jiaoan immediately put down their tools and gathered around. Sister Huang glared at the man whose hair was white with snow, feeling furious.
you silly man.
"Where's your hat? It's freezing. Are you trying to freeze your head off?" Lu Laifu shrank his neck in response. "Well, that new young man, Kai, has frostbite on his ears and face." I felt sorry for him. Sister Huang noticed Kai Mingcheng, who had come over wearing her husband's sheepskin hat. Kai Mingcheng immediately apologized. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I'll return this to my brother right away." Sister Huang looked at his red nose and pale face, sighed, and stopped him from taking off his hat. "Don't take it off. The sudden change in temperature will make you catch a cold." Kai Mingcheng nodded with red eyes. Lu Guoqiang asked everyone to line up to get tea. Mingdai had Zhou Xinian place the clay pot in the charcoal basin, lifted the lid, and a wave of steam burst out, quickly dissipating in the cold air. Holding the steaming tea in their hands, everyone sighed in comfort before even taking a sip. It felt so good. As they took a sip, the warmth spread to their stomachs, making their whole bodies feel warm. What could be more comforting than a bowl of hot tea in the freezing cold? Soon, the entire pot of tea was finished, and the brave workers from Lijiabian returned to the battle against the wind and snow with their tools. Amidst the envy of others, the 4 of them walked back with the pot. Sister Huang reached the shelter, pulled out a red spare headscarf from her bundle, and hurried off to the worksite. Before long, the second man wearing a red headscarf from Lijiabian appeared. Thinking about the weather outside, Mingdai took out the dried herbs, measured them, and put them back in the pot to reheat. With Zhou Xinian, She dug out the radish cellar covered in snow, pulled out the radishes, and cleaned off the dirt with the snow before washing them with warm water. In the pot, Sister Huang cooked a pot of rice with the little bit of broken rice she had. Ming Dai, on the small stove, stir-fried the frozen cabbage she had prepared earlier, making 3 small pots before finishing, adding oil 3 times. Fortunately, they would be able to go back in 2 days, just in time to use everything up. The rice was cooked and placed in a large iron basin, covered, and the vegetables were kept warm on the small stove. Ming Dai started making radish soup. She heated some oil in a pot, added chopped peanuts to fry until fragrant, then added shredded radish and stir-fried for a bit before adding water to boil. Once the radish softened, she dropped in a large bowl of dough pieces. This was the last of their mixed grain flour, perfect for finishing up. A big fire blazed, steam rolled up, and soon a pot of radish soup was ready. Ming Dai put out the remaining fire and took 3 people to gather firewood for other shelters. Each shelter had a campfire lit, quickly warming the area and turning the small shelters into cozy havens in the cold. When the work bell rang, Ming Dai brought out the food, and people started lining up. She and Sister Huang worked together. One served rice, and the other served vegetables, quickly filling everyone's bowls with steaming food. After getting their meals, the people returned to their shelters, greeted by a wave of warmth. Everyone sat around the fire, enjoying rice with pickled cabbage, feeling very satisfied. A thin, dark man reminisced, "I can't remember the year, but when we were digging the reservoir, there was just as much snow. We ate outside, and snowflakes fell into our bowls. By the time we could eat, the rice was frozen. We had to warm it with our mouths before swallowing. I never imagined we could have today, sitting by the fire with hot food." This story was shared by the author's grandmother, recounting her experiences digging canals in her time. "I still can't imagine how hard life was back then. The canal in my hometown, which can accommodate cargo ships, was dug by hand. They often went hungry, and at night, they would sneak into bean fields to eat raw beans, too afraid to cook them." Those who experienced those years nodded in agreement, thanking the 4 cooks once again. Seeing that everyone had eaten enough, Ming Dai ladled the radish soup into a bucket and distributed a bowl to each shelter. After finishing their meals and having another bowl of soup, the people of Lijiabian felt ready to work for another 2 hours. As work time approached, Ming Dai served everyone a bowl of medicinal soup, warming them up. By the end of the day, others from different villages were either too tired to continue or had fallen ill from the cold. Only the people of Lijiabian gathered around the warm fire, enjoying bean sprout soup and laughing happily. In the evening, Ming Dai sorted the remaining public grain and discussed breakfast plans for the next 2 days with Sister Huang. Sister Huang was surprised to see so much grain left and happily agreed, stating that their family would never allow public grain to be taken for personal use. The next morning, the people of Lijiawan each had a bowl of thick grain porridge, paired with pickled garlic, and finished it quickly before heading off to work with their tools in high spirits. The other villagers looked at them and thought they were quite strange. Ming Dai managed everything well. By the last 2 days, all the food was gone, including the radishes, cabbage, lard, and salt, making the most of what they had. What worried everyone the most was the field mice meat. Instead of eating it, they decided to share it and take it home. With 60 people in Lijiawan, each took 2 pieces, leaving 2 pieces for Lu Guiqiang to give to Zhou Xinian, and everyone agreed, without objection. After Lu Guiqiang confirmed the count, he recorded it, and Ming Dai completed her final tasks. The next morning, everyone began packing their bags. Ming Dai had the most items. She had several bags of dried herbs and a good amount of charcoal. The familiar sound of hooves echoed as the bear-like Lu Sanyi reappeared in their sight. Before arriving, Lu Sanyi was quite anxious. With the snow this year, he wondered how the people of Lijiawan were managing. How many could still move around? Would his cart be able to carry everything? When he reached the camp and saw everyone, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Why was everyone smiling? In previous years, they would cry when they saw the horse cart. Just then, he heard cries coming from the nearby village's shelter area. Lu Sanyi thought, is this the normal process? What happened to you all? Unfortunately, no one answered him. Everyone was eager to go home. They hurriedly filled the cart, and Lu Guiqiang, noticing Lu Sanyi's dazed expression, reminded him, Grandpa San, you are leaving. Only then did Lu Sanyi snap back to reality, instinctively turning the horse around and looking at the full cart in surprise. Did you save so much this year? Didn't you finish everything? Lu Guiqiang smiled. That's not leftover food. It's the herbs collected by Xiaoming. Lu Sanyi looked at the cart and exclaimed, Wow, are all those bags filled with herbs? But wait, how did Xiaoming gather herbs? Lu Guiqiang patiently explained, with Lu Sanyi occasionally gasping in surprise. Finally, he touched his loose tooth and said, Isn't it better to fix it, Xiaomingzi? Lu Guiqiang shook his head with a smile. You can ask her when she starts practicing medicine. But Uncle San, your front tooth doesn't stop you from eating and drinking, so why fix it? Uncle San glared at him, annoyed. It was because the villagers no longer called him Old Bachelor Uncle or Old Bachelor Grandpa, but instead Gap-Toothed Uncle and Gap-Toothed Grandpa. How unpleasant. He still wanted to be called Old Bachelor. Because the road was slippery, they left in the morning and only got home in the afternoon. Lu Jiawan was beautifully covered in snow, with smoke rising from chimneys at dusk, creating a lovely scene. As soon as they entered the village, the children playing in the snow spotted them.
Dad. Mom.
Big brother. The sweet voices of children woke the quiet village. The small courtyard door opened to welcome the family returning from the snow. The big Kong inside was already warm, and everyone was bustling about, checking on each other's health and asking if the past month of work was hard and if they had enough to eat. Those returning shared how this year was different from previous ones, talking about all the delicious food they had during this time, making the little ones drool and nibble on their fingers. When 2 field mice were brought out, all the village children cheered, and some families had delicious roasted mice for dinner that night. The young intellectuals walked back in silence, as no one was there to warm their Kong or welcome them home. Uncle San happily escorted Ming Dai and her companion to their back door, waiting until they unloaded everything before leaving. Ming Dai gave him one of the field mice she received, saying, Uncle San, when you get home, just add a bit of oil and roast it until both sides are golden brown. Uncle San was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gift, grinning widely, revealing 2 gaps where his front teeth used to be, and he looked very happy. Once inside, Zhou Xinian took the initiative to move things into the cellar and gathered firewood to start a fire. After boiling a pot of water, they cleaned the house inside and out, as it had gathered quite a bit of dust over the month. Once everything was done, it was dark outside. She locked the door and took Zhou Xian to the space. After entering the house, she decided to take a nice bath. After changing inside and out, she put on a comfortable cotton pajamas and found that Zhou Xian was already working on the grass. Ming Dai went to the kitchen and saw that the lamb soup she had secretly cooked last night was ready. She took out the noodles she had made earlier from the storage and prepared 4 servings. She would eat 1, and Zhou Xian would eat 3. After they finished eating, she happily sat on the sofa for a while. Feeling sleepy, she reminded Zhou Xian, who was reading comics, to remember to take his medicine before heading upstairs with a yawn. Zhou Xian obediently finished his medicine, which was a bit bitter this time, as Ming Dai had given him a new prescription. He rewarded himself with 2 pieces of chocolate to mask the bitterness before washing up and going to bed. While they comfortably drifted into dreams, the youth center in the front yard was filled with tension. Qi Jijun was completely overwhelmed. All he could think about was seeing Fong Ro soon. Unfortunately, he was met with the cold, iron lock. Fong Ro was not home. In his cold inner world, Qi Jijun felt trapped, while the new youth exchanged glances, feeling a bit melancholic. The kitchen was in Fong Ro's room, and without her, how could they cook? Lu Yan slyly poked fun. Oh, did Fong not remember we were coming back today, and didn't rush back from the commune? But I remember during our meeting, Captain Fong specifically emphasized the return time, and she was there. Lu Dai scoffed. I think she did it on purpose. Acting like a spoiled, rich girl. Deliberately avoiding re-education for the lower-class farmers. Zhang Xiaojun, tired and hungry, saw that the old youth had already started a fire to cook. He glanced at Kai Mingqing, who was looking down. "Hey, Kai Mingqing, go ask if we can join them for a meal today." Kai Mingqing stiffened slightly when called, glancing awkwardly at the noisy kitchen but didn't dare refuse, nodding in agreement. Qin Fongfong cheerfully said, "I'll go help with cooking." Kai Mingqing smiled gratefully at her. The two walked to the door and explained the situation to Fong Mingyang, who was warming himself by the fire in the kitchen. Fong Mingyang was taken aback when he heard that Fong Ro was not there, then frowned. He didn't want any problems at the youth station. The previous group was an example of that, always showing off, which ultimately caused trouble for the youth. However, Fong Ro was clearly not someone who would obey. "We don't need to share meals. You can wait until we're done using the stove to cook," she said. Kai Mingqing nodded repeatedly and quickly ran out to find the new youth. Qin Fongfong glanced at the water tank and noticed there wasn't much water left. She picked up a yoke and carried 2 iron buckets outside. Song Lanlan sat at the stove, adding firewood, and watched Qin Fongfong's figure in the distance. She scoffed, "Look, there's only one reliable newcomer. The rest are full of tricks." Chun Er-hong, who was adding flour to the pot, paused for a moment but said nothing, though a hint of sarcasm flashed in her lowered eyes. "What are you worth? Just a troublemaker." That evening, everyone finished their meal with a bowl of thin porridge. The new youth also cooked a pot of watery porridge while they ate, just enough to fill their stomachs. Chi Jijun looked tired, sipping from his bowl with little enthusiasm, clearly still affected by Fong Ro's harsh words. Everyone was exhausted from the day and wanted to rest early. The older youth boiled water first to soak their feet before bed. As night fell, Song Lamlin's sharp voice rang out in the front yard. "Who took my hot water? Can't you boil your own? I worked hard to prepare it, and now it's all gone. Whoever took it, return it immediately." Song Lamlin was furious. She had specifically not shared the first pot of hot water with others, thinking she could wash up a bit. But when she returned to her room, the hot water was completely gone. Now, with her hair disheveled, she stood in the yard, shouting angrily at the new youth's house. Inside, Chi Jijun frowned, looking at the basin of hot water at his feet, realizing it belonged to Song Lanlan, and he felt even more resentment towards Liu Yan, who had brought the hot water. He had thought it was her own. He never expected it was that troublesome Song Lanlan's. Outside, Song Lanlan glared at the new youth who had come out, and besides Chi Jijun and Liu Yan, everyone else was there. Liu Yan just realized that the person who secretly took the hot water in the young women's dormitory was Chi Jijun. Without waiting for Chi Jijun to react, Song Lanlan kicked open his door and saw him sitting by the Kong, soaking his feet. Looking at the large pot of hot water mostly in Chi Jijun's basin, she was furious. At first, when the new young people arrived, she thought he was a decent guy from the capital with a good background, and she considered getting close to him to see if she could use him to return to the city. Later, she discovered he was just a paper tiger, easily manipulated by Fong Ro, and he didn't even realize it. His family had only sent one package, and there was no other news. He even went to help with the reservoir but did as much work as anyone else. He was less capable than Fong Ro. Now, seeing him steal her hot water, Song Lanlan didn't hold back. She went up and knocked over his basin. Water splashed everywhere, soaking his cotton shoes that were by the Kong. He wouldn't be able to wear them this winter. Song Lanlan kicked the empty basin that rolled to her feet, and it crashed against the wall. With her hands on her hips, she pointed at Chi Jijun and scolded him, using many words that shouldn't be written. Coming from the capital. Huh? Don't you have any shame? Can't you heat your own water? Why steal from others? Chi Jijun, feeling angry from her scolding, saw others coming to watch and, with his bare feet showing, lowered his voice to scold her back. I'll buy it from you. Shut up. Readers, please show your support by clicking on the bookshelf. Love you all. As soon as Song Lanlan heard Chi Jijun wanted to buy her hot water, she stopped making a fuss. She glanced outside and sent the onlookers away. With a clever idea, she extended one hand, palm up, toward Chi Jijun sitting on the Kong, and boldly said 1 yuan. Hurry up and give it to me, or I'll report you for stealing hot water. 1 yuan. Chi Jijun was furious. This woman was taking advantage of the situation. But to save face, he pulled a yuan from his pocket and threw it to her. Song Lanlon looked at the stack of cash he took out, swallowed hard, and suddenly felt a bit regretful. Did she give up on him too soon? He seemed to be wealthy. Chi Jijun, however, was extremely annoyed with her and gritted his teeth, saying, "Can you leave now?" Song Lanlon quickly glanced around his room, paying extra attention to the radio. What good is money if you still have to go work in the fields? She pretended to be dismissive, snorted, and turned to leave. As she turned her back, she tried to twist her waist in a way that might catch his attention again. If Mingdai saw this, she would definitely give her a thumbs up. How did she manage that? Wearing bulky cotton pants and a coat, she could still pull off such difficult moves. She must have some talent. Song Lanlon walked away, swaying her hips happily as she returned to the kitchen to boil water again. In the female youth's room, Lu Yan also breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Junge didn't reveal her name. Otherwise, Song Lanlon would have made her face red with embarrassment. Junge really did have feelings for her. His earlier public rejection must have been because Mingdai was too straightforward and he felt shy. Once the youth center became quiet again, Lu Yan quietly crept to Chi Jijun's room. She didn't dare to go in and stood at the open door, peeking inside. Chi Jijun was trembling with anger from Song Lanlon, sitting on the heated bed with his bare feet hanging down, water all over the floor, and his feet were bright red from the cold. Lu Yan was startled by his expression and shrank back, saying pitifully, "Junge, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that was the water Song Lanlon boiled. I thought it was Qin Fangfang's." Lu Yan was also very angry. She had seen the older youth take the first pot of hot water, so she felt safe to get a second pot. Who knew Song Lanlon had boiled the second pot herself? If she had known it was hers, she wouldn't have dared to touch it. Chi Jijun was now equally annoyed with her and coldly said, "So the hot water you brought me before was also boiled by Qin Zayith?" Lu Yan was caught off guard and didn't know how to explain, stammering and unable to speak. Chi Jijun was exhausted, veins throbbing on his forehead. He stepped into his soaked cotton shoes and walked to the door. "Lu Jiqing, I'm going to sleep now." With that, she slammed the door shut in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan shivered from the shock, staring at the closed door, feeling like crying. In the kitchen, Song Lanlon scooped out the last of the water from the tank to boil it again, leaving Qin Fangfang, who was waiting to boil water, looking confused. She looked at the empty tank, rubbed her sore shoulders, and wondered why the water was gone again. Fortunately, Kai Mingcheng came in quietly and said, "I'll go get water. You keep an eye on the fire so it doesn't go out." They didn't even have matches. If the fire went out, they would have to borrow from the old youth. Better to avoid trouble. Qin Fangfang nodded repeatedly, and in the end, the two of them worked together to boil a big pot of water to share with Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Dai. Lu Yan, feeling guilty, didn't wash her feet and went straight to bed, her cold feet only warmed up in the middle of the night. The youth station finally calmed down, everyone lying on the warm kong, feeling the soreness gradually creep up their limbs, slowly drifting into sleep. The next day, Mingdai slept in and woke up just before 10 o'clock. Going downstairs and not seeing Zhou Xinian, she walked to the small grass field at the back and found him there. The slender young man wore a simple white shirt and black pants, sitting on a wooden railing, gazing affectionately at the silly deer grazing in the distance, smiling warmly. If you ignored his occasional throat movements and swallowing, the scene might have been even more beautiful. Mingdai approached and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Zhou Xinian nodded. "I heated up some lamb soup and had pancakes." Eating well in the morning, he certainly didn't skimp on himself. Mingdai looked at the silly deer that had come over curiously because of her arrival and thought, "Let's catch one for lunch and have fried deer meat." Zhou Xinian jumped up and dashed towards the deer, quickly catching the one he had been eyeing. The silly deer froze in fear, carried away from the group, blinking its big, watery eyes, still not understanding what was happening, before being excitedly hung up by Zhou Xinian. While he was busy, Ming Dai went back to wash up and have breakfast. Soon, Zhou Xinian came in carrying a large basket of prepared roe deer meat. He picked out 2 thick legs, and the rest was moved to the storage for preservation. He was asked to cut the leg meat into strips about 1 finger wide and 3 fingers long for later use. Checking the time, she soaked the meat in running water. Then she and Zhou Xinian changed their clothes and stepped out into the space. Ming Dai felt that since she had come to the countryside, she had been busy and had no time to tend to the uncultivated land in the space. Now, aside from a small patch of grass and some trees around the villa, nothing had been planted in the uncultivated land. Ming Dai planned to use the next 2 months before the new year to plant some vegetables. She intended to go to Aunt Huang's house to get some chives and vegetable seeds. As she was about to leave, Zhou Xinian put on his neatly folded red scarf, tied it into a perfect bow in front of the mirror, looked around with satisfaction, and then finally stepped out, leaving Ming Dai waiting to lock the door feeling speechless. Outside, the snow had stopped, and every household had cleared a small path at their door for people to come and go. Ming Dai then remembered that they hadn't woken up early to clear the snow. Looking at the rooftops of other houses, they were all clean, and the youth station had also cleared the snow. Ming Dai thought they would need to clear the snow from their roof and path when they returned, as even though it was a tiled roof, they were still worried about it collapsing. On the way, she mostly saw children playing in the snow, their little faces red and noses running, but they were having so much fun that they didn't want to go home. When they saw the 2 of them, especially Zhou Xinian with his signature red scarf, they immediately ran away. They soon arrived at the team leader's house, and from a distance, they could hear her shouting, "You wasteful daughter-in-law! Why did you use so much oil? Are you trying to waste it all?"
What?
Xiaoming's daughter said to use more oil for it to taste better. "All right then, but only this once. If you use this much oil again, I'll twist your ears." Ming Dai didn't expect to overhear her own gossip and felt a bit helpless. As she walked through the wooden door, she knocked and said, "Auntie, it's Ming Dai. I'm here to visit." Before Aunt Huang in the kitchen could respond, a cheerful sound of footsteps and excited shouts rushed over. "Xiaoming's aunt is here. Xiaoming's aunt is here." Then there was the sound of the wooden bolt being pulled out, and the door opened. Dog Dan's flushed little face appeared, his bright eyes looking at her, while Iron Egg stood behind him, shyly watching Ming Dai smile. Before Ming Dai could speak, Zhou Xinian slipped in through the door, pushing past Dog Dan and heading towards the stable in the yard. Dog Dan, pushed aside, covered his mouth and stayed quiet, while Iron Egg shrank his neck and looked sympathetically at his uncle, who was feeding the horses. Lu Laifa was chopping up the dried grass he had prepared for the horses in the autumn. He turned and saw the boy staring at him and the basket of grass without blinking. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze, they both froze. Ming Dai patted Dog Dan's sheepskin hat and gave each of them a piece of fruit candy. "Here, eat this."
Candy.
Dog Dan excitedly took it, opened it, and popped it into his mouth. Iron Egg showed his little teeth and said thank you. The 2 of them told Aunt Huang they were going out to play, and soon they were out of sight. Aunt Huang cheerfully approached. "Little Ming's girl, come, come, sit on the warm kong." Ming Dai waved her hand. "No, Auntie, I came to ask if you have some chive roots. I remember you said you saved some." Aunt Huang nodded with a smile. Yes, it's all in the cellar. Do you need it now? It's better to plant in spring." Ming Dai nodded. "Auntie, I want to see if I can plant it in winter. My dad used to plant indoors in winter." Aunt Huang was surprised. "You can grow it in winter?" Ming Dai smiled and replied, "Yes, if you put it in a basket filled with soil and control the temperature and humidity, it can grow. I'll try it first, and if it works, I'll teach you." Aunt Huang exclaimed in wonder. "This is the first time I've heard of it. If it works, we won't just have to eat cabbage in winter." After saying this, she invited Ming Dai to check the cellar with her. Ming Dai glanced at Zhou Xinian by the stable, who seemed to be playing well with Lu Laifa, and followed her down with ease. Lu Laifa trembled as he chopped the grass, too scared to stop, silently shouting, "Mom, help me." Unfortunately, Aunt Huang was happily showing Ming Dai around her cellar and didn't notice her little son's eyes were about to pop out. Zhou Xinian was busy putting freshly cut hay into the stable, working in perfect harmony. He would cut a handful and then place it in the stable, while the horse was focused on eating. Whenever it stopped chewing, Zhou Xinian would glare at it, making it nervously grind its teeth. Watching the hardworking pair, Zhou Xinian smiled with satisfaction. In the cellar, Aunt Huang lit an oil lamp, and Ming Dai's eyes widened at the sight of so many vegetables. Aunt Huang proudly pointed to the mountain of vegetables, saying, "Little Ming, see if there's anything you like. I'll pack some for you." Ming Dai gave Aunt Huang a thumbs up, saying, "You really know how to live. When will you finish all these vegetables?" Aunt Huang beamed with joy from the compliment. "We'll eat these until spring. We rely on these vegetables to get through winter and early spring. Don't be fooled by how much there is now. We have a big family and need to send some to my family in the mountains. They have little land and can barely grow enough food, so we share what we can. I'm not bragging, but no other family has as many vegetables as we do. I even dug up the backyard to plant more. Thankfully, we don't raise chickens. Otherwise, they would have been eaten long ago." Ming Dai was about to ask, "Aunt, I've always wanted to know, why don't we raise pigs here? You have chickens, but not many, and your family doesn't raise them either." Aunt Huang sighed while peeling the roots of the leeks. "If you had come earlier, you would have seen. We used to raise chickens and pigs. Each family could keep up to 5 chickens, and it was easier to raise pigs here. A hardworking family could keep 2 or 3 pigs and sell one before the new year. Our village even had a pig farm with 23 pigs of all sizes, and I was in charge of cooking their feed. Unfortunately, later on, the commune had a pig disease and pigs from nearby villages got infected too." Aunt Huang's voice trembled as she spoke. At the beginning, 2 pigs died right away. They had diarrhea that wouldn't stop. The county's veterinary station was too busy to send anyone. My husband and I took a cart to the county to get help, but another pig died on the way. When we arrived at the veterinary station, we learned that several nearby communes had pigs infected with swine fever, and there was no cure. The vet told us to take the remaining pigs back and isolate them, hoping to save a few. Unfortunately, it was too late. All of them died, and it broke our hearts. The sick pigs were taken away by the county for burial. They said we couldn't eat them, or it would be dangerous. It was such a waste. They were all meat." Ming Dai nodded in agreement. "You really can't eat them." Aunt Huang sighed. "We were so upset. We raised these pigs on credit from the commune, and now that they are gone, we still owe money. Your uncle, the village leader, has turned gray from worry. Fortunately, we've been able to pay back some of it over the past couple of years. The commune understands, but now our village has to participate in tasks like repairing the reservoir every year, which means less money for us. Life has become quite tight. As for the chickens, many died after the swine fever, and everyone was afraid of wasting food by raising them. We decided not to keep any because we didn't want your uncle to feel sad seeing the chickens remind him of the pigs." After hearing this, Ming Dai understood why the village was poorer than she had imagined. They still had debts to pay. Aunt Huang dug out a basket of chives, wrapped in straw to protect them from the cold. That's why everyone in the countryside wants to move to the city. If a family has a relative in the city, their status seems higher.
Why?
Because they have stable jobs and don't rely on the weather for food. The old lady behind our village has a daughter who married in the county and even found her grandson a temporary job. Young women from nearby villages are eager to meet him just because he has a job in the county. Even a temporary job is better than the hard work in the village. Ming Dai nodded. It's the same in the city. Having a job makes it easier to find a partner.
We don't think about that.
We can't read or write, and I heard that jobs in the city require tests. We're planning to send Tai-Dan to the commune's primary school for 2 years to see if he can find a job in the city later. We hope to improve our situation so your uncle stops saying I gave him 3 useless children. Haha. Ming Dai watched Aunt Huang laughing heartily and felt that she was truly optimistic. She always liked people like her, who were like little rays of sunshine, and she especially disliked those who wallowed in self-pity. Tai-Dan and Go-Dan are both smart, School won't be a problem for them, Mingdai said. Aunt Huang, while rummaging through the sack for potatoes, laughed and replied, haha, I hope so. Just don't be like their father, who can't do anything right. As they chatted, they picked vegetables, potatoes, sweet potatoes, shepherd's purse, and old pumpkins, along with some dried vegetables, filling 2 large sacks. Zhou Xinyan carried them without complaining, even though they were dirty with mud. Mingdai thanked her repeatedly, and in the end, she was firmly handed a large winter melon before leaving the captain's yard. Once they left, Lu Laifa sighed in relief, shaking his sore hands. He was drenched from the back, having been watched by a madman while cutting grass. Finally gone. I thought the horse would collapse, he exclaimed. Mingdai was so focused on chatting that she didn't notice Zhou Xinyan was up to mischief again. With a serious face, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the sack on his shoulder. She tried to cheer him up by describing various delicious foods as they walked home. When they passed the youth station, Chen Erhong and Fong Mingyang happened to come out to fetch water and looked at them with envy as they carried their load. Mingdai nodded in greeting and ran after Zhou Xinyan, who had long legs. Chen Erhong tucked her hair behind her ear and quietly said, Mingdai seems to be getting close to the captain's family. Fong Mingyang frowned at this. He had heard that a youth from the nearby Sanli mountain commune had returned to the city, and the recommendation was stamped by their captain. Once home, Mingdai first helped Zhou Xinyan clear the snow off the roof. After stating her request, Zhou Xinyan quickly climbed up the wall, grabbed a long branch from outside the yard, and poked it at the eaves. Snow fell like a waterfall, landing on Mingdai unexpectedly. She quickly jumped away from the eaves and pointed at Zhou Xinyan's innocent face on the wall, threatening, if you pull any more tricks, you won't get any good food at lunch. Last time, when Zhou Xinyan had put her up in a locust tree, she realized he had turned mischievous and would tease her. He definitely did that on purpose. Thinking about the silly roe deer meat in their space, Zhou Xinyan quickly learned his lesson and said in a low voice, you move aside. When Mingdai hid inside the house, she continued to poke through the snow on the roof, just enough to cover the spot where she had been standing. Mingdai thought, he really knows that the snow could fall and hit her. I won't need to add licorice to the medicine tonight. Let it be bitter for him. Zhou Xinyan was happily playing in the snow, completely unaware that he would have to drink the bitter soup again that evening. After clearing the snow from the roof and tidying up the yard and the small path outside, Mingdai entered the space with the things she received from Zhou Xinyan and Aunt Huang. After changing her clothes, she went to the kitchen and checked the deer meat soaking in the sink, which had turned pink, with most of the bloody smell gone. Mingdai nodded in satisfaction, took it out, squeezed out the excess water, and set it aside for later. Zhou Xinyan happily ate the yogurt bowl Mingdai made for him on the sofa, crunching on nuts. Mingdai sliced a piece of old and a large green onion, added salt and cooking wine, and mixed it with the meat strips to marinate for 15 minutes. She poured some cooked soybean oil into a bowl, added equal parts sweet potato starch and flour, and finally mixed in 2 spoons of pepper powder. To ensure the outer layer would be crispy and not soggy, she didn't add water to the batter, but instead used a small amount of beer and added 2 egg yolks. This would make the fried meat taste the best. After preparing the batter, she went to the storage room to bring back a large bucket of soybean oil, pouring half of it into the pot to heat. Once the oil was hot enough, she removed the onion from the meat strips, placed the meat in the bowl, and coated it evenly with the batter. Sizzle. The familiar sound of cooking drew Zhou Xinyan over. He curiously watched as Mingdai placed the batter-coated meat strips into the hot oil, causing small bubbles to rise. As she stirred with long chopsticks, the light yellow meat strips turned golden brown, and the delicious aroma wafted from the pot, filling the room. Zhou Xinyan slowed down his chewing, watching as the golden meat strips were taken out and placed in a bowl to drain the oil. Impatient, he reached out to grab one. Smack! Mingdai quickly tapped his hand with the chopsticks and, meeting his pleading gaze, said, hot. Wait a bit longer. They need to be fried again. Go play for a while. Zhou Xinyan didn't want to leave. He stood by with a bowl, spooning yogurt into his mouth while watching Mingdai's chopsticks closely as they moved with the meat strips. After frying a large bowl of meat strips, a small mountain formed in the bowl. Ming-Dai fried them again, making the meat strips darker and smell even better. When the first batch was ready, Ming-Dai placed it on a small plate and handed it to the eager Zhou Xinian. Take your chopsticks and eat at the dining table, but be careful not to burn yourself. Zhou Xinian nodded quickly, holding the plate and walking lightly. Since the snow day incident, she understood Zhou Xinian's protective behavior around food better. She also started to adjust some of his habits to prevent him from overeating. After all the meat strips were fried, Ming-Dai tried one. The outer layer was crispy, and the meat was tender, different from the fried pork she usually made. It had a chewier texture and was fragrant with the aroma of Sichuan pepper, delicious but not greasy. For lunch, they enjoyed the fried meat with pickled radish, which was both satisfying and refreshing. Zhou Xinian was very pleased and suggested they have this for dinner as well. Ming-Dai happily agreed, as there was still plenty left in the storage for several meals. After resting for a while after lunch, they stayed inside to work. Ming-Dai organized the items Aunt Huang gave her, planning to start seedlings in their space. Chives were easy to grow. She just needed to prepare the roots. While she worked on that, she asked Zhou Xinian to fetch a basin of water, adding some sugar to dissolve, and soaked the chive roots for a bit. Then, taking Zhou Xinian with her, she collected some wood ash from the kitchen to bring into their space. Wood ash could be used as fertilizer, rich in potassium, which helps plants grow faster and produce more. It also acts as a pesticide, making it one of the easiest fertilizers and pest controls to obtain. While the chive roots soaked, she and Zhou Xinian picked out sprouting potatoes, teaching him to cut them into pieces, ensuring each piece had a small sprout, then rolling them in the wood ash to coat evenly. Sweet potatoes were simpler. They just needed to select some large ones and plant them directly in the ground, and later they could propagate using the sweet potato vines. She planned to cultivate the other seeds first because she didn't recognize them. The small paper bags given by Sister Huang had no labels, so she couldn't tell what seeds they were. She decided to wait until they sprouted. To be safe, she went to the storage room and took some labeled seeds, including common ones like tomatoes, cucumbers, bok choy, and spinach. She also grabbed seeds for watermelons, strawberries, cantaloupes, and honeydew melons, planning to plant them all so she wouldn't have to worry about vegetables and fruits in the future. Once outside the villa, she saw that the fruit trees she had transplanted were also growing well, so she wouldn't lack for fruit either. Having a planting space was wonderful. After discussing a bright future with Zhou Xinian, his eyes lit up and he quickly moved a bunch of farming tools from the storage room. Unfortunately, there were no farming machines in the storage, so they had to rely on manual labor. However, because Ming-Dai's drawings were inspiring, Zhou Xinian was very motivated. He dug the ground vigorously, moving much faster than Ming-Dai, who felt like a weakling in comparison. In the end, Ming-Dai gave up on digging and used a shovel to sprinkle wood ash on the ground Zhou Xinian had prepared. Then, she arranged the soil into rows according to the types of plants they would grow. By the end of the afternoon, they had dug up all the land they needed to plant. Ming-Dai took the chive roots and neatly arranged them in the holes they had dug. She held the chive roots while Zhou Xinian filled the holes with soil. After a while, Ming-Dai felt like her back would break, while Zhou Xinian seemed completely fine, making her realize how big the difference between people could be. Once the chives were planted, they moved on to the others. They buried potato pieces, covered in wood ash, in pairs on the soil rows. Sweet potatoes were even simpler. They just needed to be buried in a half-meter long, 1-meter wide space, waiting for them to sprout. Next was the seedling work. She and Zhou Xinian divided a large piece of land into over 30 sections, separated by soil ridges. They evenly scattered the seeds and wrote the names on paper, attaching them to small sticks placed at the ends of the rows to avoid forgetting what they were later. Finally, Ming-Dai connected a water hose and watered all the plants according to their needs, successfully planting everything. She and Zhou Xinian sat on the grass, looking at the dark soil, smiling happily and eagerly anticipating the green filling the entire field. In the evening, to reward their hard work from today, and because she was too tired to cook, they had hot pot for dinner. Zhou Xinian was taking medicine, and they enjoyed a mushroom soup hot pot made with fresh ingredients from the warehouse, which made them very happy. If it weren't for Zhou Xinian having to drink bitter soup again that night, he would have thought today was perfect. Both of them were exhausted. After boiling some hot water to let the chimney smoke, they returned to the space to take a bath before going to bed. The next day, when Mingdai woke up, her muscles were sore, and her bones were creaking, which felt quite refreshing. She realized she needed to exercise more. In contrast, Zhou Xinian felt fine. After breakfast, he started cleaning the small pasture, throwing the waste into the fermentation pit, and using a military knife to shear the sheep. Seeing the freshly shorn sheep, Mingdai touched her nose, recalling that she had mentioned using the wool to knit sweaters. Watching Zhou Xinian's swift movements and the frightened, stiff sheep, Mingdai secretly raised the temperature in the sheep pen. "Sorry, little sheep, this is all I can do for you." The silly deer nearby watched curiously, shaking the white fur on its backside. "Good thing our fur is short." Just as Mingdai and Zhou Xinian were busy in the space, Feng Rou returned. The heavy snow announced that the Black Province officially entered winter, and the commune's elementary school also began its holiday. Feng Rou had been staying in a house in the county for the past 2 days. She had some money and secretly took several items from home before leaving, making it easy to rent a place in the county. She was coming to work at the commune, so the team issued her a long-term pass, allowing her to stay in the county without worrying about inspections. Therefore, she mostly lived in the county for the month and was quite comfortable. However, her organizational ties were still in Lijiaban, and with the school on break, she had to return. The roads were covered in snow, which melted a bit when the sun came out, leaving them muddy. After riding for a while, Feng Rou had to get off and push her bike, and she even fell, which put her in a bad mood. So when she returned to the youth station and saw Qi Jijun, who was scowling at her, her bad mood exploded. She coldly looked at the man in front of her, who seemed to feel guilty, and said with a sneer, "Why should I wait for you at home? I have classes at the commune. I'm working honestly. Why should I stay home waiting for you to return and prepare everything for you?" Qi Jijun was taken aback by her sudden questions. He stared blankly at the girl he had grown up with, feeling that his childhood friend seemed somewhat unfamiliar. "Sharo, what do you mean? Didn't we agree to be together when we grew up?" Feng Rou parked her bike by the wall, took her things off, and looked coldly at the uneasy Qi Jijun. "You know that was just something we said as kids. It was just talk. It doesn't mean anything. I'm tired now. I want to go back and rest. Please move aside." After saying this, she brushed past Qi Jijun, unlocked the door, and closed it again under his gaze. The sound of the door closing was not loud, but it felt heavy in Qi Jijun's heart. He stared in disbelief at the closed door. What did Sharo mean? Are we not okay anymore? Their argument was witnessed by the young people outside enjoying the sun. The older youths found it amusing, and mostly stayed out of it. The newer youths were somewhat pleased. With Feng Rou back, they wouldn't have to borrow the older youth's stove anymore. They had lost quite a bit of firewood these days, which made them feel bad. Lu Yan watched Qi Jijun, who looked lost and felt delighted, barely able to contain her smile. Let them argue. Let them fight. Just break up already. Then Jungo would be hers, and she would be close to catching a great partner. In the end, Qi Jijun, still confused, was gently persuaded away by Lu Yan. Feng Rou sat on the cold bed, listening to Lu Yan's provoking words outside, scoffed, and opened her bag, staring blankly at a leather belt inside. Soon, her Chungo would be back. Because of this argument, the two began a cold war. Influenced by Lu Yan's words, Qi Jijun decided to give Feng Rou some space to reflect on her issues. Lu Yan took the opportunity to regain Qi Jijun's trust. She helped him clean the house, brought him hot water, and occasionally found ways to treat him to special meals. Since moving to the countryside, Qi Jijun had been chasing after Feng Rou and hadn't experienced such flattery in a long time, which made him feel a bit elated. However, he was proud and, after enjoying Lu Yan's eggs a few times, decided to share his supplies with her, so they could cook together. This relieved Lu Yan, who was struggling with limited resources, as her mother had only given her 25 yuan when she came to the countryside, and she had to be very careful with her spending. With Qi Jijun's support, their living standards improved significantly, making Zhang Xiaojun and Lu Dai quite envious. Fong Ro watched coldly, continuing to team up with them while preparing her own meals separately. Since she couldn't cook, she ate snacks like biscuits. When Lu Sanyu went to the commune to collect supplies, she tagged along to enjoy meals at the state-run restaurant, living quite happily on her own. Besides the youth center, she often visited Widow Luo's house, occasionally bringing something to share, making Widow Luo's family look forward to her visits. Gradually, she grew closer to the Luo family, becoming the youth who interacted the most with the villagers, aside from Ming Dai. Ming Dai was too busy to notice, as she was occupied with digging soil alongside Zhou Xinian. Fong Ro wanted to grow vegetables to eat, but she couldn't rely solely on her space. She needed to grow some outside too. Otherwise, if someone discovered she had fresh vegetables, it would be hard to explain. Additionally, she hoped to use these vegetables to find a way to investigate why Zhou Xinian's records were stuck. The team leader said he couldn't send him away, which meant someone wanted him to stay in the countryside. Whether this was good or bad, she didn't know. It was ultimately an unknown risk, so it was best to learn more in advance. Fresh vegetables in winter were not affordable for most people, but the leaders in the county would definitely buy them. If they did, she would have a chance to connect with them and uncover some reasons. Ideally, she could even deliver them directly to the county government. Moreover, if the vegetables can be grown, convincing the team leader to establish a winter planting team in Lijiawan would not only help the village earn money and solve its debt problems, but it would also strengthen her position in Lijiawan. No one would dare to challenge her, as the people of Lijiawan would stand by her side. One should not underestimate the unity and loyalty of the villagers. When they come together, even the police can't do anything. With this in mind, she felt more confident about future developments. The soil on the mountain is rich in humus, making it very suitable for growing vegetables. What Mingdai lacks now are the tools for planting. To grow vegetables in winter, the first priority is to maintain the temperature. She calculated that both her and Zhou Xinian's rooms are quite large, providing enough space for planting. The storage room could also work. They had left plenty of charcoal when repairing the reservoir, which could be used for insulation. Now, the challenge is to maximize the use of space. After thinking for a moment, she decided to find Lu Dajing to see if he had any suitable baskets. She called Zhou Xinian, who was lying on the bed reading comics, and the two set off wearing their woolen shoes. These were given by Aunt Huang, originally meant for her family, but she specially set aside. Now, the challenge is to maximize the use of space. After thinking for a moment, she decided to find Lu Dajing to see if he had any suitable baskets. She called Zhou Xinian, who was lying on the bed reading comics, and the two set off wearing their woolen shoes. These were given by Aunt Huang, originally meant for her family, but she specially set aside 2 pairs for them. Besides shedding a bit, they make a clacking sound when walking and are very warm. They are also very convenient to wear on snowy days, as they can replace rain boots and keep cotton shoes dry. The wind was strong on the way, but wearing down jackets inside and thick cotton coats outside kept them warm. After walking for a while, they even felt hot. However, the path was very difficult, muddy everywhere. Besides shedding a bit, they make a clacking sound when walking and are very warm. They are also very convenient to wear on snowy days, as they can replace rain boots and keep cotton shoes dry. The wind was strong on the way, but wearing down jackets inside. After knocking on the door with no response, Mingdai knocked harder, but still no one answered. Worried about him being alone at home, Mingdai decided to take Zhou Xinian to the team office. The headquarters was filled with smoke, and Mingdai started coughing before she even entered. Secretary Lu opened all the doors and sighed at Lu Dezhu on the Kong. "Captain, I told you not to smoke so much. Look, you've made Ming cough." Mingdai thought, if I hadn't seen you put out that cigarette, I would still be grateful. Lu Dezhu chuckled and didn't argue. Why is Ming here on such a cold day? Mingdai explained that no one answered when she knocked on Lu Dajing's door. Lu Dezhu tapped his pipe and frowned. We need to check on him. After saying this, he got off the Kong and put on a thick cotton coat. Lu Qingmin and Lu Guoqiang also put on their hats and followed him. When they returned to Lu Dazhing's house, Lu Dezhu knocked again, but still no one answered. Ming Dai suggested that Zhou Xinian climb over the low fence to get inside and open the door. Once inside, they found the yard covered in snow, and all the baskets and bamboo mats had been put away. They walked through the snow to the main room and knocked on the door, this time receiving a response. Accompanied by a few coughs, a weak male voice came from inside. Cough, cough, who is it? It's Dazhing, can I come in? Cough, the door isn't locked, come in. After saying this, Lu Dezhu pushed the door open, and they all entered. The main room was very dark, cluttered with many items on the floor, leaving only a narrow path to walk. The five of them made their way to the bedroom, opened the door, and saw a figure lying on the Kong. The bedroom windows were sealed and the door was closed, so the air was stale and unpleasant. Moreover, the Kong wasn't heated, making it cold and eerie, with no signs of life. The figure on the Kong was Lu Dazhing, suppressing his cough and unable to get up. It's the captain. What's the matter? Ming Dai noticed his suppressed cough, which sounded serious. He had clearly been ill for some time. Lu Dazhu angrily spoke up. How long have you been sick? How long has that scoundrel Lu Jiahong not come by? The person on the bed gasped for breath. He's busy. I'm fine. Just an old problem. Forget him. Is he trying to let you get sick, so he can take your yard? The people on the Kong didn't speak anymore. They just breathed heavily. Lu Qingmin understood his difficulty and sat at the edge of the Kong. Dazhing, if it weren't for Xiaoming and the others coming to find you to buy baskets, we wouldn't have noticed that you were too sick to get up. This time, Jiahong went too far. I'll go find him later to at least bring you some food and firewood. Lu Dazhing swallowed hard and responded quietly. He really had run out of food. Lu Qingmin smiled and asked Ming Dai, what do you want to buy? Look, he has quite a lot of stock. Ming Dai replied, Uncle Dazhing, we want to buy some bamboo baskets. Lu Dazhing remembered these two, especially Zhou Xinian, who had bought his big basket. Cough, cough, I have some. The bamboo baskets are in the main room. You can take what you like. After saying that, he had another fit of coughing, wheezing in his throat. Ming Dai nodded and took Zhou Xinian outside to look through the bamboo baskets, while Lu Dezhu was still scolding someone named Lu Jiahong inside. Lu Dazhing was diligent. He had made 11 baskets of various sizes, plus 2 large rattan baskets, which Ming Dai also took. Uncle Dazhing, how much are these? Lu Dazhing was helped up and leaned against the head of the Kong, looking at the tall stack of baskets on the ground, so surprised that he forgot to cough. Xiaoming, why are you buying so many baskets? Ming Dai replied, Uncle, we have a use for them.
Just give us a price.
Lu Dazhing was very honest and advised, kids, my baskets are of good quality. If you buy too many, you won't use them all. Why not buy fewer? Ming Dai showed her cute little teeth. Uncle, they really are useful. Lu Dezhu waved his pipe. If they want to buy, just sell them. Why are you talking so much? The large baskets are 80 cents, the medium ones are 50 cents, and the small ones are 30 cents, right? The rattan ones are also 50 cents. Lu Dazhing smiled weakly and nodded. Ming Dai didn't hold back. Okay, Uncle, for large ones for $3.20, for medium ones for $2, 3 small ones for 90 cents, and 1 rattan one for $1. That adds up to $7.10, right? Lu Dezhu glanced at Lu Guoqiang, who counted on his fingers and nodded with a smile. Lu Dazhing was a bit excited. Just count it as $7. Ming Dai nodded. Okay, Uncle, do you want me to give you the money now? Lazuzu spoke up. Xiaoming, can you take a look at him? If you can help, we can use these baskets to cover the cost of medicine. Lu Zhen was a bit surprised. This young person could also provide medical care? Then he felt a bit hopeful. His illness was indeed worse than before, and he often felt weak. He was worried he might not survive this winter. Ming Dai heard this and asked Lu Zhen to lie back down and expose his wrist. She stood by the edge of the bed and checked his pulse. His chronic cough, combined with the cold winter weather, had made him feel like a sponge that was losing air. I can help. I have some herbs that will work. After 2 courses of treatment, you should feel better. Just make sure to stay warm, eat on time, and avoid cold food. Hearing this, Lazuzu slammed his pipe down on the table in anger, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch." Afterward, he regretted his words and examined his pipe carefully. Le Guoqiang quietly explained, "Le Jiahong is Uncle Dajing's nephew. He promised to take care of him and inherit his house in the future." Mingdai understood. They were dealing with an ungrateful person. The village had its own way of handling things, and since Lu Zheng was part of the Lu family, she didn't plan to get involved beyond preparing the medicine. "All right, don't be too upset. If it doesn't work out, I can find you 2 apprentices next year. Apprentices can help you, and you won't have to rely on that ungrateful person to save some money. I'll have Laifu and Laifa bring you firewood, and your sister-in-law just made some delicious corn cakes for you to enjoy. From now on, Qing Sheng and I will take turns visiting you. We won't leave you alone, don't worry." Hearing this, Lu Zheng could no longer hold back his tears. The feeling of betrayal from a loved one was too painful. Lazuzu felt bad too. "You're a grown man. Stop crying." Mingdai watched them, pulled Zhou Xinian, and told the 3 of them that she would bring the medicine later before leaving. Once home, she quickly packaged the medicine and returned with Zhou Xinian. By this time, Lu Laifu was unloading firewood in the yard, and Lu Laifa was shoveling snow. Mingdai went inside. The bed was warm, and Liu Zheng's complexion improved a lot. After explaining how to make the medicine, Mingdai left amidst Lu Dajing's repeated thanks. On the way, Mingdai thought about how unfortunate Lu Dajing was, having been sick since childhood and becoming disabled, only to be betrayed by family in middle age. But he was also quite lucky to be born into the caring Lu family, where at least the captain was willing to look after him, ensuring he wouldn't quietly die on a winter night. Looking at Zhou Xinian beside her, she thought about the ending of his book and remarked, "Zhou Xinian, you should really thank me, you know? If it weren't for me, you might have died without anyone knowing." Mingdai was teasing him, but Zhou Xinian clearly wasn't falling for it. He casually held a tall stack of baskets with one hand while using the other to take the basket from Mingdai, resting it in the crook of his arm. Then, without waiting for her, he took long strides ahead, quickly leaving Mingdai behind. Mingdai couldn't help but laugh and chased after his retreating figure. By the time they got home, she was out of breath and sweating. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinian had already put the baskets away in the storage room and was now sitting in the kitchen, leisurely eating sweet roasted chestnuts he had taken from the cupboard. They were cool and sweet, quite tasty. Once Mingdai caught her breath, she chuckled at herself, realizing that spending too much time with Zhou Xinian was making her a bit silly. Why was she chasing him? She knew the way home just fine. Watching Zhou Xinian, who was getting better under her care, she felt a bit troubled. Did she have a talent for taking care of others? Should she think about having a child to play with later? She startled herself with that thought and shook her head vigorously to push those scary ideas away. Looking at Zhou Xinian enjoying his food, she suddenly felt annoyed and snatched away most of the chestnuts from his plate, starting to eat them herself. Zhou Xinian looked at her in disbelief, then at the half-empty plate, and finally picked it up, moving aside to eat, clearly guarding against her sneak attack. Mingdai thought, "Indeed, the best chestnuts are the ones you steal." After finishing the chestnuts, Mingdai and Zhou Xinian returned to the space. Mingdai thought about what vegetables to plant, where to place them, and how to maintain the right temperature and humidity. Zhou Xinian was daydreaming behind her. After Mingdai made her plans, Zhou Xinian decided what he wanted for lunch. "I want cornmeal pancakes. They smell amazing." Mingdai said, "You didn't disappoint me. When I heard the captain mention it, I guessed you would want this." She clapped her hands and stood up. "All right, let's have this. I want to try it too." Mingdai went to the storage room and found a bag of bright yellow cornmeal. She poured it into a bowl, added hot water to make the dough, and let it rise for later. She took the risen dough out and asked Zhou Xinian to heat a large pot, spreading a layer of oil on the bottom. Mingdai shaped the dough into palm-sized pieces and pressed them into the pot, flipping them occasionally. Soon, She had a pot full of golden cornmeal pancakes with a crispy edge that smelled delicious. Zhou Xinian couldn't resist and took one, even though it was hot. It was really tasty, sweet, and had a nice crispy flavor. Mingdai also took a piece. It was soft and delicious. They cooked and ate together, filling a big basket with pancakes in the end. Suddenly, there was a knock at the back door of their yard. Mingdai and Zhou Xinian exchanged glances and got up to open the door. When they opened it, they saw no one. Mingdai peeked outside and spotted a person far away. It was Old Lu. Old Lu waved, and Mingdai walked over. "Little Ming, your package for this month has arrived." This was obvious. Mingdai checked the time. It was indeed due. Last month, the captain had delivered it right when they returned. She took the package and handed it to Zhou Xinian, who squeezed it in his hands. Old Lu didn't want to come, but since no one was at the team office, he didn't dare take the package back home, so he delivered it himself. After delivering it, he wanted to leave, but Mingdai called out, "Wait, Old Lu. I just made some pancakes. Let me give you 2. As soon as Old Lu heard there was food, he turned back immediately. "Then I'll wait." Old Lu, a seasoned bachelor, was never shy and always prioritized his own happiness. Mingdai returned with Zhou Xinian, wrapped 2 warm pancakes in oil paper, and handed them to him. Old Lu took them and took a bite, leaving 2 tooth marks on the pancake. "All right, I'm leaving. Call me when you need a ride." After saying this, he turned around stylishly, faced the wind, and ate 2 hot pancakes, leaving just one for the horse at the alley. Pancakes are best when they're hot. When Mingdai returned after seeing him off, someone was arriving at the youth center. It was Ho Wei. He came back from outside and greeted Mingdai, who was at the alley. Mingdai nodded back, while Zhou Xinian shot him several cold glares, making Ho Wei freeze in place, too scared to move. Mingdai found it strange. Zhou Xinian usually ignored these people and rarely paid attention to anyone. Once they got home, she asked him why. Zhou Xinian pointed at the wall connected to the front yard. "He has leaned there several times while we were cooking." He then mimicked a dramatic deep breath, flaring his nostrils, looking quite funny. Mingdai laughed. "As long as he doesn't come in, it's fine. If he dares to come in, just give him a good scare. Just don't hurt him too badly." Zhou Xinian nodded happily. He could handle that. They unpacked their supplies, which were the same as usual, a bag of rice and a few cans, which Zhou Xinian placed directly in the cupboard. Mingdai planned to stir-fry some vegetables to eat with corn pancakes. In the cold winter, it's nice to have something warm. Mingdai took a pound of pork belly from the storage, sliced it, and asked Zhou Xinian to fetch a large cabbage from the cellar and wash it. She sliced the stems and tore the leaves into small pieces for later. She poured a little cooking oil into the pot, and once it was hot, added the pork belly, frying it until it released some fat. Then she added in garlic to enhance the aroma, followed by 2 spoons of soy sauce and 2 spoons of vinegar. The rich fragrance quickly filled the kitchen and wafted outside. The young people in the front yard smelled the delicious aroma and swallowed hard, once again marveling that the crazy guy was having meat. Ho Wei sneaked over, sticking close to the wall, trying to absorb more of the scent than the others. While Zhou Xinian was outside gathering firewood, he noticed something unusual by the wall. He went over to check and, seeing it was Ho Wei, took the chance while he was looking down to sweep the snow off the wall, which fell right into his collar. "Oh no! That's freezing!" Ho Wei jumped in shock from the cold, shivering as he ran back, his legs weak and wobbling as he stumbled along a crooked path. Zhou Xinian threw a small wooden block, which hit his calf. The pain made Ho Wei trip over his own feet and fall into the snow. When people in the front yard heard the noise and came to help, his chin was bleeding and his collar was stained, which scared him to tears. It was Fang Mingyang who got water for him to rinse his mouth and discovered that he had bitten his lower lip when he fell. Because of this injury, Ho Wei had trouble eating for the whole year and lost a lot of weight, really looking like a monkey. This also made him afraid to go to the backyard again. After Mingdai heard Zhou Xinian's story, she gave him a thumbs up. There were many male youth living in the front yard, but most kept their distance from her because of Zhou Xinian, which she thought was fine. Only that guy Hoei was not honest. He tried to talk to her when Zhou Xinian was away, suggesting that Zhou Xinian was unreliable and that she could choose to move to the front yard and team up with him. He was not a good person. He just wanted to trick her into sharing food. Usually, he bullied honest people like Qin Fongfong and the obedient Kai Mingcheng, and just because she didn't say anything didn't mean she didn't know. If he kept trying to cause trouble, Zhou Xinian should just knock his teeth out. At noon, a pot of braised pork with cabbage and vermicelli satisfied both of their appetites. They looked at the pot, each served a bowl of food, and ate it with corn cakes. They were so busy eating that they couldn't lift their heads. It was another happy day. In the afternoon, Mingdai didn't plan to go up the mountain. It got dark early in winter, and people here started their activities early, so going up the mountain now felt strange. She remembered telling Aunt Huang that she would help her exchange things, so she decided to go over and borrow their cart. She opened her cupboard, took out half a pack of peach crisps and steamed cakes that she rarely ate, along with Zhou Xinian's favorite pine nut candy and roasted chestnuts, and put them in a basket. After thinking for a moment, she added 2 new comic books. She called Zhou Xinian to change into his wool shoes, and the two of them headed toward the captain's house. In the afternoon, the wind had calmed down a lot, and there were many more people chatting at the village entrance. When they saw Mingdai and Zhou Xinian coming, the bold ones greeted them, while the timid ones turned away. Only a few children ran joyfully, forgetting their fear, and followed them for a little while. When Mingdai arrived at Aunt Huang's house, the door was open, so she pushed it and walked in. The yard was empty, and the horse in the stable was leisurely eating beans. Every time it went out to pull a cart, it came back to beans. When it saw someone enter, it looked up. Just that glance made it turn around quickly in surprise. Mingdai was amazed to see how agile such a large creature could be. The round horse's backside was facing them, confirming that what she saw was not an illusion. What was wrong with this horse? She wondered as she walked toward the main room, while Zhou Xinian reluctantly followed, still looking at the horse. Once they left, the horse cautiously peeked around, ensuring no one was there, before turning back to continue eating. Its ears twitched occasionally, alert to any sounds, ready to run if needed. Last time it almost overate, so it was determined to be careful this time. So as soon as Mingdai entered the main room, she saw Aunt Huang squatting on the ground, putting firewood into the Kong pit. When she noticed Mingdai, she looked up with a smile and said, "Oh, little Ming is here. Come sit on the Kong." She politely ignored Zhou Xinian, not wanting to greet him. Mingdai smiled and went inside. On the Kong, Aunt Huang was sewing by the window, while Tai Dan and Go Dan were playing with pebbles on the Kong. Seeing Mingdai and Zhou Xinian come in, Aunt Huang quickly called out, "Little Ming, come over. The Kong is nice and warm. You 2 little monkeys go play somewhere else." Mingdai waved her hand, saying, "Auntie, let them play here. I can sit on the edge." Aunt Huang insisted, pulling her up, so Mingdai had to take off her shoes and sit down. Zhou Xinian took her previous spot, curiously watching Tai Dan and Go Dan play with the pebbles. Aunt Huang noticed Zhou Xinian's expression and thought he seemed in a good mood. Then she chatted with Mingdai, asking, "How is it? Is the Kong warm enough? If not, I can have your brother check it." Mingdai placed her basket on the Kong table and replied with a smile, "It's warm. At night, I'm afraid to sleep at the edge. I have to sleep in the middle." Aunt Huang brushed her hair with a needle and said, "Yes, you are not used to sleeping on the Kong. Sleep in the middle for now, and put a basin of water in the room, or you might get too hot." Mingdai nodded and took out the items from the basket. Aunt Huang looked at her with a teasing expression. "What are you bringing more things for?" Mingdai glanced at Zhou Xinian and replied, "I brought him to play. He needs to eat too." She also wondered, "Why haven't I seen the yellow peaches and yellow apricots?" Aunt Huang pouted. Her mom took them to her grandmother's house. Their house collapsed, and they went back last month to help rebuild it. The second child went too, and they still haven't finished after a month. They are making the mud bricks fresh. Mingdai nodded. No wonder she hadn't seen Sister Zhou. She took 4 pieces of peach crisp and 4 pieces of steamed cake, thinking 1 for each person, but now she would give them all to the 2 brothers. Tai-Dan, you and your brother can each have 2 pieces. Go ahead. Tai-Dan smiled and said thank you before taking the paper package. Dog Dan, hearing his brother, also loudly said thank you, looking quite clever. I must say, the captain's children are well raised. Ming Dai took out 2 pieces of pine nut candy and 4 chestnuts to give to them, leaving the rest in the basket to hand to Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan happily tapped the paper package. He had more. Ming Dai took out a comic book. Do you still have the books I gave you last time? I brought new ones. Aunt Huang quickly nodded. Yes, I kept them safe. Worried the 2 of them would tear them. After saying that, she shouted towards the outer room. Oldest son.
Oldest son.
Sister Huang responded, and soon she came in with a basin of water and a cloth. After a month of getting along, she remembered that the madman liked cleanliness. She quickly wiped the edge of the Kong, especially where her husband often slept, afraid the madman would smell something unpleasant and get angry. Aunt Huang rolled her eyes at her actions, knowing her husband had smelly feet. Why didn't she show this kind of diligence before? Once she finished, Aunt Huang spoke up. Where did you put those 2 comic books? Hurry and find them for little Ming, since you brought 2 more. Sister Huang responded, wiping her wet hands on her cotton coat, and walked to the corner to open the cabinet. A series of movements flowed smoothly, making Aunt Huang's eyes twitch. One had smelly feet, and the other was not very clean. These 2 were a perfect match. She brought over a book, and Ming Dai flipped through it. It was well preserved, so she handed the new one to the 2 children. This is new. You can look at it first, and when you're done, I'll give you another one. The 2 were excited to take it, but Aunt Huang swatted their little hands away. Wait to look at it. Your hands are oily. Ming Dai smiled and handed the book to her, and Aunt Huang placed it in her sewing basket. You can still visit each other now, but once the heavy snow blocks the doors, you won't be able to go anywhere. Ming Dai nodded in agreement, recalling news from her past life. In a couple of days, when the people from the mountains come out, there will be a grass market here. I'll call you. There will be plenty of mountain goods to buy or trade. Ming Dai was surprised. Doesn't the commune stop that? Aunt Huang shook her head. Only once a year, the commune turns a blind eye. The mountains have little land, and food is scarce. If they don't come out to trade for food before the new year, a few might starve by the next year. The commune has to consider the actual situation. Ming Dai understood. Policies must adapt to local conditions. She became interested. What do they have? Aunt Huang excitedly described. There are many good things from the mountains, mostly food. Big hazelnuts, mountain walnuts, pine nuts, and red dates. What I brought you last time was from my mother's side. There are also fruits. In winter, we eat frozen pears and frozen persimmons. You don't need to buy those. My family and your sister-in-law's family will share some with you. And various dried meats. If you're lucky, you can find fresh ones. There are also plenty of dried wild vegetables. Oh, and medicinal herbs. Many people come out to sell them, but most take them to the commune's buying station, so there are fewer at the market. Ming Dai thought about buying some things that she didn't have in her space. She also mentioned trading supplies, as she had many items in her space that could be exchanged. Aunt, I plan to write a letter home before the new year to trade for some things. Do you have anything you want to exchange? Aunt Huang looked up in surprise. Oh, that sounds great. Last time I came back, all my old friends wanted to trade for something. Every household is short on supplies. Ming Dai nodded. My dad has connections at the enamel factory, so we can get enamel basins and jars, as well as towels and gloves from the towel and glove factories. There's also a soap factory, but the products might have some defects. Aunt Huang was very pleased. These items were hard to come by in their commune. Having these is great. We don't mind if they have defects. Country folks aren't so picky. Ming Dai smiled. These are all exchanged at a discount, so it's practical. I also use some defective items in the city. Aunt Huang looked at the smiling Ming Dai and liked her more and more. Why didn't she have a daughter like her? What a missed opportunity. She felt unfortunate. I'll ask around and come to your house tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll keep it quiet. I won't mention anything to those who talk too much. I'll estimate how much we can trade. I know the supply store price as well. Those shameless people will try to bargain with you because of your young looks. Mingdai was more than happy. Thank you, Andy. You've really helped me a lot. Aunt Huang sighed. You're the one helping us. These people need to trade for celebrations at home, and having something nice as a gift or dowry is better. We live far from the commune, so we can't get anything good, making dowries and gifts less appealing nearby. Mingdai nodded. I'll write a letter to choose some festive items, perfect for dowries or gifts. Aunt Huang smiled widely. That sounds wonderful. If you have any red double happiness or Mandarin duck pattern pillowcases, please save a set for me. My niece is getting married in the mountains soon, and they would be perfect for her dowry. Mingdai thought she had some in her storage and nodded in agreement. Auntie, you don't need to come to my house tomorrow. I want to borrow the cart to dig some soil on the mountain. The chive roots have sprouted, and I plan to try planting some. Aunt Huang was very surprised. How did you manage to grow them? You really made it work? Mingdai smiled and nodded. They've sprouted, but I'm not sure if they will grow big. I plan to dig some rich soil from the mountain. Aunt Huang nodded. That's true. You can take the cart now. I don't need it at the moment.
Mingdai nodded.
Once Sister Huang finished her work and joined the gossip circle, the three of them chatted excitedly. Indeed, sharing gossip is the best way to bond. Nearby, Zhou Xinian watched the two children play with stones, clearly enjoying the scene. At first, the two kids were a bit shy and made mistakes under Zhou Xinian's gaze. However, when they realized he was just watching silently and not scolding them, they gradually forgot about him and played happily. After observing them play several rounds, Zhou Xinian learned the rules. When Taidan made another mistake, he quickly grabbed the stones before Gaodan could, taking them in his big hand. Taidan was startled, while Gaodan, unhappy about being interrupted, pouted and held back his tears with his brother's hand covering his mouth. Zhou Xinian looked at the stones in his hand with bright eyes. He imitated the two and tossed the stones onto the bed. 5 stones rolled away, and he picked one up, skillfully tossing it in the air, then quickly grabbed another one and caught the falling stone. His movements were quick and smooth. One after another, he quickly completed the first round. Then he tossed 1 stone and grabbed 2, passing that round easily. He also succeeded in tossing 1 and grabbing 3, and finally tossing 1 and grabbing 4 was a breeze. Taidan and Gaodan watched him complete the rounds so effortlessly, admiring his nimble hands. So impressive. Zhou Xinian grew fond of the game, playing it repeatedly and passing all the rounds in one go, making the two children forget their fears and completely admire him. Soon, Zhou Xinian wanted to try more than just the basic moves and began creating fancy tricks, which made the two kids gasp in surprise and cheer. This instantly caught the attention of the nearby gossip group. Mingdai had noticed Zhou Xinian playing with the kids and observed for a while, without calling him back. Aunt Huang and Sister Huang were startled by the two energetic kids, especially when they saw Gaodan jumping up and down with excitement at Zhou Xinian's tricks, nearly giving them a heart attack, fearing that one wrong move might send their little grandson down from the bed. Mingdai comforted him, saying it was fine, and watched with interest. She planned to go home and make a set of knee bones from a sheep for Zhou Xinian to play with, to help improve his coordination, which would benefit his acupuncture treatment later. When Zhou Xinian had enough playing and stood up, the two children were still watching him longingly as he looked at Mingdai. Mingdai understood he wanted to go home, so she said goodbye to Aunt Huang and Sister Huang, picked up her basket and put on her shoes. Aunt Huang followed her down and said, "Little Ming, before the new year, we'll grind some yellow corn flour. I'll bring some for you to make sticky bean buns." Mingdai nodded. "Then I'll make tofu and bring it to you." Sister Huang said, "You're really amazing. You can do everything." Mingdai smiled, picked up her basket, and went outside with Zhou Xinian. The cart was in front of the stable, and as they approached, they saw the back of a horse. Mingdai looked at it curiously and gave Zhou Xinian a pair of cotton gloves, telling him to pull the cart. Zhou Xinian put on the gloves, gave a little shake, then pulled the cart out from under the shed, turned it in the right direction, and lifted Mingdai by one arm to put her on the cart. Mingdai inhaled sharply. She had told him many times not to lift her, but he wouldn't listen. She helplessly glanced at the surprised Aunt Huang and Sister Huang while holding onto the cart. Once they were far away, Aunt Huang laughed. They're quite funny together. Sister Huang nodded. They're also quite entertaining over by the reservoir. If it weren't for that crazy person being so fierce, I would have laughed so hard I'd have a stomachache. Aunt Huang shot her a sideways glance. Then you should laugh less. A stomachache isn't pleasant. Zhou Xinyan pulled the cart, walking confidently, the sound of his fuzzy shoes clicking rhythmically. The people chatting at the village entrance started discussing them after they left. How many times have they used that cart? The team leader is really generous. Usually, they won't lend it to us. The speaker was Guzi's wife, the one who would even a green onion from someone's yard while passing by. Why wouldn't they let you use it? Don't you know? If they lend it to you today, you might return it tomorrow with a wheel missing. The conversation was about the woman from the east side of the village, known for her bad reputation. These two women have always had a conflict. Guzi's wife got angry. I may not be doing well, but I would never ask someone else to buy things for me, nor would I owe anyone money. The other woman, hands on her hips and glaring, replied, Who are you saying owes money? I'll tear your mouth apart. In a flash, they rushed at each other, pulling off each other's headscarves and started to fight. The crowd around them tried to break it up while enjoying the scene. In the cold winter, it was normal to fight when bored, and breaking up a fight was quite entertaining. Otherwise, how would there be so much gossip to share? Mingdai had no idea that a women's wrestling match had broken out at the village entrance. She parked her car and took Zhou Xinyan back to their space. The space felt so comfortable. After changing clothes, Zhou Xinyan ran to the fields. The seeds had sprouted delicate little leaves, a lovely shade of light green. At first, Zhou Xinyan had pressed too hard and damaged several plants, but now he had learned to touch them gently. Mingdai checked the chive roots, which had sprouted new green shoots and were ready to be transplanted. The sweet potatoes and potatoes were still quiet in the ground, which remained dark, but she wasn't worried. They had plenty stored in the warehouse. The garlic sprouts she planted had come up, spaced out to grow for garlic shoots and pickled garlic. The densely planted ones were for enjoying fresh garlic sprouts in winter. Garlic sprouts stir-fried with eggs or cured meat were delicious. Zhou Xinyan went to the sheep pen to bond with the lambs, while Mingdai planned to prepare the mustard greens given by Aunt Huang. Besides making traditional pickled vegetables, these greens could also be served cold. She picked out a dozen mustard greens, removed any bug spots, washed them clean, peeled them, and cut them into thin strips. After sprinkling some salt to draw out excess moisture, she soaked some plump yellow beans for later use. She sliced fresh, chopped green onions and garlic cloves and cut red and green peppers into strips. She cooked the soaked yellow beans with a little water until they were done, letting the water evaporate, so the beans were firm. Then she cleaned the mustard greens, removed excess water, and placed them in a bowl. She added the cooked beans and the chopped vegetables one by one. Pouring in half a bowl of soy sauce and half a bowl of vinegar, she sprinkled pepper and a special seasoning mix. Finally, she heated oil in a pan, and when it was hot, she poured it over the garlic and green onions, releasing a tempting aroma. Zhou Xinyan had already come in, curiously looking around. He had never seen this before, but he was very pleased with the smell. Mingdai added some sugar and sesame oil, stirred it, tasted a bit, and it was delicious. Zhou Xinyan was already holding his special bowl, waiting. Mingdai served him half a bowl. It's a bit salty. Go get some corn pancakes to eat with it. Zhou Xinyan nodded, placed the bowl on the table, and went to the storage room to get 8 pancakes, 6 for himself and 2 for Mingdai, clearly organized. Mingdai also made a meat soup using fried deer meat. And so, they ended their pleasant dinner. That night, the two of them slept outside on a warm kong, covered with soft bedding, feeling cozy and secure. Mingdai listened to Aunt Huang's advice and placed 2 extra bowls of water in each room. The next morning, she found her nose was no longer dry or uncomfortable. Early in the morning, it was even colder outside, and the water in the big jar had frozen. Zhou Xinyan broke the ice, scooped it into a pot, placed a strainer on top, and took out cornmeal pancakes and vegetable dumplings from the cupboard. After thinking for a moment, he added a handful of sweet roasted chestnuts. He lit the fire and went to wash up. By the time Ming-Dai came out, breakfast was already warm. Ming-Dai gave him a thumbs up and Zhou Xinian smiled happily. They quickly finished breakfast with 2 servings of fried noodles and cold shredded mustard greens. Zhou Xinian carefully wrapped the warm, sweet roasted chestnuts and placed them against his chest, patting them with satisfaction before pulling Ming-Dai out the door, heading towards Wild Boar Ridge. The winter morning was especially cold. Aside from those cooking and fetching water, most people were still in bed, enjoying the rare comfort of the season. Zhou Xinian put on a military coat he had received earlier and stubbornly wore his red scarf, looking mismatched, which made Ming-Dai not want to look at him. Yet, he was very pleased, checking himself in the mirror before leaving and insisting that Ming-Dai bring out the full-length mirror from the bathroom, complaining that the outside mirror was too small. Ming-Dai couldn't imagine how he would face himself after recovering during this time. Would he want to go back to being sick again? As they passed the village well, they encountered a few villagers in thick cotton coats fetching water. Watching the tall figure quickly passing by with a cart and a distinctive red scarf, one person couldn't help but sigh. This world, even the crazy ones have new military coats to wear, while we are still in our old, worn-out jackets passed down from our fathers. Who can we complain to? The other person chimed in, "Oh, my fate." This made everyone laugh heartily, causing the water in the buckets to splash and wet the well platform, which quickly froze. A woman coming to wash vegetables saw this and scolded the group, waking up the village with the noise. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the path became difficult as it was covered in snow. So, the two decided to leave the cart there and walk up. It was Zhou Xinian who walked up, while Ming-Dai was sheltered by his military coat from the wind. They brought 4 burlap sacks and found a sunny spot in the woods, clearing away the snow to reveal the hard, frozen soil underneath. Fortunately, Aunt Huang had reminded them yesterday to bring a pickaxe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to dig with just a shovel. Once they pried open the top layer, the soil below was much easier to dig. Zhou Xinian shoveled while Ming-Dai held open the sacks. They worked well together and soon filled all 4 sacks. Ming-Dai stored the sacks in her space. After that, they wandered around the mountain, collecting branches broken by the snow, and unexpectedly found a wild chicken frozen in place, which they also took with them. In the end, as they left, they dragged a large branch down the mountain. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, they placed the sacks on the cart and secured the branch before heading back. On their way back to the village, they ran into Lu Dezhu. Seeing him, Ming-Dai quickly signaled Zhou Xinian to stop. "Uncle, where are you off to so early?" Lu Dezhu, with his hands crossed in his sleeves, looked at the two with their loaded cart in surprise. "I just came back from your Uncle Dajing's house, bringing him breakfast and some medicine." "What are you two up to?" Ming-Dai pointed to the sacks. "We want to dig some soil from the mountain, just got back." Lu Dezhu remembered what his wife had said about the young people wanting to grow vegetables in winter. He was surprised that they had already started. He cheerfully encouraged, "Plant well. If it grows, I'll apply for it, and the village can plant it too. When the time comes, we can sell it at the county's purchasing station and earn some extra income to pay off the village's debt sooner." As a leader, he was already assigning tasks before she had even succeeded. "I don't even know if it will grow. If it does, I'll pick some for Uncle to taste first." Lu Dezhu laughed heartily, feeling good. "All right, I'll be waiting." Before Zhou Xinian could show impatience, Ming-Dai said her goodbyes and left. Watching the two leave, Lu Dezhu sighed, thinking that his 3 children couldn't compare to that young educated youth Ming. If only he had a daughter like her. Back home, they broke the branches and left them outside, bringing the sacks into the space. They emptied them in the yard, spread them out, and broke up any clumps so the sun could dry them well. Once out of the space, Ming-Dai called Zhou Xinian to help dismantle some old shelves in the kitchen. They used wooden boards to create new compartments to hold baskets. In the afternoon, the soil was almost dry. Ming-Dai took out the bamboo baskets, laid a layer of straw at the bottom, and filled them with the dried soil. After filling them halfway, she dug holes and buried the chives with new roots, watering them to secure them. They planted chives in 6 baskets, planning to distribute 3 baskets of chives and 3 baskets of yellow chives. In the remaining baskets, she planted small greens, spinach, and garlic sprouts. She also added yellow bean sprouts and green bean sprouts to several large baskets. All the vegetables were piled in the storage room, and the sprout baskets were placed on her bed. After thinking for a moment, she took out a few pounds of wheat, soaked it, spread it evenly in a large drying basket, covered it with a white cloth, and placed it on Zhou Xinyan's bed, instructing him not to let it touch the ground. The storage room was small, but after clearing out some things, there was just enough space for these items, and the temperature would rise nicely. Mingdai took all the charcoal she had saved since coming to the countryside and placed it in the middle of the storage room. She set up a charcoal stove with an unused basin, lit the charcoal, and soon the whole room warmed up. For now, this would do. If it worked, they would need to build a dedicated firewall to grow vegetables on a larger scale. In the following 2 days, they gathered all the corn husks they had saved from before. The 2 of them worked hard all day, crushing all the corn husks into a powder as fine as possible, then mixing it with some potassium permanganate. Fortunately, Mingdai had some anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medicine in her little medicine box, which Director Gao had given her. After adding some wheat bran and mixing it well, they added water to keep the powder at 60% moisture and shaped it into small cylinders. While searching for herbs on the mountain, Mingdai and Zhou Xinyan collected a lot of dead wood covered in mushrooms, which they placed in a small grove in their storage space. She chose a piece of dead wood with oyster mushrooms, removed the mycelium, and buried it in the wet mixture made from corn husks. After planting everything around it, she placed it on a wooden shelf in the storage room. Mingdai regularly went to spray water on it, and after a few days, small mushrooms started to sprout from the mixture. Zhou Xinyan had an extraordinary respect for food. Whether it was the vegetable garden in their space or the vegetable planting boxes outside, he took care of most of them. As long as he was outside, he would go into the storage room to change the charcoal on time, so Mingdai didn't need to set an alarm. Even at midnight, he could get up to change the charcoal or start a fire. This made their firewood run out quickly, but fortunately, several heavy snowfalls had broken many branches on the mountain. On nice days, the 2 would go up the mountain to collect firewood, and others would join them, mostly hoping to see if any wild chickens had frozen to death, but sadly, they found very few. Seeing Zhou Xinyan being so obedient, Mingdai decided to make something delicious to reward him. When Aunt Huang came to the youth point looking for Mingdai, she was busy making candy. Aunt Huang knocked on the door, and Zhou Xinyan opened it. Seeing the 2 women, he tilted his head in thought, as if he recognized them, and stepped aside to let them in. Aunt Huang shuffled inside, followed closely by Sister Huang. As soon as they entered, Zhou Xinyan quickly closed the door, startling both women with a loud. Ignoring them, Zhou Xinyan headed straight for the kitchen. The 2 women followed the sounds from the kitchen and heard Mingdai asking Zhou Xinyan who had arrived. Aunt Huang took the opportunity to speak. "Little Ming, I came to bring some things for my old friend to exchange. Is it convenient?" Mingdai's voice came back. Yes, Annie, come in quickly. It's warm in here." 2 people entered the room, where it was warm and humid. "Auntie, there are some chairs over there.
You can sit for a while."
Aunt Huang then noticed Mingdai and put down the basket she was carrying. "Little Ming, I brought some dried apples for you to try." Mingdai brought over a kettle and looked at the big bag of dried fruit in her basket. "Auntie, why did you bring me so much? Aren't you saving some for the kids?" Aunt Huang waved her hand. "When my family comes over, they will definitely bring more. You can have this." Mingdai didn't hold back and took 2 bowls to serve stir-fried noodles for both of them. "Why didn't you bring Tai Dan and Go Dan with you?" Aunt Huang took a sip of the sweet noodles and smiled. "Those 2 little rascals went ice skating with the kids early this morning. You won't see them until mealtime. They won't come back before then." "Ice skating?" Mingdai was a bit surprised. "Can you skate already?" Aunt Huang nodded. "The small river is ready, but the big river needs to wait a bit longer. Our most famous spot is the Jade Belt River, which runs through the whole city. Our village is right at a bend, so it's called Lujiawan. When the Jade Belt River freezes, I'll take you ice skating. You can also fish through the ice. Your uncle catches quite a lot every year. Ming Dai nodded excitedly. In her previous life, she had watched winter fishing, which was very interesting. She had no problem with ice skating, but she had only skated at rinks and never on natural ice. Suddenly, a rich, sweet aroma caught their attention. They looked up to see Zhou Xinyan couldn't wait to lift the pot lid. Ming Dai got up to take a look. Sitting in warm water, the glutinous rice mixed with malt had already fermented. Aunt Huang and Sister Huang followed over to see. Little Ming, what are you making? Ming Dai asked Zhou Xinyan to bring the bowl over and place it on the dining table. This is for making candy. Zhou Xinyan loves candy, but I can't afford to buy it all the time, so I thought I'd try making some myself. His package this month had glutinous rice, so I wanted to see if I could make some candy to eat. Aunt Huang admired Ming Dai's newfound confidence. You're really clever, making candy. Ming Dai shyly replied, when I was a child, a neighbor sold candy, and I watched how it was made. I wanted to see if I could do it too. Sister Huang sniffed and said, of course, this smell is already very sweet. Ming Dai nodded. It's great that you're here. Please help us. Sister Huang happily agreed. They found a clean cloth and poured the fermented sticky rice into it, pressing it down. Soon, a lot of juice started to flow out, filling more than half a basin. Zhou Xinyan secretly dipped his finger in to taste it and closed his eyes in happiness. It's really sweet. Ming Dai called him to tend to the fire, but he didn't hear her. Sister Huang quickly responded, I'll go tend to it. She wanted to do more work so that later, she could ask the young man Xiao Ming for a piece of candy to taste. The last time he gave her pine nut candy, it was so delicious. Aunt Huang couldn't help but smile at her eagerness. Ming Dai didn't hold back either. She turned to the cupboard and took out the peanuts and pine nuts she had prepared earlier. Andy, could you please help me peel these? Aunt Huang nodded and washed her hands to start peeling the peanuts and pine nuts. After a moment, she said to Sister Huang, who was tending the fire, by the way, can you bring back that half bag of hazelnuts from our house? Sister Huang's eyes lit up. Mom, we still have some sesame at home. Should I roast that too? Aunt Huang laughed and scolded her. You little glutton. I only have that half jar of sesame and you're thinking about it too. Go on, roast it and bring it back. Sister Huang quickly got up and ran home. Ming Dai smiled and praised Aunt Huang. You really are a wonderful mother-in-law. You and Sister Huang get along like a mother and daughter. Aunt Huang shook the small basket in her hand, letting the peanut skins fall out. It's all about being understanding. My daughter-in-law may be a bit greedy, but she is very filial and treats me and your uncle well. Even before the new year, she made us each a pair of shoes. She always thinks ahead. If someone treats you well, you should treat them well too, right? It's all about mutual understanding. Ming Dai truly felt that Aunt Huang was one of the few clear-headed people she had met since entering the story, the other being the seasoned bachelor, Master Lu San, who also had extraordinary insight. She handed Zhou Xinyan some roasted peanuts to tend to the fire, while Ming Dai poured the syrup into the pot and stirred it continuously with a spatula. Aunt Huang watched Zhou Xinyan, illuminated by the firelight. He wasn't wearing his red scarf this time, and he looked much more normal. His black hair was neatly cut, his eyes were lowered as he fiddled with the peanuts in his hands, looking quite obedient. He showed no signs of craziness. Instead, thanks to Ming Dai's feeding during this time, he had gained quite a bit of weight. Although he was still thinner than most people, he at least looked like a handsome young man. He was truly lucky to have met a kind person like Ming Dai. The two chatted about gossip while Zhou Xinyan ate peanuts, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Before long, the soup in the pot thickened, and its color deepened, with large bubbles forming around the edges. Ming Dai saw it was about ready, so she took an enamel basin greased with oil and scooped the cooked sugar into it. At the same time, Aunt Huang chopped the peanuts and spread them out on the cutting board. Ming Dai carried the enamel basin over, scooped some of the syrup into it, and Aunt Huang quickly began to stir until the peanuts and syrup were evenly mixed. Mingdai took out the wooden frame mold she had prepared earlier and placed the mixed peanut syrup inside, pressing it down to form a brick-like piece of peanut candy. She used a knife to cut the large peanut candy brick into slices and placed them on a bamboo sieve to dry. Zhou Xinian watched her with bright eyes. Unable to resist his puppy dog eyes, Mingdai handed him a piece. Right now, it will stick to your teeth. Just lick it for now and bite it once it cools down, okay? Zhou Xinian nodded eagerly, took a piece, and sat down to lick it. It was so sweet. If he had a tail, it would be wagging like a little fan by now. After making the peanut candy, they used pine nuts to make another batch, but there were fewer pine nuts, so they only cut a dozen slices. Finally, she took some roasted soybean flour from the cupboard, added some syrup, and pulled some candy strands while it was still warm. Aunt Huang and Zhou Xinian were amazed by her skill, and Zhou Xinian wanted to try it himself. Mingdai, worried he might make a mess, refused and took 2 chopsticks to play with a piece of syrup instead. Zhou Xinian happily played, without insisting on pulling the candy strands. Before Aunt Huang arrived, Mingdai added a scoop of water to the big pot to boil, poured some into a tea jar to save for drinking, and added more water to the pot, placing the enamel basin inside to prevent the syrup from hardening. Each person had a bowl of sweet soup and crispy peanut candy, and Aunt Huang was very happy. I've never eaten so much candy in my life. I'm enjoying it with Xiao Ming's daughter. Mingdai smiled. Aunt, your good fortune is still to come. It's too early to say. Aunt Huang laughed heartily at the sweetness, and Zhou Xinian looked at her curiously. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Mingdai went to open it, and Aunt Huang came in with a small basket, followed by 2 little ones. She complained, these 2 little rascals insisted on coming along. Go Dan didn't mind his mom's complaints and flashed a toothy grin at Mingdai. Aunt Ming, we're here. Mingdai smiled back and led the 3 into the kitchen. The 2 little ones were amazed by the pile of candy drying on the sieve. Mingdai settled them next to Zhou Xinian and gave them each a piece of candy syrup. They quickly started playing and eating together. Aunt Huang brought a lot of roasted sesame seeds, but there wasn't enough syrup. Aunt Huang waved her hand. Just make a little less. You can grind the rest and add some salt to make sesame salt. It will smell great. Mingdai happily agreed. She preferred savory snacks over sweets, and sesame salt sounded delicious. She brought out an enamel basin and made hazelnut candy and sesame candy in turn. Fortunately, Aunt Huang was there. Her cooking skills were impressive, and she wasn't afraid of getting burned. If Mingdai had to make the candy, she would probably burn herself. Once everything was done, it was lunchtime. Mingdai invited them to stay for a meal, but Aunt Huang was reluctant. Mingdai suggested they use the leftover rice pulp from making candy to make pancakes, which made Aunt Huang agree to stay. Mingdai called Zhou Xinian to wash the grinding stone and put the leftover rice pulp on it, adding a bit of water to make rice paste. Aunt Huang looked at the grinding stone and sighed. With this stone, you can make fresh corn paste pancakes in the fall. They're sweet and delicious. Zhou Xinian perked up. Fresh corn paste pancakes.
Sweet.
Delicious. Mingdai thought. Oh no. He heard that. She mixed the rice paste with some glutinous rice flour to form a dough, greased the pan, and spread the dough in it. She fried it until both sides were golden brown. It was soft, sweet, and fragrant, especially when paired with a sweet soup, making everyone very happy. Dog Dan exclaimed that it was New Year. At this moment, in the captain's home, Lu Daju was eating cornmeal pancakes and drinking hot water, sighing as he looked at his 2 unfortunate sons. He hadn't even upset his wife. Why wasn't she home to cook? Thinking about how his daughter-in-law was also not around, he suddenly tapped his eldest son's head with his chopsticks. Thud. Tears immediately sprang from his son's eyes. You silly boy, did you make your wife angry, which is why she's not home to cook? Lu Lai foam covered his head, tears in his eyes. I'm not the only one whose wife is not home. My mother isn't here either. But he didn't dare to say it, fearing his father would hit him again. Lu Lai Fa quietly chewed on his pancake, thankful he didn't have a wife. After lunch, Mingdai took Aunt Huang to see the vegetables she had planted. As Aunt Huang entered the storage room, she was greeted by a wave of heat and looked at the charcoal stove, marveling at how hard it was to grow these vegetables. Seeing the chives in the basket, she was pleasantly surprised. The sprouts have come up so quickly. Little Ming, you are amazing. Mingdai was also happy and showed her other vegetable baskets. Not only had the chives grown, but the garlic sprouts were also about 5 centimeters tall, while the bok choy and spinach had just started to sprout. When she saw the mushrooms, Aunt Huang was shocked. Little Ming, how did you manage to grow these too? Mingdai explained how corn husks could be used to grow mushrooms, leaving Aunt Huang stunned. Wow, you city folks are really impressive. We've been farming for a lifetime and never thought that corn husks could be used to grow mushrooms. Aunt Huang disagreed. It's not that city people are impressive, it's that Little Ming is impressive. Look at that group of city folks in the front yard. They've been in our village for years, and all they've done is cause trouble. Aunt Huang strongly agreed with this. Mingdai felt shy. It's not that I'm impressive, it's just that I've read a lot. If you learn more, you'll find everything in books. Aunt Huang was amazed. Is there really knowledge about teaching people how to farm? Mingdai nodded. Yes, there are specialized agricultural books, and there used to be dedicated agricultural universities. Aunt Huang scratched her head and said, there really is. We learned farming from the older generation, but I didn't expect there would be teachers who teach farming. Mingdai encouraged, that's why children need to go to school. Without education, they won't know anything. Sister Huang nodded. Mom, let's send the kids to the commune's elementary school this year. Aunt Huang agreed. Yes, let them all go. Let Huang Tao and Huang Xing go too. She wasn't one of those narrow-minded old ladies who favored boys over girls. If her granddaughter could read and write, she would have a chance to find a job in the city instead of getting married early. It's much better than working for others for a lifetime. Sister Huang only cared that her own children could go to school. The rest didn't matter. She showered Aunt Huang with compliments. Mingdai showed them the bean sprouts she had grown. Sister Huang shyly asked, Little Ming, I grew some at home too, but why did mine smell bad in the middle? Mingdai thought for a moment and replied, did you touch the beans with something oily? Aunt Huang rolled her eyes. She didn't wash her hands after eating and then touched the beans. Mingdai explained the key points of growing bean sprouts to the embarrassed Sister Huang and finally gave her half a basket of bean sprouts and mung bean sprouts. Seeing there were still quite a few bean sprouts in the basket, Aunt Huang calculated the days and said, Little Ming, I see you can't eat all these. The market will open in a few days. You can take them and trade with the people in the mountains. They will surely want them. Mingdai was happy to hear this, as she was worried about having too many bean sprouts. In the end, Aunt Huang didn't forget her purpose for coming and mentioned the items she wanted to trade. Mingdai noted everything down and explained that if she wrote a letter now, they wouldn't know the results until the end of the month. Aunt Huang quickly said there was no rush and would wait for Mingdai's arrangements. As they were leaving, Mingdai wanted to give Aunt Huang half of the candy since Aunt Huang had given her a good amount of sesame seeds. Aunt Huang refused and only took half of the sesame candy and half of the hazelnut candy. She also wanted 4 pieces of peanut candy, pine nut candy, and nest candy for her children. Zhou Xinian sighed with relief when he saw the half of the candy that was returned. He took it and hid it in the cupboard. Mingdai felt helpless. After sending Aunt Huang and the others off, Zhou Xinian patted his stomach and said, I'm still not full. Mingdai wanted to laugh when she remembered that during dinner, Zhou Xinian ate 7 buns, which had scared Aunt Huang so much that she exclaimed she couldn't afford him. Now, he said he was hungry again? Mingdai took him back to their space and cooked a big bowl of noodles for him, while she took a small bowl for herself. She had eaten too many sweets today and needed something salty to balance it out. After dinner, they went to work in the fields. Mingdai planned to open another piece of land to plant corn. She also wanted to make corn pancakes, boiled corn, roasted corn, and cheesy corn kernels. Yum. Author. 2 food lovers. At the front yard, Qi Jijun watched Fong Ro walk past him without saying a word, and his mood sank to the lowest point. He didn't even need an apology from Fong Ro, he just wanted her to talk to him. But now she was ignoring him completely, choosing to take a horse cart to the commune instead of riding her bike, unwilling to speak to him. He was lost in deep confusion. Lu Yen, watching him from the side, felt increasingly happy. This was one of the few chances she had to get close to these wealthy young men, and she was determined to win Qi Jijun over. The two of them were in their own worlds, one sad and the other secretly pleased, while Fong Ro remained indifferent. She held her bag, thinking that after the new year, the time until Luo Chung returned would be shorter, filling her heart with sweetness. In the village, many people leaned against the wall, enjoying the sun. When they saw her coming in a cloak and red rain boots, they quickly stopped talking. Fong Ro felt annoyed by their stares and walked past them with a blank expression. The tension between the youth and villagers in Lu Jiawan had been ongoing for a long time. She didn't need to get too involved with them. After all, she would marry Chen Go and wouldn't stay in the village. She planned to return to Beijing, which would also help Chen Go expand his career there. Once she walked far enough away, only then did a few curious ones start to speak. The old woman said mysteriously, "Tsk, the young lady from the capital is really different. Just look at her clothes. I think this new girl, Fong Jiqing, is better off than the other young people. In just a few months, she has changed her clothes many times and her shoes too. Those rubber rain boots she wears, you can't find red ones easily. I haven't seen any red ones at the supply store where my daughter works, only black ones." The wife of the local man quickly agreed, "What you said is right. This Fong Jiqing looks special." Another woman chimed in, "I heard her family sends her packages all the time, bringing her lots of good things. Fong Jiqing doesn't even need to work to have enough to eat." The others joined in the conversation, hoping to make the old woman happy so they could get some good deals from the supply store next time. The old woman felt different from these country women because her daughter worked at the supply store and married someone from the city. She even brought her little grandson to work in the city. She felt a strange connection to Fong Ro, who stood out among the young people and wanted to talk to her. Unfortunately, Fong Ro usually ignored people and only visited the Luo family in the village, which sparked a lot of gossip, especially since there was an unmarried son there. Fong Ro was unaware of this. She was happily counting down the days until Luo Chung returned and thinking about the letter from the capital. The problems in her family were worse than she had imagined. Her mother's tone was unusually serious, and she questioned her about the whereabouts of the items she had. Fong Ro didn't reply to the letter. She knew that even if she told her mother where the items were, it wouldn't help. In the end, her father would just use them for gambling. It was better to keep them hidden and wait until things settled down before taking action, rather than living a life of hardship. She didn't consider how difficult things were for her family in the capital at that moment. After walking a while and stepping into some muddy ground, she finally reached her destination. Looking at the peeling wooden door, she took a deep breath and gently knocked. After a moment, someone came over, grumbling, "Knock, knock, knock." "Who's knocking? What are you doing wandering around on such a cold day?" The smile Fong Ro had managed to force out froze on her face. The door was opened by Ding Xiaofeng, Luo Da's sister-in-law. When she saw Fong Ro, her eyes lit up, and a smile quickly appeared on her face as she warmly welcomed her, though her gaze was fixed on the bag in Fong Ro's hand. "Ah, it's Fong the educated youth. Come in. Oh my, Fong the educated youth has arrived." She didn't mention the rude things she had just said. Fong Ro felt a strong dislike inside but maintained her smile as she followed her inside. Fong Ro had visited the Luo family a few times, and they were getting familiar with her. As soon as she entered, she saw the youngest son, Luo Chong, coming out. His eyes brightened when he saw Fong Ro. He shyly rubbed his hands together, greeted her, and then left, glancing back at her several times as he walked away. Fong Ro pretended not to see him and lifted the curtain to enter the room. On the Kong, the widow Luo was spinning thread with her two granddaughters, while her grandson was doing somersaults at the head of the Kong. When she saw Fong Ro come in, the widow smiled and greeted her. "Fong the educated youth is here. Come, sit on the Kong. Fong, go get some water." Fong Ro quickly waved her hand. "Auntie, no need to trouble yourself. I'm not thirsty." Ding Xiaofeng also smiled and said a few polite words but remained seated on the Kong, not moving. The grandson, Luo Daba, stopped doing somersaults and scooted over to sit next to Ding Xiaofeng, both mother and son staring eagerly at the bag Fong Ro brought. Fong Ro's eyelids twitched. Even though she had come to understand this family's nature over time, she still found their behavior hard to accept. It was quite unappealing. The widow watched with a smile, accepting her daughter-in-law and grandson's actions without question. She didn't understand why this educated youth kept coming to their home, bringing food and drinks. She had even made her a coat before, as a thank you for taking her in at first. This favor felt heavy and strange. But she thought it was foolish not to take advantage of a good deal, so she happily accepted it, expressing gratitude while feeling indifferent inside. Later, when Fong Ro brought more gifts, she gladly accepted them, not worrying that Fong Ro wanted anything from her. However, her youngest son seemed to have taken a liking to the educated youth. Although Fong Ro was quite delicate and dressed in a flashy way, she was wealthy, and her family was from the capital. It seemed reasonable for Luo Chang to be with her. They could make a good match. However, she wouldn't take the initiative. This little girl had a proud spirit and kept her distance, waiting for him to bend his back before she would teach him a lesson. She didn't want to bring home a troublemaker for her younger son. Under the increasingly intense gaze of the mother and son across from her, Fong Ro took out the items from her bag. She didn't disappoint them. It was a pack of cookies. Unlike the broken cookies they bought from the cooperative, these were whole cookies, not defective ones. As soon as she opened the pack, Luo Daba quickly grabbed 2 pieces and stuffed them into his mouth, crumbs flying everywhere. Ding Xiaofeng pretended to be angry and tapped his arm. "What are you in such a hurry for? Aunt Fong specially brought these for you. They are all yours, so why are you being rude?" With a light tap that didn't hurt, Luo Daba showed no restraint and grabbed 2 more pieces, running to the bed to continue playing. Just like his mother said, these were all his, and he could eat them slowly. The 2 girls nearby, who were threatening, watched and licked their lips but didn't dare to speak. Luo Widow smiled awkwardly at Fong Ro. "Aunt Fong, I'm sorry. Country kids can be a bit mischievous, and they usually don't get to eat good things. Thankfully, you care for him and brought so many treats. Last time, Daba said the milk candies you bought were delicious, but unfortunately, they are all gone now." Fong Ro was truly speechless at this family and forced a smile. "Milk candies are hard to find. I'll see if I can find some when I go to the county someday." Luo Widow smiled in satisfaction. "Daba, don't forget to thank Aunt Fong." Luo Daba looked up and said, "Thank you, Aunt Fong." With crumbs still in his mouth, he sprayed them everywhere, and Fong Ro subtly moved back a bit. Looking at the table, she noticed the cookies she had just opened were already gone. She couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Well, she was just here to get familiar with them. After all, Luo Chung was very filial to his mother, and he respected his older brother and sister-in-law who took care of her. If she wanted to marry in without any issues, she needed to build a good relationship with them first. Everything was for Changge. After convincing herself, she smiled at Luo Widow and said, "Andy, didn't you ask me to find out about job openings in the county? I found one." The widow Luo exclaimed with joy, "I really got the answer. Fong Jiqing, you have helped me a lot. When your brother Xiao Chong gets his paycheck, let him treat you to a meal." Fong Ro thought, "What brother Xiao Chong? No need to be polite, but it depends on whether Luo Chong can pass the interview." The widow Luo looked at Fong Ro with her slightly cloudy eyes, making Fong Ro feel a bit uneasy. Can someone arranged by Fong Jiqing not pass? What kind of job is it? Is it at the commune? Fong Ro replied, "It's work at the county breeding farm, right next to the commune." The widow hesitated. "Oh, that's a bit far." Fong Ro laughed in frustration. "Andy, job opportunities are hard to find. They only told me because of my uncle in the city." Hearing her tone, the widow's smile faded a bit, and she tried to explain, "I'm not complaining. I just thought it might be inconvenient for Luo Chong to pick you up and drop you off. And it wouldn't be easy to borrow a bicycle." Fong Ro's expression turned serious. "Auntie, I looked for a job for Luo Chong because you mentioned he's a grown man without work, and you were worried about him. It's for your sake, not because of Luo Chong." After saying that, she stood up to leave. The widow was worried and didn't want her to go. Her son's job wasn't secured yet. Oh, Fong Jiqing, look at me. I'm getting old and can't express myself well. Please don't be angry. It's just that I'm grateful to you for finding a good job for my son. Fong Ro hadn't achieved her goal yet, so she didn't want to leave. With a cold expression, she sat back down. Auntie, please be careful. If you keep saying nonsense, I won't come again. The widow smiled kindly and said softly, I understand. I won't say silly things anymore. Please tell me more about this job. Fong Ro explained everything again. Although it was a temporary position, it was very sought after, and she had put in a lot of effort to secure it, encouraging Luo Cheng to report for duty soon. The widow hesitated. Soon? In this cold winter? Fong Ro looked at her calmly. Auntie, job opportunities won't wait for anyone. The widow Luo quickly nodded. Yes, there are fewer jobs now, so I'll have Xiaoqiang tidy up and go over the day after tomorrow. Fong Ro nodded. Don't worry, Aunt. The breeding farm has accommodations, so he won't have to travel back and forth. Only then did the widow Luo feel relieved. That's great. It makes things much easier. Ding Xiaofeng sat quietly to the side, her lips pursed. That old woman is so biased, giving such a good job opportunity to the younger son instead of the eldest. Just wait, when you're old, I won't let Luo Qing take care of you. You can go live with your younger son. As for Luo Cheng, the Luo family usually doesn't think of him, except when it's time to send money each month. After discussing work, the three of them chatted casually, and Fong Ro steered the conversation towards the second son who was in the military. She expressed her regret about not serving in the military and wanted to ask about his experiences. The people of Lijiawan only knew that Fong Ro came from the capital and were unaware of her background. In this era, everyone had a dream of serving in the military, so her reason wasn't strange. The widow Luo had mixed feelings about her second son. On one hand, Luo Cheng was her most successful son, bringing her a lot of pride, which naturally made her happy. On the other hand, this son was raised in his grandmother's house and resembled her, which made the widow, who had suffered under her mother-in-law for years, dislike him, even to the point of resentment. Even after her mother-in-law passed away and she raised Luo Cheng, she still felt uncomfortable and only showed him superficial affection, unlike her feelings for her eldest and youngest sons. So, every time someone praised her for having a good son, she felt quite awkward. However, when she needed her son to support her, she relied on him easily. Now, she spoke lovingly about her son, putting on a perfect motherly appearance. Fong Ro was unaware of these feelings and listened to the widow Luo boast about her son's achievements, even though some stories sounded exaggerated. She was completely captivated. How could she not fall for such a capable man? Seeing Fong Ro so enchanted, the widow Luo felt satisfied, and as she continued talking, she began to think about what she could ask Fong to bring next time. Ming Dai learned about Fong Ro and Qi Jijun's falling out while passing by the youth station, listening to Song Lanlin's gossip. Now they're not talking to each other. At first, Qi Jijun tried to make up, but Fong Ro completely ignored him. She said they were just friends, and there was no chance for anything more. Qi Jijun looked so disappointed. It was hilarious. And then there's Lu Yen, following Qi Jijun around like a puppy. He doesn't pay her any attention, but she doesn't mind, always asking about him. It's really embarrassing. Even though Qi Jijun was rejected by Fong Ro, he still doesn't like her. What's the point of trying so hard to get someone's attention? Although Ming Dai thought she was right, she was also quite puzzled about why she was saying all this to her. Was it because Zhou Xinian wasn't there, and she wanted to chat with her? Perhaps her confused expression was too obvious, as Song Lanlan glanced at her basket and awkwardly spoke up. Ming Dai, you're bringing bean sprouts to the team leader's house, right? Ming Dai had taken a basket when she left, and Song Lanlan had seen her at the door. Ming Dai didn't hide it. Yes, there were too many bean sprouts, so I'm giving some to the team leader's family. They've been really nice to me. You can't just ask for something without offering anything in return, right? Song Lanlan didn't expect her to say that, and her request was blocked. She smiled awkwardly. Do you have any extra? I'd like to buy some, but I'm not sure how much they cost. Ming Dai was surprised she wanted to buy them. After thinking, she replied, I'm not selling them, but I can trade for soybeans or other things. If you're not in a hurry, there's the grass market tomorrow. I can bring the bean sprouts there, and you can trade for them. Song Lanlan was indeed going to the market tomorrow and happily agreed. She was worried Ming Dai might raise the price, so it was better to trade in person. After hearing the gossip and finishing the conversation, Ming Dai headed home with her basket. She first put the string of dried chili peppers Aunt Huang gave her into the kitchen, then went to find Zhou Xinian in his room. After knocking, Zhou Xinian opened the door. Since they had run out of charcoal, they moved the food to their kong, which was heated 24 hours a day, making the room very warm and humid. Zhou Xinian was on the floor, working on some old bicycle parts they had salvaged from the junkyard. Ming Dai discovered that he had fixed several broken wheels. Zhou Xinian, can you fix cars? Hearing this, Zhou Xinian looked up confused. Can I fix cars?
Ming Dai.
That's okay, you keep working. See if you can put together a bicycle so we won't have to rely on the village cart to travel. Although she had one in her space, taking it out suddenly would raise suspicion and jealousy. It was better to assemble something that wouldn't attract attention. Zhou Xinian thought about Qi Jijun's bicycle in the front yard and glanced at the parts on the ground. There aren't enough parts to put it together. When we have time, let's go to the junkyard and see if there are any new parts. Zhou Xinian nodded and continued using a small file to fix the tire. Ming Dai looked at the vegetable basket on his bed. It looked good. She returned to her room, took the bean sprouts and green bean sprouts from the large basket, and put them into a clean sack, waiting to sell them the next day. Early the next morning, Aunt Huang and Sister Huang came to find her. They pulled a cart filled with many items. Little Ming, put your sacks up here. Aunt Huang called out, and Ming Dai had Zhou Xinian toss the 2 half-full sacks onto the cart. The grass market was quite far, and on the way to the commune, they passed an abandoned stage. They walked for over half an hour before reaching the place. The snow on the ground by the stage had been cleared, and small stalls were set up. Many people had already started picking out what they wanted. Today was the only day, and the morning would soon end. The people from Lijiaban were busy, with some setting up stalls and others shopping. Aunt Huang searched around the stalls, then fixed her gaze in one direction and led them there.
Mom.
You really came down from the mountain? How did you make it this far? An elderly woman in a blue coarse cloth cotton jacket approached, smiling to reveal her toothless gums. Hong, I miss you. Each year we meet less, I wanted to see you again. As she spoke, Aunt Huang's tears fell, holding the old woman's thin hand tightly. The middle-aged woman beside them, slightly older than Aunt Huang, had a sunburned face with tears streaming down. Aunt, Mother has been crying for you at night, so I had Hua Baozi carry her down. Aunt Huang wiped her face. Sister-in-law, thank you. I live far away, so I really appreciate you taking care of Mother. The middle-aged woman, Aunt Huang's sister-in-law, Su Fengxian, removed her headscarf, wiped her tears, and also cleaned the old lady's face. Don't say such things, your brother misses you too. He remembered you like hawthorn, so he brought a big bag for you. All the best ones, not a single worm in sight. Aunt Huang linked arms with her elderly mother and looked at the tall middle-aged man beside them. He wore a yellowed sheepskin coat and had a similarly sunburned face, smiling widely. Sister, how have you been this year? Aunt Huang, who was close to her brother since childhood, replied, Good. How is your family? Does Mother's legs still hurt? How are the nephews and nieces? The man answered each question, noticing that his sister hadn't lost weight compared to last year, and then took the cigarettes offered by his brother-in-law. Lu Daju was well-respected in the village and usually carried himself with authority, but now he smiled and approached his mother-in-law to greet her. Mother, are you staying home today? I made you some rice with sugar. The old lady looked at her son-in-law and nodded happily. 3 young men in their 20s approached to greet Aunt Huang. They were her nephews, Black Tiger, Hua Baozi, and Little Gray Wolf. The names almost made Ming Dai burst out laughing. Aunt Huang asked why her niece Jiao Yan hadn't come down and learned that the family's little sheep had given birth and the 2 daughters-in-law couldn't manage, which is why she stayed behind. Thinking about Jiao Yan's upcoming wedding, she felt a bit happier. After the warm greetings, Aunt Huang pulled Ming Dai over to introduce her. "Little Ming, these are my family members, my mother, my brother, and my sister-in-law. The younger ones are my nephews. Mother, this is our village's new educated youth from the capital, a lovely young girl." Grandma Huang, whose eyesight was not very clear and who seemed a bit confused, squinted and looked her over for a moment before smiling and saying it was good. Ming Dai politely greeted Grandma, Aunt, and Uncle. Su Fengxian held Ming Dai's hand, admiring her fair little face peeking out from under her wool hat. "Oh my, this girl is so pretty, even whiter than tofu." After saying that, she reached out and pinched him, saying, "Ouch. Slippery." Ming Dai blushed, wondering why he had to touch her. This made Su Fengxian laugh heartily. After teasing the younger ones, she noticed Zhou Snayan, surprised by his tall stature. "Is this also a new educated youth? Why is this girl so tall? Taller than my husband." Huang Dashan swallowed and whispered, "You silly girl. Is that a girl? That's a crazy person." Su Fengxian stepped back and finally saw Zhou Snayan's expressionless face. "Oh my, he really is a crazy person. Where did he get that red scarf? He looks like a new bride." Ming Dai chuckled. She usually didn't laugh unless she couldn't help it. Aunt Huang quietly explained the changes in Zhou Snayan since Ming Dai arrived, which helped the Huang family relax. Although they were far away and hadn't been beaten, they still remembered the brother-in-law's pig-like face from years ago. After the warm greetings, Aunt Huang started setting up her stall next to Uncle Huang. They brought a lot of cabbage, radishes, and some corn, planning to trade for some dried meat for the new year. Ming Dai's bean sprouts were also placed on her stall. "Little Ming, you all go and look around. If you want to trade for something, I'll help you out." Ming Dai nodded. "Annie, just keep an eye out. Dried meat and vegetables are fine. If you have mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms from the mountains, that would be best. Dried fruits are also good." Aunt Huang nodded. "All right, you all go. Keep an eye on him. There are many outsiders today." Ming Dai looked at the curious Zhou Snayan and nodded, leading him away. After a quick look, it was clear that the stalls of the mountain people were distinct. First, most of the sellers were men wearing sheepskin coats, and secondly, there were various mountain goods. The dried meat was packed in burlap sacks, with some half open for people to choose from, looking quite impressive. Ming Dai held onto the sleeve of Zhou Snayan's military coat, worried he might run off or cause trouble if she wasn't careful. Fortunately, he seemed to be in good spirits, obediently following her, looking around without any impatience. Ming Dai focused on herbs and items that were not in her space. After walking a short distance, she spotted something good. A large piece of natural honeycomb.
Ming Dai pulit susinyan over.
There were many people at the stall looking around, but after asking the price, they shook their heads and left. This piece of honeycomb was big, about 1/2 meter long and 30 centimeters wide. It was cut straight from the hive and weighed over 20 pounds. Although it had crystallized due to the weather, it was real wild honey. "Sir, how much is this?" The middle-aged man at the stall squinted at Zhou Xinyan and then said, "Young lady, a fair price, 20 yuan. Honey is currently priced at 1 yuan per pound, so this piece should weigh at least 24 or 25 pounds. Even after removing the beeswax, it was still a good deal. Besides, she could use the beeswax to make herbal pills." She looked around the stall and noticed a bundle of dried astragalus. "How much for this?" The man rubbed his hands together. "You can have it for 3 yuan. He felt a bit shy about the price, but he had searched several mountains to gather this much, and selling it for less would hurt him. Ming Dai calculated and thought it was reasonable. "I'll take both of these. Can you throw in some mushrooms?" The man was thrilled and nodded eagerly. "Sure. I'll pack it up for you. Young lady, this honey is special. I've held on to it for a long time and didn't want to sell it. There are ginsengs in the mountains, so it might be ginseng honey." Ming Dai smiled but didn't argue. It definitely wasn't ginseng honey, but it was probably wildflower honey. The man was happy and included a small basket of dried mushrooms, which were great for soups or stews. Ming Dai placed the astragalus in Zhou Xinyan's backpack and carried the honey herself. Noticing Zhou Xinyan frequently looking into his backpack, she broke off a small piece of the honeycomb wrapped in oil paper and handed it to him. Chew it, don't swallow it whole. If it loses its flavor, spit it out, okay? Zhou Xinyan smiled widely, nodded, and took the honeycomb, licking it with bright eyes. The two wandered around a bit more and found a large piece of Rehmannia, which was quite old, and a small bag of good goji berries, perfect for Zhou Xinyan's herbal dishes. The rest were common herbs, which she already had stored in her space, so she didn't need to buy more. Ming Dai took him to buy some food. At the market, there were many fruits, mostly dark-colored pears and bright red persimmons, along with quite a few dried persimmons. Ming Dai bought a little of everything and had Zhou Xinyan carry it. She looked at the dried meat, but most of it was smoked, so after buying 2 rabbit jerky, she decided not to buy more. As they walked near Aunt Huang's stall, they spotted Sister Huang. She was standing with a woman about her age and greeted them with surprise. "Little Ming, come here." Ming Dai followed her instructions and approached with Zhou Xinyan. "Sister." Sister Huang smiled happily to see family. "This is my mother, and this is the new educated youth from our village. She's great and has given me a lot of candy." Aunt Huang, seeing her daughter, who already had 2 kids and still craved treats, felt a bit troubled. Thankfully, she married into the family, so it wasn't her worry. "Good girl, your sister can be a bit careless. Don't take it to heart. When you go back, let her bring you some fruits to taste the flavors from our mountains." Ming Dai smiled. "Sister is very kind to me. You are too polite. We have bought some fruits." Only then did Sister Huang notice what Zhou Xinyan was carrying and playfully scolded. "I told you not to buy anything, but you still did." Ming Dai smiled and didn't argue. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she left with Zhou Xinyan. They bought some mountain walnuts and finished exploring the small market. When they returned to Aunt Huang's stall, her goods were selling quickly, and the cabbage was nearly half gone. The 2 bags of bean sprouts were also almost sold out, clearly very popular. "You're back. Little Ming, your bean sprouts are a hit. Not only are the mountain folks buying them, but people from nearby villages are too. Just now, some educated youth came to get some. You traded for quite a few things and made 30 cents. Ming Dai didn't expect them to be so popular. Next year, we can bring more to sell." Aunt Huang nodded. "Put the things on the cart. Carrying them is tiring. My mother will watch them on the cart so they won't get lost." With many people around, Ming Dai responded loudly and took Zhou Xinyan to the back of the cart. Grandma Huang, being older, took a while to recognize her but remembered Zhou Xinyan very well. "You too must be tired. Come sit down." Ming Dai stifled a laugh as she placed her items on the cart. She reached into her crossbody bag and took out a small pack of candy. There were 4 pieces in the small pack. Ming Dai handed 1 piece to Zhou Xinyan, took 1 for herself, and then offered the remaining 2 to Grandma Huang. Grandma Huang looked a bit confused but happily accepted them, not knowing to eat them right away. Ming Dai gently placed a small piece in her mouth and said, "Grandma, it's sweet. Go ahead and try it." Grandma Huang tasted the sweetness and quickly chewed, saying, "Sweet, really sweet." Ming Dai smiled and left with Zhou Xinyan, planning to buy some sweet potatoes she had just seen. Once they were gone, Grandma Huang carefully wrapped the candy back in its paper and placed it inside her coat, holding it close. When Aunt Huang finished her work and came to check on her mother, Grandma Huang cheerfully pulled out the paper package, saying, "Look, I have candy." Aunt Huang recognized the familiar candy and knew it was from young Ming, meant for her mother. Grandma Huang remembered how much she liked sweets and had saved them for her daughter instead of eating them herself. Aunt Huang felt emotional and took a piece, placing it in Grandma Huang's toothless mouth. "Mom, you eat it. I've had enough." Only then did Grandma Huang smile and say, "It's really sweet." Aunt Huang wiped away her tears, thinking she should bring more fine grains for her mother this year. She was getting older and couldn't eat much else without her teeth. Ming Dai and Zhou Xinyan bought roasted sweet potatoes at the market, each holding 1. At this time, the sweet potatoes weren't very tasty, lacking the fragrant sweetness of the ones from Ming Dai's previous life. They were mostly starchy, making them a bit hard to swallow when roasted. However, they felt warm in their hands. Zhou Xinyan even created a new way to eat them by spreading some frozen honey on the hot sweet potato, giving it a sweet flavor. Enjoying the lively market atmosphere, Ming Dai and Zhou Xinyan ended up with blackened hands from the food. As noon approached, the market was winding down. It was a rare chance for free shopping, and everyone had bought and sold quite a bit. Ming Dai also spotted the young and old members of the work team. The younger ones were mostly shopping, while the older ones sold the vegetables they had grown. Only Lu Yen sold some of the newly harvested grain. Ming Dai thought she was crazy. That was next year's food supply. What was she planning to eat after selling it? After the market ended, Aunt Huang and her family followed them to Lijiawan. The mountain was far away and they couldn't return today, so they needed to stay at the team leader's house. Ming Dai walked with them, listening to Su Fengxian share interesting stories from the mountains. Although they were funny, it was clear that life in the mountains was much tougher than down below. Team leader Lu was carrying his mother-in-law on his back, panting heavily, which made Zhou Xinyan look at him with obvious disdain. Grandma Huang wore a new yellow scarf given by her daughter and was happily carried by her son-in-law. She casually asked, "Are we having rice for lunch? Should we add sugar?" Team leader Lu replied loudly, "Yes. We are having rice. It must have sugar. I'll add 2 spoonfuls for you." Grandma Huang happily patted his sheepskin hat, saying, "Good son-in-law. Hurry up, let's go home." This instantly amused everyone. Back in the village, Ming Dai declined Aunt Huang's insistence to join them for lunch and went home with Zhou Xinyan, carrying her purchases. The young people at the Knowledge Youth Station took this rare opportunity to buy a lot. They filled half a bag with mountain pears and persimmons and bought plenty of dried goods to send back to their families in the city. Now, supplies in the city were tight, and many families with money couldn't buy food, relying on support from relatives in the countryside. Fong Ro bought a lot of dried goods, and since she bought so much, others helped carry it back, likely because many families wanted to send gifts. What Ming Dai and Zhou Xinyan bought didn't seem out of place. When they got home, the house was warm, and the Kong was still burning. The leeks on top had grown tall and were ready to eat. As she organized the things she bought today, Zhou Xinyan followed closely behind, rubbing his belly and complaining that he was hungry and wanted rice. Realizing it had been a while since she cooked rice in a big pot, Ming Dai agreed. She rinsed the rice and asked Zhou Xinyan to wash the pot. After steaming the rice, she took out a piece of pork belly. How could rice be complete without braised pork? Zhou Xinyan recalled the taste of the braised pork and stood by the cutting board with a stick, watching her cut the meat into pieces the size of mahjong tiles. He worriedly asked, "Is this enough to eat?" Ming Dai rolled her eyes and thought, "Come on, big brother, this is 2 pounds of meat." 2 pounds. It's enough. Just stir-fry some mushrooms and greens too. Zhou Xinyan pouted. He didn't want to eat vegetables. But since he had no say, he obediently went back to stoke the fire. During mealtime, Ming Dai served Zhou Xinyan 2 bowls, one with 2 spoons of sugar added. The sugar mix with rice opened a new world for Zhou Xinyan. He finished 1 bowl and still wanted more. Ming Dai pushed the other bowl, topped with braised pork sauce, towards him, saying, "Finish this bowl before getting more." Reluctantly, he set it down and picked up the other bowl, enjoying each bite of rice and meat. Ming Dai also took a piece. It was bright red and bouncy, bursting with flavor. Thinking about the remaining meat in the storage, Ming Dai felt that the plan to raise pigs needed to be prioritized. When they got tired of eating, they added some mushrooms and greens to balance the meal. The mushrooms were freshly picked from the little forest in their space, and the greens were homegrown, crunchy and sweet, perfectly complementing the richness of the braised pork. Finally, they enjoyed the rice soup from the steamed rice, which was incredibly comforting. The rice soup was simply the best, even better than usual. The author recalls having it occasionally as a child. After finishing, Ming Dai scraped out the crispy rice from the pot, giving each of them a piece to dip in the leftover braised pork sauce, which crunched delightfully. The pure rice aroma combined with the rich meat sauce was a taste that could no longer be found after rice cookers became common. Feeling satisfied, Mingdai continued to tidy up the things they brought back, while Zhou Xinian washed the pots and cleaned the kitchen. In the afternoon, the two went back to work in their space. The fertilizer from the little sheep had fermented well, and was ready to be used in the fields. Zhou Xinian was still a bit resistant to the idea that delicious cucumbers and tomatoes came from the fertilizer, but he obediently dug it out from the fermentation pit. Mingdai mixed in some lime water for disinfection and began to fertilize the fields. Fertilizing was simple. They just needed to bury some fertilizer at intervals in the soil. In the afternoon, the two finished their work, and the fermentation tank was emptied, waiting for the little lambs to continue. As a reward, Mingdai planned to make lamb soup again in the evening. Just before dark, Aunt Huang and Sister Huang came by again, bringing a cart full of things. Half a bag of persimmons and half a bag of mountain pears, along with a small basket of apples and a small basket of hawthorn. Su Fengxian also came along, curiously looking around the small courtyard. Brick houses are so much better. They block the wind much more than our stone houses. She felt a bit envious, thinking she might never live in a brick house. Mingdai quickly invited everyone inside, bringing hot water and bowls. Once inside, Su Fengxian was amazed by the vegetable basket on the Kong. You can grow vegetables in winter? You young people are really impressive. Sister Huang took the bowl Mingdai handed her and said, "It's not that they are impressive, it's little Ming who is amazing. She's the only one who can grow vegetables in winter." Su Fengxian looked at the green leeks, feeling envious. "When winter comes, we just stay indoors with nothing to eat. It's much better for you down the mountain." Mingdai smiled and said, "I'll cut some for you later. The leeks are ready to eat, perfect for dumplings. The garlic sprouts can be cut too. They are great in scrambled eggs." Su Fengxian laughed at Aunt Huang. "Well, that depends on whether Aunt is willing to share some eggs with us." Aunt Huang laughed heartily. "Little Ming should give us more. I need to make sure my sister-in-law has enough to eat, so she doesn't go home saying I didn't feed her." The four of them laughed and sat on the Kong, enjoying fried noodles. As Su Fengxian savored the sweet noodles, she thought about what her sister-in-law said. This little Ming was indeed wonderful. She had a task for coming down the mountain this time. After hearing that Mingdai knew medicine, she thought to ask her. Looking at Mingdai, she tentatively asked, "Little Ming, does your family have anyone who practices medicine?" Mingdai was taken aback and then shook her head. "I'm the only one in my family who practices medicine now." Hearing this, Su Fengxian felt a bit disappointed. "Oh, I see." Mingdai asked, "Is there something you need, Aunt?" Su Fengxian sighed and said directly, "I wanted to ask if anyone in your family collects tiger bones." Mingdai's eyes lit up. "Tiger bones? Does your family have some?" Su Fengxian nodded. "It's not my home. It's my mother's family. My mother's family is near Yuxia Mountain, not far from Dakingshan. Their village's hunting team caught a tiger last year. They sold most of it but kept a pair of tiger bones, and now they want to sell them. The commune there asked about it, but didn't want them. We also asked the commune here this afternoon, and they didn't want them either. In the county, we mountain people rarely go out and are afraid of being cheated, so we haven't found a buyer. We thought we would ask you." When Mingdai heard about the tiger bones, her eyes lit up with desire. This was something harder to find than ginseng in her past life. Her grandfather had told her since she was little that he regretted not keeping a pair for himself, and now she had the chance. She suppressed her excitement and hesitantly asked, "Auntie, do you know how long it will take to sell? How well are the tiger bones preserved?" Su Fengxian, feeling hopeful, replied happily, "It can take as long as needed. No one wants them now. They are very well preserved, so you don't have to worry. There's an old man in our area who knows about this." The tiger bones were specially brushed with tea oil and then dried, stored in a wooden box that protects against insects, so there's no damage at all. Mingdai felt relieved after hearing this. She was worried they might have stored them carelessly and lost their medicinal properties. "Auntie, I remember that one of Dad's colleagues mentioned that his family is looking for tiger bones to make wine. I need to write to ask if they still want some. If they do, how much would you sell them for?" Su Fengxian was a bit excited. "Really, someone wants them? My brother said they can't sell for less than 200 yuan. This is valuable, but also rare. Many people were injured while hunting that fierce tiger, and one person even has a limp now. Ming Dai nodded. That price wasn't too high. If sold in the capital, it could fetch much more. Then, Auntie, I'll write to ask. If I get news, I'll let Aunt Huang know first. Su Fengxian happily nodded. Her brother's family was also waiting for this money to marry off a daughter, so they just needed to sell it. She thought for a moment, then leaned closer to Ming Dai and whispered, Little Ming, we also have an old ginseng. Do you want to ask about that too? Ming Dai was surprised. They had quite a few good things. But now she was part of a ginseng forest and didn't need this. Aunt, if you don't urgently need the money, I suggest you keep it. It's useful for emergencies, especially since you live in the mountains. Plus, it holds its value, and if you take good care of it, it will be worth even more later. Su Fengxian was a bit overwhelmed by the thought that a tiger bone could sell for 200 yuan, but she quickly came to her senses after hearing this. Her husband and son often traveled in the mountains, and getting injured was common. Keeping the old ginseng made her feel more secure than selling it. All right, I'll listen to the young man and keep it for now. Ming Dai nodded. After chatting for a while, they stood up to leave. Ming Dai cut a lot of chives and garlic sprouts, placed them in a basket, and handed them to them. Aunt Huang happily accepted, saying, Young man, I'll send you a bowl of dumplings later, so don't rush to close the door. Ming Dai smiled in response. When Aunt Huang and the others got home and picked the chives, they discovered 5 eggs underneath, which instantly made their hearts melt. Su Fengxian saw this and thought that this young man knew how to treat people well. This young man is good. You should take care of him. Aunt Huang nodded while picking the chives. I know. It's not just me who likes him. Dezhu also says this young man is great. Su Fengxian looked at the clean yard and tidy stable. For you, we feel at ease. Now we just have to see how well Jiao Yan adjusts after marriage. Aunt Huang reassured her. Her in-laws are well off, and the son-in-law is ambitious. Besides, our village is not far away, so I can visit often. Don't worry, sister. Su Fengxian wiped her eyes. I'm only at ease marrying her off because you're here. After this, I can only see my daughter once a year. The two of them cried for a while before calming down. Inside, Grandma Huang was happily listening to Dog Dan tell stories from a comic book, laughing from time to time. That evening, Aunt Huang indeed sent over a big bowl of dumplings, more than 20 of them, filled with chives and eggs, very fresh and tender. After sending her off, Ming Dai returned to the space with Zhou Xinian. As soon as they entered, they smelled the rich aroma of lamb soup. She picked some tender cilantro from the garden, placed it in a bowl, and poured hot soup over it, happily inhaling the fragrant steam. Zhou Xinian held his bowl at a distance, worried she might put that smelly thing into his bowl. Ming Dai shot him a glance, not understanding his appreciation. After having soup with the dumplings sent by Sister Huang, the meal was quite enjoyable. Zhou Xinian was still hungry, so he added some bread to his soup. Ming Dai thought that someday she could arrange a meal of lamb soup with bread. Before going to bed at night, Ming Dai wrote a few letters, planning to send them at the commune tomorrow. She had been in the countryside for several months and wondered how her delicate cousin was doing in the northwest. In a rundown cave in the northwest, a thin figure lay motionless on a dusty earthen bed, with dust falling from the ceiling, occasionally accompanied by squeaking sounds. Ming Yao Zhu stared intently at the broken window in the cave, where a ray of light shone through, his face covered in tears and snot. Since being forcibly sent to the countryside, his good days were gone forever. Unlike other educated youth who were well prepared for rural life, he arrived with nothing but his clothes and a stamped note from Director Qi proving his identity. He managed to survive thanks to his initial innocence and the simple nature of people in that era until Ming Chongjiang sent him a package. After reading the letter from Ming's father, which confirmed he could never return and must settle in the countryside for life, Ming Yao Zhu cried for 3 days. Unlike Ming Dai, who arrived in Song City during the winter break, Ming Yao Zhu faced the busy harvest season in the countryside. The educated youth had endless farm work to do, carrying water and feeding sheep. During this time, they also had to help the production team fertilize the winter wheat. Ming Yaozu had never done much work before, and after a short while, he couldn't take it anymore. He started to avoid work and hung out with idle young men in the village, eventually getting caught for gambling and sent for reform through labor. In the dilapidated cave, besides him and an old scholar, there was only a family of mice that had made a hole in the ceiling. He had just returned from the village mill after a long day of work and felt as if his body wasn't his own. He used his last bit of strength to collapse onto the earthen bed and couldn't get up again. He was filled with hatred. He hated the cunning Ming Dai for secretly signing him up for the countryside. He hated Ming Changjiang and Xing Chuilan for being incapable of bringing him back from the northwest. Most of all, he hated Ming Yanhong. If she had obediently gone to the countryside at the beginning and not caused so much trouble, perhaps Ming Dai wouldn't have felt desperate and signed him up for the countryside work. Unfortunately, no matter how much he hated it, he couldn't change the fact that he still had to go to the mill to work like a donkey tomorrow. The Ming family, whom he deeply resented, was also having a hard time. Because of Ming Yanhong, Ming Changjiang's only child was sent to the countryside. After he beat the mother and daughter badly, he married Ming Yanhong off to that fool from Xing Chuilan's hometown, exchanging her for a bride price of 300 yuan to bring Ming Yaozu back to the city. Ming Yaozu wanted to return to the city, either by getting a job or retiring due to illness. Ming Changjiang originally planned to gather the 300 yuan and his family's savings to buy a job for his son to bring him back. What he didn't know was that after Ming Dai went to the countryside, she wrote a letter to Ma Lu, asking him to inform Ming Yaozu's gambling friends about his situation. The book mentioned that the gambling was led by a group of troublemakers who not only gambled but also engaged in loan sharking and extortion. Later, Ming Yaozu joined them and made some money through dishonest means. Ming Dai asked Ma Lu to tell them about Ming Yaozu going to the countryside, knowing they would take advantage of the situation and come to the Ming family for money. Sure enough, before Ming Changjiang could find a job for Ming Yaozu, the creditors showed up, threatening him after causing a scene and demanding 800 yuan to pay off his son's debts. Ming Changjiang then realized that his reckless son had accumulated such a huge debt. Angry, he fainted on the spot, and when he woke up, he didn't want to pay and tried to avoid the loan sharks. These people went to the soy sauce factory to cause trouble, breaking several soy sauce jars and causing significant losses. The factory's management directly fired Ming Changjiang. Feeling lost, he returned home to find the door wide open, with Xing Chuilan crying inside and the house in disarray. When she saw him, Xing Chuilan rushed over in tears, explaining how the debt collectors had taken all their money, causing Ming Changjiang to faint again. When he woke up, the couple went to report it to the police, but unfortunately, the loan sharks were very experienced, and the IOUs were very formal. It is a basic principle to repay debts, so the police couldn't do much, only giving a verbal warning about the aggressive behavior of the debt collectors. The troublemakers came out and beat up Ming Changjiang, threatening him that if he reported it again, they would break his legs. He lost his job, ran out of money, and got beaten up, which made Ming Changjiang very sick. After he finally recovered, his workplace came to take his house. The couple didn't want to leave and were forcefully kicked out. With no home and unable to afford rent, they thought about causing a scene at Ming Dai's original home to get their house back, but Ma Lu gave him a harsh lesson about society. In the end, they had no choice but to sleep under a bridge. Ming Changjiang's temper grew worse, and he took out his frustration on Xing Chuilan every day. Xing Chuilan didn't dare to resist the beatings and silently endured, just hoping her son would come back soon. After everything he went through, Ming Changjiang decided to give up on Ming Yaozu. He started an affair with a widow who cleaned the streets, kicked Xing Chuilan out, and moved in with her. After all, he and Xing Chuilan never had a marriage certificate. Xing Chuilan didn't have a city residency and couldn't find work in the city. After several pleas to Ming Changjiang failed, she had no choice but to return to the countryside to find a husband for her daughter. The family of the simple-minded man wanted a wife just to continue their lineage. After Ming Yanhong was married off, she never left the house, as her in-laws kept her tied to the bed, waiting for her to have a child with their son before they would untie her. Ming Yanhong's previous boyfriend was the son of a meat factory director and looked down on the simple-minded man. Even after being and married, she still dreamed of escaping. Unfortunately, the villagers were very united. If she tried to run away, she would be caught and beaten by the whole family. When Xing Xuelan returned to her hometown, the simple-minded man's family kept her from seeing her daughter. She had to stay at her parents' house, taking care of the whole family while also working in the fields, and her sisters-in-law constantly scolded her, leaving her little time to think about Ming Yanhong. When she finally saw her daughter at the simple-minded man's house, she was shocked. Ming Yanhong had messy hair, a slightly bulging belly, and was biting her dark fingers while grinning foolishly at her, drooling from the corners of her mouth, looking just as simple-minded. Xing Xuelan felt like the sky had fallen. In the capital city, at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative in the West City, Director Nyo adjusted his crooked hat and walked out with an unhappy expression. I still couldn't buy anything. With the new year approaching, we haven't prepared all the gifts yet. This year is crucial for Laogao's promotion, and we need to handle the relationships carefully. Unfortunately, supplies in the city are tight this year. Everyone is rushing to the supply store, and those who usually don't spend are now holding wads of cash, fiercely competing for items. This is my third trip, and I still haven't found anything satisfactory. Director Nyo furrowed her brows as she returned to the courtyard and was called over before she could enter. Looking up, she saw Xiao Yang from the post office. Director Nyo, I have a letter for you. I was just about to deliver it. Nyo took the letter and saw it was from Heilong Jiang. She wondered who it could be since they didn't have any relatives or friends there. After getting home and opening the letter, she saw Ming Dai's name at the end and remembered who it was. The letter was short, starting with simple greetings and expressing gratitude to her family, then describing life in Lijiabao. Director Nyo wasn't very interested in Ming Dai's rural life, but she was intrigued by her descriptions of endless red dates, chestnuts, hazelnuts, and walnuts. Moreover, every household had surplus dried goods like mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms. In the end, she mentioned the local market, lamenting the cheap dried meat, hanging rows of dried chickens and rabbits, which couldn't sell because the villagers had no money. She concluded that while the countryside had plenty to eat, daily necessities were lacking. People had to rush to the supply store just to buy soap, and items like gloves, enamel basins, and pillowcases were even harder to find. The more Nyo read, the more excited she became. She could get these items. Her family runs a textile factory, and they receive more than they can use each year, so she could share a lot. They always had boxes of gloves, and they never lacked pillowcases or covers. As for soap, she remembered that Lao Gao had a good friend who worked at a soap factory. Looking at the letter, her excitement grew. When Director Gao returned home after work, he was startled by his wife's enthusiasm, and his back began to ache. Director Nyo rolled her eyes at his posture as he held his waist. What are you thinking? I don't need you today. Look at this. With the crisis averted, Director Gao straightened up and took the letter, reading it carefully. After finishing, he sipped his hot tea and said, The young comrade is doing well in the countryside. She's quite clever. Director Nyo snorted. Didn't you notice anything else? Director Gao thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Are you saying? Director Nyo nodded. Let's gather some daily necessities and trade them for local specialties. She gets along well with the village chief's family, so it should work. Thinking about the competition at the hospital, Director Gao nodded in agreement. If we can really get those items, my promotion to senior director will be almost guaranteed. Director Nyo snorted again. If I weren't worried about your issues, I wouldn't be in such a hurry, running back and forth to the supply and marketing cooperative. Director Gao got up and sat closer to his wife, wrapping his arms around her slightly sturdy waist. I must be lucky to have married you, my beautiful peony. A few kind words made Nyo Muten smile brightly. They first sent a letter and a package to Ming Dai, expressing their desire to keep in touch and suggesting a friendly relationship. They also gently proposed exchanging some unused daily items for local specialties and food she couldn't finish. Included in the package were a bag of white rabbit candy and a trendy red scarf, originally bought for their daughter, but sacrificed to win over Mingdai. It would be a week before Mingdai received the letter. At that moment, she was harvesting leeks in her space. The vegetables outside, including leeks and yellow leeks, were still tender but ready to eat. Most of the mushrooms were also ready for picking. The small greens and spinach needed another 2 weeks, as they were still young sprouts. Mingdai planned to take some time to go to the county town with Lu Dezhu to see if she could deliver the vegetables to the county government. She needed to find out why Zhou Xinyan's file was being held up, and that was the best place to get answers. Carrying a small bag of mushrooms, Mingdai called Zhou Xinyan, and the two headed towards the village chief's house. Recently, there have been several heavy snowfalls, and thick snow has piled up along the roads. Everyone is cautious at night, watching the time and preparing to clear the snow from the rooftops, fearing that the weight of the snow might cause the roofs to collapse. Before the snow, it was cold, and after the snow, it was even colder. There wasn't a single person on the road. When 2 people braved the cold wind to reach the team leader's house, they found the family busy making straw ropes for use in the coming spring. The gate was unlocked, so Mingdai pushed the door open and went inside. Zhou Xinyan was very interested in the team leader's stable and went straight there. Mingdai greeted Lu Lai Fu, Lu Lai Wang, and Lu Lai Fa, then took her basket into the house. Inside, Lu Dezhu was teaching Tai Dan to read with a comic book Mingdai had given him, while Go Dan was causing some mischief nearby. On the floor, Aunt Huang and her 2 daughters-in-law were making straw ropes, with Huang Tao and Huang Xing following Sister Zhou and handing her straw. Seeing Mingdai enter, Aunt Huang quickly stood up and invited her to sit on the kong. Mingdai waved her hand, saying, "Aunt, I can't stay long. It's getting dark. I'm here to find Uncle the team leader." Lu Dezhu looked over when he heard her. Mingdai placed the basket on the kong and uncovered the cloth covering it. "Uncle, the mushrooms are ready to eat, and I have enough chives and yellow chives for a basket. Can you take me to the county when you have time?" Lu Dezhu moved closer to the basket, excited to see the 2 mushrooms inside. "These look great. How many pounds can you harvest in a day?" Mingdai thought for a moment and replied, "There are about 300 mushroom bags in total, and we can harvest at least 30 pounds a day. If the conditions are better, we could easily get 50 pounds a day." Lu Dezhu looked at her in surprise. "Really that much?" Mingdai smiled and nodded. "Definitely." Lu Dezhu rubbed his hands together. "That's fantastic. Little Ming, you've done a great job. If the county's purchasing station wants these mushrooms, we could start large-scale cultivation next year." Mingdai's eyes sparkled as she said, "Uncle, I think it would be better to send them to the county government than to the supply and marketing cooperative." Lu Dezhu was puzzled. Why send them there? The purchasing station buys mountain goods, but the county government doesn't. Mingdai looked seriously at Lu Dezhu and said, "Uncle, our goal is to get the county and the commune to agree to our large-scale planting of winter vegetables next year, right? To plant on a large scale, we need to build a special fireproof room, which requires a significant investment. Does our village have that kind of money?" Lu Dezhu's face turned awkward. They still owed the commune a lot of money, so of course, they didn't have it. If we send the vegetables to the county government, and the leaders there enjoy the winter vegetables, they will surely wonder where they came from. At that point, we can make our requests. If we just send them to the purchasing station, the county leaders might not get to taste them. Lu Dezhu suddenly understood Mingdai's intention to send the vegetables to the county government. Aunt Huang picked up a bundle of straw rope from the ground and threw it at Lu Dezhu. "Enough. You should listen to Xiao Ming and do what she says. You've been stubborn for years and haven't settled the village's debts. Xiao Ming has come up with such a great way for us to make money, and you're not rushing to figure out how to make it happen?" Lu Dezhu slapped the bed and said, "All right, let's do it. I'll go find Xingmin and discuss how to send the vegetables to the county government." After saying that, he got off the bed, grabbed a basket, and went out. Seeing this, Mingdai also said her goodbyes. Aunt Huang asked her to wait a moment and handed her a small bag of cornmeal before letting her leave. As she called Zhou Xinyan to head home, she noticed he was holding something. "What do you have in your hand?" Zhou Xinian excitedly showed her what he was holding. Seeing the familiar black long hair, she gasped. Zhou Xinian, did you cut the horse's tail? Zhou Xinian happily nodded. The hair is long. Long hair is good for knitting sweaters. Ming Dai was silent for a while, deciding that she wouldn't visit the team leader's house for a while. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the back door of Ming Dai's small courtyard. Zhou Xinian, who was heating buns in the kitchen, came out with a fire stick to open the door. When he opened the door and saw Lu Dezhu, Lu Qingmin and Lu Guoqiang outside, he confirmed he knew them and turned back to the kitchen. Lu Dezhu swallowed hard as he looked at the fire stick in Zhou Xinian's hand, which was still sparking. Once Zhou Xinian went back into the kitchen, he and the other two entered the courtyard. They closed the yard gate again and were amazed by the two large stacks of firewood in the yard. Ming Dai heard the noise and came out of the room, seeing the three of them staring blankly at the woodpile. Uncle Captain, Uncle Secretary, Accountant Lu, have you eaten breakfast yet? Lu Dezhu snapped back to reality. Yes, we have eaten, little Ming. We came a bit early. Ming Dai smiled and shook her head. Let's go to the kitchen to talk. It's warmer there. The three nodded and followed her into the kitchen. Zhou Xinian had already heated up breakfast and was serving 2 bowls of fried noodles. Ming Dai asked him to make 3 more bowls, and he agreed, but he only put 1 scoop of noodles in those 3 bowls, while he and Ming Dai each had 3 scoops. Lu Dezhu and the others stared in surprise until Ming Dai brought the noodles to them, and then they reacted. Lu Dezhu said, "Little Ming is bold. Even a crazy person listens to her." Lu Qingmin added, "Little Ming is impressive. Even the crazy person follows her orders." Lu Guoqiang exclaimed, "Wow, I finally get to eat the same fried noodles as the crazy person." Ming Dai also took a bite of the noodles Zhou Xinian served her and found it very sweet. Zhou Xinian sat next to Ming Dai, placing the hot buns and fluffy steamed buns between them. He also got some pickled vegetables from the cupboard and sat across from Lu Dezhu and the others, enjoying his meal with a bun and a spoonful of noodle soup. His smooth movements left the 3 of them in awe. Ming Dai invited the 3 to have some noodles while asking about the vegetable delivery. Lu Dezhu came back to himself and shared the results of their discussion. "Tomorrow, we will go to the county together. Qingmin's second uncle's son has a relative in the county who knows a lady at the government cafeteria. She can help us make a connection." Ming Dai nodded. "Then I'll save all the vegetables from the past 2 days and take them with me tomorrow." Lu Qingmin took a sip of the sweet noodle soup and savored it. "Before we go tomorrow, let's weigh the vegetables and keep track of them for little Ming. What you grow is yours, and we'll pay you back when the money comes." Lu Dezhu nodded in agreement. "Right, Guoqiang, stop drinking. Remember this, and bring a scale tomorrow." Lu Guoqiang swallowed the fried noodles he had been chewing for a while and said, "I understand, Captain. I'll come early tomorrow to help weigh the vegetables." Ming Dai reminded him, "We need to put some straw down. These vegetables might freeze." The 3 of them nodded in agreement, finished their noodles, and got up to leave. Ming Dai saw them off and returned to the kitchen, where Zhou Xinian frowned at her and said, "I need to wash the dishes." Ming Dai finished her noodles, handed him the bowl, and took the 2 buns he had given her. Only then was Zhou Xinian satisfied. He took the plate away and put the bowl in the pot to boil water for washing. Ming Dai sat on a chair, nibbling on a bun while watching Zhou Xinian wash the dishes and thinking about how to price the vegetables. After finishing their meal, the 2 of them collected the vegetables from the basket. They cut 2 large bunches of leeks, with plenty of yellow leeks. The opaque basket didn't hinder their growth, and they were quite tall, filling almost half a basket. Since it would take at least half a month to eat more leeks after this harvest, the price for these leeks and yellow leeks couldn't be low. There were a lot of mushrooms, a big basket with over 30 pounds. Worried they might not be fresh, Ming Dai put them in storage, planning to take them out tomorrow morning. While Ming Dai and the others were busy in storage, outside, the vegetable collection was bustling. The front yard, however, was very quiet. Most of the older youth had taken leave to visit their families. Since the work period in Heisheng province was short, their family visit leave was extended. Except for Chen Erhong and Zhou Guiping, the other older youth had gradually gone home to visit family and celebrate the new year. The new youth, being their first year, were not allowed to visit home. Chi Ji-jun had been very quiet these days, seeming dazed. He almost got burned by hot water, but fortunately, Lu Yen helped block it, or he would have burned his hand. Ever since Fong Ro unilaterally declared that there was no chance for them, Chi Ji-jun had been thinking about returning to the city. After several unsuccessful attempts to communicate with Fong Ro, he lost all hope and began writing to his mother in Beijing to arrange his return. Unfortunately, he received a letter urging him to stay in the countryside. In the letter, Mom mentioned that the situation at home is not good. Dad has been cooperating with the investigation, and his brothers have been sent away, so he can't return to the capital for now. While he stays in the countryside, he should keep a close eye on Fong Ro. The Fong family was the first to have trouble, and the Chi family is affected too. If Fong Ro makes any moves, he must send a telegram to inform her. Chi Ji-jun was confused. He was sent to the countryside, and now he can't go back? His childhood friend, who had just rejected him, might have caused trouble for the Chi family. What is going on? Struggling to accept this, he fell silent and often stayed in his room, with Lu Yen bringing him meals. The new young people paid little attention to him, busy with their own tasks. Fong Ro noticed this and guessed that the Chi family had shared the news with him. Seeing him so affected, she felt a sense of mockery. Was he really unable to handle this level of stress? There are harsher realities waiting for you ahead, my brother Ji-jun. The only happy person was Lu Yen. She was taking care of Chi Ji-jun and could freely enter his room. She secretly went through his belongings and found letters he had exchanged with his family, which made her more convinced that he was a rare catch she needed to secure. She considered whether to take advantage of the quiet time at the youth station to get closer to Chi Ji-jun and bind him to her for good. Then, it would be hard for him to refuse to marry her. In the end, she decided against it for now, feeling too timid. Otherwise, with Chi Ji-jun's current state of mind, he might easily fall into a trap. In the front yard, there was confusion, while in the backyard, there was happiness. Early in the morning, Mingdai got up early to finish breakfast before Lu Guoqiang arrived. Lu Guoqiang came with a scale to weigh the vegetables Mingdai had prepared. Chives, 5 pounds, chive sprouts, 8 pounds, mushrooms, 72 pounds. Hearing these numbers, Lu Dazhu and Lu Qingmin smiled widely. The group then discussed the vegetable prices. Lu Dazhu looked at the full basket of mushrooms and said, "Little Ming, since you grew these vegetables, you should suggest the price first." Mingdai was straightforward. "Uncle, our vegetables are unique in winter. They are hard to grow and require a lot of effort and resources, so we can't sell them for less than they're worth. I think leeks and yellow leeks should be $1 per pound, and mushrooms can be 50 cents per pound since we have a lot of them. Family, please consider the prices of winter vegetables. I really don't think it's expensive." "How much?" Lu Dazhu could hardly believe his ears. At this time, pork was only 70 to 80 cents per pound, and vegetables were going for $1. Ming Dai repeated the prices, and the three of them confirmed they hadn't misheard. "Little Ming, is this price too high?" Ming Dai shook her head seriously. "Uncle, you need to understand that it's not the vegetables that are expensive, it's fresh vegetables in winter that cost more." Lu Dazhu was still a bit hesitant. It seemed too high. Instead, Lu Qingmin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Let's go with Little Ming's prices for now. If the county government doesn't accept it, we can negotiate later." Ming Dai nodded. "That works too." Lu Dazhu chewed on his unlit pipe. "All right, let's head out. We might need to stay in the county for the night, and the village will cover the expenses. Little Ming, please give me the keys later so I can have Annie come over to heat the room. These vegetables are precious. We can't afford any mistakes." Ming Dai agreed. This was the best plan. Since they were going to the county, Zhou Xinian would definitely come along. He was quite excited. He hadn't left the commune since arriving and didn't even know where the county was. They took a horse-drawn cart, and Lu Sanyi was already fully prepared, waiting at the door. The car was filled with straw, and Lu Guoqiang loaded the vegetables, wrapping them in straw. He even placed 2 blankets on top for insulation, though it was unclear whose they were. Ming Dai and the others also brought a cotton blanket to cover their legs. She wore her floral coat, a knitted hat, and a big scarf. Zhou Xinian wore a military coat and a lei foam hat, ignoring Ming Dai's advice and insisting on wearing a red scarf on the outside. Once the horse started running, Ming Dai dared to look at the horse's tail. Aunt Huang, worried about the horse getting cold, sewed a cotton cover for the bare horse's tail and secured it with 3 cloth bags tied around the horse's rear. At first glance, it looks like a horse is wearing a funny pair of pants. Although I feel sorry for the horse, it's really too funny. It takes over an hour to get from Lijiawan to the commune and 3 hours from the commune to the county town. The group that set off early in the morning only arrived in the county town around noon. Compared to the commune, the county town is indeed more bustling with many more people coming and going, and you can see quite a few workers riding bicycles home from work. Zhou Xinian curiously looked around, fascinated by the people and the streets. His unusual outfit also caught the attention of others. Lu Dezhu watched Zhou Xinian, who looked like a curious child, swallowed hard, and reminded Ming Dai again, "Little Ming, your only task is to keep an eye on him. You must not let him cause any trouble in the county town." After thinking for a moment, he added with a bit of reluctance, "If he wants to eat anything, just buy it for him. The village will reimburse you." Before they even entered the county town, Ming Dai was told she must hold onto Zhou Xinian. She simply took a rope and tied their wrists together, which made the others feel completely at ease. After hearing the captain's words, she assured him again, "Don't worry, Captain, I will keep a close watch on him and won't let him cause any trouble." Upon arriving in the county town, Lu Dezhu led the way and took the group to the guest house. They got 2 rooms with stamped tickets. Ming Dai had one for herself, while the men squeezed into the other. Zhou Xinian was very unhappy with this arrangement, and his face immediately darkened. After briefly passing the responsibility of persuasion to Ming Dai, Lu Dezhu took some vegetables and quickly left with Lu Qingmin, leaving Lu Guoqiang and Lu Sanyi staring at each other, too afraid to speak. Ming Dai said, "Sanyi, Accountant Lu, I'll put these things away and then take him out for a walk." Both men nodded in agreement. Ming Dai put the blankets and vegetables in her room, tidied up a bit, and then went back out with Zhou Xinian. The county town isn't very big, and the two of them strolled along leisurely. Aside from Zhou Xinian's bright red scarf being overly eye-catching, they looked just like any other farmers entering the county town. Following a woman carrying a basket who occasionally looked around, they soon discovered the location of the black market in the county town. After observing for a while, Ming Dai led Zhou Xinian into an abandoned alley. Once they confirmed no one was around, they quickly entered the space. Ming Dai initially planned to sell vegetables from the space in the county town, but then realized that since they were the only ones selling vegetables, it would be too obvious to do so at the black market. So, she decided to trade some other items instead, as she had plenty of good things in her space. She looked at Zhou Xinian, who was too tall to hide in a crowd, and discussed it with him. "Zhou Xinian, I need to go to the black market to sell things, but I can't take you with me. You're too tall and will be easily recognized. Can you wait for me in the space?" Zhou Xinian was not happy to hear this. He squatted down to a height just slightly taller than Ming Dai and looked at her. Ming Dai felt helpless. This made him even more noticeable. She tried a different approach. "If we go back later, we won't have time to feed the sheep. Can you take this chance to feed the little sheep and the silly deer?" Zhou Xinian glanced at the sheep grazing leisurely on the grass, and then at Ming Dai, hesitating for a moment. After Ming Dai promised to come back quickly to take him out, he reluctantly nodded. Ming Dai sighed in relief and went to the warehouse to select items to sell. First, she chose some grains. Since she had land in her space and would have new grains soon, she planned to sell some of the old ones. Next were clothes and shoes. There were many clothes and shoes here, filling several shelves, and some were not suitable for either of them. Ming Dai sorted out some children's and elderly people's clothes and shoes to test the waters. She also found an outfit for an elderly woman, changing into a green headscarf and old-fashioned cotton shoes. In her previous life, Ming Dai had a hobby of cosplaying various anime characters, so she had a full set of costume equipment at home. Zhou Xinyan watched her apply makeup on her face and hands while munching on an apple, slowly losing interest in the apple and looking at her in confusion. Under his watchful eyes, Mingdai transformed from a delicate young girl into an elderly lady with wrinkles and gray hair. It was amazing. He reached out to poke at Mingdai's wrinkles, but she swatted his hand away. Don't touch. I'm not finished yet. After thinking for a moment, she added a beauty mark to the corner of her lips to enhance her appearance. This way, even if her true identity was revealed, people would only recognize her as an old lady with a beauty mark, not as a young girl. Once she finished her makeup and put on some intentionally aged clothes, she cleared her throat and spoke in a hoarse voice. Oh, whose new bride is this? Why is she so tall? Zhou Xinyan jumped back 3 meters, startled by the sudden voice of the old lady, staring in disbelief at Mingdai, who had transformed. Mingdai, pleased with her prank, returned to her normal voice. Oh dear, I'm glad I haven't lost my voice acting skills. Now it's perfect. In Zhou Xinyan's confused gaze, she slipped out, and soon a hunchbacked old lady with a basket appeared at the alley entrance, walking unsteadily. At the black market, she followed another masked old lady. After some checks and a warning not to cause trouble, she was allowed inside. In a hidden corner, small stalls were set up, with people coming and going. Mingdai wandered around, carefully observing. There were many guards, always on the lookout for trouble. Whenever bargaining got too loud, someone would step in to stop it, and those who didn't cooperate were taken away. Feeling reassured, Mingdai realized that the tight security reduced her chances of getting caught, which also lowered her risk. After confirming the prices she wanted to know, she returned to the entrance. The 2 thin young men at the door were shivering, their noses running, as they stared blankly at the alley. Mingdai changed her voice and asked, Is Mr. Qin available to meet with a visitor from the south? This was a line she had read in a book, which she decided to use. Mr. Qin was the head of the black market in the county, and a visitor from the south meant there were goods coming in that he might want to consider. As soon as she spoke, the young man outside was stunned. A thin guy looked her up and down and told her to wait a moment. He greeted his companion and turned to enter the black market. Mingdai stood with her basket, hunched over and motionless. After a while, the thin man came back out. Master Wu is inside.
Please come in to talk.
Mingdai shook her head. Let's talk at the small tea stall at the alley. I will only wait for 5 minutes. With that, she walked away without hesitation. The thin man watched her shaky figure, surprised at how she knew about the small tea stall. Faced with a tough situation, the thin man hurried back inside. Inside the tea stall, there was only an old lady watching the stove. When she saw Mingdai enter, she merely glanced up before returning to sorting beans. Mingdai sat at the entrance, facing the street, where passers-by could see inside at any moment, and began to wait. 3 minutes later, footsteps were heard, and a lean middle-aged man entered with a thin guy. That's her, the thin man whispered, pointing at Mingdai. Master Qin examined Mingdai and thought she looked like an ordinary old lady. Take Lupa outside first. The thin man complied, helping Lupa leave, and soon only the 2 of them were left in the stall. Master Qin sat across from Mingdai, noticing the street and the occasional passerby, feeling a bit more cautious. Old sister, can you tell me what kind of customer you have? Mingdai remained silent, pulling out a note from her basket and trembling as she handed it over. Master Qin looked at her age-spotted hand and felt a bit more at ease. He took the note and opened it, and the contents made his eyes light up. Did the customer say when they would arrive? Mingdai spoke in a hoarse voice. They have already arrived and are resting at the train station. Master Qin's eyes flickered, and he became more interested in this deal. Having a customer who could use a train to transport goods meant they had some connections. He had always wanted to use the train to move things south, but had never been able to find a way. Perhaps this was an opportunity. He readily agreed to the contents of the note. Older sister, the price is fine, but can you introduce me to the client? Mingdai shook her head. The client has instructed that they cannot meet in person. This time, we'll proceed with the delivery, and we can discuss future matters later. Mr. Chin felt a bit disappointed, but if he could take in this batch of grain, he would have a good year. All right, let's do it as the client says. Upon hearing this, Mingdai took out another note and handed it over. Mr. Chin took it with confusion, and when he opened it, he almost gasped. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, "Did the client say they are coming together?" Mingdai nodded. "Yes, the client instructed that after you agree to the first note, I will give you the second one. If you negotiate, you won't receive the second one." Mr. Chin broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Fortunately, he had controlled his greed, otherwise, he would have missed a chance to rise. If there really were that many finished clothes and shoes, he could dominate the entire county market and even expand into the city. He had long had his eye on the city market, but he lacked a way in. Now, the opportunity was right at his doorstep. "Older sister, can you give me some time to gather the money?" Mingdai thought for a moment. "At 5 o'clock this afternoon, I'll be waiting at the county train station warehouse. If you're late, the deal is off." Mr. Chin nodded. "Okay, I will definitely be on time." Mingdai said nothing more and left, her steps shaky. Mr. Chin no longer underestimated this elderly woman. He felt she was quite mysterious and did not dare to offend her. He quickly walked out, returned to the black market, called a meeting, and soon sent many people into various corners of the county. Mingdai turned into a small alley and, taking advantage of the absence of others, entered a hidden space. Zhou Xinian saw her come in and approached with a watering can from the vegetable garden. The diligent Zhou had not only fed the sheep and cleaned the pen but also watered the vegetables. He stood a couple of steps away, observing her with his gaze. It was only when Mingdai spoke that he approached. Mingdai took off her cotton coat, still wearing her aged face. "Let's rest for a bit. I need to go out again later. Wait a moment, and I'll make you mutton soup tonight." "Sheep soup." Zhou Xinian immediately perked up and said, "I also want roasted lamb chops." Mingdai was speechless. He was making requests. "Okay." Zhou Xinian was instantly happy. He put the water pipe back and went to the storage room to get the lamb chops and lamb meat, while Mingdai followed to prepare in the kitchen. After they simmered the sheep soup and put the lamb chops in the oven, Mingdai noticed that no one came out from the space and cautiously walked toward the train station. Instead of going to the storage room first, she took a small path around to the back of the county train station. After crossing several tracks, she reached a dense pine forest. The forest was thick, with no villages nearby. Besides the whistling train arriving, very few people came here. She found a spot overgrown with weeds and carefully placed the agreed goods there. After checking that nothing was visible from the outside, she left and returned to the storage door of the train station. At the door, she squatted in a sheltered spot, and soon, Qin Hui's figure appeared. Mingdai stepped out from the corner, and Qin Hui approached her. "Older sister, I have prepared the gift." Mingdai nodded and led the way out of the train station. Qin Hui looked confused. "Older sister, didn't you say the goods were in the storage?" Mingdai shook her head and simply said, "Follow me." Qin Hui furrowed his brow, thinking that this was his territory and nothing would go wrong, so he followed, with the thin man behind him, while the people waiting to move the goods dispersed into the crowd. When they reached the forest, Qin Hui realized what was happening. Looking around, he felt a bit regretful. As a local, how did he not discover such a suitable place for a transaction? Mingdai thought, "No need to regret. You discovered it in a past life, just a bit late." Once in the forest, they quickly reached the location of the goods. Mingdai said, "Let's check it." Qin Hui didn't hold back and, along with the thin man, counted all the grain and clothing. After counting, both of their faces showed excitement. They struck it rich. This time, they really would. Qin Hui took off his military coat and then his thick cotton jacket, flipping them onto the ground. He tore open the lining and reached inside, pulling out stacks of money. Who would have thought that this plain big cotton coat was not only filled with cotton, but also with stacks of cash? "Big sister, count it, 68.90. I'll add up to 6,900, and the extra is for your tea." Mingdai knew he was preparing for their next collaboration, so she didn't say much. After counting briefly, she put the money in the basket, waved her hand, and turned to leave. Master Qin watched her hunch over as she crossed several train tracks, and in the distance, a train whistled by. By the time the train arrived, the old lady's figure had already disappeared. What a capable person! Master Qin felt relieved that he hadn't had any bad thoughts. The owner of this batch of goods was likely watching from across the woods. If something felt off, this transaction might be cancelled. He took a deep breath and slapped the dazed thin man beside him. Hurry, go call everyone, push the cart, and come around from behind the woods. Take a direct route to Lu Po's house. The thin man immediately dashed toward the woods and soon disappeared from sight. Master Qin wandered around for a bit, once again marveling at how suitable this place was for transactions. In the space, Mingdai removed her makeup and changed back into her clothes. With no one around, she took Zhou Xinyan out and quickly left the train station. By now, it was dark, and the two returned to the guest house with a basket full of items. Lu Sanyi was idly hanging around at the door and quickly dashed inside when he saw them. Then Lu Dazhu and the others came out to greet them. Mingdai felt a bit embarrassed. "Uncle, sorry. We lost track of time while wandering." Lu Dazhu first checked Zhou Xinyan's expression and, seeing he was in a good mood, he relaxed. It's fine. We didn't wait long. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We had some dry food. You two eat something first. There's hot water in the tea room, free for you to use." Mingdai nodded and took Zhou Xinyan back to their room. After boiling 2 kettles of water and closing the door, the two entered the space again. The lamb soup and roasted lamb chops were ready. Zhou Xinyan went to serve the soup, while Mingdai took 6 steamed buns. There wasn't enough time to make pancakes, so they would use the buns instead. Delicious lamb soup began to soak into a piece of bun. The two of them were so full that they couldn't lift their heads. The fresh lamb was delicious even without much seasoning, and the grilled lamb chops had a unique flavor that was very satisfying. After the meal, Mingdai made Zhou Xinyan take a shower and brush his teeth. Once she confirmed he didn't smell, she felt safe letting him go home. Zhou Xinyan was unhappy because he couldn't use the rose-scented shower gel. He fiddled with the little floral straps on his backpack, refusing to leave. Mingdai sighed, "Big brother, you can't sleep here. We could get in trouble." Zhou Xinyan blinked. "We've slept together before." Mingdai replied, "That's not true. I didn't. Before, we were in a shelter with a pile of firewood in between us, and Sister Huang was there too. It doesn't count as being in the same room. Remember, we never slept together." Zhou Xinyan didn't understand. "Then why can't I sleep with them? Can't you sleep over there?" "I don't want to sleep with them. They smell." Mingdai was frustrated. "I'm a girl. Big brother. Girls can't sleep with boys." Zhou Xinyan looked sad and said, "Can I pretend to be a girl?" Mingdai replied firmly no. Zhou Xinyan looked hurt. He carried his big backpack and looked at Mingdai with a disappointed expression. Mingdai took a deep breath, hugged the blankets they brought, and said, "Come on, I'll take you back." Reluctantly, Zhou Xinyan followed Mingdai to the room where Lu Dazhu and the others were staying. After knocking and entering, they saw an extra bed in the room, which the captain had specially requested. Zhou Xinyan was unhappy and stood at the door with a gloomy face, staring at the four who didn't dare to speak. Lu Dazhu and Lu Qingmin exchanged glances, sensing that tonight might not go well. Mingdai placed the blankets on the empty bed and pulled Zhou Xinyan over, giving him 2 pieces of big white rabbit candy. "You can sleep here tonight. Eat the candy first, then wash up. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for buns." Zhou Xinyan took the candy, feeling a bit better. He touched the familiar blanket on the bed, nodded obediently, and sat down to eat the candy. Mingdai sighed in relief and turned to the 4 people crowded in the corner. "Captain, how did the communication about the vegetables go?" Lu Dazhu sat quietly on the outermost bed and whispered, "It's ready. Tomorrow morning, we'll send half of it over early. After the leaders eat, the chef will discuss collecting the vegetables. We are giving him half a pound of leeks and 2 pounds of mushrooms to build a good relationship with him. We'll deduct this from the account later." Mingdai nodded. "Okay, Thank you for your hard work, uncle. I'll go rest now. She turned around and looked at Zhou Xinian, who was happily eating candy, and said, Zhou Xinian, remember to brush your teeth later. Zhou Xinian nodded, indicating he understood. As the four of them watched reluctantly, Mingdai left the room. The four sat on the bed near the door, carefully watching Zhou Xinian inside. He chewed on the milk candy, using his fingers to smooth out the wrinkles of the candy wrapper before gently placing it in his shirt pocket. After finishing the candy, Zhou Xinian stood up and opened his large backpack, taking out his toiletries one by one. Seeing the two brand new enamel basins and 2 different towels, the four of them gasped in surprise. When Zhou Xinian went out to brush his teeth, they finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Dazhu exclaimed, even a madman has 2 basins. We only have one for the whole family. Lu Qingmin was eyeing the towels in the madman's backpack. The towels are even red double happiness. My sister is getting married soon, and I can't find one like this anywhere. How does the madman have it? Lu Sanyi touched his loose front tooth and said, that toothpaste in the madman's jar, right? I only saw it once at the supply store in the county. Lu Guoqiang nodded. Yes, it's toothpaste. Our commune only has tooth powder. This must belong to Little Ming, the educated youth. The four sighed, feeling sorry for Little Ming, as all the good things were taken by the madman. If they knew that the red double happiness towel was used by the madman to wipe his feet, they would probably be even more shocked. In the next room, Mingdai took out a basket and counted a stack of cash, smiling widely. That night, after Zhou Xinian lay down, the other four hesitated before finally crawling into bed. Every little sound made them jump, especially Lu Dazhu, who was sleeping next to Zhou Xinian's bed. He curled up in the blanket, too scared to sleep, and by midnight, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and buried his head in the blanket to fall asleep. A dull snoring filled the room, and soon, the person in the next bed, Lu Qingmin, joined in, followed by Lu Guoqiang and Uncle Lu San, all snoring together. Unlike the others, Uncle Lu San's snoring had a melody. Hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sounds grew louder and louder, with one person dropping off and another waking up, sometimes creating a duet or a trio, with Uncle Lu San adding a rap-like rhythm to his snoring. Zhou Xinian sat up in bed with a frown, staring at the four beds. The people above were still sleeping soundly, enjoying peaceful moments. Smack, 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 smack hiss. Zhou Xinian, who usually didn't know how to be patient, decisively got up and, in the dark, gave each of the four a good slap, ensuring fairness in both position and strength. Lu Dazhu covered his face in shock as he watched Zhou Xinian return to bed. While his face hurt, he felt a sense of relief that it had finally happened. The other three remained curled up under their blankets, not moving at all. They didn't even know what had happened. They just woke up when they felt the pain on their faces. After a while, with no further actions from Zhou Xinian, the four continued to sleep. Then the snoring quartet started again. Smack, 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 smack hiss. Throughout the night, this sound occurred 3 times, and Lu Qingmin guessed it was because their snoring had disturbed Zhou Xinian. So, the four of them dared not sleep anymore, lying in bed waiting for dawn. Lu Dazhu thought, indeed, some expenses can't be saved. We should have booked 3 rooms. Boo-hoo. The next day, Mingdai woke up early to wash up. As she opened the door, she saw the 4 men squatting at the entrance. She exclaimed in surprise, Uncle, why are you up so early? Lu Dazhu replied, we hardly slept at all. Haha, we're getting older and need less sleep. You go wash up. We'll move the vegetables to the cart. Mingdai stepped aside to let them in, glanced at the still-closed door next door, shook her head, and went to wash up. When she returned after washing, she ran into Zhou Xinian. Did you sleep well last night? Zhou Xinian held a basin and thought for a moment it was bad at first, but it got better later. Mingdai nodded. All right, go wash up first, and later I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for buns. Zhou Xinian happily agreed and headed to the washroom. Since only their group stayed overnight, Mingdai wasn't worried about anything happening to him. She took her basin and went back to pack her things. Once both of them were ready, they went outside to the cart, and Mingdai noticed the team leader's swollen half-face and droopy bags under his eyes. Team leader, what happened to you? She stopped mid-sentence and turned to Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan had just finished washing his face, looking lively, with bright eyes waiting for the buns. Lu Dezhu touched his face. It's nothing, little Ming. Go ahead and deliver the vegetables. Mingdai felt a bit awkward but nodded and pulled Zhou Xinyan's sleeve to get on the cart. When they reached the county government office, the cart didn't stop but went around to the back door. Lu Qingming got off and knocked on the back door. Soon, a cheerful woman in an apron opened it. Aunt Li, we have the vegetables ready. Please take them to Chef Zhou. Aunt Li happily accepted. Don't worry, hey Dan, I'll make sure to deliver them. Just wait nearby. Lu Qingmin and Lu Dezhu nodded in agreement, but Mingdai couldn't help but laugh at Lu's secretary's nickname. Lu Guochang leaned in and whispered, Uncle Qingmin was very dark and thin when he was born. You couldn't see him at night without a light, so they called him Hey Dan. Mingdai chuckled. The name was such a contrast to the sly Lu's secretary. Lu Qingmin happened to hear Lu Guochang's words and squinted. Changzi, I don't think the match your aunt found for you is suitable. Wait a bit longer. I'll have her look for another one for you in a couple of years. Lu Guochang instantly made a sad face. Uncle, I was wrong. I think Xiao Yun is really nice. After the jokes, Lu Lao San drove the cart, and the group headed to the state-run restaurant for a meal. Since it was a rare trip to the city, everyone planned to enjoy a good meal. After settling the cart, they all went inside. At this time, the restaurant had just opened, and the first batch of buns was about to come out. Mingdai looked at the plate of sauerkraut and pork dumplings and decided to order a portion. They arrived early, so there was no need to wait in line, and they quickly ordered the food they wanted. Lu Dezhu, Lu Qingmin, and Lu Guoqiang all had hand-pulled noodles. Even though they were plain noodles, with a few cloves of garlic, they enjoyed their meal greatly. Lu Sanyi, representing the idea that if one person eats well, the whole family is satisfied, indulgently chose the same sauerkraut and pork dumplings as Mingdai, filling a large plate, along with unlimited dumpling soup. Zhou Xinyan had a special fondness for buns and immediately asked for 20. The waiter looked surprised, but Mingdai quickly stopped him and ordered 6 large meat buns and a bowl of egg noodles instead. The food arrived quickly, and Mingdai looked at the large plate of dumplings, clearly unable to finish them all. She shared 5 dumplings with Zhou Xinyan, who was delighted and offered her 5 strands of noodles from his bowl in return. Mingdai, you are quite generous. The dumpling filling was plentiful. With each bite, the juices burst out, and the unique sour aroma of the sauerkraut balanced the greasiness of the pork, combined with the fragrant wheat flavor, making them irresistible. Mingdai planned to check if she could eat sauerkraut at home, as she wanted to make sauerkraut dumplings too. Zhou Xinyan quickly finished his 5 dumplings, smacked his lips, glanced at Mingdai's bowl, and silently remembered the sauerkraut and pork dumplings before digging into his large bowl of egg noodles. Seeing Lu Dezhu and the others eating garlic, he became curious, and Mingdai peeled a clove for him. Zhou Xinyan popped a clove of garlic into his mouth, chewed a few times, grimaced, and swallowed it down, never mentioning garlic again. After they finished eating, they hitched the horse cart and returned to the back door of the county government. The 4 of them dozed off in the cart while Mingdai took out some yarn from her backpack and taught Zhou Xinyan how to knit a sweater. Zhou Xinyan had been causing trouble with the little lambs in the space, leaving them all bald, which was quite a sight. Mingdai couldn't bear to see it any longer, so she took the opportunity of this trip to the county town to bring out a lot of yarn. Of course, the red yarn was still Zhou Xinyan's, while she chose a green one for herself, which was less eye-catching. The knitting needles are ready to use. Although Mingdai has various knitting techniques in her mind, it's well known that thinking and doing are 2 different things. In her previous life, she had never knitted a sweater, so teaching was a bit clumsy. Zhou Xinyan was very patient, starting with the simplest knit stitch. After watching for a while, he quickly learned and became more skilled, knitting well and fast. Ming Dai was amazed by his ability to learn. She taught him the pearl stitch, the diamond pattern, and the flower stitch. Even the techniques that Ming Dai struggled with, like the hole pattern and heart pattern, he picked up quickly. Watching Zhou Xinyan's nimble fingers, Ming Dai felt lucky to have found a treasure. She took out a ball of white yarn and asked Zhou Xinyan to knit her a heart pattern sweater in her size. Zhou Xinyan, enjoying himself, nodded in agreement and said he wanted to knit a matching red one for himself. Lu Qingmin, who couldn't sleep, watched the two with a complicated expression. It could be said that none of the women in Lu Jiawan, whether mothers, daughters-in-law, or daughters, knew how to knit sweaters, yet this guy could. While Zhou Xinyan was busy knitting, in the county government cafeteria, the chive and egg dumplings were ready. Mayor Wei Yan came to the cafeteria for breakfast, hosted by the county party secretary. His task in the county was quite heavy. The leadership team had worked overnight in the office, barely getting some sleep before breakfast, and after eating, they had to continue with meetings. Secretary Wang looked at the smiling Mayor Wei, unable to read his emotions. He felt uneasy, unsure if the mayor was satisfied with the work over the past 2 days. When the dumplings were served, Secretary Wang thought they were sauerkraut and meat. Taking a bite, the fresh chives mixed with the aroma of eggs surprised him. Wei Yan also tasted the dumpling filling and squinted slightly. Secretary Wang, you still have fresh chives available at this time of year? Secretary Wang was equally puzzled and smiled. We usually don't have them, but maybe the purchasing station just got a fresh supply. You should try them. It's rare to have fresh vegetables. I'll make you some chive boxes for lunch. He smiled in a somewhat simple manner, lacking sharpness, but that was also why Wei Yan had specifically placed him in Yudai County. He shook his head gently and said, Secretary Wang, we discussed all night yesterday to solve the poverty issue in the communes under Yudai County. Now the opportunity is right in front of you. Can't you see it? Secretary Wang paused for a moment, then realized and called for the chef from the kitchen. Chef Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead as he approached, feeling a bit nervous. He didn't expect that a high-ranking leader would be dining here today and wanted to see him. Secretary Wang asked, Old Zhou, where did these fresh leeks come from? Chef Zhou's heart sank as he thought, oh no, he had planned to build a relationship with the cafeteria director after he finished his dumplings, bypassing the purchasing station to get the vegetables. He didn't expect the dumplings to be served to the county secretary first. Secretary Wang, these were brought by our cafeteria staff, sent by relatives from home. We made them for everyone to try. He hesitated, not daring to mention selling the vegetables. Which relatives sent them, and how much did they send? Seeing Zhou's nervousness, Secretary Wang spoke gently. I'm not upset. I just want to know if this family has more vegetables. Feeling a bit braver, Chef Zhou replied, they sent 2 pounds, plus 2 pounds of yellow leeks and 20 pounds of mushrooms. So much. Mayor Wei and Secretary Wang exchanged hopeful glances. Do you know where this relative is from? Chef Zhou, sensing the opportunity, explained how Lu Dizhu had asked him. They haven't left yet. They're right outside. Secretary Wang quickly said, hurry and call them in. Chef Zhou happily ran to the kitchen and called Aunt Li to go to the back door with him. When the door opened, they searched around and spotted the cart in a sunny spot sheltered from the wind. By morning, Zhou Xinyan had already knitted a small sweater, while Lu Qingmin and Ming Dai watched with great interest, and the other 3 were still dozing off. Hey, come quickly, the secretary is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingmin jumped down from the cart and nearly slipped on the snow. Lu Dazhu was also startled awake, and the 2 hurried toward Chef Zhou and Aunt Li. Without time for pleasantries, Chef Zhou, catching his breath, grabbed both of them and said, our county secretary wants to see you. Come with us quickly. Lu Dazhu was overjoyed and wanted to follow, but Lu Qingmin stopped him, saying, Comrade, we still have some vegetables in our car. Should we bring them along? Chef Zhou nodded eagerly. Yes, let's take them together. The 2 hurried back to gather the vegetables, briefly telling Ming Dai and Lu Guoqiang a few words before following Chef Zhou through the back door. Once inside, Ming Dai continued to watch Zhou Xinyan knit a sweater, while Lu Guoqiang excitedly walked around the cart, annoying Lu Sanyi, who swatted him away. In the county government cafeteria, Lu Dezhu sat nervously in front of two high-ranking officials, his legs shaking a bit. He thought, I didn't even mention that the mayor is here. Secretary Wang looked curiously at a large basket of mushrooms on the floor. How did these mushrooms grow in the middle of winter? Lu Dezhu smiled and replied, they were grown using corn husks. Secretary Wang exclaimed, grown with corn husks? How does that work? Lu Dezhu explained the process Ming Dai used to grow the mushrooms, then scratched his head and smiled warmly. This method was thought of by a new youth in our village. She also grew these vegetables and mushrooms. Mayor Wei asked with interest, how did she come up with the idea of growing vegetables in winter? Lu Dezhu touched the pipe he had tucked at his waist. Well, they just arrived in the countryside and didn't have time to open their own plots, so they had little to eat during the winter. Plus, this young woman wanted to help our village find a way to earn some money so we could pay off our debts. After hearing this, Secretary Wang felt positively about the young woman, saying, she sounds like a good comrade. This kind of youth truly comes to help our farming brothers.
Mayor Wei nodded. Exactly.
Did this young woman come with you? Lu Dezhu quickly replied, yes, she's outside. Mayor Wei turned to Secretary Wang. Then let's invite this young comrade in. Secretary Wang nodded, and someone ran out from behind him. Soon, the back door opened, and Chef Zhou led a young man wearing glasses to the cart. The young man looked around and asked, which one of you is the young woman from the countryside? Ming Dai stepped down from the cart and said, hello, comrade. I am. What can I help you with? The young man did not expect that Xiaoming, the young intellectual, was just a girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old. He was a bit surprised and said, are you Xiaoming, the young intellectual? Ming Dai nodded helplessly, yes, I am. The young man quickly returned to his work mode. Hello, Xiaoming. I am Cheng Su, the secretary of the county party committee. The mayor and the secretary have some questions to ask you.
Please come with me.
Ming Dai was surprised to hear that the mayor was also present. After a moment, she nodded and turned to discuss with Zhou Xinian. Zhou Xinian, I need to go in for a bit. Can you wait for me here? Upon hearing that Ming Dai was leaving, Zhou Xinian immediately stopped what he was doing, stuffed the yarn ball into his backpack, and stood next to Ming Dai, looking down at her. His actions clearly showed, no, he wanted to go with her. Ming Dai could only continue to persuade him, promising many tasty treats, but Zhou Xinian remained unmoved and even clung to Ming Dai's backpack. Cheng Su observed their interaction. His first impression was that the man was very tall, and secondly, that his headscarf was very red. A big man wearing a red headscarf, combined with Ming Dai's attitude towards him, made Cheng Su realize that this person might have some issues. After a few more minutes, he spoke up, how about letting this comrade come along and wait for you at the door? Unable to persuade the stubborn Zhou Xinian, Ming Dai could only nod and, under Lu Guoqiang's envious gaze, followed Cheng Su through the back door. They quickly arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. Cheng Su went in first to report, while Ming Dai discussed with Zhou Xinian about waiting at the door. Look, I'm just going over there. You can see me. I'll be out soon. While she was discussing this, Cheng Su had already reached Secretary Wang and explained the situation. Secretary Wang nodded. It's fine. Let's wait a moment. This comrade has a special situation so we can understand. Mayor Wei was drawn to the conversation at the door and followed Secretary Wang's gaze. When he looked over, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Xinian? Even though Zhou Xinian was wearing a red headscarf and a military green coat, looking stubbornly down at the young intellectual, which was not typical attire, he could still recognize him. This was Zhou Xinian. How did he end up like this? Mayor Wei steadied his emotions and smiled, saying, it's fine. Let Xiaoming bring them in. Secretary Wang nodded, and Cheng Su ran to the door to let the two people in. Ming Dai thought for a moment, took out a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and put it in Zhou Xinian's mouth, saying, don't hit anyone later, okay? We'll leave after we finish talking. Just kidding, if they hit a leader, not only would they fail their task, but they might also end up in trouble. Zhou Xinian just needed to follow Ming Dai, and with candy to eat, he was even happier. He nodded obediently, holding the candy as he followed Ming Dai inside. In the cafeteria, Mayor Wei was surprised by how obedient Zhou Xinyan was. Was he getting better or not? Secretary Wang, unaware of Mayor Wei's thoughts, smiled as he saw Ming Dai approach and said, "You really are a young worker. Young comrade, are you 15 yet?" Ming Dai shyly smiled and replied, "I just turned 15, so I'm 16 in Chinese age. I have already graduated from high school." Secretary Wang nodded. Although the requirement to go to the countryside was 16, some people found loopholes, allowing less favored children to take the place of favored ones. The youth office turned a blind eye to meet their quotas, and it seemed that Ming Dai was in this situation. However, finishing high school at 14 was quite rare. No wonder she could come up with a method for winter vegetable planting. She was smart. Come, Xiao Ming and this young. Comrade, please sit down." Ming Dai followed the suggestion and sat next to Captain Liu and Secretary Liu with Zhou Xinyan. Mayor Wei quietly observed Zhou Xinyan's actions, watching him sit down obediently while curiously examining the people across from him. When his gaze passed over them, he saw only curiosity and strangeness, with no hint of anything unusual. He felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he still hadn't recovered. Secretary Wang began to ask Ming Dai about the details of planting vegetables in winter. Ming Dai explained her vegetable planting and mushroom cultivation experiences from start to finish. Zhou Xinyan lost interest after a while and took out a ball of yarn and knitting needles from his backpack. He looked at the serious Ming Dai on his left and the motionless Lu Dazhu and Lu Qingmin on his right. He handed the two of yarn to them and continued knitting his sweater. This left Mayor Wei, who was quietly observing, once again shocked, especially when he saw that Zhou Xinyan was knitting quite well. It was hard to look away. Lu Dazhu and Lu Qingmin held their of yarn, regretting bringing a crazy person along. They wondered if their leader would think they were just as crazy for knitting in front of him. Their future in politics looked uncertain. "Leader, when I went to the countryside, I was moved by the simple ways and kind people of Lijiabian. I decided to settle in the village and work hard to help the poorer farmers, building a better Lijiabian together with the villagers. I also have a desire to stay long-term, so I can't bear to see the team leader and the secretary grow gray from the village's debts. I feel for the villagers who struggle to earn enough money throughout the year, and I can't provide decent dowries for their daughters or gifts for their sons-in-law. I thought if our village could form a vegetable planting team during the winter when labor is free, we could supply the vegetables to the county and even the city. This way, we could pay off the village's debts, and villagers could earn some money to improve their lives, so the commune wouldn't have to subsidize us every year. We could also reallocate the idle labor in winter to prevent them from gathering to play cards or cause trouble, which creates problems for the commune." These words touched Secretary Wang's heart. He slapped the table and said, "Good. Very good. You, young comrade, have a high awareness. You are a good comrade of the proletariat." Ming Dai shyly touched her face and said, "It's also because the team leader, secretary, and villagers have been good to me that I want to do something small to repay them." Mayor Wei looked at Ming Dai meaningfully and said, "The suggestion you made, young comrade, is not a small matter. If it works out, it could solve a big problem for Secretary Wang." Secretary Wang smiled at her, growing fonder by the moment. With such achievements coming to their doorstep, they couldn't ignore it. Ming Dai understood that the plan to form a winter vegetable planting team was set. She pretended to be fearless like a young calf and, with bright eyes, looked at Mayor Wei and Secretary Wang, saying, "Could you two leaders help connect us with the city and county canteens to buy our vegetables?" Lu Dazhu and Lu Qingmin looked at Mayor Wei and Secretary Wang with eager eyes. Secretary Wang did not dislike Ming Dai's cleverness. Instead, he admired it. "You are quick-witted and know how to seize opportunities. I can recommend you to the county, but whether they accept depends on the quality of your vegetables." Mayor Wei smiled but said nothing, clearly agreeing. Ming Dai glanced at Lu Dazhu, who immediately assured, "Don't worry, leaders. We will grow the vegetables well." Secretary Wang laughed heartily. "Great. I'll call your commune later. The initial funding for vegetable planting will come from the commune, and you can pay it back once you start making a profit." This solved the funding problem for Lu Jiawan, and Lu Dazhu and Lu Qingmin were overjoyed, looking at Ming Dai as if she were a treasure. Secretary Wang pointed to the vegetables on the ground. You can't take these for free. Let's discuss the price, so the cafeteria can pay you. Lu Dazhu hesitated, recalling the price Ming Dai had set, but with her encouraging gaze, he spoke up. Secretary, it took a lot of effort for us to grow these vegetables. We had to keep the fire burning 24 hours a day, and we use some charcoal, so these vegetables are more expensive than usual. Secretary Wang and Mayor Wei nodded. They understood that rarity increases value. The price is 1 yuan per pound for both chives and yellow chives, and 50 cents per pound for mushrooms. After speaking, he looked nervously at the leaders, and Ming Dai also felt uncertain about whether they would accept the price. Secretary Wang was silent for a moment. The price was indeed higher than he expected. Mayor Wei thought for a moment and said, "This price is acceptable for this year, but if there are a lot of vegetables available next year, the price should be lower." Lu Dazhu nodded vigorously. Okay. Secretary Wang thought about the delicious dumplings he had just eaten. How much do you have left? You can supply some to the county government first. Lu Dazhu looked at Ming Dai, who replied, "We can supply another batch of chives and yellow chives before the new year, about 10 to 12 pounds each. The mushrooms can be supplied in stages, around 100 pounds at a time, and we can deliver 2 or 3 more times." Secretary Wang nodded. Good. Send it all to the county government. Let's improve everyone's meals before the new year. Chung Su will take them to arrange it. Hearing this, the people from Lu Jiawan were very happy, and when Xi Nian smiled at Ming Dai, also curving his lips into a smile. Mayor Wei raised an eyebrow and said, "Since you're here, why not stay the night? This afternoon, there's a leadership training session and Captain Lu and Secretary Lu can join in." Lu Dazhu's face turned bright red. He never expected such an opportunity to come his way. Even the commune director usually doesn't qualify for such training sessions. Although it's called a training session, it's more of a gathering for leaders to exchange ideas and build connections. Lu Qingmin was excited to be included, forgetting his usual calm demeanor and the fact that they had already stayed one night. After finalizing the plans, Secretary Wang and Mayor Wei had to attend a meeting, leaving Chung Su to host them as they left. Before departing, he gave a meaningful glance at Zhou Xinian, who was knitting, and signaled to his secretary. Once they were gone, Zhou Xinian looked up in the direction Mayor Wei had left, only realizing what was happening when Ming Dai urged him to pack up and leave. After a busy morning, they returned to the guest house, this time with Chung Su leading them and covering their accommodation costs. Lu Dazhu sighed in relief as he received 3 keys. But he didn't dare share a room with a madman, his face still hurt. The leadership training session would not end until tomorrow afternoon, meaning they would have to wait until then to go home. Ming Dai planned to use this day to explore the county town, hoping to find some good deals and take a photo of Zhou Xinian. She had intended to do this before coming to the county. Zhou Xinian's outfit was so ahead of its time that she needed to capture it as a keepsake, just in case he didn't recognize it later. Naive Zhou Xinian was tricked by the mischievous Ming Dai into going to a photo studio, where they took 3 pictures that showcased his unique fashion style, much to the photographer's bewilderment. Throughout the process, while the photographer questioned his life choices, Ming Dai and Zhou Xinian had a great time. In the end, Ming Dai also took 3 photos to document this special time in her life, which felt quite meaningful. Unfortunately, color photos weren't popular yet, only black and white, which would have made it even more memorable. Ming Dai paid extra, and the photographer rushed to develop the photos. Zhou Xinian looked at his photo with great satisfaction and even bought a frame to display it on his bedside. Ming Dai admired her own photo, where she smiled brightly, feeling pleased. She was like a fresh green onion, looking particularly vibrant. The 2 of them left the photo studio happily, despite the photographer's dazed expression, and headed to the recycling station in the county town. As she took Zhou Xinian to the recycling station, Lu Dazhu and Lu Qingmin were chatting with someone. The person they were talking to was Secretary Yao Yuliang, who worked for Mayor Wei. He started with some small talk before gradually bringing up Zhou Xinian. "The comrade who came in with the young volunteer today has a nice headscarf and is quite skilled," he said. Lu Dezhu shyly explained Zhou Xinyan's special situation and assured him that Zhou would not cause trouble in the county, as the young volunteer would keep an eye on him. Yao Yuliang's eyes flickered. Why is it the young volunteer watching him? Don't you have another young man with you? Lu Dezhu helplessly raised his left cheek. We can't control him at all. He even got into a fight last night. Only the young volunteer can manage him. Luckily, she came to our village. Otherwise, we would know how many times we would have been in trouble. The young volunteer is quite impressive. How does she get him to listen? Yao asked. Lu Dezhu sighed. It's all about the good food. The young volunteer has filled him with so much that he listens to her. She also knows some medicine and is treating him. If she really helps him, everyone in our commune will be grateful. Yao Yuliang asked in surprise. The young volunteer can practice medicine? Lu Dezhu nodded happily and praised Ming Dai again. Meanwhile, Lu Qingmin noticed something unusual. Why is Secretary Yao so interested in the situation with a troubled person? Yao Yuliang pretended to adjust his glasses. I have a distant relative on my wife's side who has a similar condition and causes trouble when they are unwell, so I wanted to ask a few questions. Lu Qingmin felt relieved, and the three continued their conversation. At the same time, someone from the commune was wandering around Lijiaban, asking the children skating about the troubled person and the young volunteer in the village. In the evening, in Mayor Wei's room, Yao Yuliang reported the information he gathered today to the mayor. Mayor Wei, after a long day of meetings, rubbed his forehead and said, It seems that this young man, Xiaoming, is good to Xinyan. Yao Yuliang poured him some hot water and replied, Indeed. Both Captain Liu and Secretary Liu praised Xiaoming, and the village kids say they often see him giving Mr. Zhou candy. Mayor Wei nodded. Let's keep it this way for now. Don't alert them. Send someone to Beijing to check on Ming Dai's medical skills and see if there's a chance to help Xinyan. Yao Yuliang nodded and, noticing the mayor's worried expression, reassured him, Don't worry, Mr. Zhou seems to be doing well right now. He should be fine. Mayor Wei sighed. How can he be fine? I personally brought him here years ago. I know his condition best. At that moment, Zhou Xinyan was happily sitting on the bed, knitting with Ming Dai, completely unaware that someone was investigating and worrying about him. Ming Dai watched as Zhou Xinyan quickly created beautiful patterns, and while untangling the yarn, she marveled at his skills. He was truly a must-have companion for home and travel. His knitting was better than that of many experienced knitters, and he didn't miss a single stitch, which was impressive. In the evening, Captain Liu and the others returned, bringing snacks for Ming Dai and the other three, cornmeal pancakes with pickles. Lu Dezhu mentioned that Mayor Wei had specifically asked the cafeteria to prepare these, worried that they might run out of food during their trip. Ming Dai also expressed her admiration, saying that Mayor Wei was truly a good official. Zhou Xinyan paused while eating his pancake. His ears perked up, but he said nothing. After dinner, they chatted for a while before everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. Lu Dezhu and the others shared a room, firmly locking the door. After checking that it was secure, they relaxed on their beds and quickly fell asleep, snoring loudly. Ming Dai organized some antiques and books she found at the recycling station that afternoon, and after finishing, she also went to bed. On this winter night in Heixing, everything was silent. At 2 a.m., the time when the human body is most fatigued, a shadow climbed over the back wall of the guest house and hurried toward the county government. He searched one by one and finally stopped at the door of a room. After waiting for 5 minutes and confirming the long breaths inside, he took out a military dagger and carefully picked the lock. He opened the door and slipped inside, quietly finding the figure on the bed. Looking at the unfamiliar face of the middle-aged man, fragments of memories began to flash in his mind, causing a headache. After a moment, the person on the bed seemed to sense the gaze. Their breathing quickened, and they were about to wake up. The shadow acted decisively, squeezing the person's neck slightly, and the person on the bed fell asleep again. Zhou Xian leaned in, using the faint moonlight to carefully observe the person on the bed. Half a minute later, he stood up, frowning. In the end, he did nothing, wiped away his footprints, and returned the way he came. The next morning, Mayor Wei was awakened by his biological clock. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a sharp pain in his neck.
Ah!
He gasped, rubbing his sore neck, puzzled. Did he sleep awkwardly? After a stretch, everything felt normal. His expression turned serious as he realized someone had entered his room last night and knocked him out. Who was so bold? As he rubbed his neck, he cautiously scanned the room, feeling increasingly uneasy. Why did this sensation feel so familiar? Lost in thought, he suddenly laughed. You little rascal. Sighing, he got dressed, picked up a basin, and continued to wash up. In the water room, Secretary Yao was filling a bucket. Seeing Mayor Wei enter with a smile, she was surprised. You seem in a good mood today? Mayor Wei chuckled softly. Yes, I caught a little rascal. That little rascal was currently trying to persuade Ming Dai to go eat dumplings with pickled vegetables. Ming Dai was reluctant to go. There were still plenty of pancakes left from yesterday that would be enough for breakfast and lunch for several people. She and Zhou Xian going out to eat was just showing off their wealth, right? Zhou Xian wasn't being unreasonable. He looked at Ming Dai with his big, pleading eyes. Ming Dai found it impossible to resist that expression. Finally, Lu Guoqiang spoke up. How about you, Xiaoming, take him? The village will reimburse the money for dumplings since he stayed an extra day because of village matters. The team leader and secretary should agree. Ming Dai waved her hand. No need for that. He has 10 yuan in the package he received. I'll use his money to take him. Lu Guoqiang smiled. That's great. You two go ahead. We don't want him to get upset later. You never know if a crazy person will hit you, but he might not hold back. Ming Dai agreed, and Zhou Xinian quickly put away his upset expression, looking proud as if he had succeeded. He even gave Lu Guoqiang a knowing look, which made Lu Guoqiang hide behind Grandpa Lu. Zhou Xinian eagerly slung a basket over his back and headed outside. Ming Dai hurried to catch up. As they reached the door, Grandpa Lu came over and handed her some money, saying, Xiaoming, bring me back 2 meat buns. Ming Dai held back a laugh and nodded, catching up to Zhou Xinian. Lu Guoqiang looked at Grandpa Lu enviously. Grandpa, you really live a carefree life. You can eat buns whenever you want, and even meat ones. Grandpa Lu sat back on the bed and took a bite of a hard pancake, but it didn't break. Silly boy, you can live without getting married. Lu Guoqiang chuckled at the bite marks on the pancake. I still want to get married and find a wife who can make soft pancakes. Smack! The pancake hit Lu Guoqiang on the forehead. He caught it with a grin and handed it back to Grandpa Lu. Grandpa, I'll get you some hot water so you can soak it and eat. After saying that, he ran off, while Grandpa Lu shouted at him for being a little rascal. Please, everyone, add this to your reading list. Ming Dai took Zhou Xinian to the state-run restaurant. There were already quite a few people at this hour, and Ming Dai held onto his sleeve as they waited in line. Zhou Xinian watched impatiently as people in front of them carried plates of dumplings away. He glared at a young man carrying 2 plates, disapproving of how many he bought. He already looked odd, tall and intimidating, and just one glance made the young man drop his plate slightly, almost spilling the dumplings. Zhou Xinian reacted quickly, stretching out his hands to catch the dumplings before the plate hit the ground.
Great.
Let's have another. This girl is impressive. Just a bit tall, whose is she? A skilled person, such good skills. Ming Dai thought. How embarrassing. Cheers erupted around them. Zhou Xinian, pleased by the compliments, tossed the dumplings into the air and caught them one by one, having a lot of fun. Ming Dai, feeling helpless, called out to him, took the dumplings, and handed them to the stunned young man. I'm so sorry for interrupting your meal. The young man took the dumplings in a daze, glanced at Zhou Xinian, who still seemed eager for more, and quickly left with the dumplings. Once at his table, he didn't dare sit down to eat. Instead, he and his friend pulled out their lunch boxes and hurriedly packed up dumplings before leaving without looking back. Ming Dai didn't dare let go of Zhou Xinian anymore and tugged at his sleeve. Zhou Xinian was starting to get a bit too excited. He was pulled back and looked unhappy. Ming Dai handed him a piece of peanut candy, and he finally calmed down, stopping his glaring at the dumpling server and focusing on eating the candy. When it was their turn, before Ming Dai could say anything, he blurted out, 2 plates, I want 2 plates. He was already hungry after being out all night. Ming Dai took out some money. 3 servings of sauerkraut pork dumplings, please. Once the dumplings were served, they found an empty spot to sit. People nearby pointed at them and discussed Zhou Xinyan's earlier performance. Zhou Xinyan focused on his food, satisfied with the 2 plates in front of him and Ming Dai's 1 plate. The dumplings were very hot. He was impatient, took a bite and blew on it. Ming Dai told him to let it cool down first, but he could only wait 3 seconds before reaching for his chopsticks again. All right, if he didn't mind the heat, he could eat.
Ming Dai slowly.
The dumplings were fragrant and filling. She was already full after half a serving. Zhou Xinyan finished his 2 plates in no time and stared at the dumplings left on Ming Dai's plate. Ming Dai asked him, Aren't you full? Zhou Xinyan patted his stomach. I could still eat half a bowl. Ming Dai quietly pushed her plate toward him, guessing he wouldn't mind. Zhou Xinyan happily took the food and quickly finished half a plate, 1 bite after another. The 2 went to scoop up some dumpling soup, perfectly ending their breakfast. Once she was sure he wasn't too full, Ming Dai bought 2 meat buns to take back with him. Lu Sanyi was sitting at the door enjoying the sun. When he saw them return, he jumped up and took a couple of steps forward, but then stepped back when he met Zhou Xinyan's gaze. Ming Dai let Zhou Xinyan go in first and handed him the buns. Feeling the warm paper wrapping, Lu Sanyi smiled happily, but took out 1 bun and handed the other to Ming Dai. Ming Dai quickly shook her head, saying, Sanyi, I've already had breakfast. Lu Sanyi held the bun in his mouth and said, I had some pancakes too, but I can still eat another bun. Since I'm being generous, don't be polite. If you wait too long, I might not want to share anymore. After saying that, he took a bite of the bun and went to check on the horse cart. Ming Dai smiled as she watched the little old man walk away proudly and then went into the guest house. In the end, she and Zhou Xinyan shared the bun, each taking half. Yesterday, when Ming Dai and Zhou Xinyan went to the recycling station, both of them had good finds. Zhou Xinyan also found the missing bicycle parts. Seeing many wheels, Ming Dai described a tricycle to him. Zhou Xinyan became interested right away and stopped knitting his sweater. After lunch, they checked out of the guest house and took the horse cart to wait at the county government for the team leader and secretary. After a short wait, a small car drove out from the county government. The back window rolled down, revealing Mayor Wei inside. Mayor Wei looked at Zhou Xinyan, who was seriously knitting on the horse cart in the sunlight, and moved his still, sore neck. You little rascal, you're still so strong. Zhou Xinyan felt something was off and looked up, only catching a glimpse of a familiar yet strange face. Ming Dai noticed he had stopped knitting and asked, What's wrong? Zhou Xinyan shook his head and continued knitting. Ming Dai was thrilled to see he was almost to the sleeves of the sweater. She could wear it before the new year. In the afternoon after class, Captain Liu and Secretary Liu came out with a group of people in official uniforms, their big cotton jackets, looking out of place among them. Ming Dai truly admired them for wearing official uniforms in such cold weather. Lu Dazhu and Lu Qingmin looked very pleased, and it was clear that their trip to the county town had been fruitful. The 2 got into the carriage, and Lu Sanyi cracked the whip, starting the horse-drawn cart. Ming Dai noticed the cotton cover and shorts swaying on the horse's tail and quietly changed her sitting position. Lu Dazhu took out a paper-wrapped bundle from his pocket and handed it to Ming Dai. Little Ming, this is the money from selling vegetables. Please count it. Ming Dai accepted it, placed it in her blanket, opened it, and counted. There were 45 yuan, just right. Ming Dai nodded at Lu Dazhu, who smiled as he took out his pipe, not smoking but fiddling with it in his hand. It was good to have the money from selling. Little Ming had spent quite a bit during the winter, and now she finally saw some return. Zhou Xinyan leaned over to take a look, showing no expression. He had already seen the money in Ming Dai's basket, which was more than this. Ming Dai had warned him not to say anything, or he would never have lamb soup again. Ming Dai felt a bit excited. These vegetables were grown by them, and that made it special. Although it was a small amount, it brought her joy, not less than the satisfaction of making money on the black market. When the cart finally reached the commune, Lu Dezhu went to find the commune director with the county approval documents, while Lu Sanyi took the remaining people to the post office to collect packages and letters. Ming Dai was surprised to find her own package, and upon seeing it was sent from the capital, she had a good idea of who it was from. She opened the letter and read its contents. Sure enough, Director Nyo and his wife were both clever people. She bought an envelope and stamps at the post office, borrowed paper and a pen, and wrote a letter on the spot to drop in the mailbox. Back on the cart, Zhou Xinian held her package but didn't open it. "There's candy." Ming Dai squeezed it too and felt the shape of candy. When she opened it, besides milk candy, there was something wrapped in newspaper. Unwrapping it revealed a red scarf with golden edges, very eye-catching. Zhou Xinian's eyes lit up immediately as he looked at Ming Dai with anticipation. "I want it." Ming Dai looked at him curiously, feeling that Zhou Xinian seemed much more lively and talkative. "Don't you think it's too red?" Zhou Xinian shook his head like a puppy, his fingers already touching the scarf, unable to resist rubbing it. Ming Dai sighed. "I can give it to you, but you can't blame me later. I didn't want to put it on you." Zhou Xinian didn't understand, but nodded vigorously. "All right then." Ming Dai handed it to him, and Zhou Xinian happily took it, looking at it repeatedly. He traced the golden edge with his fingers, then carefully folded it and placed it in his jacket pocket alongside some candy wrappers. Ming Dai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was winter and no one wore scarves, so he didn't know what it was for. Otherwise, with a red scarf on his head, a red scarf around his neck, and wrapped in a military coat, Ming Dai wouldn't dare to look at him. It would be too much to handle. Lu Qingmin looked on with envy. He couldn't even find a red double happiness towel for his daughter, and here was Zhou Xinian with a crazy red scarf. He doubted you could even buy that in the county. Little Ming was really good to the crazy one. Ming Dai thought, "No, I'm just allergic to red right now." By the time they got home, it was completely dark. There were people at Ming Dai's house. Aunt Huang had just finished warming the Kong, and the whole room was cozy. "Little Ming, I looked at these vegetables and they look good. Some mushrooms have grown, so I picked them for you." Ming Dai looked at the vegetables on the Kong. They were indeed well taken care of. She took 2 mushrooms and wrapped them in newspaper, saying, "Auntie, take these home to cook." Aunt Huang accepted them without hesitation, tucking the mushrooms under her arm as she headed home. Ming Dai and Zhou Xinian were quite tired as well. After closing the door, they entered their space. After a good night's sleep, Ming Dai rolled around comfortably in bed before getting up. After washing up, she went downstairs and saw Zhou Xinian already sitting at the dining table eating. The stir-fried noodles at home were finished, and Ming Dai hadn't had time to make new ones. Zhou Xinian had made himself some milk powder and was drinking it, leaving a bit of foam on his chin. When he saw Ming Dai come down, he stood up to pour her a bowl as well. The quality of the milk powder at this time is really good, and soon a layer of milk skin forms in the bowl. Ming Dai doesn't like it, so she gives it to Zhou Xinian, who gladly accepts it. The eggs were boiled by Zhou Xinian and are already peeled and placed on a plate. Ming Dai dips the egg in sesame salt while looking at the milk powder, thinking about steaming some milk-flavored buns. After finishing their meal, she takes Zhou Xinian to turn over the sweet potato vines. When the vines first grew, they had cut some to propagate, and now there is a large area covered with dense sweet potato leaves. They turn the vines in one direction to prevent them from rooting too much and only growing vines without producing fruit. In places where they are growing too vigorously, they cut them back from the growth points and collect them to feed to the little lambs and deer. Zhou Xinian works very seriously, unlike Ming Dai, who is less experienced. He even complains about her work and grumbles as he follows behind her to redo it. Ming Dai looks at the crooked sweet potato vines she has handled and then at his, feeling embarrassed. Zhou Xinian seems to have a bit of a perfectionist streak. Not only does he tidy up the vines very neatly, but he also braids them into green plates using a technique he learned from knitting. She stands up and tells Zhou Xinian, "I'll go make the dough for the buns. You finish turning over the sweet potato vines and feed the cuttings to the little lambs and deer. Don't feed them all at once. Let's save some to stir-fry." Zhou Xinian continues his work, braiding the vines while watching the frolicking deer. Okay, I'd like to eat some deer too. Mingdai thinks for a moment, then let's make some braised deer meat.
Susinyan nods happily.
In the kitchen, Mingdai takes out the flour, pours it into the mixer, adds half a bag of milk powder, a few spoons of sugar and a spoon of yeast, then adds water and turns on the machine to mix. While it's mixing, she goes to the pantry to find 2 bags of red bean paste, planning to make some red bean buns as well. The mixer is truly a great invention, and soon the dough is ready. She divides it into small pieces, rolls them on the board, and places half directly into the steamer to rise. The other half is filled with red bean paste, and she uses red rice powder to mark them with red dots. Before the first batch of milk-flavored buns is even done steaming, the delicious aroma fills the room, smelling wonderfully milky. Zhou Xinian came in, smelling something delicious. He didn't even have time to change his shoes and ran barefoot to the kitchen, staring at the steamer, wanting to open it. Mingdai was making steamed buns with red bean paste and quickly stopped him, saying, "No, it's hot. Wait 5 more minutes before you can open it. Go put on your shoes first." Zhou Xinian reluctantly looked at the steamer, touched it, and got burned, which made him pull back his hand. Then he turned his attention to the red bean paste in Mingdai's hands. "What is this?" Mingdai was charmed by his curious expression and replied, "It's red bean paste. Go put on your shoes and wash your hands. Bring a bowl, and I'll give you some to try. It's sweet and really tasty." Zhou Xinian's eyes sparkled, and he hurried back to put on his slippers, washed his hands, and brought his own bowl. Mingdai scooped 2 spoonfuls of red bean paste for him, added some milk powder, and mixed it with hot water. "Drink this while we wait. The small buns will be ready soon." Zhou Xinian took a sip and was instantly captivated by the unique taste. Seeing him enjoying it so much, Mingdai was tempted too and poured herself a bowl. She stirred it gently and took a sip. The creaminess of the red bean and the sweetness of the milk powder mixed with hot water tasted like red bean milk tea. Mingdai missed all the different milk teas she had in her past life, especially the taro bubble tea. A cup of that in winter would make her so happy. She couldn't help but say it out loud, and Zhou Xinian heard her. "Uncle Mud? Is he your relative? Why does he have that name?" Mingdai was surprised. "You know what uncle means?" Zhou Xinian stirred the bottom of his bowl, making the red bean paste float up. "I'm not crazy. I'm just more aware now, like right now." Mingdai looked at him, noticing he seemed a bit strange when they were in the county. She asked him to stretch out his hand and checked his pulse again. "Good. The medicine you've been taking for the past few months is working. I'll adjust your prescription a bit more, and when your body can handle it fully, we'll start acupuncture." Zhou Xinian stepped back, holding his bowl. "Acupuncture? With needles?" Mingdai rolled her eyes. "Of course. Acupuncture uses needles." Zhou Xinian looked at Mingdai as if she were a wolf in disguise. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Mingdai teased him. "That depends on whether you behave. If you're good, it won't hurt. If you're not, it will." Zhou Xinian stared at her for a moment, then returned to his seat with the bowl. "You're lying to me." Well, it seems she couldn't fool him easily. Mingdai curiously asked, "How do you feel now? Do you remember anything from before?" Zhou Xinian shook his head in confusion. "I don't remember anything. When I try hard to think, it hurts." He pointed to the dent on his head, his face pale. Mingdai stopped him. "If it hurts, don't think about it.
Just take it easy."
Zhou Xinian sniffed. 5 minutes are up. Mingdai checked the time and confirmed it was indeed time. She opened the steamer, and a mix of milk and wheat aromas wafted out, prompting both of them to take a deep breath. One by one, small, creamy white buns were taken out and placed in a basket to cool. Zhou Xinian picked one up, moving it between his hands because it was hot, reluctant to let it go. Once it was cool enough, he broke it in half, putting one piece in his mouth and handing the other to Mingdai. Mingdai looked at him with approval. He was being considerate and sharing. If it were before, he would have stuffed the whole thing in his mouth. Mingdai took the piece, feeling its soft, bouncy texture. She blew on it, took a bite, and closed her eyes in happiness. It was delicious. The second batch of red bean paste buns went in, and the first batch in the basket was already half gone. These buns were quite small, and Zhou Xinian could easily eat 1.5 in a single bite. Eat less. The second batch is red bean paste. If you fill up now, you won't have room for it, Mingdai advised. Zhou Xinian swallowed and shook his head seriously. No way, I've saved space for it. Mingdai joked, I guess I'm the only one who can take care of you. If you go to someone else's house, you'll make them cry with how much you eat. Zhou Xinian paused, his body stiffening. He smiled nervously at Mingdai. I can eat a little less. Mingdai was surprised by the intense nervousness and unease in his eyes, leaving her speechless for a moment. Zhou Xinian misunderstood and gently placed the bun back down, blinking at her. I won't eat anymore, Mingdai. Don't be angry. He was a bit clearer now, realizing that times were tough for everyone, and just getting enough to eat was a luxury. If it weren't for Mingdai taking care of him, he would still be lying on the cold bed, enduring hunger like in previous years, weakly waiting for spring to arrive. Mingdai's eyes turned red, and she quickly shook her head, lifting the whole basket of buns and placing it in his arms. I'm not angry. You eat as much as you want. We have plenty. Zhou Xinian looked at the basket in his arms, feeling a bit shy. He reached out to pinch the soft bun and smiled sincerely at Mingdai. Mingdai, you're really nice. Mingdai sniffed. You're nice too. You've helped me a lot. Zhou Xinian proudly puffed out his chest. I can work hard, Mingdai. I'll do my best. The old man said that if I work, I'll get food, so I'll work more, and we can eat together. Seeing his proud expression, Mingdai's heart softened, and she nodded seriously. Okay. Only then did Zhou Xinian feel reassured, putting the small bun in his mouth and chewing it slowly. It was really delicious. Mingdai watched him with squinty eyes, feeling that having someone who cared for her in this strange world of books was wonderful. Whether in past lives or this one, she had never had someone like this by her side. The feeling of being trusted and relied upon was really nice. Although she felt more like she was taking care of a child, Zhou Xinian was definitely the most thoughtful big baby. In the evening, Mingdai not only made braised deer meat but also set up a bonfire in the yard to grill meat. Zhou Xinian happily helped out. Freshly marinated deer meat was skewered on iron wire and hung on the rack. Zhou Xinian turned the rack, while Mingdai brushed honey on top. They worked together perfectly. The sweet aroma of honey mixed with the smell of grilled meat wafted through the air, attracting curious deer from the grass, stretching their necks to peek. Little did they know, Zhou Xinian was already planning to choose one of them as a lucky meal. Mingdai asked Zhou Xinian to take down the grilled meat and put new pieces on. They ate while grilling, with a charcoal pot bubbling away, cooking a delicious mushroom soup hot pot. Thin pink slices of meat curled up after being cooked for a few seconds. When placed in the bowl and covered with sauce, Zhou Xinian exclaimed how delicious it was. Mingdai, this is tasty. Zhou Xinian pointed at the hot pot, his eyes shining, indicating he wanted to eat it again next time. Mingdai liked it too. She cooked fresh sweet potato vines and bit into them, enjoying the crunch. Once you feel better, we should have spicy hot pot. That's the best for cooking meat. Too bad there's no beef. I really want to eat beef hot pot, but it's not in the storage. Zhou Xinian tilted his head. Beef? I think I've seen it before. Mingdai turned the meat on the grill. You probably saw it in the previous village. Cows are usually used for farming. Zhou Xinian shook his head. I saw them in the mountains. Mingdai paused while picking up vegetables. In the mountains? That's impossible. There are no wild cows in the Black Province Mountains. Zhou Xinian thought for a moment. I ran up the mountain before. There were wild boars trying to eat them, so I kept them safe. Mingdai was surprised. You kept them safe? What do you mean? How many were there? Zhou Xinian proudly lifted his chin. I just kept them safe, like we do at home, so the wild boars couldn't get to them. There were 2. They were brought over by a big truck, but the truck flipped and they ran up the mountain, not this one but the previous one. Many people went up the mountain looking for them, but sadly, they were too slow to find them. I found them later. An old man brought me here, and I took them to this mountain. Mingdai was stunned. If you kept them safe, wouldn't they starve? Zhou Xinian chewed on the grilled meat, which was greasy and sweet. No, I checked on them. They're alive. I put plenty of grass for them to eat. When did you check? How come I didn't know? Zhou Xinian glanced at her. As soon as you fell asleep, you didn't know anything. I went at night. Mindai swallowed. Where in the mountains? Do you remember? Zhou Xinian proudly nodded. Of course, I know where I hid them. You hid other things too? Zhou Xinian looked a bit annoyed. Yes. They kept stealing my stuff, so I hid it. Mingdai was still getting used to Zhou Xinian suddenly being more talkative, and now he had dropped a big surprise on her. She was a bit dazed by the information and didn't even notice that the meat was burning. Zhou Xinian picked up the meat, looked at it sadly, but didn't throw it away. He chewed it a couple of times before swallowing. Mingdai looked at him and said, Zhou Xinian, let's go see the cows tomorrow? Zhou Xinian nodded, sure. To him, Mingdai was not a stranger. He was willing to share with her. He hadn't mentioned it before because he simply forgot. Mingdai felt relieved and started looking forward to tomorrow. Early the next morning, before dawn, Mingdai called Zhou Xinian to get up. She was a bit excited. Zhou Xinian got up without getting angry, quickly washed up, and ate a few steamed buns that Mingdai had warmed up. The two of them left the space, avoiding people, and rushed up the mountain. When they reached the bottom of the mountain and confirmed no one was around, Mingdai took out some non-slip rain boots for Zhou Xinian to wear. At Mingdai's request, Zhou Xinian carried her up Wild Boar Ridge. The snow on the mountain was very thick, and it was quite difficult for Zhou Xinian to walk, as he had to be careful of the snow pits that appeared from time to time. After stumbling a few times, they reached a cliff. Mingdai looked at the bare cliff and the thick snow, then turned to Zhou Xinian and asked, Is there nothing here?
Zhou Xinian didn't reply.
He broke off a branch and swept away the snow on the ground, slowly revealing a pile of stones. Mingdai watched as he moved the stones, and a cave started to appear. Looking at the large stone on the ground and then at Zhou Xinian beside her, she asked, Is this what you meant by being locked up? Zhou Xinian nodded. Yes. Mingdai thought, Oh no, the cows must be starving. She felt quite regretful, took out a flashlight, gave one to Zhou Xinian and followed him inside. The deeper they went, the stranger it felt. This didn't look like a naturally formed cave. The height inside kept increasing, and after passing through an irregular ceiling and a ground covered in rubble, she saw cemented walls. She realized this was an artificially dug cave. She began to feel nervous. Only 2 types of people could dig such caves in the deep mountains, and she worried that she might encounter the wrong kind of people. Zhou Xinian was very familiar with the place and led Mingdai inside. The rooms confirmed Mingdai's thoughts, but they were now empty, with only some broken tables and chairs left. After walking for a few minutes, Mingdai smelled a strong odor and saw dry cow dung on the ground. Her bad feeling grew stronger. After turning 2 corners, Zhou Xinian led her into a room. In the corner lay 2 large, thin cows. Mingdai smiled wryly. They really looked like ribs. The distinct ribs were clearly visible under the cowhide. The ground was covered with piles of cow dung, and there were signs of grass nearby, which Zhou Xinian must have put there before, now eaten clean. When was the last time you fed them? Zhou Xinian replied, Last time, of course. Mingdai sighed. Was it before or after we repaired the reservoir? Zhou Xinian thought for a moment, before the reservoir repair. I didn't come after it snowed. I thought they wouldn't eat in the snow, and then I forgot. He spoke confidently, making it hard to argue. Mingdai looked at him, and then at the cows on the ground. Well, I guess it's just your bad luck. Zhou Xinian kicked one of the cows lying in the dung, saying, Get up. Mingdai stopped him. Don't kick them, they might be dead. Zhou Xinian shook his head in confusion. No, they're not dead.
Look.
He opened one cow's eye and shone a flashlight on it. Mingdai looked over. Although the cow was rolling its eyes, its pupils did respond, and she was shocked. They're not dead? The cows were strong. Mingdai quickly checked the other one, which also had a pupil response. She immediately moved both cows to a safe space. Zhou Xinian followed her inside, looking at the thin cows on the grass with concern. Mingdai, if the meat is gone, Is the bone tasty? Ming-Dai hurriedly flipped through her veterinary books in her mind. Bones aren't tasty. I'll try to see if I can save them. Choosing a remedy, she rushed to the storage room to prepare the medicine. Zhou Xinian stood still, frowning at the two skeletons on the ground. He pulled some grass and forcefully pried open a cow's mouth, stuffing it inside, causing the cow to roll its eyes in distress. Ming-Dai came out with medicine and quickly stopped him. Please don't make things worse. Zhou Xinian awkwardly let go and quietly tossed the grass aside. She took out a funnel, inserted it into the cow's mouth, and asked Zhou Xinian to hold the cow's head while she poured nutrient solution into it. The poor cow couldn't swallow on its own, and Ming-Dai was getting anxious. It was only when Zhou Xinian pressed on the cow's neck that it started to swallow. After feeding both cows, they finally had enough strength to open their eyes, but their dry, dull eyes stared blankly, as if they were about to give up. Ming-Dai prepared some milk and fed it to them in the same way. This time, the cows began to swallow on their own, albeit slowly. By the time they finished feeding, both were drenched in sweat. They had done everything they could. Now it was up to the cow's luck. Ming-Dai led Zhou Xinian out to continue exploring the cave. After exiting, Zhou Xinian rummaged through the room and found several cans of meat and a few bags of rice that had been completely chewed up. It seemed the cows had eaten them, as even the cans showed bite marks. Zhou Xinian frowned, looking unhappy. Ming-Dai comforted him a bit, collected the cans, and asked him to show her the other rooms. Zhou Xinian took her around the entire cave. There were over 30 rooms, which didn't seem large, but digging such a big space in the deep mountains was quite labor-intensive. Ming-Dai noticed bite marks on the tables and chairs, likely from the starving cows. There were water stains on the ground, and following them, they reached another exit of the cave, which was also blocked. Like the previous one, this entrance had collapsed for some unknown reason, with trees growing over it, completely covering the entrance. A crooked tree had leaned in, and there were traces of moss growing on the stones, all of which had been chewed away. The crooked tree's branches were gnawed, and its bark was stripped clean. Even the stones showed signs of having been bitten. It was also because of this tree, the dry moss, and the water seeping through the stone cracks that the cows managed to hold on until they arrived. Ming-Dai brought Zhou Xinian back and suddenly remembered something along the way. She recalled that during this time, people from Sakura country seemed to have stolen many treasures and artifacts from Hua country, and those that couldn't be taken away were hidden in the mountains. Ming-Dai planned to use her treasure-seeking ability to check it out. After walking around the cave, she found nothing. That shouldn't be the case. Ming-Dai thought for a moment and asked Zhou Xinian to carry her as they walked around the cave's perimeter. Sure enough, not far from the cave, there was a reaction on the hillside. Seeing several large boxes buried about 5 or 6 meters deep in the ground, Ming-Dai felt a surge of anger. These robbers. Zhou Xinian noticed her gloomy face and asked with concern, Ming-Dai, what's wrong? Ming-Dai collected her emotions, shook her head, and stored all the boxes underground in her space. Zhou Xinian, let's go home. Zhou Xinian glanced at the suddenly collapsed area, puzzled but didn't ask further, and carried her again. Back at the cave entrance, Zhou Xinian rebuilt the stone pile, and the two walked down the mountain. As they walked, Ming-Dai collected branches broken by the heavy snow into her space. They shared a rare silence, not saying a word. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, Zhou Xinian changed back into his wool shoes and handed Ming-Dai the rain boots. Ming-Dai, aren't you happy? Ming-Dai nodded. Zhou Xinian, do you know what we just found? Zhou Xinian shook his head in confusion. No. Ming-Dai looked at him seriously. It's our country's treasures, stolen by thieves and hidden away. Zhou Xinian's expression sharpened immediately. Thieves? If they dare to steal, we should punish them. Ming-Dai laughed heartily. You're right. If they dare to take our things, we should punish them. She stood on her toes and patted Zhou Xinian's shoulder. Let's go home. Zhou Xinian quickly picked her up and rushed down the mountain. The snow was slippery, and he slid far, causing Ming-Dai to excitedly scream, drawing the attention of people gathering firewood below. Is this crazy person taking out their anger on Xiaoming again? Look how scared Xiaoming is. He's shouting so loudly.
Poor thing.
The consequence of playing in the snow is that Zhou Xinyan's shoes are completely soaked. Mingdai told him to change and let them dry in the space. They went to the grass to check on the situation of the cows. Life is always a shocking existence. In just a little while, these two cows came back to life. Although they still couldn't move, they had eaten all the grass near them and were slowly chewing. Even if it was very slow, they were trying to eat. As long as they can eat, there is hope. Mingdai fed them some nutrient solution and added a bit of salt to help them regain strength. Zhou Xinyan complained, "Mingdai, when can we give them a bath? They smell so bad." Mingdai replied, "We have to wait until they recover. Bathing them now could be dangerous." Zhou Xinyan sighed, "All right, how long will it take for them to get better? I want to eat beef." Mingdai, "Is it really appropriate to say that in front of the cows? They need at least 3 months to recover. Otherwise, let's not eat them. It's not easy for them to survive. I just saw that one is male and one is female. They can have calves. Once the calves grow up, we can eat them." "Cow. Thank you. You're so kind." Zhou Xinyan was a bit reluctant, but he usually didn't argue with Mingdai. "Okay." Mingdai looked at their well-defined ribs and said, "Let's name them. The male cow will be called Big Rib, the female cow Small Rib, and the calf will be called Beefsteak. When the time comes, I'll cook you a steak." Zhou Xinyan nodded with bright eyes. "Sounds good." "Cow, you two just decided that so happily? Is it because cows have no rights?" These cows likely belong to a nearby farm, as they still have numbered tags on their ears. It seems the truck transporting them overturned, and these two ran up the mountain. The people didn't find them, so Zhou Xinyan got lucky. He's quite talented. Not only did he keep the cows, but he also managed to bring them from another mountain to Wild Boar Ridge and has taken care of them until now. Though he's almost managed to starve them. Increase the temperature of the grass where the cows are lying down. They can already lift their heads. I cut some grass and placed 2 small piles of mixed cornmeal in front of them. The two of us went to check the large boxes that were just brought in. The boxes are big, there are 17 of them, and they are covered in rusty metal. Mingdai found a crowbar, and Zhou Xinyan pried them open one by one. When we opened the first one, a golden Buddha had appeared, with its eyes gently closed, looking kindly at all beings. Mingdai was amazed by the exquisite Buddha head. They pried open the rest of the boxes, which mostly contained Buddha statues and some beautiful porcelain items. Mingdai estimated their value in the future and gasped in surprise. If these items were to go abroad, it would be very difficult for our country to buy them back, and even if there was a chance, it would cost a lot of money. Mingdai decided to keep these items in storage for now and think of a way to return them to the country when the situation stabilizes. Zhou Xinyan watched for a while but wasn't very interested. His stomach was growling from hunger. Mingdai sealed the boxes back up and stored them in a corner. It was almost 1 o'clock, so Mingdai took Zhou Xinyan outside, boiled water to heat up the steamed buns, and added the leftover roasted meat from last night for lunch. After eating, the two went to pick mushrooms. The mushrooms were in full season, and they collected 2 large baskets, weighing about 40 pounds. Including yesterday's harvest, they had around 35 pounds. If they finished picking tomorrow, they would have enough for 100 pounds to send to the county. The next morning, Lu Dezhu and Lu Sanyi knocked on the courtyard door. Zhou Xinyan went to open the door and let them in. Mingdai had already organized the mushrooms, placing them in 2 large bamboo baskets lined with newspapers to avoid damage. "Uncle, we have exactly 100 pounds of mushrooms, and with the baskets it's 105 pounds. The newspapers will prevent them from getting crushed. Just be careful not to let them freeze." Lu Dezhu nodded happily. "All right, I understand, little Ming." Mingdai and Zhou Xinyan helped lift the baskets onto the cart. Before they left, she reminded Uncle, "Ask them for some old newspapers. We'll need them again next time to line the baskets. We can leave the bamboo baskets with them and swap them out next time." Lu Dezhu appreciated her thoroughness even more. "You really think of everything, I understand." Mingdai smiled and turned to Lu Sanyi, saying, "Sir, could you please check at the post office if there are any letters for me?" Lu Sanyi nodded. I understand. Don't worry, Xiao Ming. Mingdai stepped aside and saw a horse's rear end, which made her cringe a bit. You two be careful and safe. The two agreed, and Lu Sanyi cracked his whip, making the horse run, its tail swaying and its shorts bouncing up and down. What an eyesore. After the team leader left, Mingdai and Zhou Xinyan locked the door and entered the space. They went to harvest chives, cutting them from 2 long rows. They had made chive boxes a few times, and the leftovers were stored in the warehouse to keep fresh. After finishing with the chives, they brought out chairs to enjoy the sunshine. Zhou Xinyan continued knitting a sweater, while Mingdai picked chives, planning to make chive dumplings for lunch. Zhou Xinyan was knitting quickly, almost finishing one sleeve. He playfully gestured at Mingdai, nodding in satisfaction before continuing. Mingdai imagined him as a mother figure and chuckled. Zhou Xinyan looked at her in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Mingdai waved her hand for him to continue and turned her gaze to the grass. The 2 cows were lying down and had even managed to relieve themselves. Zhou Xinyan was reluctant to clean it up, so Mingdai did it. At that moment, the cows were munching away, looking quite lively. At noon, Mingdai prepared the filling while Zhou Xinyan made the dough and rolled out the skins. They worked well together, boiling 2 large pots of dumplings, one with chives and eggs, and the other with pickled cabbage and meat. Zhou Xinyan, being a meat lover, chose the pickled cabbage and meat dumplings, while the chives and eggs were for refreshing the palate. Mingdai lay back on the sofa, holding her full belly, and said, "Let's wrap all the dumplings this afternoon. The new year is coming soon, and if we prepare in advance, we won't have to rush later. I'll make you extra meat dumplings with pork and green onions, and we can also have celery dumplings, which are delicious too. I want to make chive and egg and spinach and egg dumplings, but it's a pity I don't have shepherd's purse seeds. We'll have to wait until next spring to enjoy them. As for the eggs, we need to raise chickens. Otherwise, once we finish the eggs, what will we eat? If only we had ducks or geese, we could make a big pot of goose stew. It would smell so good." When Zhou Xinyan heard about food, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, yes." Mingdai smiled and said, "Let's wait until spring and ask An Huang to help us find some chicks. We can get a few and check the black market to see if there are any for sale. We should buy some to raise in our space." Zhou Xinyan thought for a moment. In the summer, there are long-legged birds by the river. Are they tasty? Mingdai paused, touching her stomach. What long-legged birds? Zhou Xinyan described, they have really long legs and a red head, and they like to wear red headscarves. What long-legged birds? Those are cranes. Cranes.
No, no, no.
We can't eat those. We absolutely must not eat them. They are sacred birds, do you understand? Zhou Xinyan didn't understand. Why not? They look like they would taste good. I want to try one. Mingdai shook her head vigorously. No, you don't want to. They are not tasty at all, really. They are birds raised by deities. If we eat them, the deities will punish us. What if they take away our divine shelter? Wouldn't you end up hungry? Hearing this, Zhou Xinyan immediately got worried. We can't eat them. We absolutely must not eat them. I have to keep an eye on them to make sure no one else eats them. Once she confirmed he had given up that idea, Mingdai sighed in relief. Can cranes be eaten? In her past life, she couldn't protect them, and now in this life, she didn't want to eat them. Mingdai felt a lot of pressure. It was better to appreciate them and not cause trouble. Everyone has a responsibility to protect animals. In the afternoon, Mingdai prepared the filling while Zhou Xinyan rolled out the dough. Once he got the hang of it, he could roll out 2 dumpling skins at the same time, working as fast as a production line. Fortunately, they had a food processor and a meat grinder, otherwise their hands would have been exhausted. As she wrapped the dumplings, she reflected that Zhou Xinyan was a foodie, and so was she. 2 foodies working together made cooking quite tiring. In the end, looking at the shelves in the storage room filled with trays of dumplings, Mingdai thought, this is truly a mix of pain and joy. In the evening, the team leader and the others returned just before dark. Xiao Ming, this is the money for the vegetables. You take it. Mingdai took it and counted. 50 yuan exactly. Zhou Xinian leaned forward to look, and Ming Dai handed him something. Lu Dazhu and Lu Sanyu were very excited. They had exchanged 2 baskets of mushrooms for 50 yuan. They earned so little from working all year. They were even more looking forward to next year's winter vegetable planting. Ming Dai asked Zhou Xinian for 10 yuan to give to the team leader. Team leader, we use the village cart every day, so this 10 yuan is for the village's cart expenses. Lu Dezhu waved his hand. No need, no need. We even got a free meal in the county. Secretary Wang let us eat lunch, and we had mushroom meat. It was delicious. Ming Dai smiled as she handed over the money. This is just 10 yuan. I won't give you anything more in the future. She gave the money partly because she appreciated Lu Dazhu and Lu San's hard work, and partly because the village would be planting vegetables next year. They needed to know that Ming Dai had already sent her vegetables to the county. If she didn't give anything to the village, it would seem like her vegetable delivery was just her personal business. The 10 yuan was to silence the gossipers in the village, like the young people in the front yard. Anyway, they didn't know how much Ming Dai earned, and Lu Dezhu and the others wouldn't say anything. If they did, it would have spread already. When vegetable prices drop next year, this 10 yuan will be just right and won't cause jealousy among the villagers. Lu Dezhu thought of this too and accepted the money. All right, Xiaoming, I'll take it. You won't need to ask me again. I'll deliver the vegetables on time. Ming Dai asked, have you met with the county leaders recently? Did they say the vegetables are good? Lu Dezhu gave a thumbs up to Ming Dai. They all praised them. They said the leeks and garlic chives are very fresh, and the mushrooms are tasty. Even those who usually don't eat in the cafeteria are going there for every meal. They all say we have a talented person from Lijiaban, and many leaders want to order fresh vegetables from our village for next year. The commune is already processing the approvals, and we can start building the vegetable houses next autumn. Ming Dai's eyes flickered. Who do you have a good relationship with from your visits? Lu Dezhu scratched his pipe. I'm closest to Chef Zhou. He's very enthusiastic about the vegetables. Then there's Secretary Cheng. He always smiles and greets us when he sees us. Ming Dai thought for a moment and nodded. Uncle, I want to go to the county town again next time you deliver vegetables. Is that okay? Lu Dezhu looked puzzled. What do you need to go to the county town for? It's getting colder. You might catch a cold. Ming Dai pointed at Zhou Xinian. Didn't we bring back some bicycle parts before? He assembled a bike himself, but he's missing some parts and needs to go to the county town again. The recycling station at the commune probably doesn't have them. Lu Dezhu looked at Zhou Xinian, who was counting money, with surprise. He can do that? Ming Dai nodded. Don't be fooled by his craziness. He's actually quite smart. Look at how well he knit sweaters. Lu Dezhu glanced at the sweater by the Kong and nodded. That's true. Your aunt can't even knit this. He agreed. All right, you can go next time. If you go, I won't go. I'll just take the vegetables to Chef Zhou. Ming Dai nodded. Okay, I'll need to trouble third uncle to pick me up then. Lu Laosan nodded. No problem. Little Ming, I went to the post office, but there's no letter for you. Ming Dai replied. All right, we'll check again when we pass by the commune. Lu Laosan agreed. After sending them off, the two continued to snuggle on the Kong. Ming Dai held the sweater, measuring it. It fit perfectly and would be ready to wear soon. Zhou Xinian was focused on counting money, going through it again and again, finally dividing it into 2 equal parts, pushing one portion toward Ming Dai and putting the other in his jacket pocket. Ming Dai was curious. Can you count money? Zhou Xinian took the sweater from her hands and continued knitting. Of course.
I'm smart.
Ming Dai raised an eyebrow. What do you need money for? You won't spend it, just give it to me. Zhou Xinian replied seriously. I'm saving it. My money is useful. You can spend yours first. Ming Dai laughed in annoyance. So your money is useful, but mine isn't? Zhou Xinian shyly glanced at her. I need to send something to someone, so I need money. Ming Dai's eyes lit up. Who are you sending it to? Is it the person you're sending a package to? Zhou Xian shook his head with a hint of sadness. No, I just remember that I need to send something to someone. I forgot who it is, but I know it shouldn't be him. I haven't figured out who to send it to yet, but I'm sure I will, so I need to save some money first. Ming Dai felt a bit disappointed. Well, you can save it. After all, we grew the vegetables together, so we should share. I'll give you half of the money from last time later. Zhou Xian silently looked at her for a moment, then sighed softly. He stopped knitting, stood up, reached out, and gently patted her head, catching Ming Dai off guard. You're good. Don't be upset. I'll give you all my earnings from now on. Ming Dai stared at him, confused by his sudden action. Seeing her silent, Zhou Xian took a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and pushed it into her mouth, making sure it got past her lips and teeth. Ming Dai was still in shock, her mouth half open with the candy inside, and some saliva dripped down. Zhou Xian hesitated for a moment, then reached out to wipe it away, rubbing it on Ming Dai's clothes. Really, I'll give you all my money from now on. Don't be upset, okay? You're good and I care about you. Ming Dai's face turned bright red, and she quickly swallowed, almost choking on the candy. Cough, cough, cough. She buried her head in the pile of blankets behind her, feeling like she was on fire. She wasn't jealous at all. Where did Zhou Xian learn these words? Who taught him how to comfort someone? Zhou Xian watched Ming Dai hide in the blankets and scratch his head. He remembered that Dog Dan's mom comforted Dog Dan like this, right? Dog Dan seemed really happy to hear it. Was Ming Dai happy or not? Because of this misunderstanding, Ming Dai didn't ask Zhou Xian again about who he needed to send a package to. They awkwardly spent the evening together until the atmosphere became relaxed again. Ming Dai felt a bit uneasy about Zhou Xian's newfound ability to express himself. In the following days, Ming Dai took Zhou Xian into the kitchen to make various delicious foods in preparation for the new year. At the same time, Ming Dai also began preparing for his acupuncture treatment, hoping it would help him remember who he needed to send the package to soon. Zhou Xinian lay in the bathtub, propped up by an umbrella on his upper body, while his lower half was covered securely. The dark water enveloped him entirely, with only his head visible. Steam rose beneath the umbrella, making his cheeks flush. Ming Dai knocked on the door, and Zhou Xinian covered his body with the umbrella. Come in. Ming Dai kept her gaze straight, holding a small bucket and poured freshly boiled water into the bathtub. How does it feel? Zhou Xinian's voice was muffled. A bit itchy? Ming Dai nodded. That's normal, just soak for another 15 minutes. Zhou Xinian obediently replied, curling up in the tub. He peeked out to look at Ming Dai, his flushed face glistening with sweat. His bright eyes stood out clearly, giving him a delicate beauty that contrasted sharply with his usual tall demeanor, making him seem vulnerable. No way. Ming Dai quickly dismissed that strange thought from her mind, reminding him not to fall asleep and to wash up quickly after soaking to take his medicine. She hurriedly left, forgetting to take the medicine bucket. Zhou Xinian turned his wrist, spinning the umbrella, its edge gliding over the water's surface, creating ripples. He had been taking medicine a bit too often lately, and it made him unhappy. Outside the villa, Ming Dai lowered the temperature a bit to cool her face. It was all Zhou Xinian's fault. If it weren't for his earlier blunder, she wouldn't have been overthinking and feeling so awkward now. No, it must be that she's been too stressed lately, causing her to have such thoughts. That night, she also had to brew some medicine to relieve the stress. So, when she saw Ming Dai gulping down a bowl of bitter soup that evening, Zhou Xinian felt a bit better and tilted his head to drink his medicine too. Both of them grimaced from the bitterness, laughing at each other's funny expressions. When it was time to deliver the vegetables again, Ming Dai prepared early and even made 2 extra portions of garlic sprouts, wrapping them in newspaper. It was very cold, and Ming Dai wanted to convince Zhou Xinian not to follow her. Zhou Xinian didn't argue, just sat across from her, blinking his eyes at her. Ming Dai surrendered. All right, let's go together, but make sure to wear your hat. Zhou Xinian quietly smiled, realizing that whenever he showed this expression, Ming Dai would agree to anything he asked. Ming Dai felt guilty and ignored Zhou Xinian's unusual behavior. At that moment, she looked in the mirror at her brand new sweater, which had a green base and a white heart pattern. It looked very nice. Zhou Xinian even added lace to the collar, making it resemble a modern ruffled collar, which highlighted her delicate face even more. She washed up and put it on. It was pure wool, very warm, and looked great. There was some yarn left over, and Zhou Xinian, being a bit of a perfectionist, couldn't stand the waste and knitted a green and white scarf. Mingdai thought it was for her and felt a bit touched. Who knew that the next day, she saw it around the neck of a silly deer. She just knew that day was a misunderstanding. Now Zhou Xinian didn't understand anything. Once they were dressed, Lu Sanyi was already waiting. Zhou Xinian lifted 2 baskets of mushrooms, wrapped them in straw and blankets, then helped Mingdai, who was bundled up, into the cotton blanket. He stretched his long legs and sat on the other side, covering himself with his own blanket.
Sanyi, let's go.
Lu Sanyi cracked the whip, and the sound of hooves broke the morning mist as they headed off into the distance. When they arrived at the commune post office, it was just opening. Mingdai received her letter. Director Niu was very pleased with the types and quantities of special products she provided and mentioned that he could help transport some of her family's unused daily necessities to the train station in Yudai County, asking when it would be convenient for her to receive them. Mingdai was happy to have found a delivery channel and quickly replied, scheduling the next mushroom delivery day and mentioning that the special gift would go along with it. After sending the letter, Mingdai got back on the cart, which started heading towards the county town. Upon reaching the county town, the cart went around to the back door. Mingdai knocked, and when the door opened, she and Zhou Xinian carried the vegetables inside. They first went to the kitchen, where Chef Zhou had just finished lunch and was resting. He was quite happy to see Mingdai enter. Is today the day that little Ming, the educated youth, brings vegetables? Mingdai nodded and put down the basket of vegetables. Chef Zhou, please take a look. It's still the same 100 pounds of mushrooms. Chef Zhou called someone to serve the mushrooms. After confirming everything was fine, he handed her the bamboo basket from last time. All right, there's no problem here. You can take this receipt to the accountant. Mingdai thanked him and, noticing no one else was speaking, added, Chef, I brought some extra garlic sprouts I grew myself. It's not much, but I wanted you to try them. Chef Zhou's eyes lit up. Garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured meat are a real treat. He smiled as he accepted them and added them to his basket. Thank you, Xiao Ming. I really enjoy this, especially in winter when fresh vegetables are hard to come by. Mingdai chatted with him for a moment and asked if Secretary Chung was around. Secretary Chung is here. He's been in the office these days. You can find him there. After getting the location of Secretary Cheng's office, she took Zhou Xinian upstairs with her. She knocked on the door and waited for a response before entering. Seeing them, Secretary Cheng was surprised and quickly stood up. It's Xiao Ming. Did you come to deliver vegetables? Mingdai smiled and nodded, taking a seat as he invited her in. The office was empty except for him. Mingdai took out a paper bag and said, Secretary Chung, the team leader mentioned that you've been very helpful during my recent vegetable deliveries. I brought you some garlic sprouts I grew myself. There's not much, but I wanted you to try them. As Secretary Chung was close to the county party secretary, he often received gifts, but it was his first time receiving vegetables, which he found quite interesting. You're too kind, Xiao Ming. Growing vegetables in winter has helped Secretary Wang with a significant challenge. We should thank you. Mingdai smiled shyly. I just tried it out and was surprised it worked. There aren't many sprouts, just enough for one meal. You should try stir-frying them with cured meat at home. It's really good. Secretary Chung agreed, noting that while he couldn't accept the cured meat, the garlic sprouts were welcome. They chatted for a while about the issues in Yudai County, such as the idleness of labor during winter leading to fights and gambling, which had been troubling Secretary Wang recently. Having experienced information overload in her previous life, Mingdai shared some insights that didn't cross any lines, providing Secretary Chung with several ideas. He looked at Mingdai with admiration and asked, Little Ming, do you have any thoughts about working in the county? Mingdai paused for a moment and shook her head. No. I came to the countryside as a youth volunteer, so I should stay here firmly to receive education from the lower-middle peasants and work together with the comrades in Lijiawan for a better tomorrow. Her passionate words caught the attention of Zhou Xinian, who was knitting. Secretary Chung was also inspired by Mingdai's words, You're doing great, little Ming. If all the youth volunteers were like you, we wouldn't have to worry about the issues in the subcommunes anymore. Ming Dai pretended to be shy from the compliment and blushed. It was another day of showcasing her acting skills. After chatting for a while and seeing Secretary Chung happy, Ming Dai took the opportunity to mention that she needed some help. Secretary Chung, you know about Comrade Zhou Xinyan's situation. I've been treating him for a while, but there hasn't been any improvement. I wanted to ask if you know anything about him. I want to gather some information for targeted treatment. Otherwise, his condition will continue to delay everyone's work in the village. Hearing this, Chung Su looked at Zhou Xinyan, who was knitting with red yarn. Compared to the scarf on his head, Chung Su's first thought was that this yarn was for himself. Zhou Xinyan raised his head when he heard his name, smiled at Ming Dai, then gave Chung Su a disdainful glance before returning to his work. Chung Su found it amusing and didn't get angry. This was the well-known troublemaker of Hongqi Commune. Years ago, the director of Hongqi Commune, with a rather unappealing face, made several trips to the county to try to send Zhou Xinyan away, causing quite a stir in the county. As for why he wasn't sent away and the specifics of his situation, Chung Su really didn't know. Youth volunteers were generally managed by the local youth volunteer office, while the Revolutionary Committee was responsible for other matters. I'm not very clear on that either. How about I ask the youth volunteer office? The Revolutionary Committee isn't very easy to talk to, so we might not get much information. Ming Dai felt a bit disappointed that he didn't know, so she shook her head and said, "There's no need to trouble you. If you know someone who can help, that would be great. I don't have to know for sure, but as a doctor, seeing this case makes me eager to try it out." Secretary Chung nodded in understanding. "All right, I'll keep an eye out. By the way, you might want to ask Director Wang from your commune. He handled matters related to Zhou Jiqing back in the day, so he might know something." Ming Dai quietly noted this down and stood up with her list. "Okay, I've taken up enough of your time. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be on my way." Secretary Chung stood up to see them off. "No problem. We still need Xiao Ming Jiqing to bring us leeks for the new year. I'm looking forward to eating dumplings. Let me take you next door to get your money." Ming Dai smiled and agreed. After getting the money, the two of them came out with their basket and said goodbye to Chef Zhou, who gave them a few cornmeal pancakes, likely because Ming Dai had given him garlic sprouts. Once outside, they shared the pancakes with Lu Sanyi and, after eating, headed home. While eating the pancakes, Ming Dai thought about how Secretary Chung was the only person she knew in the county. She decided not to ask anyone else to avoid getting involved with dangerous individuals. She also decided not to visit the commune director for now. She would wait for an opportunity to talk to the commune and learn more about the director without raising suspicion. The remaining clue was Zhou Xinyan's package. She had originally planned to send a letter back to the address to check the situation, but now she decided against it. Based on Chung Su's words, Ming Dai felt that someone in the county was watching Zhou Xinyan's situation. It was hard to tell if they were friend or foe, so it was best to keep her distance for now. The urgent matter was to treat Zhou Xinyan's illness first. After finishing their meal, they strolled around the recycling station for a bit, and then the three of them set off for home. Everyone, if you haven't added the book to your shelf, please do. Let's get those free little gifts rolling. Next month, I plan to update 3 times a day. Back at home, Ming Dai and Zhou Xinyan immediately went into the space. First, she arranged Zhou Xinyan's medicinal bath and then took a bath herself. After soaking in the hot water, they both felt much better. Going out in this weather was really tough. Ming Dai made sour soup dumplings, and Zhou Xinyan was captivated by the unique sour taste. Not only did he finish the dumplings, but he also drank all the soup and added sour soup dumplings to his must-try list. After dinner, Ming Dai comfortably lay on the sofa, chatting with Zhou Xinyan about the day's events. Although Secretary Chung doesn't know much about your situation, we have a general direction now. We still need to go to the county and keep asking around. Let's hold off on sending the package for now and try to connect with the commune next year to see if we can find out anything from Director Wang. Maybe we won't have to wait long. You're becoming more aware every day. Perhaps one day, you'll remember everything on your own? Ming Dai chatted for a long time, but didn't get a response from Zhou Xinyan. Just when she thought he had fallen asleep from exhaustion, he spoke up. I'm not doing acupuncture anymore. His voice was muffled and clearly filled with emotion. Ming Dai sat up and looked at him. He was staring down, knitting with big movements, clearly upset. Why aren't you doing acupuncture anymore? Don't you want to get better? Zhou Xinyan didn't answer but turned away, giving her a stubborn back. Ming Dai was confused. What was going on? She furrowed her brows and moved closer to see him, only to discover he was crying. This was the first time Ming Dai had seen Zhou Xinyan cry. Looking into his tear-filled eyes, she felt nervous and helpless. Hey. Why are you crying? What happened? Did I say something wrong? Zhou Xinyan tossed the ball of yarn onto the coffee table, turned around suddenly and choked out, Ming Dai, do you not want me anymore? It felt like a heavy to Ming Dai. She quickly waved her hands. No. I didn't mean that. Zhou Xinyan stubbornly looked at her, tears streaming down his face, filled with disbelief. Ming Dai hurriedly promised for half an hour, and only then did Zhou Xinyan start to believe her and stop crying. Ming Dai looked at his swollen eyes and sighed. Aren't you embarrassed to cry like this, being such a big guy? Zhou Xinyan held the milk Ming Dai had given him, sniffing, I'm scared. You're going to the county to find people, right? You want to help me find my family? Once you do, you'll just leave me with them, right? Ming Dai hadn't realized he was so sensitive. She sat up, yes, but also no. Zhou Xinyan, you are an adult, and no one can force you to stay with anyone, including me. I went to the county to gather information, not to send you away, but to prevent danger. Do you remember when you hurt someone and the commune director wanted to send you back? Zhou Xinyan thought for a moment and nodded, adding, they were bad. Many of them hit me. I got hurt too, but only I was locked up. They wouldn't let me out, so I hit them back. It's not my fault. Ming Dai nodded in agreement. It's true. It's not your fault. But normally, the youth office would handle such matters, either punishing both sides or sending you back for resolution. But that didn't happen. You weren't sent away, and the people who hit you weren't dealt with either. This situation just faded away, which is very strange. Zhou Xinyan's expression turned serious. Someone wants to harm me. Ming Dai smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Smart. If we can find out who wants to harm you, we can be prepared in advance, right? Zhou Xinyan nodded in agreement. Knowing yourself and your enemy leads to victory in every battle. Then he became confused. What am I saying? Ming Dai comforted him. It's okay. It shows you're getting better. So, I don't want to push you away. I just want to know where the danger is in advance. If we can't fight, we can avoid it. Do you understand? Zhou Xinyan smiled happily, his bright eyes looking seriously at her. Ming Dai, you are good to me. You are the only one who is good to me. I don't want to leave you. I will be good to you too, really. Once I'm better, I will only be good to you. He not only said this but also took her hand. Although Zhou Xinyan's mind was still that of a child, his body was that of a real adult man. At that moment, his thin but large hand held Ming Dai's small hand tightly, the warmth from his palm spreading up her arm and reaching her face. She felt herself blushing again. What are you saying? This sounds so much like a confession. Zhou Xinyan noticed Ming Dai's flushed face and became a bit nervous. Ming Dai, are you sick? Your face looks like a monkey's bottom. A single sentence brought Ming Dai back to reality. She pulled her hand away from Zhou Xinyan, trembling as she touched her face and shook her head seriously at him. It won't happen. We're like family. Before you get better, we stick together. Once you're better,
We'll talk about it then.
when you get better, I'm afraid you'll remember today. Either you'll bury yourself or you'll bury me. Zhou Xinyan frowned and stubbornly declared, even when I'm better, I want to be with you. Always together. Ming Dai felt her face heat up again at his straightforward declaration, like a little puppy. Who can resist such a bold confession from a big dog? Okay. Together.
No.
This is getting more complicated. I can't stay here any longer. Something's going to happen. She hurriedly stood up, saying, all right, remember to take your medicine and go to sleep. With that, she disappeared down the stairs. Zhou Xinyan watched her go and murmured, "Isn't she running pretty fast? Why can't she move like that on the mountain? Does she want me to carry her?" Sigh, so playful. Upstairs, Mingdai lay on the big bed, tossing and turning, silently screaming into her pillow. "Mingdai, what are you thinking about?" His mindset is still that of a child. "You're already a 30-year-old woman mentally. Get rid of those shameless thoughts in your head." After a wild roll around, she was out of breath, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Have I been too bored lately? That's why my mind is acting up." Facing Zhou Xinyan's pure eyes, I actually blushed. I blushed. Covering her still warm face, Mingdai felt so embarrassed. The old house catching fire is terrifying. Isn't it just 30 years of being single? How did a few words from him make me feel this way?
What?
He's only 20, and his mind isn't fully developed yet. Why am I blushing? That night, Mingdai couldn't sleep well, her dark circles rivaling a panda's. When the morning sun streamed through the curtains and onto the bed, Mingdai sighed deeply. It seems I'll need to take more of that calming medicine.
Sigh.
After dozing off for a while, Mingdai finally got out of bed. She went upstairs to prepare herself mentally before coming down, but as soon as she saw Zhou Xinyan's bright smile, she lost her composure. "Oh no, I feel guilty." Compared to Mingdai's low spirits, Zhou Xinyan was in great shape. Even his puffy eyes from crying yesterday had returned to normal, and he cheerfully invited Mingdai to breakfast. Today, they needed to pollinate the fruits in the garden. Since they couldn't find a beehive in the mountains during winter, they had to manually pollinate the flowers instead. Pollination is simple. First, collect the male flowers and use a brush to remove their pollen, then apply it to the female flowers. It's best to pollinate between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. for a higher success rate. Mingdai now felt a moral guilt towards Zhou Xinyan and was embarrassed to work alongside him. After teaching him how to identify male and female flowers, she took charge of pollinating the small melons while Zhou Xinyan handled the watermelons. They used to work together, but now that they were separated, Zhou Xinyan felt a bit uncomfortable. It was only when Mingdai mentioned she was just next door, and he could see her that he reluctantly went along. Mingdai felt a headache coming on. Why was Zhou Xinyan, who seemed to be feeling better, so clingy? And he had even learned how to act cute on his own. Author, who spoiled whom, you know. She rubbed her face and picked male flowers with a small basket, preparing for concentrated pollination later. They spent the entire morning busy in the fields, finishing with the fruits before heading to the small grove in front of the villa, where the fruit trees had also bloomed early due to the temperature in the garden. While pollinating, Mingdai directed Zhou Xinyan to prune the fruit trees, removing unnecessary parts to reduce the tree's burden. After a long morning of work, both were tired. Zhou Xinyan noticed that Mingdai had hardly spoken to him all morning and felt a bit unhappy. Especially now that he was willing to express his thoughts, he kept chattering away at Mingdai. "Mingdai, you only spoke to me 10 times this morning. Do you not want to be friends anymore?"
Mingdai.
"Listen to what you're saying. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say that." Zhou Xinyan got angry, looking at Mingdai with a pout, shouting, "You are? You do. I'm not making this up. We agreed last night. And now you're ignoring me again. Mingdai, you've changed for the worse." The noise was so loud that it echoed. Mingdai wanted to cry, but had no tears. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Please, return the quiet Zhou Xinyan to me. After Mingdai repeatedly promised not to ignore him and offered many delicious foods, Zhou Xinyan finally let her go and happily went to the storage room to get sweet potatoes. Mingdai said she would make him candied sweet potatoes for lunch. Although she didn't know what that was, everything she made was delicious.
So happy.
Mingdai wiped the sweat from her forehead, and her heart raced with excitement. Are boys really that hard to please? Poor Aunt Mingdai, who has been single for 30 years, was almost at her wit's end. In the kitchen, Zhou Xinyan's cheerful voice came. "Mingdai, how do you make this?" His happy tone took several twists and turns. not matching his tall height of nearly 6 feet. Ming Dai quickly replied, "Coming, coming." She was afraid that later, Zhou Xinyan would accuse her of being cold-hearted and abandoning him again. Poor Ming Dai hadn't realized she had fallen into Zhou Xinyan's trap. Zhou Xinyan learned how to speak sweetly from Ming Dai and had even surpassed her, successfully tricking his teacher. After seeing this tactic work on Ming Dai, he became more skilled in the art of tea. When he fully recovered, he couldn't bear to look at himself at that moment and strongly requested Ming Dai to give him a needle to forget those embarrassing moments. Ming Dai, haha, dream on. You, the tea master, can deal with your own awkwardness. Oh no, after chasing after geese all day, I ended up getting pecked in the eye. How embarrassing. In the capital hospital, Director Nyo went to Director Gao's office with a letter he had received. Old Gao, it's all settled. I'll contact Old Sun right away to send the items to the train. Director Gao was also very pleased. His promotion was basically secured now, as what Ming Dai provided was not something just anyone could get. He said this girl was truly capable. The couple decided to take the afternoon off, called a donkey cart, and loaded it with their things to head to the train station. The train rumbled along, carrying the couple's hopes northward. Lijiaban has had a few heavy snowfalls, and everyone is staying indoors to keep warm. The small courtyard outside is filled with icicles hanging from the eaves, sparkling beautifully in the sunlight. Ming Dai was admiring them when Zhou Xinyan suddenly reached out and picked one, putting it to his mouth and crunching down. The icicle made him shiver, and he spat it out. Ming Dai sighed, "If you think it's dirty, why eat it?" Zhou Xinyan looked at the shiny icicle and asked her, "Ming Dai, why isn't this ice candy sweet?" Ming Dai pointed to the roof. "That's ice formed from melting snow. It's ice, not ice candy, so of course it's not sweet." Zhou Xinyan looked a bit disappointed and threw away the melting icicle. Ming Dai looked at the icicles and thought of the ice cellar in the basement. Her space has a refrigerator, so she doesn't lack ice, and she can easily adjust the temperature to make ice in no time. However, it's not convenient to use it during the summer. When summer comes and it's time for farming, everyone has to help with tasks like planting rice or harvesting, and being able to drink a cold beverage then is just wonderful. To enjoy cold drinks in summer, Ming Dai plans to take this opportunity to gather some ice and store it in the ice cellar. Ming Dai cleaned the ice cellar in the basement and took the playful puppy Zhou Xinyan to borrow a flat cart from the team leader to collect ice from the Yudai River. The team leader was surprised when he heard her. "We didn't even know there was an ice cellar in that basement. Building one costs quite a bit." Ming Dai nodded. "We discovered it by accident and thought we'd store some ice while we can. It will be perfect for cooling off in summer." The team leader agreed. "That sounds good. Using a flat cart isn't convenient. Let's use a sled and bring the horse along." Ming Dai looked at the horse she had been hiding since they arrived and nodded. "That works." Lu Dezhu immediately got up and called his sons, eldest, second, third. "Come out, harness the sled, and let's go collect ice." Ming Dai thought, "Why do I feel like you're so excited?" "Team leader, you should come too. We won't need that much ice." Lu Dezhu rubbed his hands together. "Well, little Ming, let's collect more and share some with the village in summer, okay?" Ming Dai thought that the more ice they had, the better the ice cellar would work. Since she and Zhou Xinyan had never done this before, it was best to have someone help, so she nodded in agreement. "Okay." The Lu brothers brought a large sled from the backyard and tied the horse to the front after leading it out. Zhou Xinyan curiously touched the sled while the three brothers and the horse shivered. Once everything was ready, and Huang came out grumbling with cotton gloves on. "You're all grown up, yet you freeze at the sight of ice. Do you think you're still young? You all keep an eye on your father and hurry back when you're done." Lu Dezhu listened with a smile and wasn't angry at all. Aunt Huang turned to Ming Dai. "While the men go to collect ice, you shouldn't reach out, understand? You're a young lady. What if you fall in?" Ming Dai quickly agreed. Lu Dezhu sat on the sled, and everyone else climbed on. Zhou Xinyan was a bit excited and couldn't sit still, so Ming Dai held him down. With a flick of the whip, the horse started running, and the sled smoothly followed. Lu Dezhu had good skills, and the sled turned quite nimbly. Once they left the village, their speed immediately picked up. It was Ming Dai's first time on a sled, and as she watched the scenery rush by, she shouted to Lu Dezhu, "Uncle Captain, this speed is much faster than a horse-drawn carriage." Lu Dezhu laughed heartily while cracking the whip. "Yes, with the coming weather, carriages will be hard to use. From now on, we'll have to take sleds to travel. You'll get to the county much faster on a sled." Ming Dai nodded. It was indeed more convenient, but also colder, so she closed her mouth and said nothing. Zhou Xinyan felt the thrill of the speed and was excited, closing his eyes as if he could see himself racing through the snowy landscape. He opened his eyes and said to Ming Dai, "Let's make a sled too. I can pull you." Ming Dai shook her head with a smile. "We can't make one. By the time we do, the snow season will be over." Zhou Xinyan frowned, feeling a bit disappointed. The Lu brothers exchanged glances. Finally, Lu Laifu spoke up. "Well, we have a small sled at home that we can lend you to play with." Zhou Xinyan immediately looked at him with eager eyes, wanting it. Ming Dai tugged at his sleeve. "Lu Ge, don't you need it?" Lu Laifu avoided Zhou Xinyan's gaze and said, "That's a dog sled, made by my grandfather. We don't have any dogs at home now, so we've kept it." Ming Dai looked at Zhou Xinyan and said, "You heard that. We don't have a dog, so we can't pull it." Zhou Xinyan's eyes sparkled. "We have one. I want it." Ming Dai felt a headache coming on. Where would they get a dog? It was getting harder to manage. Zhou Xinyan turned directly to Lu Laifu. "I want that sled." Ming Dai thought, what kind of bandit talk is this? The three Lu brothers nodded eagerly. "We'll give it to you. All yours." Ming Dai sighed. Well, as long as they were happy. Zhou Xinyan was thrilled and adjusted his red scarf that had been blown askew by the wind. The Lu brothers also relaxed. Ever since Zhou Xinyan had shaved the tail of their horse in front of them, they were even more intimidated by him. They felt they had to give him whatever he wanted. The sled was indeed fast, and soon they arrived at the Yudai River. The Yudai River branches off from the main stream of Songjiang and winds toward Dakingshan, forming a bend at Lejia Bay. Here, the river is also the widest. The ice along the riverbank was solid, but the center of the river was still not safe. They would have to wait until the new year for people and vehicles to cross. Lu Dezhu chose a spot to harvest ice, parked the sled, and called everyone to get off. He brought his own tools for ice harvesting. "Little Ming, don't think we're poor now. In the past, during this season, every household would harvest ice to make ice lanterns. Those who made good lanterns would thrive. Now only the fishing farms harvest ice in winter." Ming Dai smiled and said, "Then we'll trouble you today, Captain Lu." Lu Dezhu chuckled. "Not a trouble at all. I've been harvesting ice with my father since I was little, and I have the right tools, so it's very convenient. We need to choose a spot with calm water to harvest, so let's move a bit further." After saying that, he called the Lu brothers to follow him down. Ming Dai and Zhou Xinyan followed, curious about this manual ice harvesting method. The ice at the riverbank was already very thick. Walking on it was a bit slippery, but felt fine otherwise. Lu Dezhu picked a spot and began marking lines with his son, crisscrossing them like a chessboard. Lu Dezhu and his three companions used chisels to carve along the lines, separating the upper ice blocks while the lower ones remained intact. After a long time of carving, the ice surface was divided into large square blocks. Lu Dezhu took a short break and, along with his sons, inserted the chisels into the carved lines. Then, all four of them struck down simultaneously with hammers. The sound of the hammers echoed on the ice surface, and cracks appeared beneath their feet as the large blocks began to break away and float on the ice. Zhou Xinyan watched for a while before stepping forward and taking the hammer from Lu Laifa's hands. Lu Laifa looked at his father with a frown, but Lu Dezhu was too focused on the task to notice. Ming Dai walked over to observe. Zhou Xinyan copied Lu Dezhu's actions, placing the chisel correctly and joining in the hammering. In an instant, everyone on the ice froze, all eyes on Zhou Xinyan, who was lifting the heavy hammer. "Don't move." Ming Dai stopped Zhou Xinyan from continuing to hammer and turned to Lu Dezhu. "Captain, should we stop?" Lu Dezhu swallowed and looked down. "It's fine, no cracks. but we can't keep hammering like this. Ming Dai quickly nodded and had Zhou Xinian return the hammer to Lu Lifeaw. Zhou Xinian reluctantly handed it over, showing his teeth at Lu Lifeaw. Lu Lifeaw took the hammer and hurried away to continue working from a distance. Ming Dai pulled Zhou Xinian to the side to watch, listening to Lu Dazhu singing the ice harvesting song. The Lu brothers joined in, making it more entertaining than the folk performances from the previous life. Once all the ice blocks were loosened, Lu Dazhu took out several long hooks, giving one to each person. Zhou Xinian's strength came into play as he swung the long hook, inserting it into the top of an ice block. Lu Dazhu and the others hooked onto the other corners and pulled together. Once the ice blocks were lifted above the surface, they were easy to handle and could be pushed to the shore. Ming Dai held down the wooden board as they pushed the ice blocks up. They could only transport 3 blocks at a time. Lu Dazhu led them back and opened the cellar at Ming Dai's house. The ice cellar was ready and could be filled with ice right away. There was a wooden slide in the cellar that they didn't know the purpose of until now. They used it to slide the ice down and then pry it into the ice cellar. Luckily, it wasn't the thickest ice yet, or they wouldn't have been able to move it. It took them a whole day to get all the ice inside the cellar. The team leader was exhausted, sitting in Ming Dai's yard. Ming Dai made tea to warm everyone up. Lu Dazhu looked at the entrance of the ice cellar and asked Ming Dai, "Little Ming, you know about medicine, right? Do you know about snake antivenom? Now that we have an ice cellar, can we apply for it?" Ming Dai was surprised. "You mean snake antivenom? That's hard to apply for. Usually big hospitals don't even have it." Lu Dazhu seemed a bit disappointed. "Oh, I see." Ming Dai was curious about how he knew about antivenom since it wasn't widely available yet. Lu Dazhu took a puff from his pipe and said, "Last year, 2 kids from our village were bitten by a snake while playing in the mountains. The snake medicine didn't work, and we rushed them to the county hospital. One child didn't make it, and the other one was told they couldn't be treated because there was no antivenom, and they also passed away. Raising 1 child is hard enough. Losing 2 is heartbreaking. We don't have many venomous snakes in our mountains, just 1 or 2 occasionally, but the kids love to run up there in the summer. I was thinking it would be great if we could apply for some." Ming Dai looked at Lu Dazhu, surrounded by smoke, and felt lucky that Lu Jiaowen had such a team leader. "I can't get that, but I have a good recipe for snake medicine. I'll prepare it before spring. It should work well." Lu Dazhu brightened up and looked at Ming Dai. "I knew I had a good eye to pick you out from the youth group." Ming Dai smiled, not revealing that the team leader had been quite dismissive of her at first. That evening, Zhou Xinian pried a piece of ice from the ice cellar and brought it to Ming Dai, saying, "Ming Dai, I want to eat rock candy, the kind made with ice." Ming Dai replied, "You have some ideas. Put the ice down. You're still taking medicine and soaking in herbal baths. Don't hold on to such cold things. Rock candy isn't made from ice. When I have time, I'll make you some candied hawthorn." Zhou Xinian immediately placed the ice in the water trough, his eyes shining as he followed Ming Dai around. "Candied hawthorn? What is candied hawthorn? Is it tasty? When are you free? Can't we do it when you're busy?" "Ming Dai, I want to eat candied hawthorn." "Ming Dai, I really want to silence him." Ming Dai really doesn't have time to make candied hawthorn for Zhou Xinian. She is organizing items to send to the capital. They are about to go to the county to deliver mushrooms, so it's a good time to pick up the items from the capital. Ming Dai sorted some corn husks, soybeans, millet, red dates, hazelnuts, hickory nuts, and chestnuts, packing a little of each into small bags. The special products list she provided mainly attracted Director Nyo and his wife with mountain goods and jerky. Hazelnuts, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and dried wild vegetables, along with a bag of jerky, make for a great gift in the capital. The jerky is from the storage in the space, mainly made from wild boar meat. Ming Dai doesn't find it very tasty. It's a bit tough and has a strong flavor, but others don't think so. In times when pork is scarce, wild boar meat is quite popular. Everything is ready, just waiting for Grandpa Lu to come and take them to the county tomorrow. After finishing up, Ming Dai went to the kitchen to check. Last night, she soaked the rabbit jerky she traded at the market, planning to eat it for lunch today. Outside, Zhou Xinian is washing the dog sled. Seeing the sled covered in foam, Mingdai felt a faint sense of helplessness. How did a good person turn into a mischievous child? How can we fix this? Zhou Xinyan, if there's no dog, are you going to pull this? Zhou Xinyan, holding a small brush, carefully cleaned the sled, paying attention to the details. I have a dog. This is the second time he has said that. Mingdai suddenly thought of the rib cow. You have one? Where did it come from? Zhou Xinyan sprayed water, and foam flew everywhere. I won it in a fight. Mingdai frowned. A fight? Who did you fight? When? Zhou Xinyan thought for a moment. Last time. Who? I don't know who, but I know where they are. Mingdai sighed with relief, thinking it must be someone who owned a dog. After he finished fighting with someone, they probably agreed to let him play with their dog. All right, after you finish your work, go to the vegetable garden and pick some celery and cilantro. Zhou Xinyan blinked and asked, what are we having for lunch? We're having rabbit, beer-braised rabbit, and steamed rice. Zhou Xinyan tilted his head and recalled, I've eaten rabbit before. Mingdai was curious, you've eaten it? This was the first time he had mentioned something he had eaten. Zhou Xinyan nodded. Yes, we cooked it in a pot, but it was naughty and kept running away, so we had to catch it. Mingdai shivered and cautiously asked, why didn't you bleed the rabbit before cooking it? He clearly remembered bleeding the sheep, which almost scared Lu Dezhu faint. Zhou Xinyan stopped what he was doing and excitedly gestured. Rabbit doesn't taste good, but it smells nice. Plus, it's prettier than sheep, all fluffy and nice to touch. I saw people in the village catch one and said it should be roasted. I caught one too, bled it, but it didn't look good after skinning, and it tasted terrible, smelly and tough. Later, I found that cooking it with the fur on was just right. It still didn't taste good, but it smelled great while cooking. If you like, I can catch a rabbit in the summer and roast it for you to smell. Who wants to just smell it? What kind of thinking is that? Who roasts a rabbit just to smell it and not eat it? What you smell is the scent of the protein burning from the rabbit fur. Of course, it smells good. Even if it smells good, you can't roast it alive. Meeting you has really brought bad luck to the rabbit. Mingdai took a deep breath and firmly told Zhou Xinyan, you can't do that. We can eat rabbit, but we can't mistreat it. If you roast a rabbit alive, don't you think it hurts? Zhou Xinyan looked a bit unconvinced, glanced at Mingdai and muttered, but it didn't say it was in pain. Anyway, you are not allowed to roast any animal alive from now on. Do you understand? If you want to eat something, kill it and let me cook it. We can eat, but we have to let it go peacefully, or the spirits will punish us. Zhou Xinyan's expression changed instantly when he heard her mention that the gods would punish them. He was worried that the magical cave would be taken away and he would be hungry again. So, Zheng nodded, okay, I remember. From now on, you handle the killing. Mingdai rolled her eyes, thinking, so you want the gods to punish me? Have you forgotten that the magical cave is with me? In the end, Zhou Xinyan hesitated for a moment and seriously suggested to Mingdai, how about we eat lamb? Lamb may not look great, but it tastes good. A silly deer is also fine. It's a bit clumsy but tasty. I promise to end it quickly, so it won't suffer. Rabbits. Rabbits look cute, but they really don't taste good. Mingdai sighed, unsure of what to say for a moment. Finally, she patted Zhou Xinyan on the shoulder as he squatted down. Once we return from the county, let's arrange for acupuncture. We can't be foolish anymore. It's too scary. Zhou Xinyan touched the dent on his head and pouted. All right, when you do it, choose thinner needles, not too thick. Mingdai looked at him sympathetically. I'll do my best. After Zhou Xinyan finished cleaning the sled, he went to the field to pick some celery and cilantro, while Mingdai returned to the kitchen, lost in thought. Looking at the rabbit meat soaking in water and recalling the fate of the rabbit Zhou Xinyan had killed, she couldn't help but wonder who was more pitiful. What a tragedy. Never mind, since rabbits are so cute, let's do them with some beer to send them off nicely. She cut the soaked rabbit meat into small pieces according to the parts. Heating oil in a pan, she added garlic and dried chili. For the next few days, Mingdai planned to give Zhou Xinyan herbal baths, so she added a bit more chili. Once the aroma was released, she added the rabbit meat, pouring a circle of soy sauce and vinegar around the edge of the pan, then adding dark soy sauce for color. Ming Dai couldn't find any bean paste in the pantry, so she planned to make some herself one day. She added a small spoonful of fermented black beans, sautéed until fragrant, and then poured in 2 bottles of beer, covering the pot to let it simmer. After Zhou Xinian finished cleaning the sled, he came in with a small basket of vegetables, standing by the island, sniffing and picking celery. He avoided cilantro, always wearing gloves while picking. Ming Dai took the basket from him. "I'll handle this. You go steam the rice." Zhou Xinian obediently went to scoop and wash the rice, and then eagerly started ordering. "Ming Dai, let's go out for rice again. I want to eat that crispy rice with pickles." Ming Dai removed the celery leaves. "That's called guaba. Let's eat it when we get back from the county. I want it too." She could also try making crab roe guaba. With the meatballs to fry before the new year, it would be a good time to make it together. The rice was cooked, and the beer rabbit in the clay pot was ready. Ming Dai lifted the lid, added a few drops of pepper oil, mixed in the celery pieces, and covered it to steam for another 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Ming Dai opened the lid, and the strong aroma made both of them swallow hard. Zhou Xinian held out a plate to her, eager and no longer showing any dislike for the rabbit. Ming Dai first served him a plate, then took one for herself, but his did not have cilantro. The rabbit meat, dried out over the winter, became very firm. Since it was wild rabbit, it had a lot of muscle, making the meat very tender. The beer not only helped remove the gamey smell of the rabbit but also changed the meat structure, making it tender and breaking down collagen, allowing it to cook faster. With one bite, the rabbit meat was not only fragrant and tender but also easy to separate from the bone, with no bits stuck in the teeth. Paired with the celery soaked in meat juice, it was crunchy and refreshing, and the unique malt aroma of the beer added to the flavor.
Ah, ah.
The two slumped in their chairs, looking at the empty plates and bowls, truly achieving a clean plate campaign. Zhou Xinian excitedly said, "Ming Dai, when the grass grows, let's catch rabbits. I know where they live." Ming Dai thought for a moment. "Sure, let's catch more rabbits to raise. Wild rabbits are too tough. Farmed rabbits are fatter and tastier." Zhou Xinian's eyes sparkled as he twirled around, holding her hand. "Great.
Great. Great."
After dinner, Zhou Xinian cleaned the kitchen while Ming Dai went to check on the ribs and beef in the grass. The large and small ribs were already able to stand and were eating the sweet potato vines Zhou Xinian had cut. They weren't afraid of her and looked at her with their still cloudy eyes. Ming Dai checked on them. They were recovering well. As long as they could eat and drink, they would be fine. A large basin for drinking water was filled with some salt, and Ming Dai went to the cornfield. At this time, the corn had already sprouted and, due to the temperature, had grown quite tall. Soon, there would be fresh corn to eat. Finally, Ming Dai looked at the pond that temporarily served as a bathhouse and thought about finding some fish to raise. The warehouse only had salted fish, and she wanted to eat fresh fish head stew with tofu. On her way back, she saw Zhou Xinian drying a dog sled in the corner. Zhou Xinian not only cleaned it but also tied the red scarf Ming Dai gave him to the front of the sled. True love, without a doubt. The next day, early in the morning, Uncle Lu arrived with the sled to pick them up. Ming Dai brought all the mushrooms she had collected over the past few days, weighing a total of 150 pounds, filling 3 baskets. After securing everything, Ming Dai got on the sled. However, Zhou Xinian did not sit next to her as usual. Instead, he went around to the back of the sled and sat next to Uncle Lu. "Uncle Lu." He stiffened and slowly turned his head, looking at Ming Dai for help. He was still scared after being hit by a crazy person. Ming Dai was puzzled. "Zhou Xinian, why are you sitting there? Come back, we need to leave." Zhou Xinian excitedly looked at the horse's rear, which was trembling and shaking. "I want to sit here. I can see better." "What are you looking at the horse's rear for? You'll make it bald." "Horse, please don't tease me." Zhou Xinian looked at the reins in Uncle Lu's hand and excitedly said, "Ming Dai, I want to learn to drive the sled. Once I learn, I'll take you with me." Ming Dai then realized he wanted to learn from Uncle Lu how to drive the sled. That's fine. If they really had a dog, playing with the sled in the snowy ice would be much more fun than watching little lambs fight at home. Okay, but you can't hit Uncle Lu. He still needs to teach you. Uncle Lu smiled gratefully at Ming Dai, his two prominent gaps in his teeth showing. Zhou Xinyan had to turn around and impatiently looked at Uncle Lu. I won't hit you. Uncle Lu sighed in relief, just about to lift the whip when he heard a light comment. If you can't learn, I'll hit you. With a sudden, the whip struck his own leg, but luckily, he was wearing thick clothing. Along the way, Ming Dai listened as Lu Sanyi, with his chipped front teeth, continuously shared 99 tips on driving the sled to Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan, unusually patient, didn't get upset despite Ming Dai finding Lu Sanya's words hard to follow. He kept learning patiently. After passing the commune and speeding towards the county town, the road was nearly empty. Occasionally, a returning vehicle, also a horse-drawn sled, would zoom by. Zhou Xinyan interrupted Lu Sanyi, who was still rambling about avoiding obstacles, and reached out his hand.
Give it to me.
Lu Sanyi instinctively complied, and by the time he realized what was happening, the reins were already in Zhou Xinyan's hands. Lu Sanyi. Ming Dai? Why did you give it to him? Lu Sanyi. Do you believe me if I say I didn't know? Zhou Xinyan was completely unaware of their panic. He raised the whip and cracked it against the horse's rear. With a loud neigh, the horse bolted forward, pulling the sled along. Ming Dai leaned back, gripping the vegetable basket tightly. Lu Sanyi clung to the front of the sled, shaking and muttering softly, "Oh no, I won't survive this. Lu Dezhu, remember, I don't want to be buried next to my dad. He hits hard, and it must hurt just as much for ghosts." Zhou Xinyan, however, was particularly excited, thinking the horse wasn't going fast enough. He cracked the whip again, hitting the horse's rear once more. The scenery around them rushed by, and soon they caught up with another sled ahead. The sled sped past, kicking up a flurry of snow.
Hey!
Who's the idiot? Is this how you drive a sled? Ming Dai and the others couldn't hear the shouts behind them as the wind howled in their ears. As they approached the county town, Zhou Xinyan finally slowed down, bringing the speed to a steady pace. Turning around with excitement in his eyes, he looked at Ming Dai and said, "Ming Dai, I want to do this again on the way back." Ming Dai brushed her hair aside and seriously told him no. Zhou Xinyan pouted, "But I'm really good at it." Ming Dai checked the basket and their supplies. Luckily, she had packed extra newspapers, so the vegetables were fine. That's not called riding a sled, it's called driving a sled. Give the reins back to Uncle San. Look how scared he is, his face is pale. Zhou Xinyan pouted and glared at Uncle Lu, who shrank back in fear, before handing over the reins. When they reached the back door of the county government, Ming Dai carried one basket while Zhou Xinyan carried two as they walked inside together. On the way, Zhou Xinyan kept trying to negotiate for the sled driving rights on the way back. "Ming Dai, I'm faster than him." Ming Dai shot him a look. "Going too fast is dangerous. We still need to carry things back. What if they get damaged?"
Zhou Xinyan sighed.
"All right, I'll go slower, but it won't be as fun." Ming Dai reassured him, "When we go back, we can play with the dog sled."
You can go faster with that.
Dogs aren't as fast as horses, right?
Right?
Zhou Xinyan finally cheered up and followed her into the kitchen. They handed the mushrooms to Chef Zhou and explained that there wouldn't be as many next time. Chef Zhou understood. The amount they brought was enough for a while since mushrooms are quite expensive. He suggested they come back again before the festival. That was the best plan. Ming Dai took the approved note from Chef Zhou to collect the payment. The two of them happily exited the back door of the county government and found Uncle Lu, who was watching their vehicle. "Uncle Lu, let's go to the train station." Seeing that Zhou Xinyan didn't sit next to him this time, Uncle Lu sighed in relief and happily agreed, cracking the whip as the horse started to run. When they arrived at the train station, Ming Dai asked Uncle Lu to wait outside while she and Zhou Xinyan carried the sacks inside. After waiting for a while, a train puffing black smoke chugged into the station. They stood aside until the crowd cleared before heading to the pickup area. A man in work clothes was already waiting. Mingdai approached with Zhou Xinyan. "Are you Uncle Sun?" The middle-aged man looked up. "Yes, and you must be Mingdai?" He glanced at the tall Zhou Xinyan, his eyes lingering on his red scarf. Mingdai smiled and nodded. "Uncle Sun, thank you for your help." Old Sun waved his hand and said, "No trouble, it's family. Follow me." He led the two to the unloading area, where 2 burlap sacks were hidden behind a cargo box. Seeing what Mingdai and the others were carrying, he smiled happily, knowing he had a share in it too. The two didn't say much, exchanged their items, and Old Sun handed a letter to Mingdai. "All right, you can go now. It's crowded here, so I'll have someone move this later. Your Aunt Neo will send you a letter when it arrives." Mingdai nodded cheerfully and pointed to a basket she had brought out, covered with a cloth. "Uncle Sun, this is my New Year's gift for Aunt Neo. Please take it with you to save me the trouble of sending it." Old Sun nodded. "Sure, no problem. Then we'll be on our way." The two said their goodbyes. Zhou Xinyan carried one sack and held another as they found Lu Sanyi outside. Lu Sanyi looked on curiously, and Mingdai explained that it was something sent by relatives. She had just seen that Aunt Neo was very thoughtful, wrapping everything carefully in postal packages. With their tasks in the county completed, the three went to the state-run restaurant to buy buns. Mingdai and Lu Sanyi each took 2, while Zhou Xinyan had 6. After eating happily, they returned home. Once home, Mingdai took the items into her space to see what was inside. There were 4 enamel basins wrapped in cloth, 2 boxes of gloves containing 6 enamel jars, a box of soap, 2 sets of pillowcases, and several pairs of liberation shoes. Mingdai opened Aunt Neo's letter, carefully checked the quantity of items, and calculated the value of what she had traded. It was about equal, so neither side lost out. Estimating that she could add a few more items, she the bag again. Next, she needed to pass these items to Aunt Huang, asking her to help exchange them for the villagers. That evening, while it was dark and everyone was at home, Mingdai and Zhou Xinyan took the items to Aunt Huang's house. Aunt Huang's family had finished dinner long ago and was sitting on the Kong, making ropes in the dark while listening to Dog Dan tell stories. When they heard a knock on the door, Lu Lai Fu went to open it and welcomed the two inside. "Little Ming, what is this?" Aunt Huang looked at the sack that Zhou Xinyan had placed on the ground, confused. Mingdai shone a flashlight on it, opened the sack, and took out a pillowcase with mandarin ducks playing in the water, handing it to Aunt Huang. "Aunt, this is the pillowcase I promised to get for your niece. My dad's friend sent it over early, and there's a bit too much. You can share it, and just send back what's left to me." Upon hearing this, Aunt Huang was delighted and rubbed her hands together before accepting it. "Oh, this pillowcase is really beautiful. It's red. The design has mandarin ducks, right?" Mingdai nodded. "Yes, it's perfect for someone getting married." Aunt Huang carefully placed it on the bed and looked at the other items in the sack. "Oh, are there more fabrics?" The fabrics were collected by their relatives over the years. They work in a clothing factory, so they have plenty of clothes but are short on food. It was difficult to open the rest, so Aunt Huang tied the sack back up. "See, you really have a talent. In the past, we could never afford these things. Our factory is small, and it's common for us to not have enough fabric all year. Don't worry, Ming girl. I'll make sure to calculate the money and tickets for you, so you won't lose out." Mingdai smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll trust you, Aunt. It would be great if there are more local goods." Aunt Huang happily nodded, "No problem." After their conversation, the two went home. As soon as they left, the Lu family became excited. Sister Lu eagerly touched the 2 large sacks filled with items. "Mom, I just found some enamel basins. Several of them. Let's keep one." Even the crazy people have 2 basins, one for washing their face and one for their feet, very fancy. Our whole family only has 1 wooden basin, which is clumsy and ugly. Aunt Huang scolded her. "What's wrong? Is your face too big for the wooden basin?" Sister Lu laughed and wasn't upset, continuing to explore, occasionally gasping in surprise. "Is this soap? An enamel jar?"
Huh?
"What's this?"
Mom.
I think there are shoes too. With her excited exclamations, the Lu family's eyes grew even brighter. Aunt Huang touched the pillowcase on the bed and sighed. I used to wonder how Ming, the educated youth, could get so many nice things for the crazy person. Now I see they have connections. The people in the village, lacking understanding, thought that Xiaoming, the educated youth, was an orphan with no support in the city. They didn't realize how capable she really was. These things couldn't be obtained just by asking. Xiaoming's father was also a capable man in his lifetime. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be taking care of his daughter after his passing. She may be young, but she surely received help from someone. Saying this, she got off the bed and put away her pillowcase. I need to talk to those women again and gather more items. We can't let Xiaoming's daughter suffer, and we shouldn't let city folks look down on us country people. Sister Huang, listening to her, secretly encouraged, Mom, let's trade some things with our uncle's family too. It's harder for them to get supplies in the mountains, and they have good items. Xiaoming wants to trade for mountain goods, right? Her uncle's family lived in the same village, so if her mother-in-law thought of her family, she was quite clever. Aunt Huang thought for a moment, that works. Your aunt mentioned that the black tiger and the flower leopard would come down before the new year. We can ask Xiaoming about the tiger bones then. I'll go with you, and we can visit your family. Sister Huang didn't expect such a pleasant surprise, and quickly nodded. Nearby, Zhou Panting's eyes sparkled. Mom, my mom sighed. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, unclear, but Aunt Huang, familiar with her nature, understood what she meant. Aunt Huang rolled her eyes. Your mom talks too much. We can't trade with her. Don't go spreading rumors. If I hear any gossip outside, I'll be the first to come after you. Zhou Panting, with red eyes, quickly promised not to say anything silly, feeling very wronged inside. Her mother-in-law still blamed her for not having a son. If she had a son, her family wouldn't be looked down upon, right? Lost in thought, she began to cry quietly. Aunt Huang was speechless. Her earlier good mood was completely ruined.
Stop it.
Go to bed. Angry, she got everyone moving, and soon they were all settled in bed. Zhou Panting tried to sneak over to talk to her husband about her grievances. Lu Laiwang had already started snoring loudly, each sound louder than the last. In the end, she could only curl up in bed and feel sad alone. Lu Laiwang, who was snoring, felt relieved when he saw her lie back down. His wife is capable and treats him well, but she can be a bit petty. Luckily, she listens to him, and he chose her, so he can manage. However, he needs to raise their two daughters well. They can't be like their mother and cry easily. He is looking forward to them marrying into good families, so he can enjoy being a father-in-law. Mingdai and Zhou Xinian had silly roe deer hot pot for dinner. The main ingredient supplier was the heart-throbbing silly roe deer number 2 that Zhou Xinian had chosen long ago, wearing a scarf just like Mingdai's. Mingdai noticed that Zhou Xinian paid special attention to that roe deer, which meant it was close to being cooked. They prepared the roe deer by breaking it down, simmering the bones for broth, and marinating thin slices of meat. The milky white bone broth cooked the pink meat slices, making them tender and smooth, enhanced by various wild mushrooms, which made both of them excited. After they finished eating, there were still plenty of big bones left in the pot. Mingdai planned to make another meal with them tomorrow, stewing them with pickled vegetables, which should be delicious too. After dinner, they rested for a while. Zhou Xinian went to take a medicinal bath, while Mingdai took 2 apples, removed the seeds, added a spoonful of brown sugar and a few goji berries, and put them in the steamer. By the time Zhou Xinian finished his bath, the apples were ready. He took the bowl Mingdai handed him and asked, "What is this?" Mingdai held one for herself and replied, "Steamed apples. We should eat one every night. It's good for your health." Zhou Xinian thought it was medicine and braced himself for something bitter. But after tasting it, he looked at Mingdai in surprise. "Mingdai, it's sweet." Mingdai sipped the syrup, saying, "Yes, we need to nourish your body, especially your energy and blood. Otherwise, I worry you won't handle acupuncture well." Zhou Xinian nodded and imitated her, sipping the syrup. After they finished the apples, they washed the bowls and got ready for bed. The next morning, they both got up early. Mingdai led Zhou Xinian in practicing health exercises that her grandfather had taught her, which were perfect for Zhou Xinian at this time. Zhou Xinian learned quickly and got it on the first try, leaving Mingdai feeling a bit unaccomplished since it took her over a week to learn. After finishing her health exercises, Mingdai was slightly sweating, while Zhou Xinian showed no signs of exertion. She planned to go make breakfast, and was about to call Zhou Xinian when she noticed he had started practicing again. At first, he was doing the health exercises, but gradually it changed. His movements became more complex and intense. His expression grew colder, and he seemed tense, like a sword ready to strike. Mingdai carefully kept her distance and didn't dare to speak. Zhou Xinian practiced for a long time, repeating the movements until he was exhausted, standing in a fighting stance, breathing heavily. Mingdai watched his expression shift from cold to sad, then to confused, before she cautiously approached him. "Zhou Xinian, are you okay?" Hearing her, Zhou Xinian looked down, his eyes filled with pain. He opened his hands, looking at the calluses on his palms that were almost gone, and said sadly, "Mingdai, I forgot something very important, more important than my life, but I can't remember what it is." In the morning light, he seemed fragile, like he might shatter at any moment. Mingdai didn't know how to comfort him. Like her, he was just a background character in a story, and there was very little information about him. "Zhou Xinian, how about I make you some sweet rice cakes for breakfast?" Zhou Xinian looked confused for a moment, then slowly relaxed his stance and blinked. "What are sweet rice cakes? Are they tasty?" "They're sweet. It's dough wrapped around sugar and fried in oil. The outside is crispy, and the inside is chewy. When you bite into it, the sweet syrup flows out. You can also use brown sugar. Do you prefer white sugar or brown sugar? Maybe I should make both." Zhou Xinian was captivated by her description of the sweet rice cakes, staring at her intently and following her as they walked toward the villa, slowly forgetting his earlier pain. "Hey, everyone! Isn't it exciting to be here at this hour? If you haven't added this to your reading list, please do. Let's keep pushing through November. The following medical scenes are purely fictional. Please do not try this at home. I worry you might want to give it a go." For the next few days, Mingdai didn't need to go to the county town and began giving Zhou Xinian acupuncture in her space. Zhou Xinian had many health issues that made him look normal, but he was actually struggling. His various pains had reached a critical point, but they were balanced for now. Once treatment began, this balance would be disrupted, and his body would react defensively, causing a series of problems. Without thorough examinations, Mingdai didn't want to take risks. She decided to treat him slowly, waiting until his body could handle it before addressing his head injury. Zhou Xinian's legs were the most affected, so Mingdai started with acupuncture on his legs. If left untreated, his legs could deform due to rheumatism. When Mingdai took out her golden needles, Zhou Xinian hesitated. He looked at the shiny needles and said, "Mingdai, maybe we shouldn't do this." "I'm fine as I am." Mingdai smiled at him with a playful grin and raised the thickest needle to tease him, saying, "No way, we have to do this." Zhou Xinian lowered his head and earnestly pleaded, "Can you use a different one? This one is too thick. I can't handle it." Mingdai thought, "Why does that sound strange?" She put the needle away and said, "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. The acupuncture won't hurt." She had Zhou Xinian lie down on the small bed she prepared and said, "Roll up your pants. I'll massage your knee first." Zhou Xinian complied and rolled up his pants to reveal his knee. Mingdai noticed his knee was a bit rounder and nodded in satisfaction. He had finally reached a healthier weight, which was not unusual in a time of widespread malnutrition. To help him relax, Mingdai poured some essential oil, warmed it in her hands, and applied it to his knee. As soon as she pressed down, Zhou Xinian jumped slightly due to his body's instinct to protect itself. He fought the urge to get up and curiously watched Mingdai's actions. Contrary to his expectations, Mingdai's pressure was quite firm. As she pressed harder, he started to sweat. Noticing his discomfort, Mingdai paused and frowned, asking, "Does it hurt that much?" Zhou Xinian shyly shook his head, "Not too much, just a bit more than usual." Mingdai sighed, Why didn't you say anything when it hurt before? Zhou Xinyan's thick eyelashes fluttered up and down. It's okay, I'm used to it. It hurt more before. Now that Ming Dai is here, it doesn't hurt as much. You really make me worry. Ming Dai got up and brought him a piece of candy. Zhou Xinyan happily accepted it, put it in his mouth, and smiled as he watched Ming Dai massage his legs. After a while, Ming Dai went to the kitchen to heat some salt, poured it into a special bag, and placed it on his knees. It was a bit hot, and Zhou Xinyan couldn't help but want to move. Don't move, it will be ready soon. 20 minutes later, Ming Dai took the salt pack away, took out a needle from the pouch, pressed on the acupoint on his leg, and carefully inserted it. Zhou Xinyan looked at the fine golden needle in her fingers and felt relieved. When he realized that the needle didn't hurt at all, he exclaimed in surprise, Ming Dai, it really doesn't hurt. Ming Dai smiled. Of course, you should see who's doing it. Before long, both of Zhou Xinyan's legs were covered with needles. His face turned red. Ming Dai, it feels a bit itchy. Ming Dai placed a pillow under his head and handed him a new comic book. It's okay. Itching is normal. You can play for a while, and when it's time, I'll take the needles out. I need to go make dinner first. By the time Ming Dai finished cooking the pickled cabbage and pork bones and returned to take out the needles, she found that he had already fallen asleep. The light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a glow on his sharp features. The straight nose created a beautiful shadow, highlighting his handsome profile. His hair had grown a bit long, with fine strands falling over his forehead, giving him an unexpectedly gentle look. His relaxed eyebrows and softly glowing face rose and fell rhythmically with his breathing. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he were having a good dream, and he looked completely at ease. Ming Dai quietly left the living room. Let him sleep a little longer. Zhou Xinyan slept until 3 in the afternoon. Golden light spilled onto his face, gently waking him up. Zhou Xinyan slowly sat up, dazed for a moment, and noticed that a blanket was covering him and the needles had been removed from his legs. Are you awake? Ming Dai stood on the stairs, smiling as she asked him. Zhou Si looked up and smiled widely at her. Ming Dai, I'm hungry. Ming Dai laughed at his innocent words and walked down the stairs. It's already 3 o'clock. You've slept for over 4 hours. How can you not be hungry? Get up, I made pickled cabbage with pork bones. Pickled cabbage with pork bones. Zhou Si happily got up, remembering to fold the blanket and place it on the small bed. He stretched his arms wide, feeling so comfortable. He kicked his legs and was surprised to find Ming Dai. My legs don't hurt as much anymore. They don't feel so heavy. They're warm. Ming Dai heated the food. Take your time. Soon it won't hurt at all. You need to listen and not get cold again. Zhou Si obediently agreed and went to the kitchen to help serve the food. Go wash your hands. It's best to eat the pork bones with your hands. Susi, zlerp, zlerp. This time, Ming Dai used the pickled cabbage they made themselves. Compared to the one Aunt Huang sent, it had less bitter salt and more probiotics, which balanced the richness of the broth nicely. Zhou Si enjoyed a bite of meat and a bite of pickled cabbage, happily nodding his head as he ate. After finishing the meal, Zhou Si picked out all the bones. What do you need these for? Zhou Si mysteriously replied, I have a use for them. Ming Dai didn't ask further. She was going to throw them in the trash anyway. The trash can in the villa had a self-cleaning feature, which was very convenient. In the following days, both of them enjoyed herbal baths and acupuncture, while Ming Dai prepared various nutritious meals. Zhou Si's face was glowing from all the good food. Ming Dai also noticed that during this time, as she ate along with him, her hair became smoother and she grew taller. Before, she only reached a bit above Zhou Si's waist, but now she was almost at his chest. So happy. When Aunt Huang and Sister Huang arrived with a cart full of supplies, they were also surprised by Zhou Si's condition. At home, Zhou Si wasn't wearing a headscarf or hat, and his whole face was visible. Although he didn't have the trendy square face, his skin was fair, and Ming Dai had helped him look healthier. With his naturally good features, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and upright, wearing an old cotton jacket couldn't hide his noble aura. He stood out in a crowd easily. Sister Huang felt a bit embarrassed for some unknown reason. What was going on? That feeling disappeared when she saw the knitting needles in Zhou Xinyan's hands. A big guy knitting a sweater with such skill? How is that possible?
Where's the logic in that?
Mingdai stared at the pile of items, thinking that Sister Huang had really taken everything from her old friends. Little Ming, this is just part of it. There's more that I haven't exchanged yet. I plan to send some back home in the mountains. My nephews will come down before the festival, and I want to check if there's any news about the person wanting to buy tiger bones. Mingdai shook her head. We need to wait a bit longer. I haven't received any news yet. Sister Huang nodded. All right, there's no rush on that. Just then, her sleeve was tugged by Sister Huang. Mom, look. Sister Huang followed her gaze and saw Zhou Xinyan sitting upright on the Kong, busy with his work. A red sweater with white flowers was starting to take shape. Sister Huang's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, how can he knit a sweater? Zhou Xinyan didn't even look up, focused on knitting the collar for himself. Mingdai smiled and lifted the hem of her cotton jacket to show her new sweater. Zhou Xinyan is very skilled. Look, he made this for me. Sister Huang curiously touched it, but her rough fingers almost snagged the sweater, so she quickly pulled back.
Oh, dear.
She clicked her tongue. This is for us? We wouldn't dare to wear it. Mingdai set the sweater down. This is made of wool. Very hard to find. I discovered it while shopping at the supply store in the county and bought it right away. It's very warm to wear. Sister Huang was also quite tempted, but her hands were too rough to touch it. Sister Huang then remembered the sheepskin she had tanned. Little Ming, the sheepskin you gave me is ready. Do you want me to make it into a vest for you? It will fit perfectly. Mingdai thought for a moment and shook her head. Auntie, just give it to me. I can make it myself. Sister Huang nodded. All right, I'll have Taidan bring it to you later. The two chatted a bit more, unloaded everything, and then left. After they left, Zhou Xinyan put down his knitting needles, got off the Kong, and helped Mingdai tidy up the things. The two of them brought the items into the space to organize. Zhou Xinyan helped pour everything from the burlap sack onto the ground. In this time, most families were reluctant to trade their food, but they were not too concerned about the mountain goods they had grown up eating, so they mostly exchanged for those. They had plenty of hazelnuts, pine nuts, and mountain walnuts, while there was only a small bag of red dates, which were special and usually saved for the future daughter-in-law. They also exchanged a fair amount of peanuts and had a little less than half a bag of soybeans, which were used for oil, so they were less willing to trade those. The bulk of what they had left was various mushrooms, neatly strung and categorized with grass stems, well-dried and free of pests, surely sorted by Aunt Huang. There was also a large bag of black fungus, with many sizes, which would amount to a good number once rehydrated. Unexpectedly, there was a small bag of dried schisandra berries, which Mingdai placed on the herbal shelf in the storage. She planned to organize these items into gift baskets to exchange for money during the new year. As for the hazelnuts, she decided to keep them since they hadn't found any on the mountain yet, and Mingdai intended to develop a hazelnut candy business. While Mingdai was making plans, Zhou Xinyan was examining the baskets that Aunt Huang had brought along. These were mainly collected when families exchanged mushrooms, and a few looked quite exquisite, which Zhou Xinyan seemed to really like. By the time Mingdai finished her planning, she saw that Zhou Xinyan had already taken apart all the baskets and was busy trying to weave them back together, but unfortunately, he wasn't successful. Mingdai squatted down to take a look. The baskets seemed to be specially made for children, with somewhat complex patterns, and Zhou Xinyan had forgotten the steps while taking them apart. Seeing his stubbornness, Mingdai knew he would probably be frustrated all day if he couldn't fix it. Since she needed a basket for her gift baskets, she called out to Zhou Xinyan to bring the broken baskets with him as they went to Lu Dajing's house. Mingdai brought some of their pickled spicy cabbage and freshly made cornmeal pancakes, placing them in the basket as she headed out. Zhou Xinyan followed behind with a backpack, holding the disassembled baskets. As I passed by the entrance of a youth station, I saw two people coming out, Qi Jijun and Lu Yan. During this busy time, Mingdai almost forgot about the troublesome people in the front yard. Unlike Lu Yan, who looked radiant, Chi Jijun seemed drained, as if he had lost all his energy. When Lu Yen saw Ming Dai, she touched her red scarf and said, "Ming Youth, do you think my scarf looks nice?"
Brother June bought it for me. Paula Yun.
Ming Dai raised an eyebrow. They must be together now. Chi Jijun didn't respond to Lu Yan's bragging and just stared blankly at the pile of snow in the corner. Before Ming Dai could say anything, Zhou Xinian frowned at her and said, "It looks really ugly." Lu Yan's proud expression immediately froze, and her eyes turned red as she looked at Chi Jijun with a hurt expression. Chi Jijun was too timid to look at Zhou Xinian, avoiding Lu Yan's sad gaze, still looking lost. Ming Dai quickly pulled Zhou Xinian, who was about to speak again, and said, "Stop saying such blunt things. Sorry, Lu Youth, we have to go." After saying that, she tugged on Zhou Xinian's sleeve and pulled him away. Zhou Xinian followed her lead, but shot Lu Yan a glare before turning to Ming Dai with a pout. "Ming Dai, her red scarf is so ugly. I'm much better looking." Ming Dai replied dismissively, "Yes, yes. You're the best looking." Zhou Xinian, satisfied, adjusted his own scarf and tidied up his bow, striding forward with his basket. When they reached Lu Dajing's house, Ming Dai called out through the low fence, "Uncle Dajing, is it okay to come in?" Hearing her, Lu Dajing looked up, pleased to see them.
Come in, come in.
The door is unlocked. Ming Dai led Zhou Xinian inside. "Little Ming Youth, Zhou Youth, do you need anything again?" Zhou Xinian remembered Lu Dajing and had a good impression of him. Although he didn't speak, he politely nodded in greeting. Ming Dai noticed the basket Lu Dajing was weaving, which was just the right size for the gift basket she wanted to make. "Uncle Dajing, how many of these baskets do you have?" Lu Dajing's hands didn't stop. "There should be 20 or 30 of these. If you want a basket, just take it and play with it. It doesn't make money." Ming Dai smiled and said, "Uncle Dajing, I want these baskets. Can you make 20 more for me?" Lu Dajing didn't expect her to want so many. "When do you need them?" Ming Dai thought for a moment. "A week before the festival. These baskets are for someone else. Their factory wants to send festival gifts, and these baskets are just right, both elegant and practical." Lu Dajing nodded in agreement. "The baskets I weave are meant to be cherished. They can last for 3 generations." Ming Dai nodded happily. "That's true. Last time, I also delivered festival gifts and they liked the basket for the gifts, which is why they asked. Uncle Dajing, take a look. If everything is fine, I will reply to them." Lu Dajing thought about the bamboo he had saved. "No problem. I can definitely make them for you a week before the festival." Ming Dai nodded and lifted the basket from Zhou Xinian's hands. "Uncle Dajing, I brought some corn cakes and my homemade spicy pickled cabbage for you to try. This is 1 yuan. Consider it a deposit." Lu Dajing gratefully accepted the cakes and the small jar of pickles, not taking the money. "Little Ming, you don't need to pay me. Just bring me some food. I have no place to spend money." Ming Dai thought for a moment. Any money he had would be taken by his nephew. "All right, stretch out your hand. I'll show you something. If you need it, I'll give you some medicine to help your health." Lu Dajing quickly nodded, placing the items on a nearby bench, brushing off the bamboo shavings from his clothes, and extending his hand. Ming Dai placed her hand on his, then switched hands after a while. "Are you still coughing at night?" Lu Dajing nodded. "I cough a few times at night, but it's much better." Ming Dai nodded. "You don't need to take medicine. Just do some pear water with Sichuan pepper." "Do you have Sichuan pepper and pears?" Lu Dajing was very happy to hear he didn't need to spend money on medicine. "I have frozen pears. The team leader sent me some a couple of days ago. Guoqiang said he would bring more after I finish these. I also have Sichuan pepper at home, the wild kind from the mountains." Ming Dai nodded. "Great. Thaw the frozen pears, cut them into small pieces, and boil them with 4 or 5 Sichuan peppercorns for 10 minutes. After turning off the heat, let it cool before drinking. You can drink this all winter. It's better than eating cold pears." Lu Dajing carefully noted, "Okay, little Ming, I understand. Thank you." Ming Dai waved her hand. "We're from the same village. No need to be polite. I won't take the basket just yet. I'll come by with a cart to pick it up another day." Lu Dajing nodded. The two continued chatting, while Zhou Xinian, feeling bored, looked at the basket Lu Dazheng was weaving. It seemed simple, so he decided to give it a try. He started to take apart the basket, and by the time Ming Dai and Lu Dazheng noticed, he had already dismantled a completed basket. Ming Dai felt a bit embarrassed. Uncle Dazheng, I'm sorry. We'll buy this one. Lu Dazheng waved his hand, not taking it seriously. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xinyan's hands. Although the basket was taken apart, Zhou Xinyan's weaving was decent. He just didn't know how to secure the knots, which caused it to fall apart. Feeling inspired, Lu Dazheng immediately began to teach Zhou Xinyan some weaving techniques. Zhou Xinyan listened attentively and followed Lu Dazheng's guidance, quickly reassembling the disassembled parts. The two of them started a little weaving class, while Ming Dai listened in confusion and soon felt sleepy. Zhou Xinyan, on the other hand, grew more excited and finished weaving all the baskets he had brought. Lu Dazheng recognized those baskets. They were his creations. Zhou Xinyan happily took out a sweater from his backpack to show Lu Dazheng. Lu Dazheng rarely left the village and had hardly seen a sweater. He was immediately amazed by its bright color. He carefully touched the soft yarn and couldn't help but exclaim, "This color is beautiful." Zhou Xinyan immediately agreed, right? Right? He felt thrilled to have someone appreciate his taste. It felt like finding a kindred spirit. Then, the two forgot about Ming Dai, with one teaching basket weaving and the other teaching sweater knitting. Lu Dazheng had more calluses on his hands and was worried about damaging the yarn, so he found some fabric strips to make thick yarn and carved bamboo to create knitting needles, learning how to knit flat stitches from Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan's teaching skills were better than Ming Dai's, and with Lu Dazheng's skillful hands, they quickly produced a neatly woven patchwork piece. Ming Dai looked at this and then, at that, feeling a sense of confusion. At noon, Zhou Xinyan still didn't want to leave. He and Lu Dazheng were discussing how to incorporate knitting techniques from sweaters into the weaving craft of bamboo products. Lu Dazheng was also looking at Ming Dai eagerly, not saying anything, but it was clear he didn't want Zhou Xinyan to go. Ming Dai was speechless. In the end, Zhou Xinyan stayed to continue learning and discussing, while she went home to cook for the two folk artists. When she brought the food back, Lu Dazheng had already started calling Zhou Xinyan brother, and the two of them had a uniquely shaped basket in their hands. Ming Dai said, "I call you uncle and you call him brother. Does that make sense?" Ming Dai heated up some millet buns, stir-fried some vegetables, and added scrambled eggs. The simple meal made Lu Dazheng almost cry. It had been a long time since anyone had shared a meal with him. Zhou Xinyan looked at him, perhaps reminded of himself, and gave Lu Dazheng a pat on the shoulder. It was a bit too hard, and if Ming Dai hadn't supported him, Lu Dazheng might have fallen onto the table. "Good brother, I'll come often from now on." Lu Dazheng winced in pain but nodded happily. Ming Dai glanced at Lu Dazheng and then thought about the children from Aunt Huang's family, Tai Dan and Go Dan. I have to say, Zhou Xinyan has improved. He now has a good impression of both the old and the young, but he still finds the middle-aged annoying. After finishing the meal, the two chatted for a long time, making Ming Dai yawn repeatedly. By the time Zhou Xinyan stood up, satisfied and ready to leave, Ming Dai was nearly asleep. As Lu Dazheng reluctantly watched them go, the two headed home. On the way, Zhou Xinyan carried his newly woven basket, admiring it as he walked. When they reached the edge of the village, they saw many children playing in the snow, including Tai Dan and Go Dan. The other kids stood far away, afraid to approach when they saw the two. Tai Dan and Go Dan were already captivated by Zhou Xinyan's unique stone-throwing skills and ran overexcitedly. "Little Ming, Aunt." The two called out loudly, then glanced at Zhou Xinyan, scratching their heads in embarrassment, unsure of what to call him. Ming Dai talked to Tai Dan while Zhou Xinyan curiously looked at what Go Dan was holding. "What is this for?" Dog Dan lifted the whip and the wooden top. "We are playing with the top. Do you want to join?" Ming Dai and Tai Dan also heard and turned to look. Zhou Xinyan put the basket on his back and took the wooden top, examining it closely. "How do you play with this?" Dog Dan felt a bit shy and glanced at his older brother. He was still too young to play properly, so he could only wait for his brother to spin the top for him to enjoy. Often, because of his mischief, the top would stop spinning, and his brother would have to come to the rescue. Taiden gathered his courage and pointed at the object in Zhou Xinyan's hand. This is the top. You use the whip to spin it. Zhou Xinyan placed the wooden top on the ground and whipped it a few times. The top moved a little but didn't spin. He frowned and handed the whip to Taiden. You try. Taiden took it, swallowed hard, wrapped the whip around the wooden top, and with a swift motion, threw it down while pulling the whip. The top started spinning in the snow, and Taiden whipped it a few more times, making it spin even faster. Zhou Xinyan watched with bright eyes, and Taiden eagerly handed the whip back to him. He took the whip and gave it a strong flick, and the top flew several meters away. Taiden and Dogdan were stunned. Mingdai burst into laughter at Zhou Xinyan's incredulous expression. Feeling embarrassed, Zhou Xinyan gripped the whip tightly, glancing at Mingdai. Taiden and Dogdan quickly ran to retrieve the wooden top. Mingdai stopped laughing at Zhou Xinyan's pleading look and gently cleared her throat. You used too much force. Try gently, and let Taiden teach you. Taiden, returning with the top, heard this and nervously looked at Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan hesitated for a moment and handed the whip back. Teach me. Taiden, filled with excitement, took it and wrapped the whip around the wooden top again, explaining how to use it with increasing enthusiasm, his face growing redder. Wow, I never thought I'd get to be a teacher for someone like him. Taiden was thrilled, feeling he had redeemed himself from the earlier embarrassment. Under his guidance, Zhou Xinyan slowly mastered the technique and took the whip to try spinning the top himself. Soon, the wooden top spun rapidly under his whip, going faster and even jumping occasionally. Gradually, other children gathered around to watch Zhou Xinyan show off his skills with the top. Mingdai watched too, and couldn't help but admire Zhou Xinyan's impressive abilities. Later, Zhou Xinyan, feeling unsatisfied with one top, borrowed all the tops from the other kids and spun 8 at once. Each wooden top spun in place, bumping into each other, and just when they seemed about to fall, Zhou Xinyan saved them with his whip. The onlooking children gasped in amazement, their admiring gazes nearly overwhelming Zhou Xinyan. Zhou Xinyan was having so much fun that he didn't want to stop until the parents started calling the kids home for dinner. Reluctantly returning the tops, he followed Mingdai home. Mingdai comforted him. When we get home, we can make our own. You can make as many as you want. Zhou Xinyan's joy returned instantly, his bright eyes shining like a big dog as he looked at Mingdai. Mingdai, you're so nice. Mingdai turned her head a bit awkwardly and quickened her pace. Of course. Let's hurry home. It's freezing. Once home, they rummaged through the wood pile for suitable pieces to bring inside. Mingdai explained the key points of making the tops and let him carve the wood himself. She then went to Zhou Xinyan's small storage and found steel from the bicycle he had taken apart. She also grabbed some colored chalk from the storage. Outside, Zhou Xinyan had already finished carving one. Mingdai used a hammer to attach the steel ball to the bottom of the wooden top and painted colorful rings on top. Zhou Xinyan made a whip from an old bicycle tire and started spinning the newly made top in the living room. The top spun with his force, not only fast and steady, but the colorful top looked even more beautiful. Mingdai, look.
Ispuna rainbow.
Mingdai wanted to play too, so Zhou Xinyan handed her the whip and went to make more tops. In the end, they made 10 tops of various sizes and colors. From then on, their activities in the space included watching little lambs play and competing to spin tops. Zhou Xinyan declared that today was truly a happy day. Aside from acupuncture treatments, Zhou Xinyan's schedule was quite regular. In the morning, he discussed bamboo basket weaving techniques with Lu Dajing. In the afternoon, he played ice games with visiting children, and in the evening, he continued knitting sweaters. Among these activities, Zhou Xinyan enjoyed playing ice games the most. Although he didn't say it out loud, his happy expression was clear when the kids came over to play. The village children were impressed by Zhou Xinyan's amazing spinning top skills. Even though they were still hesitant to talk to him, they gathered around to watch. When Zhou Xinyan brought out his colorful spinning tops, he instantly won the hearts of the children from Lijiaban. especially when he showed them the largest top, which most kids couldn't even spin. Not only did he spin it effortlessly, but he also performed various tricks, gaining a group of admirers. While having fun, Zhou Xinian secretly asked Mingdai not to lend the colorful chalk to other kids because he wanted to be the coolest kid in the village. Mingdai happily agreed, as long as he behaved. When Zhou Xinian went out to play, she didn't follow him the whole time. During the time she stayed back, she prepared herbs or made medicine. Before long, Zhou Xinian became the leader among the children in Lijiaban. A group of kids started competing for the position of Zhou Xinian's sidekick, and eventually, Tai Dan and Go Dan from Aunt Huang's family stood out and won Zhou Xinian's favor, coming over daily to call him Big Brother to play. When Mingdai heard the kids calling Zhou Xinian Big Brother, she was confused. The hierarchy was completely mixed up. Oh well, let them call each other whatever they want. The villagers also noticed that the crazy guy was playing with the children. Frightened parents quickly called their kids home and kept them inside. Some more relaxed parents allowed their kids to watch but told them not to get involved, warning them to run if they saw the crazy guy getting aggressive. Aunt Huang's family had no objections to their grandson playing with Zhou Xinian, especially since Xiaoming, the young intellectual, was watching over them. They even insisted that Tai Dan and Go Dan call Zhou Xinian uncle instead of crazy guy. Tai Dan and Go Dan firmly disagreed, insisting, "He's our big brother, not an uncle." The little adults amused Aunt Huang's family, so they specially brought their 2 children to the youth station and gifted some homemade pickles to thank Zhou Xinian for playing with them. Zhou Xinian still found the 2 children a bit bothersome, especially the one with a runny nose. However, among the group of children, these 2 looked the most clever, so he reluctantly accepted them as little brothers and gave each of them a piece of fruit candy. Even though he didn't like the hard candy much, the 2 kids were very happy. This meant they had gained the big brother's approval. As a result, by often following Zhou Xinian around, the 2 children reached the top of the social ladder among the village kids. Zhou Xinian's mood improved during this time. He became more cheerful and clear-headed, rarely speaking nonsense anymore. Mingdai adjusted his medicinal bath recipe again, expanding the acupuncture areas, making him feel like a porcupine with all the needles. After another snowfall, old Lu brought letters and packages from the capital. Aunt Nyo was very pleased with the local products Mingdai sent and subtly expressed her desire for a long-term partnership. Mingdai had no objections. Building a good relationship with Aunt Nyo's family would ensure a steady supply of medicine for her clinic in the village. What she offered wasn't flashy. Many young people in the front yard did similar things. For example, Fong Ro, a new youth, had also sent out quite a few gifts recently, which were clearly not ordinary presents. Old Lu shared all this information with her. As the only driver from Lijiabao, his news was more reliable than the village gossip. One day, Mingdai was at Aunt Huang's house watching Zhou Xinian and the children gather stones. 5 stones were no longer enough for them. They started playing with 18. Seeing them having fun, Mingdai tugged at Aunt Huang, who was making shoe soles, lifted a corner of the basket, and showed her the open newspaper inside. Aunt Huang glanced over and almost pricked herself with the needle. 2 stacks of cash. She excitedly asked with her eyes, and Mingdai nodded. Someone sent the money directly, but I need to deliver the items to Song City after the new year. Can you ask Uncle Fong if he can sign a note for me? I will take the items there with Zhou Xian. Aunt Huang excitedly looked at the basket. Wow, this is the first time I've seen so much. I'll go get your uncle right now. Mingdai nodded and covered the basket again. Soon, Lu Dezhu, who was cleaning the stable, was mysteriously pulled in by Aunt Huang. What's going on? I'm not done yet. Aunt Huang pinched his ear. Stop pretending to be busy. You weren't working. You were sneaking off to smoke. My son does all the work. Lu Dezhu caught, touched his nose and followed Aunt Huang without arguing. Aunt Huang carefully blocked the playing children and lifted a corner of Mingdai's basket before quickly covering it again. Lu Dezhu had seen money before and was slightly surprised, but then he realized it was money for buying tiger bones. Mingdai repeated the request. Lu Dezhu thought for a moment. That's fine, but it might be a bit tricky. The commune said he shouldn't go out much. Last time I went to the county, I kept it a secret. Just be careful and come back quickly after delivering. Ming Dai's eyes flickered. Then she nodded. Don't worry, uncle. We won't play around. We'll be back the next night. Lu Dezhu nodded. All right, when the black tiger comes down, your aunt will go with you to pick up the items. After the spring thaw, you can go again.
Ming Dai nodded.
Lu Dezhu then asked Ming Dai if she wanted to go fishing together. Ming Dai was a bit surprised. Can we go now? Lu Dezhu smiled and nodded. Yes, we checked 2 days ago, and the Udai River is frozen solid. We can go fishing now. Ming Dai quickly nodded. What should we prepare? Lu Dezhu waved his hand. Nothing much, just bring a basket. We have hooks at home. Tomorrow morning, your aunt will call you, and you can go with her. Ming Dai happily agreed, and started to look forward to it. After Zhou Xian finished playing, the two returned home. After dinner, Ming Dai took out the sheepskin Aunt Huang had prepared and cut it to make 2 sets of knee pads. The two of them were feeling quite restless. It was better to take precautions when ice fishing. As soon as Zhou Xinian heard there were fish, he immediately thought of Ming Dai's earlier mention of wanting to raise fish in their space. Ming Dai, let's catch some fish to raise. Ming Dai thought for a moment, as long as it's nearby, I can use the space to bring some in, but it will attract attention. We need to wait until no one is around. Zhou Xinian excitedly urged, let's go secretly. Ming Dai shook her head. No, Udai River is too far. We spent most of our time traveling last time. Remember, we went by sled. Zhou Xinian looked at his small storage area. We can use a dog sled. Ming Dai looked at him. Can you borrow a dog? Zhou Xinian nodded confidently. I can. Ming Dai got excited. Great. You can borrow one tonight, and we'll go early tomorrow. Zhou Xinian patted his chest, assuring her it was no problem. Ming Dai took him to tidy up the pond that had been used as a bathhouse. Zhou Xinian insisted they must keep one for future little lambs or other animals to bathe in. Ming Dai then divided the 2 ponds in half. Thinking that if the sheep had a bathhouse, why couldn't she have a swimming pool? She split the 2 into 4, 1 swimming pool for each of them. Perfect. Excited about fishing, the 2 of them couldn't sleep until midnight. Zhou Xinian got up to take out the sled and clean it again. Ming Dai was busy thinking of various ways to cook fish, making herself hungry. In the end, she also got up and made 2 bowls of homemade noodles. They ate together before finally going back to sleep. Hey, everyone! Add this to your bookshelf. Today's update is a big one. I feel like you all have pushed me to write more. The next day, Zhou Xinian got breakfast ready early and called Ming Dai to wake up, which only made her grumpy. After breakfast, they started waiting. Before long, Zhou Xinian grew impatient, frequently stepping outside to look around, almost wearing a hole in the wall.
Ming Dai.
Did they forget to call us? Zhou Xinian was seriously suspicious. Ming Dai shook her head. No, you should knit for a while. We'll come when you call us. Zhou Xinian had no choice but to hand the ball of yarn to Ming Dai. She unraveled it while he knitted, but he kept his ears perked up, ready to check outside at the slightest noise. Ming Dai understood Zhou Xinian's eagerness. Winter in Haitian was really boring. After the heavy snow blocked the doors, everyone stayed indoors. Except for restless children, most people didn't go out. Even the young people in the front yard were unusually quiet, and it had been a long time since she heard any commotion. With fewer interesting group activities, Zhou Xinian hadn't participated in any during his 3 years in the countryside. Finally, around 10 a.m., Aunt Huang came to call them. Zhou Xinian was already impatient. He grabbed the ball of yarn from Ming Dai's hands and stuffed it into the basket. As he jumped off the bed, he pulled Ming Dai down with him. By the time Ming Dai realized what was happening, she already had her cotton shoes on. All right then. Ming Dai put on her thick coat, while Zhou Xinian wore his military jacket. They both had Ming Dai's handmade sheepskin knee pads tied around their legs, and they put on another pair of pants for warmth without being too noticeable. Worried about the strong wind on the ice, Ming Dai wore a knitted hat and wrapped a scarf tightly around her face. Zhou Xinian wore an earmuff hat, with a red scarf wrapped around it. Unhappily, he held up his newly acquired red silk scarf and asked Ming Dai, "Can I wear this like you?" Ming Dai shook her head firmly. "No. That's a shawl, not a scarf. It won't keep you warm. Just wear the mask I made. Feeling disappointed, Zhou Xinyan put the silk scarf back in the cabinet and picked up a black cotton mask to wear over his ears. I want a floral one. This one is ugly. Mingdai rolled her eyes. If you want one, sew it yourself. Zhou Xinyan muttered under his breath. Fine. I'll sew it myself. De Zheng can help. I'll make you the ugliest one. Mingdai probably didn't hear him, and if she did, she would be even more speechless. He carried the basket while Mingdai carefully held a closed bamboo basket. This idea was proposed by Mingdai and created by Zhou Xinyan and Lu Dezheng. Inside, there is a fireproof ceramic pot, wrapped in bamboo on the outside, making it a basket that can be held to keep warm. Mingdai placed burning charcoal inside, and the basket also carried some to avoid being too cold on the ice, as the two couldn't withstand the chill. After Zhou Xinyan urged them several times, they locked the door and went out to find the Lu family waiting for them at the alley. It was a rare outing, and everyone joined in, filling the sled to capacity. Although the horses and sleds belonged to the community, they offered free rides every year for people going ice fishing at Yudai River. Since Lu Dezhu was the team leader, their family was always the first to go, which was a hidden benefit. Mingdai and Zhou Xinyan were just hitching a ride. On the way, Mingdai noticed many people riding dog sleds following along. Nowadays, each family usually only has one dog, so these sled dogs were often shared among several families. They weren't as fast, but they were convenient. As they got closer to Yudai River, it became livelier, with many people already drilling holes in the ice. Let's walk a bit further and not mix in with them. In previous years, there had been incidents of villages fighting over ice holes. After running for a while, they finally arrived. Lu Dezhu observed for a moment, found it suitable, and called everyone to get off. Other dog sleds from Lu Jia, one also stopped behind the horse sled. Lu Sanyi sat on the sled, keeping his hands warm and watching, not planning to get off. As the dedicated driver for Lu Jiawan, he would still get his share of any fish caught, so why should he freeze? Zhou Xinyan was a bit impatient and pulled Mingdai, who had just gotten off, down making her grip the basket tightly in fear. Once safely at the bottom, Mingdai was soaked with sweat on her back. She took a deep breath and scolded Zhou Xinyan. She finally understood why some parents ended up in the hospital because of their mischievous children. These kids are really hard to manage. She was holding a charcoal pot. What if it tipped over and burned them both? Mingdai scolded Zhou Xinyan so much that his ears drooped, and he repeatedly promised there wouldn't be a next time before she let him off the hook. The little dog quickly adjusted and curiously watched Lu Dezhu and the others drilling holes. Lu Dezhu chose a spot in the middle of the river downstream and marked 5 holes about 10 meters apart. Usually others would avoid the spots he marked. Lu Dezhu and his 3 sons took turns using ice picks to break the ice along the marked lines. Soon, the holes were opened, and small pieces of ice floated on top. They used a scoop to remove the broken ice, and once the holes were clear, they could start fishing. Mingdai looked at the clean hole, feeling a bit disappointed. She had hoped that the fish, lacking oxygen, would jump out of the water, but they did not. However, at this time, the fish were mostly in a semi-dormant state. If they sensed an increase in oxygen in any area, they would quickly come over. Due to the low oxygen levels, the fish were less cautious, making it more likely for them to bite. Aunt Huang took out some corn she had cooked earlier and attached it to the fishing hook. Actually, worms or other meaty bait would be better, but they were hard to find right now. Lu Laifa started fishing at the first hole with the children. Lu Dezhu took his other 2 sons and broke open the remaining fishing holes. Before Zhou Xinyan and the others finished their hole, Lu Laifa had already caught a fish. It was Dog Dan's hook. His excited little face turned red as he pulled on the fishing line, and with his uncle's help, he brought up a fish. It wasn't very big, but it was enough to make Dog Dan proud. It was his first fish ever. Zhou Xinyan became anxious when he saw this. He took the ice pick from Lu Dezhu and quickly broke open the hole. This time, he was steady and didn't the ice surface. After clearing the broken ice, He took the fishing line Aunt Huang handed him and cast it into the water, patiently squatting and waiting for the bobber to sink. Just moments ago, Lu Laifa had explained the fishing process to his nephew, and he had already learned it. Mingdai took the corn and fishing line given to them by Aunt Huang and squatted down beside him. With a fire pit nearby and wearing thick clothes, they weren't cold, but the strong wind made it hard to keep their eyes open. Once the hook was in the water, Zhou Xinian became very patient. He stared intently at the bobber in the water, making Mingdai's eyes hurt from watching, but she didn't move. After waiting for about 10 minutes, there was finally some movement in the water. After the fishing float sank twice, Zhou Xinian quickly pulled the line, and a big fish flew out, landing on the shore. Compared to the one that Dog Dan just caught, this fish was much larger and more vigorous, thrashing around on the shore. Zhou Xinian rushed over, grabbed the fish by its gills, and was thrilled to see a fish almost as long as his arm.
Mingdai.
Look, I caught a big fish. He then ran over to compare his catch with the smaller fish Dog Dan had just caught. One was big, and the other was small, making the difference very clear. He shook the two fish and said to Dog Dan, "Yours is really small." Dog Dan looked at their fish, his eyes turned red, and he burst into tears, startling Lu Laifa, who quickly covered his little nephew's mouth. Seeing him cry, Zhou Xinian felt satisfied and returned, while Meidai didn't dare to look at Lu's family. With his uncle covering his mouth, Dog Dan clenched his little fists and secretly vowed to catch an even bigger fish. Then the two began to compete. Zhou Xinian was patient, steady-handed, and sharp-eyed, rarely letting a biting fish escape. Dog Dan, being young and impatient, often pulled the line before the fish had fully bitten, losing quite a few fish and pouting, ready to cry again. In the end, Lu Laifu comforted his younger son, saying, "Look, your brother hasn't caught a single fish yet." Dog Dan glanced back at his brother's empty spot and broke into a smile. "Tai Dan, you really are my true dad." Meidai wasn't worried. She had never caught a fish before, and this time was no different. Only Zhou Xinian's hook was getting bites, while hers was ignored. So, she handed her fishing rod to Zhou Xinian, letting him use two. Sure enough, not long after she passed it to him, the fish started biting, and he pulled up a pretty big pike. Meidai sighed, realizing that her previous life as an Air Force commander had not helped her fishing skills. They stayed out until after 3 in the afternoon instead of going home for lunch. Occasional gasps from the ice indicated that everyone was having a good catch during this time. By the end of the afternoon, Zhou Xinian was reluctant to leave, as he had 2 fishing rods and had caught a half basket of fish, a very impressive result. Lu Daju's family caught the most fish at their 4 fishing spots, making the people around them envious. Fortunately, everyone had some success, and they happily returned home, while the weather was still nice. Once home, Mingdai and Zhou Xinian quickly entered their special space. They placed the fish in storage, then took a hot bath, feeling refreshed afterward. Mingdai was worried, so she made tea, and they both drank a lot of it. Zhou Xinian's interest in the fish was strong enough to overcome his dislike for hot tea. He gulped it down and went to get the biggest fish from storage. "Mingdai, let's eat fish." Mingdai looked at the fish and said, "The pot in the space is too small. Let's clean it up and cook the fish outside." Zhou Xinian nodded eagerly. Okay. After Mingdai taught him how to prepare the fish, she went to cook some rice. You can't have fish without rice.